Chapter 299 Beast image merges with the body. A golden saber heavily slashed onto Zhang Yifan's staff, releasing a heaven-shaking explosion. The ground shattered, and dust filled the air. A figure flew back, tumbling across the ground, only stabilizing hundreds of meters away. When they saw that figure, the 36th monastery's disciples' jaws dropped to the ground. That miserable figure was the one who had just used the beast merging art, the one whose combat strength had just explosively grown, Zhang Yifan. Zhang Yifan was also completely shocked. He was staring at a figure that was slowly walking out of the dust. As that figure grew clearer, people managed to see a large golden saber resting on Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen appeared disdainful, his arrogant will spreading out in all directions. All the 36th monastery's disciples swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They were practically unable to believe their own eyes. As for Tu Fang, he wasn't that shocked. He was extremely clear about Long Chen's strength. That previous lightning spear was just a warm-up. Now that he had used Devil Decapitator, it meant his warm-up had ended. This was the true fight. Boss is mighty and domineering. Guo Ran raised his fists, looking at Long Chen worshipfully. In his heart, Long Chen was an undefeatable god of war. Each time he saw Long Chen attack, he felt his blood boiling, and he would feel a desire to slaughter all his enemies. You really disappoint me. Previously you acted so strong and mighty for so long, farting your nonsense all day, but you only have this little ability. Just this is enough to become a chosen. Don't tell me that your chosen position was bought, and not earned," said Long Chen disdainfully. The reason he hadn't used his full strength before was that he was wary, as this was his first time fighting alone against a chosen. He had to be careful, as he couldn't lose. He had been hoping to figure out his opponent's abilities and skills through battling in order to find a good opportunity to strike. That would give him the steadiest chance of victory. But then he realized this fellow really was an idiot. He had almost no combat experience. All he knew how to do was to blindly strike. Just now he had even said he was only using a portion of his strength. Long Chen had thought he had something to back up his words, but as a result, he had struck out with his saber so hard that he had sent him flying. Now Long Chen felt as if he had been humiliated. If he had known this idiot was so weak, why would he have fought so carefully? He would have killed him with just a few strokes of his saber. At the same time, Long Chen realized that these so-called chosen also had large differences between them. Not all of them were on the same level as Mo Nian and Yin Luo. Impossible, how are you so strong? Zhang Yifan couldn't help being shocked and angered. Does your face hurt, you? Zhang Yifan's shock was instantly overwhelmed by his fury, and his staff once more smashed into Long Chen. Scram! Long Chen swung out Devil Decapitator in a profound arc that smashed into Zhang Yifan's staff. A huge, irresistible force smashed into Zhang Yifan, and he was sent tumbling. This time he flew back for over a mile, landing with a mouthful of dirt. Impossible. Just what kind of monster is this Long Chen? The 36th monastery's disciples finally couldn't hold back from exclaiming in disbelief. Long Chen was too abnormal. Luo Bing was also looking at Long Chen with shock. But the instant she clearly saw his saber, she finally realized Long Chen was incredibly physically powerful. She was able to tell that his saber was definitely shockingly heavy. Most importantly, Long Chen's thin figure had tricked all of them. No one would have expected such a thin body to possess such terrifying strength. He was practically a magical beast in human form. Zhang Yifan cut a ditch into the ground, his face like an iron plow. As soon as got up, he realized his mouth was full, and he spat out a mouthful of dirt. After spitting out the dirt, he could still taste blood. He turned to glare at Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen looked at him, with great concern. Does your face hurt? Zhang Yifan slowly stood up and pointed at Long Chen. I admit that I underestimated you. But if you think that you'll be able to survive this day, then you are incredibly wrong. Congratulations on infuriating me. I've decided I'll tear your body apart piece by piece. Not only that, I'll also investigate your family, hee. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This bastard was actually trying to use his family to threaten him. Furthermore, Long Chen could sense this bastard really was narrow-minded and would actually do something like that. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. The heavens really were blind to allow such a bastard to become a chosen. Looks like I can't let you leave here alive. Long Chen icily looked at him, slowly walking over. The entire martial stage had already exploded, and a huge crater had formed for miles. There were no longer any boundaries to speak of. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? I'll let you see a divine technique that you wouldn't be able to comprehend even if you tried for 1,000 years. Zhang Yifan crazily laughed, and he bit down on his finger. He rubbed that blood atop the image on his forehead, and then formed an extremely complicated hand seal. A loud rumbling rang out and the space behind Zhang Yifan became unsteady, looking as if it might explode. An extremely savage aura shot out. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. The space behind Zhang Yifan was constantly twisting, gradually forming a huge figure. That figure seemed to be made of black mist and was over 30 meters tall. The aura coming from it stifled everyone else. Zhang Yifan's eyes turned blood-colored, looking like the eyes of a fiend. Zhang Yifan swung out his staff, and space immediately buzzed. With the support of this illusory figure, his power had completely erupted. This is my true form. Little brat, die! Zhang Yifan roared and charged directly at Long Chen, smashing his staff down at Long Chen viciously with both hands. Long Chen blocked with his saber, and yet he still felt a huge impact and was forced back a dozen steps by a terrifying strength. With each step he took, the ground beneath him was crushed. With just a dozen steps, Long Chen was hundreds of meters away. Not bad, now it'll be a bit interesting. Long Chen shook out his slightly numb hand. Now this seemed more like the power of a chosen. Die! Zhang Yifan once more smashed out with his staff. Now that he had the support of this illusory figure, his physical energy had explosively grown. Their weapons once more collided. But this time there was no loud explosion. Zhang Yifan's staff seemed to have struck cotton, and all his force had nowhere to go, causing a backlash that made him cough up blood. Violent Gale Saber really is worthy of being a high Earth class battle skill. It's extremely exquisite. Now that I've used its defensive aspect, it's time to test its explosive aspect. Scram! Long Chen roared, his voice like thunder. Devil Decapitator suddenly released the power Zhang Yifan had used in his attack in addition to Long Chen's power as well. Zhang Yifan suddenly felt an earth-shattering power surge out of Long Chen's saber. He was horrified to realize that it actually had two portions of power, and he was actually unable to completely block it. When Luo Bing saw that Zhang Yifan was still unable to do anything even with this trump card, she turned pale. How is this possible? Long Chen's strength had far surpassed her expectations. Zhang Yifan was being repeatedly forced back by Long Chen. In truth, in terms of strength, Zhang Yifan surpassed Long Chen at the moment. Unfortunately, Long Chen had just managed to comprehend some of the profundities of saber arts from the Violent Gale Saber technique. Zhang Yifan's power was unable to do anything to Long Chen now. Long Chen's saber repeatedly slashed out, golden light filling the air. Zhang Yifan could do nothing but retreat. Under Long Chen's berserk tempest of attacks, Zhang Yifan felt as if he had nowhere to release his power. Sometimes he would use a powerful attack, only to have Long Chen use some kind of profound technique to disperse its power and actually then return a portion of his own power at him. This is the Violent Gale Saber technique. One of the monastery's elders had recognized this battle skill. Long Chen really is a monster. I heard he only just went to the Xuantian Pavilion to get a couple battle skills. But in this short amount of time, he's already managed to grasp some of the essence of saber arts. That kind of talent, comprehension skill, and perseverance is terrifying. These elders were all over 60 years old. After living that long, their vision was extremely sharp. They immediately saw that Long Chen was relying on his battle experience and skills to fight against Zhang Yifan. It was a bit different from his previous brute force style. Furthermore, Long Chen's attacks were only becoming sharper as he became more and more familiar with his saber arts. In the end, his attacks flowed completely naturally without the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. Those elders couldn't help sighing. As expected, the new generation surpassed the old. Long Chen was actually using a chosen to practice and temper his saber arts. Thinking back to when they were young and how they had carefully followed every single rule and restriction, they couldn't help feeling as if they had lived for nothing when comparing themselves to Long Chen. Even Tang Wan and the other more skilled disciples could tell what Long Chen was doing. It was far too obvious. At the beginning, Long Chen's saber arts had clearly been too stiff. But as time passed, they began to flow easily and smoothly. Tang Wan couldn't help shaking her head. Even after knowing him for so long, Long Chen was still constantly challenging everyone's imaginations. To use a chosen to experiment, what a luxurious sparring partner. Perhaps in this world, only Long Chen would dare think of doing such a thing. Luo Bing's expression was incredibly ugly. Occasionally she would raise her hand slightly before once more bringing it back down. At this time, she was already panicking and had no idea what she should do. "You bastard Long Chen, you're really forcing me." Zhang Yifan suddenly roared, clenching his teeth malevolently. He suddenly brought his hands together. Beast image merges with the body. Chapter 300 Blood Ignition Art. Following Zhang Yifan's roar, the huge image behind him slowly merged with his body, and an incredibly savage aura soared out. Long Chen was shocked. He felt an extremely ancient aura lock him in place. What horrified everyone was that Zhang Yifan's body was releasing loud cracking sounds now. Heavens, what is going on? Guo Ran was looking in horror at Zhang Yifan. As that beast image merged into his body began to transform in an incredibly horrifying manner. His face changed shape, the two tusks on his mouth growing longer. His head enlarged, his two eyes spread to his temples, and a horn grew out of his forehead. His body was also blowing up like a balloon. His limbs became covered in black fur and became as thick as a person's waist. And most shocking of all, a long tail appeared at Zhang Yifan's butt. It was a 3-meter-long snake which was covered in dense scales. Now Zhang Yifan didn't even look human. He was more like a monster. His terrifying aura caused the ground beneath him to tremble. Everyone present, whether it was friend or foe, was stunned by this form. Such a technique was absolutely terrifying. Only Luo Bing was sighing a breath of relief. In truth, Long Chen had been right. Zhang Yifan didn't actually have the qualifications to be a chosen. His strength was still one level weaker than true chosen. But in the end, Zhang Yifan had used this beast image merging technique to obtain the supermonastery's approval. With this technique, he had the ability to at least fight with a chosen for a long period of time, so in the end, they had still bestowed a chosen status to him. But in the 36th monastery, only the sect leader and Luo Bing knew that using this technique would pose a huge burden to Zhang Yifan's body and mind. Zhang Yifan's family was extremely old. Although they had already declined, there had been an amazing figure that had appeared amongst them back then. That person had actually ended up fusing with a powerful beast, leaving behind an extremely powerful bloodline. That bloodline had finally been awakened in Zhang Yifan. However, using this beast image merging technique of his not only brought with it a beast's power, but also a magical beast's berserk will. Someone who overused this technique would become incredibly savage, most likely turning into a bloodthirsty madman in the end. That ancestor of his had precisely brought about people to kill him because he had been too berserk. In the end, a top expert had killed him. But no matter how many negatives there were, once he used this technique, Zhang Yifan's strength would increase by tens of times. Without this technique, Zhang Yifan didn't truly possess the qualifications to be a chosen. This was his strongest state. However, after using this technique, Zhang Yifan would be bedridden for at least half a month before recovering from the sequelae of this technique. This was essentially a self-harming technique. Long Chen, now you should know the difference between us. You can die at ease. Zhang Yifan's physical body had explosively grown in size, and his voice didn't even sound human. That rasping, bestial voice caused people's blood to turn cold. Does your face hurt? Long Chen was too lazy to change his line. His response was a staff smashing down on him like lightning. Before it even arrived, the ground beneath him began to crack. When the staff smashed into Long Chen's saber, the ground beneath his feet completely collapsed, and Long Chen involuntarily flew back. How powerful! Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his abdomen as if his inner organs were flipping around inside of him. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. The current Zhang Yifan was extremely powerful. His chosen title wasn't undeserved. After sending Long Chen flying, Zhang Yifan stamped on the ground and charged. Holding his staff with both hands, he ferociously smashed it down, wanting to crush Long Chen to pulp. Long Chen smiled. Now it was a real battle. Divine Ring. The instant Zhang Yifan's staff smashed down, the ground of the entire monastery trembled. A wave of dust filled the sky, along with a wave of qi. Senior apprentice brother Zhang is so strong. Hee, this time Long Chen's definitely dead. How could a group of poor pigs compare to our monastery? Seeing that aura surging into the heavens, all of them assumed there was no way Long Chen could have survived such a powerful blow. Wait, something's wrong. Just as the dust began to scatter, they saw one odd thing. A 300-meter divine ring had appeared in the sky, lighting up the world. What? The 36th monastery's disciples were suddenly filled with disbelief. They saw Long Chen still standing there with his saber, his black hair dancing in the wind. His clothes fluttered as his aura incessantly climbed. With that divine ring behind him, he looked just like a divinity arrogantly looking down on the 9 heavens. He and Zhang Yifan still had their weapons locked together as they icily glared at each other. Zhang Yifan's body had completely morphed so his expression couldn't be seen, but it was obvious he was also filled with complete disbelief. Impossible. I don't believe this. Die. Zhang Yifan roared and all his energy poured crazily into his staff. Countless runes lit up on his staff, and a violent energy surged out at Long Chen. Long Chen snorted and his Feng Fu star quickly circulated. He didn't hold back his energy either, pouring it into Devil Decapitator. After being supplied with so much of Long Chen's spiritual qi, Devil Decapitator suddenly rumbled, and the lines on top of it lit up like it was a beast that had awakened. Terrifying energy caused the earth to subside, and a huge whirlpool appeared around them, rapidly spreading out. The ground around them was crushed to smithereens. The distant disciples were all shocked. When that whirlpool began to reach them, they felt the scent of death appear and quickly fled. Even the elders were also retreating with them. Zhang Yifan and Long Chen's power had reached a level that even they were unable to completely block, and there was no need for them to act arrogant. Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, and the others all finally realized just how terrifying Long Chen was. Back when he had fought Yin Luo, he had been too far for them to sense his power. But now just their aftershocks were able to easily obliterate outer disciples. That was practically a heaven-defying strength. These were chosen. They could easily crush those in the same generation, looking down disdainfully on them all. The two of their powers were constantly rising, and the ground was continuing to cave in. Luckily this place was spacious enough and there were no buildings. The spot where the martial stage had been was now a deep crater over a mile deep and dozens of miles wide. At the center, Long Chen and Zhang Yifan were still crazily facing each other. That was a competition lacking any technique, a competition of pure power. Zhang Yifan was crazily roaring, the veins of his face bulging out. His entire body was blood-colored now, appearing extremely dreadful. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't overpower Long Chen. The ground beneath them was sinking at a visible rate. Boss Long Chen really is my idol. He's too powerful. Guo Ran excitedly cried out. The disciples on his side were all looking at Long Chen with indescribable passion. Long Chen was always an undefeatable war god to them, their sole spiritual pillar. When Tang Wan'er saw those worshipful expressions, the tender side of her heart felt a bit of pride. Although Long Chen liked to joke around and was normally never serious, even occasionally irritating her with his teasing, he had never let anyone down during critical moments. He was definitely a man worthy of everyone's confidence. Even after being with Long Chen for so long, Tang Wan'er's feelings for Long Chen had never been expressed, and he had never expressed his emotions to her. But in her heart, her emotions were extremely clear. Sometimes it was better to not explicitly say everything. Chu Yao had already purposely told her to look after Long Chen. That already said everything that needed to be said. Now looking at Long Chen, who seemed like an arrogant god, with his natural heroism and pride, his glory was her glory as well. Hundreds of miles away, Ling Yunzi was also watching that figure, his eyes filled with a cold sharpness. Could it be that the heavens sent him to enlighten me? Back then, I was the same as him, prideful and free. But ever since I stepped into the Shantian realm, I started to have more and more misgivings. I was never able to be free like this again. What happened to me? What am I afraid of? Did that old Ling Yunzi, the one who massacred all his enemies while laughing indifferently in the face of death, die? Looking at Long Chen, Ling Yunzi felt as if he were looking at himself back when he was younger. In his eyes, those two figures superimposed. Ling Yunzi's mind shook, and it was as if many shackles were being broken open. He was like a completely new person, instantly appearing many years younger. Thank you Long Chen. I, Ling Yunzi, owe you a debt. In that instant, Ling Yunzi had broken through the shackles of his heart and his realm advanced a huge step. When someone's cultivation base reached his level, it wasn't so simple to advance realms. It needed comprehension and realizations of your own mental state. Ling Yunzi, after spending years trying to cast off the last place name of his monastery, had ended up unconsciously losing his way. That had developed into a heart devil without him even knowing it. Originally, Ling Yunzi was his generation's top genius, and now with this sudden comprehension, he finally saw an unprecedented sky for him to soar into. All of that had been just from watching this youth. It was Long Chen that allowed him to find his old self. No matter how Zhang Yifan tried, he was always suppressed just slightly by Long Chen, causing him to become crazy. Impossible, 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 ah. His beast merging technique already made it easy for him to become berserk, so at this point, Zhang Yifan lost all his reasoning. Blood Ignition Art, Chapter 301 Recovering his unyielding character. Blood Ignition Art. Zhang Yifan's body violently shook. His huge bestial body deflated, becoming extremely wizened in just an instant. He now appeared like he was just skin and bones, appearing even more horrifying than before. In that instant, his strength also exploded to an unprecedented level. Luo Bing's face immediately turned deathly pale. That blood ignition art was a self-harming secret technique that burned away your essence blood in order to temporarily increase your strength. No genius would easily use it, as the sequelae was far too terrifying. If you were unlucky, your cultivation base would forever freeze. The higher-ups had harshly warned all core disciples and above that unless it was a life-and-death juncture, they were not to ignite their essence blood, or the consequences would be severe. But at this time, Zhang Yifan had already lost his reasoning. Long Chen instantly felt his opponent's staff erupt with power, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters. Die! Zhang Yifan roared and charged out. The blood ignition art was only effective for a short period of time. He had to rapidly dispose of Long Chen. Long Chen took a deep breath. Raising his saber to point at the heavens, he slowly closed his eyes. When they once more opened, a star had appeared within them. A terrifying aura shot out high into the sky, parting the clouds and shaking the heavens. In front of that aura, even Luo Bing, a Shantian expert, felt her heart trembling and had an urge to kneel down. That shocked her. Long Chen was releasing a will that wished to annihilate the heavens, one that wished to kill gods and slaughter devils. In front of that will, she felt herself to be just an ant. That will was extremely profound and mysterious. It was something unrelated to cultivation base. Compared to Luo Bing, Tu Fang and the others actually were much better off. That was because they were still in the Haodian realm, and didn't have her perceptive senses. As for those ordinary disciples, they were far from being capable of sensing what Long Chen's will was. All they could sense was that the current Long Chen seemed just like a god. Long Chen roared, his voice like a raging god's, shaking the entire world. Devil Decapitator slashed out. Long Chen's saber directly cut apart Zhang Yifan's staff, which was also a spirit weapon. Terrifying chi waves sent Zhang Yifan flying. Zhang Yifan vomited a mouthful of blood. But everyone saw that he actually spit out very little blood. The majority of it was broken pieces of his organs. Due to losing his senses and igniting over half his essence blood for greater strength, there was very little blood left within him. After coughing up that blood, he immediately entered a weak state. His power quickly faded and he returned to his original form. Suddenly, a cold saber slashed towards his neck with dense killing intent. No, Zhang Yifan was horrified. He didn't want to die. Although he was a genius, he had never thought that death would befall him like this. With his death impending, he instinctively shivered in terror. Just as Long Chen's saber was about to cut off Zhang Yifan's head, a figure shot out from nowhere, a palm slamming into Long Chen's saber. Long Chen felt a huge force hit him. Devil Decapitator was knocked out of his hand and he was sent flying. He felt as if his body was about to explode. Vomiting out blood, he saw it was Luo Bing who had attacked him. Such a young age, but you've already fallen onto the devil path. To be so vicious to members of your own sect, kneel in repentance. Just as Long Chen stabilized, he heard Luo Bing's angry shout. He suddenly felt powerful natural energy lock him in place. It was as if space had frozen around him. The natural energy was mercilessly crushing him, causing his body to shudder incessantly. It was as if the very heavens were attempting to crush him. His bones were emitting creaking sounds, and they might all break at any moment. Long Chen's fury soared. This vicious woman not only acted shamelessly to save Zhang Yifan, but she was even trying to humiliate him, attempting to shatter his Dao heart. If Long Chen really did kneel, his undefeatable will would be contaminated. In the future, when he tried to advance, it would form a heart devil. Long Chen would essentially be crippled, unable to ever advance through his bottleneck. Killing intent soared out of Long Chen, but his entire body was being locked and crushed by natural energy, and it felt as if his body was about to explode. He couldn't even speak. He tightly clenched his fists, and he ground his teeth so hard that blood came out. He stubbornly denied that power, swearing to himself, "If I, Long Chen, don't kill this slut, I won't be human." Everything had happened too quickly. No one would have imagined that a prideful Shantian expert would go attack a disciple in blood condensation. By the time Tu Fang and the others sensed something was wrong, they realized they were unable to move anymore. In front of a Shantian expert's natural energy, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Long Chen was finally becoming unable to resist. His legs were about to snap in two. Just then, space suddenly twisted and a figure appeared out of nowhere. "Do you think this is your home?" An icy voice rang out. Ling Yunzi suddenly appeared in front of Luo Bing, and in that instant, Luo Bing realized she was unable to move. She could only watch as a large hand slapped her hard across the face. She was directly sent flying. Ling Yunzi was also a Shantian expert, so even just a random slap of his was backed by natural energy. Luo Bing shot out like a cannonball. Since they were in the middle of a crater, she dug a hole straight into the earth. Others saw a wave of dirt pass over the ground like a torpedo, stopping hundreds of miles away when it met a mountain. That mountain was thousands of meters tall, but it directly shattered to pieces, filling the sky with dust. The pressure on everyone was instantly released. Long Chen was gasping for breath, pain racking his body, feeling as if he might collapse at any moment. How regretful. If sect leader's face-slapping technique was at my level, he definitely would have slapped that bitch to death with a single blow. But that's also good. Leave this enmity for me to revenge. Long Chen sighed. The ground exploded and an extremely disheveled Luo Bing flew out of the ground, rushing straight at Ling Yunzi. "Ling Yunzi, you dare hit me." Her voice was extremely mournful, sounding just like an evil shrew. Just as Luo Bing was about to start a fight with Ling Yunzi, she suddenly didn't dare move at all. An icy blade pressed against her throat. You've advanced to the mid-Shantian realm." Ling Yunzi had only just advanced to the Shantian realm 100 years ago. Once in the Shantian realm, each advancement was extremely painstaking, especially if your talent wasn't high enough. Luo Bing had broken through to the Shantian realm years ago, but she had still yet to even solidify her own realm, which caused her aura to leak out. Originally, she had thought Ling Yunzi wouldn't be much stronger than she was. That was why she dared to make a ruckus here. However, Ling Yunzi hadn't just broken through to the early Shantian realm, but the mid-stage. He completely suppressed her. Even in her dreams she would never have guessed that Ling Yunzi had only broken through to the mid-stage just less than an hour ago. "This place isn't your 36th monastery, but my territory. By humiliating my disciples, are you saying you think I don't dare do anything to you?" Ling Yunzi icily said. "HMPH, I don't believe you'll do anything to me." Although Ling Yunzi had subdued her, she was still extremely arrogant. Ling Yunzi's cultivation base might be higher than hers, but his monastery was ranked far, far below hers. She wasn't afraid of him. After all, Ling Yunzi's monastery was ranked 108th, the last place of all the monasteries. But her 36th monastery wasn't the same. There were actually many lower-ranking monasteries that fawned over them and listened to their orders. Furthermore, they even had relationships to the higher-ranking monasteries as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brazenly barged their way in here. "Long Chen, you can decide. If you want, I will immediately cut off her head," said Ling Yunzi lightly. His voice was completely calm, but it was filled with undoubtable determination. Long Chen had never imagined Ling Yunzi would be so heroic and dare kill Luo Bing. She was a Shantian expert, and if she was killed, then Ling Yunzi would have caused a calamity for himself. The supermonastery would immediately send down their punishment, and Ling Yunzi wouldn't even be able to run. And yet, Long Chen could sense Ling Yunzi's determination. He knew that as long as he nodded, Luo Bing's head would fall to the ground. The entire crowd was deathly silent, looking in horror at Ling Yunzi, Luo Bing, and occasionally Long Chen. They felt as if huge rocks were crushing their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. None of them had thought that a battle between two disciples would incite two Shantian experts to interfere. If Long Chen really did nod his head, then that really would be an enormous matter. Tu Fang was panicked inside. He had no idea how his wise and far-sighted sect leader, who always did his work calmly and steadily, had suddenly become like this. He didn't know that the current Ling Yunzi had already recovered his original unyielding character. He wouldn't even care about his death, so why would he care about the consequences? Let it be. For a grand sect leader to kill this bitch would ruin your image. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen wanted to nod his head. This vicious woman had tried forcing him to kneel and to destroy his Dao heart. But he knew that doing so would cause a disaster for Ling Yunzi. It would be better for him to handle it himself. Long Chen slowly walked over to Zhang Yifan. The current Zhang Yifan was already completely broken and unable to move. Long Chen slapped him across the face, sending him flying to where the 36th monastery's disciples were. You dared threaten my family. The fact that I won't kill you today is your luck, said Long Chen icily. He then turned to Luo Bing. How worthy of a Shantian expert. Were all those years of cultivating spent on thickening your face? This was clearly a life-and-death battle, with the life-and-death contract already signed. Your excuse of me being vicious really was excellent. Someone with your level of intelligence could reach the Shantian realm. The heavens really have been blind. Long Chen spat on the ground before continuing. Now that I've won, pay up on our original bet. Admit that you're a pig. Luo Bing's face turned chilly, and killing intent flowed out of her as she glared at Long Chen. Chapter 302 Luo Bing lowers her head. If you bet, you must pay. Admit you're a pig. Little brat, keep dreaming. Luo Bing clenched her teeth. Before Long Chen even continued, Ling Yunzi snorted, it'd be best if you agree. HMPH, so what if I refuse? What can you possibly do to me? Sneered Luo Bing. Although being this shameless was incredibly shameful, wouldn't admitting she was a pig be even more shameful? She would never be able to wash off that kind of humiliation. She would become the lawstock of the supermonastery and every monastery affiliated with it. So no matter what, she refused to say that. I can hand over the merit points as well as a spot for the Julie's secret realm, but that's my greatest concession. It'd be best if you appreciated my kindness. Kindness? Do you remember back when you were humiliating others how happy you were? You bet 3 things, and not one can be lacking. Don't you like being high and aloof, stepping upon others? Today, you must admit you're a pig. Long Chen was adamant. Keep dreaming. If I didn't want to, you wouldn't be able to obtain a single one of the stakes. What ability do you think you have? Luo Bing was Shantian expert, and her brother was a sect leader. She didn't believe Ling Yunzi would dare do anything to her. Then sorry, I can only kill you, said Ling Yunzi indifferently. You dare, raged Luo Bing. I'll give you chance to the count of 3. If you still refuse to agree, then I, Ling Yunzi, will swear on the sword in my hand to cut off your head. 3. Luo Bing's expression completely changed. She knew Ling Yunzi was a sword cultivator, and that he held the greatest conviction in his sword. Sword cultivators were all lofty, proud figures who didn't easily make vows, let alone vows on their sword. That was their most binding oath. If they couldn't succeed in that oath, their Dao heart would immediately be shattered and they would never be able to advance again. Now, Luo Bing was finally afraid. She finally believed that Ling Yunzi was serious and not trying to frighten her. You're crazy. If you kill me, you won't even be able to run. 2. Luo Bing began to sweat. She could practically sense Ling Yunzi's sword storing up energy, like it was a bloodthirsty fiend about to bite out her throat. 1. I admit my loss. I'm a pig, I admit I'm a pig. Luo Bing's shriek rang through the air. The instant he had shouted 1, Ling Yunzi's sword had seemed like an awakened monster, and a terrifying killing intent had instantly exterminated Luo Bing's final strand of courage. Everyone was completely silent. The 36th monastery's disciples were all staring blankly. A Shantian expert had now admitted to everyone that she was a pig. That level of shame. As for the 108th monastery's disciples, they felt incredibly refreshed. This woman had repeatedly said that they were a bunch of resource-wasting pigs, acting like she were a god overlooking ants. But now, she had admitted she was a pig. That was incredibly exciting, and also caused them all to look down on her disdainfully. TCH, a Shantian expert only has this little courage. What a cowardly bitch. Boss Long Chen was right. No one cares about where a hero comes from, and no one cares about a bitch's age. Did Boss Long Chen ever say something like that? How come I don't remember that? TCH, that's because you don't pay enough attention. I record everything Boss Long Chen says. Then at the end of each day, I go over everything again. How could you compare to me? Ling Yunzi sheathed his sword. Looking at Luo Bing, he hesitated a moment, but then he didn't say anything. Long Chen knew that Ling Yunzi would disdain speaking to such a bitch, so he quickly took over. Hey, don't think just admitting you're a pig is enough. Has your pig head already forgotten about the rest? In the face of the 108th monastery's ridicule and her 36th monastery's disciples' disappointment, Luo Bing felt she was going crazy. Here, she flung 2 badges at Long Chen, who gave them to Tu Fang. Tu Fang examined one of them and confirmed it to be one of the status badges for entering the Julie secret realm. As for the other one, that was Luo Bing's personal badge. Tu Fang pressed a couple of things on it, but then his expression became strange. What is it? Asked Long Chen. There's not enough. It's 3,000 merit points short. After thinking about it, that made sense. Luo Bing had held almost 800,000 merit points on her body. That was equivalent to her monastery's yearly income. Let's just wave off these 3,000 merit points. Tu Fang smiled slightly and returned the badge back to Luo Bing. Tu Fang might be a magnanimous person, but Long Chen wasn't so willing. Elder Tu Fang, you're too vicious. You're still giving Miss Luo a slap in the face at this time. What? Tu Fang was stunned. She's already admitted she is a pig. After having paid such a huge price, are you really going to refuse to let her pay the rest of her debt so that you can give her a bad name later? Even if you're willing to erase this remaining bit, who do you think she is? She's a grand and amazing Xianxian expert. She's a very prestigious person. Would she be so shameless just for that remaining little amount of merit points? Would she take advantage of us, the most poor and desolate country bumpkins there are? Aren't you giving her a slap in the face? What do you think, Senior Luo Bing? Long Chen smiled. Tang Wan was trying to hold back her laughter. This scoundrel really was too evil. Luo Bing was too unlucky. No, it should be said that anyone who made an enemy of Long Chen was too unlucky. But seeing Long Chen taunt Luo Bing like this, the 108th monastery's disciples really were getting addicted. Their anger was all being relieved, and it was really just too refreshing. Seeing an arrogant and rude Xianxian expert be completely ridiculed by Long Chen to this point, they were all filled with satisfaction. Tu Fang was at first stunned, but he then smiled bitterly. Long Chen really was vicious. Although he wouldn't get offended over just anything, once he viewed you as an enemy, he wouldn't leave you any leeway. But Tu Fang also wasn't dissatisfied with this. Luo Bing was extremely narrow-minded with an extremely vicious nature. Whether you offended her slightly or greatly, she would treat it as a grudge of life and death. At least it was more satisfying to piss her off more. Luo Bing was trembling from head to toe. From a distance, it almost looked like a seizure. She took out 3 medicinal pills from her ring and tossed them to Long Chen. Then, just like that, she brought her disciples to leave. Long Chen didn't even need to look at those medicinal pills. Just from the fragrance, he could tell they were 3 connecting flower tendon pills. Although they were also high grade, the alchemist who had refined them was quite a bit inferior compared to him. But since they had just landed in his lap, he wouldn't feel right being picky. Ah, thank you, thank you. Please feel free to come again. Long Chen laughed amicably. Luo Bing, who had already brought her disciples almost a mile away, finally was unable to bear it and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Long Chen, just wait. This isn't over. Luo Bing shot forward like a phantom, instantly disappearing from their monastery. She really was unable to bear it. She felt like she might explode in anger. The 36th monastery's disciples hastily rushed away as well, carrying their injured fellow disciples. They quickly disappeared from the monastery. They had come so grandly and arrogantly, but they left so hurriedly. The 108th monastery's disciples all cheered loudly as they watched them leave. They then surged over to Long Chen, and without saying anything, they flung him into the air repeatedly. Only like that could they express their excitement. Hey, stop, I don't like being touched by men. Fuck, who was it that just touched my butt? Cried out Long Chen. Everyone just laughed and continued for a while before finally stopping. Long Chen could understand their excitement, so he let them do as they pleased. Only when they had calmed down a bit did he then turn to Ji Yuyong. I purposely didn't get your golden spear back. This is a trial for you. You'll get it back yourself. I know, I'll definitely get back my weapon, said Ji Yuyong solemnly. He swore that he would never be lenient with his enemies again. TCH, fool, is that all? Cursed Long Chen. What? Ji Yuyong didn't understand. Guo Ran explained, boss means that of course you must get back what's rightfully yours, but you can also conveniently get a bit more while doing so. Have you not heard of a certain thing in this world called interest? You still don't understand boss's style. Ji Yu Yong immediately understood. Long Chen was someone who was willing to block blades for his brothers, but also someone who would cut his enemies to pieces with his saber. Long Chen didn't easily make enemies, but once he recognized someone as an enemy, he would definitely kill them. Or if they had crossed a certain line, perhaps death would be far too great of a luxury. Thinking of how he had once been enemies with Long Chen, Ji Yu Yong couldn't help sweating. At the same time, he admired Long Chen's forbearance. If there had been someone who had bullied Ji Yu Yong back then Ji Yu Yong definitely wouldn't have had the control to then accept that person as a brother. But then thinking about it, Ji Yu Yong couldn't help feeling a bit self-inferior. Perhaps in Long Chen's eyes, he hadn't even had the qualifications to be an enemy. There were several times he had an urge to ask Long Chen whether he had ever considered him to be a true opponent, but in the end, he didn't dare ask. Perhaps the response would really be too hurtful. After everyone finished cheering, Long Chen was called over by Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang. Tu Fang asked him what he wanted to do with these merit points. Long Chen directly said to use those merit points to exchange for 3 connecting flower tendon pills. Each disciple should be able to obtain one. Tu Fang had been thinking of first using those merit points just for the core disciples. After all, the Julie secret realm was about to be opened, and raising their power was crucial. But after thinking about it for just a moment, Long Chen didn't bother with that. He was more than capable of refining the 3 connecting flower tendon pills himself, and the quality would be much higher. In any case, he had nothing else to do at this time. It might be worth it for him to spend the remaining time refining pills for the core disciples. If it was to refine pills for everyone, then that really would tire him to death. But if it was just for the core disciples, it was no problem for him to refine more than enough pills for them. Neither Ling Yunzi nor Tu Fang rejected Long Chen's suggestion to split the medicinal pills amongst everyone. They could tell what Long Chen was thinking. When Long Chen left, Tu Fang and Ling Yunzi exchanged a glance, both seeing the admiration in the other's eyes. It was no wonder all these disciples were willing to follow him. He really did view each of them as his brother. Just as the Xuantian monastery was celebrating the division of the 3 connecting flower tendon pills, Luo Bing returned to the 36th monastery with her disciples. "Brother, you definitely have to help me kill Long Chen." Luo Bing arrived in front of her sect leader. Chapter 303 The First Monastery. The Xuantian supermonastery had a total of 108 monasteries, ranking from 1st to 108th. Those rankings were all decided with a fighting competition once every 3 years. The ranking a monastery managed to gain would determine how many resources the supermonastery would send down. Those resources included secret techniques, medicinal pills, weapons, etc. This kind of distribution was extremely beneficial for the monasteries. It made them work harder and increased the competition between them. However, that was only true for the middle-ranking monasteries. The monasteries ranked at the top and bottom were exceptions to that beneficial effect. That was because the strong only became stronger, while the weak only became weaker. With the strong occupying the top positions, they ended up gaining an extremely sturdy foundation. As for Long Chen's 108th monastery, it had been so many years, yet no one had ever appeared who could change their last place ranking. As a result, the supermonastery only sent them scant resources. Without enough resources, then no matter how good their disciples were, it would still be difficult to raise them properly. The poor were starving to death, while the rich were almost bursting. But those were the rules. There was nothing the 108th monastery could do about that. If you wanted to eat your fill, then you would have to work hard to increase your ranking. Only by increasing your ranking could you gain more resources. Millions of miles from Long Chen's 108th monastery was a winding mountain range. Ancient trees reached for the sky, and there were huge beasts that occasionally appeared. Atop a certain, tall mountain, there was a large palace that covered the entire mountaintop. This was the Xuantian supermonastery's first monastery. The mountains for thousands of miles were covered by a spirit-gathering formation. If the 108th monastery's disciples came here, they would be stunned to sense that the spiritual chi here was even more dense than inside their immortal caves when their spirit stone formations were activated to their max. At the top of this extremely luxurious monastery was a tall tower. At the top of the tower were a couple people looking at the images on a wall. One of them was Luo Bing. Beside Luo Bing was a man who appeared to be around his 40s and looked somewhat similar to Luo Bing. That was her brother, the 36th monastery's sect leader, Luo Feng. In front of Luo Bing was another person with a slightly gloomy face. His eyes were as sharp as two blades, making it so others wouldn't dare look at him directly. That person was clearly standing there, and yet it was as if he wasn't there. It was as if he had merged with the entire world. That man was precisely the first monastery's sect leader, xianxia. His cultivation base was in the late Shantian realm. Xianxia had an incredibly high and majestic status as the first monastery's sect leader. Not just anyone could manage to get a glance at him. But today, Luo Feng had brought along an extremely precious recording that was now playing on the wall in front of them. That recording was Long Chen's battle with Zhang Yifan. When they saw the divine ring appear behind Long Chen and his combat ability suddenly soar, even they were shocked. When the recording finally ended, Luo Feng hastily said, "Sect leader Xia, this Long Chen can't be left alive. He will definitely cause a disaster." Luo Bing had brought a group of disciples to humiliate the 108th monastery, the result of which was that their chosen was almost crippled and two of their favored were half dead. When he had learned that, Luo Feng had almost gone crazy with rage. But once he listened to Luo Bing explain the whole story, Luo Feng had immediately brought her to the first monastery. This matter had essentially occurred because of the first monastery. Their losses were extremely heavy, and it would definitely count for something in terms of pulling their relationship closer. Zhang Yifan as well as those twin favored all had extremely heavy injuries. They would need experts from the supermonastery to heal them, and even if the supermonastery's experts helped, that would still cost a great deal. After all, they had no obligation to heal them. Luo Bing's hatred of Long Chen had already sunk into her bones. She wished she could tear him apart piece by piece. Luo Feng wasn't any better. Neither of them were good people. If he was really a good person, how could he have allowed his sister to be so abusive and arrogant? However, Luo Feng's vision was definitely farther reaching than Luo Bing's. This Long Chen was definitely a terrifying genius, and they definitely couldn't let him mature. Now the two of them could borrow the first monastery to get rid of him. How could disciples from the same sect kill each other? The fact that the 108th monastery could gain a genius like Long Chen should make you excited. You can't feel jealous. Xianxia shook his head. Both Luo Bing and Luo Feng's expressions changed. This was their first time seeing the first monastery's sect leader. But his attitude caused the two of them to be at a loss. Furthermore, inside they became even more disgusted. They had ended up suffering a huge loss because they had been helping his monastery, but he was still able to say something so clearly sarcastic. Was he even human? But although they were dissatisfied inside, they didn't dare display it on the outside. Disciples from the same sect should support and encourage each other. It is a taboo for them to kill each other. I heard you had disciples who ended up injured while exchanging pointers. Due to our close relationship, we will take your place to heal your disciples, said Xianxia. Luo Feng immediately became delighted. He was much smarter than his idiot sister, and he immediately realized what Xianxia was really saying. Thank you, sect leader Xia, said Luo Feng respectfully. But that Long Chen, Luo Bing was still confused and worried. After all, she wanted Long Chen dead. She was unwilling to let him off. Long Chen is a genius of a monastery, and will be a core member of the righteous path in the future. He will be a powerful force when facing off against the corrupt path. A genius like that can't die because of internal struggles, said Xianxia. But Luo Bing was just about to say something when Luo Feng stopped her. Sect leader Xia's heart really is magnanimous. I admire your constant concern for the entire righteous path. Our sect still has some matters to attend to, so we won't bother you anymore. After saying goodbye to Xianxia, Luo Feng pulled an unwilling Luo Bing out of the first monastery. What are you doing? Why didn't you let me ask about Long Chen? We paid such a heavy price. Are you okay with ending it like this? Raged Luo Bing. Luo Feng cursed her for being so stupid. Last time you admitted you were a pig, and now I find that you really might just be a pig. You really grew a pig head. Didn't you hear Xianxia's implicit meaning? What implicit meaning? He already said to leave the matters of our disciples to them. In other words, he already accepts our new relationship and the favor we did for him. He'll handle the rest, said Luo Feng. I didn't hear anything about that. That's because you're a pig. Raged Luo Feng. All day, all you know how to do is stir up trouble, bullying and mocking weaklings. When are you going to grow a brain? But he should have at least said what he was going to do to Long Chen. You idiot, didn't he already clearly say it? Cursed Luo Feng. How did he say it? I didn't hear anything. Luo Feng really did want to curse her some more, but in the end, he stopped himself. He already clearly said, Long Chen is a genius of a monastery, and will be a core member of the righteous path in the future. He will be a powerful force when facing off against the corrupt path. A genius like that can't die because of internal struggles. I don't understand. How did I end up with such a stupid sister? If you didn't grow up with me, I really would suspect you're a pig. His meaning is extremely obvious. A genius like Long Chen absolutely can't die because of internal struggle. In other words, he can only die to a fight outside the sect. Do you understand? Looking at the confused Luo Bing, Luo Feng knew he had wasted his words. He stopped trying to explain it to her and just brought her back to their monastery. Once the two of them had left, Xianxia and 4 elders were left atop that tower. It went without saying that the first monastery was incredibly strong. Those 4 elders were all mid-Shantian experts. What do you all think? Asked Xianxia. Very strong. One of the white-haired elders said, however, that Zhang Yifan is only half a chosen. He absolutely wouldn't be able to last even 50 exchanges with our chosen. If the supermonastery hadn't seen that it had been 3,000 years since their last chosen as well as how stubbornly he tried, they absolutely wouldn't have given him that status. Although Zhang Yifan is just a second-rate chosen, Long Chen is still extremely strong. Furthermore, he was clearly holding back while fighting Zhang Yifan. You're right, most frightening of all is that he is only at the peak of blood condensation. Perhaps in the entire supermonastery, only Tianyu would have had that kind of ability. It's too bad a photographic jade is only able to record sound and image. We don't know how Long Chen's will is. It's very difficult to say just what level he has reached. That first white-haired elder nodded. That's true. Without seeing him truly fighting, it'd be difficult to say anything. According to Luo Bing, Long Chen's will is extremely powerful, capable of even causing her to feel a threat and an urge to submit. Although she was purposely exaggerating it so that we would kill Long Chen, it's definitely true that Long Chen is a threat. We should definitely treat this importantly. The other elders all nodded. Other than Tianyu, there was no one else who had such abilities at that level. That raised their guard. The reason the first monastery was able to remain number 1 was all because of how precisely they controlled information. As soon as they caught a whiff of a threat, no matter how small, they would handle it immediately. Whenever a genius that could threaten their position arose, they would either pull them into their camp if they could, or they would make them disappear if they couldn't. However, the top 10 monasteries were all extremely on guard against them. They did their best to hide their top geniuses, waiting to reveal them at the monastery competition. But of course, that kind of conduct wasn't suitable for the 108th monastery. As the last-ranking monastery, they had to show off their strongest geniuses in hopes of getting more resources from the supermonastery. So Long Chen was immediately revealed to the Xuantian supermonastery and the various monasteries under its control. After a long while, Xianxia nodded. Then were decided. Long Chen will forever disappear within the Julie secret realm. Chapter 304 Wild's Ancestral Mark. Ever since the 36th monastery had come to provoke them, only to end up running away dejectedly, the 108th monastery's disciples had been incredibly excited. Although the monastery had tried to keep this matter under wraps because they were afraid of causing their disciples to feel inferior due to being in the last-rank monastery, there were still many disciples who had learned the truth. However, their monastery's ranking didn't cause any sense of inferiority in those disciples. In fact, they were filled with confidence. The fact that they, the last-ranking monastery, were able to repel the 36th monastery, was an incredibly glorious thing. That had actually ended up making their Tao hearts even more solid. Cultivation had no shortcuts. No matter how many resources you had, without a firm Tao heart, you would still be nothing. At the beginning, they had pridefully claimed that they had managed to defeat a stronger enemy even though they had been weaker. But Long Chen had told them they were wrong. They had always been stronger. Strength wasn't necessarily just how high your cultivation base was, or what kind of background you had, or how powerful your battle skills were. It was more related to whether you had an expert's heart. 3 days later, Tu Fang managed to bring back all the 3 connecting flower tendon pills he had exchanged for with the merit points, and each disciple was given one. The 3 connecting flower tendon pill was a peak item amongst third-tier medicinal pills. The monasteries ranked below 50 were unable to afford them. Their disciples knew that they only managed to obtain one because of Long Chen's consideration of them. Normally, such precious medicinal pills would be reserved for the core disciples. When the disciples had brought up that they didn't want the 3 connecting flower tendon pills so that they could be given to the core disciples, Tu Fang had told them that. This was Long Chen's decision. Many disciples had teared up at that. The fact that Long Chen was always looking out for them moved them incredibly. This was Long Chen. As long as there were some benefits, he would never forget about every single person beside him. Geniuses like Long Chen were always arrogant and lofty, viewing everyone else as worthless. If you were to go to the 36th monastery, then probably every single one of their inner disciples would be like that. But Long Chen never had any of that loftiness. He considered each of them as his brother. After obtaining a 3 connecting flower tendon pill, all the disciples returned to their immortal caves. They knew the only thing they could do was raise their own strength so as to not disappoint Long Chen. As long as they weren't thrown off too far by Long Chen, then they would still have more opportunities to battle side by side with Long Chen. For those opportunities, they had to go all out to raise their strength. Those disciples' display moved Tu Fang incredibly. Just how many people in this world weren't selfish? The more members a group had, the harder it was to control. But Long Chen didn't even need to do any tricks to make these disciples all loyal. During this time, all the monastery's disciples were busy refining the 3 connecting flower tendon pill in order to increase the toughness of their tendons and increase their combat strength. The 3 connecting flower tendon pill was a rare medicinal pill that didn't have any side effects. It could be continuously consumed in order to nourish the tendons until they reached their peak. Tendon-nourishing pills were originally extremely rare, and the majority all had unsavory side effects. Most medicinal pills had side effects. One of those effects was that medicinal pills used to increase strength could only be used a total of 3 times. The first time, the pill would be 100% effective. But by the second time, it would only be 50% effective. The third time, its effect would be halved once more, and by the fourth time, there would be very little effect. And that was why the 3 connecting flower tendon pill was so precious. It would stay effective no matter how many you consumed. Not only was its medicinal effect excellent, it could be consumed repeatedly without consequence until your tendons had reached their peak. While all those disciples were refining the pill, Long Chen wasn't just wasting his time. He was constantly refining 3 connecting flower tendon pills for the core disciples. But Long Chen was somewhat helpless that his current pill flame was no longer able to keep up with his growth. Using the flame salamander's blue flame to refine a furnace of 3 connecting flower tendon pills would use up 12 hours, and it was extremely tedious. If he had a stronger beast flame, he would be able to refine them much faster. Long Chen's plan was extremely good. He would refine a whole bunch of 3 connecting flower tendon pills to turn all those beside him into experts. Then when he wanted to show off, he wouldn't even need to personally take action. He could just wave his hand and have his brothers crush his enemies. That would be too delightful. After half a month, Long Chen was completely exhausted from refining. However, it had been worth it. He had refined over 203 connecting flower tendon pills. He gave each of the core disciples 10 of them. Long Chen had the utmost confidence in his medicinal pills. He was sure that their tendons would definitely reach their peak limits from those 10 pills. Long Chen was even more confident in his pill arts than his fighting skills. It was a pity his flame energy wasn't good enough, or he would even be able to refine 4th-tier medicinal pills. Suddenly, he took out a tablet. Looking at that tablet, Long Chen couldn't help sighing. That was the tablet Grandmaster Yunqi had left behind for him. Whenever he thought of Grandmaster Yunqi, Long Chen couldn't help feeling upset. Although Grandmaster Yunqi's pill arts were only average, he was definitely a senior worthy of his respect. He had even sacrificed his life for him. Although Long Chen had managed to kill the white-robed man responsible, he had never felt any better about that. I really wonder just what that Pill Valley is. For it to be able to be considered a holy land in the eyes of pill cultivators, it must be amazing. Long Chen had always been interested in Pill Valley. If it really was sacred as Grandmaster Yunqi had said, then Long Chen definitely had to make a trip there. Putting away Pill Valley's tablet, Long Chen thought about whether or not he should refine more 3 connecting flower tendon pills. The core disciples already didn't need any more. As for the outer and inner disciples, they didn't need them right now. As long as they hadn't reached bone forging, they could consume more 3 connecting flower tendon pills whenever. Currently, Long Chen still had tens of 3 connecting flower tendon pills. But he knew that once he entered the tendon transformation realm, such an amount would be nothing. With the 9-star hegemon body art's abnormal cultivation difficulty, he would need hundreds, thousands, or perhaps tens of thousands times the medicinal pills as others. Thinking of that terrifying consumption, Long Chen had a huge headache. He now suspected that the pill god memories were actually as set with the 9-star hegemon body art. As his cultivation base increased, he would end up using countless numbers of precious medicinal ingredients and pills. That was money. He would need to find a way to get more money. Glancing at his pill furnace, he felt a wave of revulsion. He didn't mind refining pills, but it was really too boring to sit still for hours on end like this. That was especially true with Long Chen's lazy temperament. Now that he didn't have to refine for anyone else, and it was just for himself, he felt all his motivation fly away. "Brother Long, I'm back." Just as Long Chen was about to become lazy, a rough voice rang out. Long Chen felt his entire immortal cave shake. He hastily ran out and saw Wild rushing over. The heavy club on his back caused the ground to shake with each step. But this time Wild had learned how to control at least a bit of that force, and the rocks he stepped on didn't all break. Ow! Suddenly, a huge figure rushed over at Long Chen. It was so quick that Long Chen hadn't even reacted before he was knocked on the ground. "Haha, Little Snow, you're being naughty again." After knocking Long Chen to the ground, Little Snow licked Long Chen's face over and over again, causing Long Chen to be between laughter and tears. Now Little Snow's body was even more terrifying than before. He was almost 30 meters long now, and his claws were even larger than a table. The tips of those claws were like sharp steel, and there were surprisingly runes that had appeared on top of them. Little Snow was now emitting a terrifying aura. That was a pressure that came from being a wolf king. It was something that caused your soul to tremble. "Little Snow, you've advanced to Wolf King." Long Chen stood and couldn't help exclaiming his delight. Little Snow had now reached the peak of the 3rd rank, which was his innate limit. That was why that king pressure had become extremely obvious. A scarlet flame snow wolf was originally an overlord amongst 3rd-rank magical beasts, an unrivaled existence. Now Little Snow had really reached his peak. Little Snow's previous combat strength had already been terrifying. In the previous battle, Little Snow had only been in the mid-3rd rank, yet he was able to easily kill core disciples. Most importantly, Little Snow's attacks were extremely sharp, and his attack range was incredibly large. He was most proficient in group battles. "Brother Long, I heard a fight occurred in the monastery. I didn't make it back in time." Wild was a bit disappointed. Long Chen couldn't help laughing. It seemed Wild had also become warlike. Back then, this fellow had been a good child who didn't like fighting. "Don't worry about it. Once we enter the secret realm, there'll be more than enough opponents." "Wait, Wild, you have an ancestral mark." Long Chen suddenly saw a faint red imprint that looked like a birthmark in the space between Wild's eyebrows. That imprint was an octagon. It looked extremely odd, and it was like there was something inside it. But it was impossible to see the thing clearly. When Long Chen tried to probe it, a powerful aura immediately destroyed his divine sense. Long Chen was incredibly startled, and involuntarily took a couple steps back. That aura was incredibly terrifying. It was like he was seeing the scene of an ancient monster tearing apart the dome of the heavens. "What is it, Brother Long?" asked Wild. "It's nothing." Long Chen shook his head. Wild's body seemed to be hiding many secrets. But Long Chen trusted that Wild didn't even know what those secrets were. Although that aura was incredibly terrifying, Long Chen hadn't sensed any hostility from it, which relieved him. Long Chen asked Wild about how he had been. Wild said his old man had brought him and Little Snow somewhere far away with countless powerful magical beasts. He and Little Snow had eaten their fill every day. As for what those magical beasts' cultivation bases were, Wild didn't remember. All he knew was that those magical beasts' meat was extremely tough and hard to eat, but they allowed him to grow much stronger. Most importantly, with last time's experience, Kang Ming had prepared a huge amount of rations for Wild. Long Chen nodded. There seemed to be something sleeping within Wild's body. Perhaps it had something to do with the powerful state he had entered when fighting that favored back then. But no matter what, it was still a good thing. After giving Wild multiple warnings about what not to do here, Long Chen brought Little Snow out of the monastery. Chapter 305 Before it rains, make your preparations. That little fellow Long Chen really is daring. And you, little fellow, you're not that lacking anymore either, praised Kang Ming. He patted Ling Yunzi on the shoulder. The first thing he had heard after returning was that the 36th monastery had tried provoking them. As Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang had expected, as soon as he learned of it, Kang Ming's temper had exploded. He was about to go over to the 36th monastery. But Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang stopped him, telling him about how the matter had ended. Only then did Kang Ming calm down a bit. When Kang Ming heard the whole story and how Long Chen and the others had ruthlessly returned the 36th monastery's humiliation back to them, he almost began to dance in excitement. Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang's expressions became a bit odd as they watched him. That was especially true of Ling Yunzi. As far as he recalled, this was the first time he had seen Kang Ming so happy. After Kang Ming had calmed down a bit, he said, "Little Ling Zi, ever since my senior apprentice brother passed away, this is the first time I've been this happy. The reason I'm so happy isn't just because our monastery has produced a genius like Long Chen, but because of you. Have you realized it yet? Your heart was covered in shackles of your own devising. As a sword cultivator, for your sword to become corroded by dust, you are essentially crippled. You know, I cursed you over and over again, but you never tried to fight back. All day, all you did was try to increase the monastery's ranking to accomplish your master's final wishes. Is ranking and fame so important? I personally went to your master's grave and cursed him for a couple days for leaving you with this problem." Ling Yunzi's expression became a bit odd, but inside, he was extremely moved. Although this uncle master of his had an explosive temper, and was sometimes completely unreasonable, he had truly treated him well. Kang Ming continued, "After his death, you jumped into a hole and couldn't get yourself out. I could only watch as you did that to yourself. That's why I never gave you any face whenever I saw you. The fact that a genius like you was wasting away was just too painful for me. Uncle Master, I'm sorry." Ling Yunzi thought back to when he was young and how Kang Ming had always looked after him. At that time, this uncle master cherished him even more than his master. In fact, when his master would punish him, it was always Kang Ming who pushed for leniency. "Good child, it's fine now, that's everything's over. Seeing you recover your confidence and become the old, unyielding Ling Yunzi, Uncle Master is extremely happy." Kang Ming patted Ling Yunzi on the shoulder. "It's all thanks to Long Chen. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even known that I had formed a heart devil," sighed Ling Yunzi. Thinking of what he had done recently, he couldn't help calling himself stupid. A grand sect leader, a powerful Shantian expert, had actually formed a heart devil without even knowing it. Ever since his master had passed away and handed the monastery to him, he had been focused on the monastery, wanting to reverse their humiliation of always being in last place for the past 3,000 years. By doing so, he had unknowingly placed a set of shackles on himself. As he failed to change the monastery's fate time after time, those shackles became incredibly heavy. They had tightly bound Ling Yunzi's Dao heart. At the same time, it had also bound up his precious sword. At some point, he had been so focused on being the sect leader, that he had forgotten himself to be a prideful sword cultivator. He only began to realize this once Long Chen arrived. Long Chen had stepped across the corpses of countless experts to bring about miracle after miracle. He didn't know he was a divergent, and he knew even less about his own fate. But he always dared to resist, he always dared to challenge his enemies. When did Long Chen ever act like an ordinary person? He always dared to do what others didn't. And yet, when he did those things, he didn't even frown. At first, Ling Yunzi had disliked Long Chen's way of handling things. He had thought such actions were foolish and impetuous. A smart person would never act like Long Chen. He had simply thought this was a divergent's fate. They dared to challenge the heavenly Taos. But the only ending for them was death. But after seeing the miracles created by Long Chen, Ling Yunzi had realized he had been wrong, extremely, extremely wrong. What was a martial artist? Martial artists should always advance courageously. Whether facing a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, they had to charge through regardless. Otherwise, what were you cultivating for? If you didn't even have that courage, then why bother bitterly cultivating? Wouldn't being an ordinary mortal with a lifespan of less than 100 years be better? Since you've chosen the path of cultivation, then you couldn't care about how long you could stay on that path. The important thing was whether or not you could manage to show your own radiance. From Long Chen, Ling Yunzi had realized that he was not just a sect leader, but more importantly, he was a sword cultivator. He had been so engrossed with his empty title of sect leader, that he had forgotten his own sword. A sword cultivator's most precious partner was the sword in their hand. But he had allowed this partner of his to become covered in years of dust. Now, he had finally remembered his partner. He had recovered his sword cultivator identity and become the old, high-spirited Ling Yunzi. Back then, if Luo Bing had really refused to admit she was a pig, Ling Yunzi would definitely have cut off her head. He had not been just trying to scare her. Right now, he was a sword cultivator, not a simple sect leader. Now that he had broken through the shackles on his heart, he would no longer be a coward afraid of every little thing. This was the true him. Kang Ming was incredibly happy to see this Ling Yunzi return. Excellent, with an existence like Long Chen in our monastery, our ranking will go up whether we want it or not, haha. It's not so simple. Ling Yunzi shook his head. After Luo Bing failed this time, I had Tu Fang stealthily go to the supermonastery, and he heard a piece of news. After Luo Bing had left, both Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang had felt this matter to be fishy. They had no enmity with the 36th monastery. Even though Luo Bing had said she had come because of losing quotas for the Julie secret realm, if that was true, she wouldn't have come so brazenly and with so many disciples. In the past, the 108th monastery had never had more than a handful of core disciples. As for favored, they only appeared once every few decades. And yet, Luo Bing had immediately brought 4 favored as well as a chosen. Even if she had been planning on a perfect victory, there should have been no need for her to bring so many troops. Thinking of everything that had happened, Tu Fang had made a secret trip to the supermonastery. And as they had expected, with something this big happening, it was impossible to conceal the news. That was because the supermonastery's top 50 monasteries all had an intense competition between them. Each of them had spies in other people's monasteries. There was no way around it. For those larger monasteries, they all had disciples numbering in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. It was a crazy man's dream to not have any spies present. Although Luo Bing had brought her people back stealthily, the next day, news had come out that the 36th monastery's chosen and 2 of their favored had almost been crippled. That immediately caused a clamor amongst the other monasteries. They had investigated curiously, and as expected, there was no way the 36th monastery could keep this matter concealed. All the details of that competition were known to anyone who cared to find out now. Some people had even managed to obtain photographic jades of that day. As a result, one person spread it to 10 people, 10 spread it to 100, and now, there was basically no one who didn't know about the 36th monastery's tragic defeat. When the 36th monastery had seen those photographic jades, they had almost gone crazy with rage. The angle of those photographic jades were from the side of their own disciples. In other words, it was their own disciples who had transmitted those photographic jades out. Although Luo Bing had tried to suppress this news at the beginning and had told all her disciples to hand over their photographic jades, there were many smart people. At that time, some of her disciples had actually been using 2 photographic jades to record, and had only given her one of them. And as the saying went, opportunities are left to those who prepare. Those disciples had had an opportunity to sell those photographic jades. Those disciples had been laughing heartily at that time. The thing that made them laugh the hardest was that no matter how the 36th monastery tried to investigate this, they would never be able to figure out it was them. As a result, the 108th monastery had instantly become a topic of hot discussion. Many monasteries even sent elders over to pay a visit. Those elders all said they were just paying a visit, but in truth, they were supposed to investigate the 108th monastery to determine what was true or false. The previous Ling Yunzi would have definitely enthusiastically welcomed them. After all, the more monasteries that had a better relationship with them, the easier they would be able to grow. But the current Ling Yunzi had already recovered his sword cultivator's pride. He directly refused to allow any of those elders into the monastery. Those elders cursed him furiously, saying that the 108th monastery didn't know what was good for them and that they were clearly being petty. However, Ling Yunzi simply ignored them all. Nowadays, Ling Yunzi no longer cared about anything like ranking. All he cared about was his disciples' growth. All he hoped for was that the monasteries, scheming wouldn't stupidly hold back his disciples' cultivation. Tu Fang had put on a fake identity in the supermonastery and finally obtained a piece of important information from a knowledgeable member of the supermonastery. Once Luo Bing had returned to her monastery, In less than 2 hours, she and her brother had gone straight to the first monastery. As soon as he had heard that, Tu Fang had had a bad feeling. He had immediately gone to Ling Yunzi to report it. Then what you mean is that the one pulling the strings behind the curtains is the first monastery? Kang Ming frowned. There's a 90% chance, yes. Ling Yunzi nodded. The 108th monastery had never had any relationships with the other monasteries, especially not any of those in the top 50 rankings. Only this time had they ended up with a slight conflict with the first monastery because of the application for Long Chen's chosen disciple position. But that couldn't even count as conflict. They had made one application, failed, then made a second application with proof. After failing again, they had already realized it was useless. They hadn't further antagonized them. Furthermore, the next day, the first monastery had then announced that they had given birth to a fourth chosen as well as made the 108th monastery a lostock, saying they had wanted to cheat over a chosen disciple position. From start to finish, Tu Fang had been incredibly irritated. He had never said a single thing bad about the first monastery, and yet he had to suffer because of them. That was enough for him to explode with rage. Fuck, they really are excessive. Did they think we're that easy to bully? Kang Ming was completely infuriated when he heard all this. Uncle Master, you also know Long Chen's character. Once he enters the secret realm, who knows what he will do? And so, said Ling Yunzi, don't worry, when that time comes, if anyone dares bully our disciples, I'll smash them to death with my awl. Looks like your Uncle Master's weary bones are about to see some action. Snorted Kang Ming. Chapter 306 Xianxian Blood Giant Pill. Don't make a fuss, Little Snow. It'll be over in a bit. Little Snow had once more started to rub his large head over Long Chen's body, making it so Long Chen couldn't focus on the medicinal ingredients. I've already said this is something important that'll affect your future. Stop messing around for now. Woo woo, I know, I missed you too. Ah, fine, one more hug and then stop. Long Chen gave Little Snow one last hug as well as a peck on the head. However, Little Snow really was too big now. His head was practically the size of a small room. But no matter how large Little Snow got, no matter how strong he became, he was always that adorable little fellow in front of Long Chen. Okay, go play for a bit over there. When I finish refining, I'll call you back. Long Chen patted Little Snow's large head. Only then did Little Snow run into the distance. Little Snow liked to run, and although his body was large, he was not the slightest bit clumsy. In fact, his speed had only gotten faster, and from a distance, he looked like a white bolt of lightning. After dispatching Little Snow, Long Chen once more went carefully through over 80 medicinal powders, afraid to make any mistakes. Whether it was the medicinal powder's quality or quantity, not the slightest mistake could be allowed. That was because he was refining a medicinal pill that didn't exist in his pill god memories. This was a crazy idea he had come up with on his own. As for whether or not it would succeed, even he wasn't sure. Heavens, I'm begging you, you've been blind so many times, please be blind again and let me succeed. After praying, Long Chen took out a jar. The instant that jar was opened, a terrifying pressure shot out, causing all of Long Chen's hair to stand on end. Heaven and earth were quivering slightly. It really is worthy of being a Xianxian expert's blood. How powerful. Long Chen was deeply moved. Back in the righteous and corrupt path battle, a large hand had shot out of the spatial door Yin Luo had escaped from. But in the end, that hand had been forced back by Ling Yunzi's sword, leaving behind only a drop of blood. Even now, Long Chen had no idea what that large hand had been. If it was a real hand, then how was it so large? And if it was made from spiritual qi, how could it bleed? But that wasn't important right now. After carefully examining the blood, he exclaimed, hee hee, experts really are experts. Even their blood is different. If it was chicken blood or duck blood, it would have long since solidified. 1. If that corrupt expert heard what Long Chen said, he would definitely be angered enough to cough up more fresh blood for Long Chen to use. Long Chen took out a packet of medicinal powders and poured them into the jar. That calm Xianxian blood immediately began to roil, looking like it was boiling. What a reaction. Little Snow probably won't be able to handle it like this. I need to increase the amount of snaketong grass. Long Chen's expression changed slightly. The energy within this Xianxian blood had surpassed his expectations. Just now, he had used the method of the 10,000 beast essence blood to activate the blood, but as a result, the jar had almost exploded. Snaketong grass might sound frightening, and its appearance was just like a sinister snake tongue, but its medicinal nature was actually extremely gentle. It could block the chaotic aspect of the blood, so that when it was absorbed, it wouldn't cause the body to explode. Seeing how berserk this Xianxian blood was, Long Chen immediately adjusted the medicinal powder's ratios several times before it calmed down. Although he had never done this before, Long Chen was using some of the medicinal principles contained within his pill god memories to do this, and he was sure there was at least some chance of him succeeding in refining this blood into a medicinal pill. This decision of his had been inspired by Yin Luo. It had to be known that below the Xianxian realm, no one should have been able to contain Xianxian essence blood in their body. Not even one drop. Even meridian opening experts would have their bodies explode if they tried merging with Xianxian essence blood. That was like placing lava inside a water pipe. The water pipe was fundamentally incapable of holding lava, and would explode. And yet, somehow Yin Luo had been capable of doing so. Although he had no idea what method Yin Luo had used, just the fact that there was a precedent like him was enough for Long Chen. Furthermore, Long Chen only had a small amount of Xianxian blood, which was not at all the same as Yin Luo. Back then, Yin Luo had only been capable of using a trace of natural energy. However, whether it was Long Chen or Mo Nian, they had both sensed that his body seemed to contain a huge volcano. Once he exploded, he wouldn't just be releasing such small sparks. From the energy they sensed from his body, it was very likely that Yin Luo's body had merged with a Xianxian expert's entire essence blood. That was the most chilling thing to Long Chen. To raise a single disciple, they had sacrificed a Xianxian expert. Perhaps only the corrupt path would do such a thing. Compared to Yin Luo, Long Chen's drop of blood was nothing. Yin Luo had used some sort of secret technique to merge with that Xianxian essence blood. Long Chen didn't know what the technique was, but that didn't stop him from testing out something himself. One reason Long Chen dared to do this was because he had only a fraction of a Xianxian expert's blood, and the other reason was that Long Chen was using that Xianxian blood to change Little Snow's physical body, not to try to get him to absorb it. Little Snow had received a blessing from that expert from the spirit world, and he was no longer the same as ordinary Scarlet Flame Snow Wolves. He had already reached the peak of the 3rd rank, and was already a match for a favored. It could be said Little Snow was already much stronger than ordinary Scarlet Flame Snow Wolves. However, that was far from enough for Long Chen. Once he entered the secret realm, his enemies would all be on the chosen level. Letting Little Snow fight was too dangerous. That was why Long Chen was planning on refining a specialized medicinal pill for Little Snow to break apart his innate shackles and let him advance to the 4th rank. If other pill cultivators were to hear Long Chen's thinking, they would definitely think he was crazy. A magical beast's rank was determined by their bloodline. Long Chen's thinking was equivalent to wanting to feed a cat enough medicinal pills that it grew up into a tiger. Long Chen took a deep breath and took out his flame salamander's blue flame, beginning to warm his furnace. Once it reached the appropriate temperature, he began to pour in the Xianxian blood. The instant it entered the furnace began to shake intensely, as if a violent beast was struggling inside it. How powerful! Long Chen was shocked. It was clearly just a drop of blood without any life, and yet it still possessed such shocking power. Increasing his flame strength, an hour later, that blood began to shrink, causing Long Chen to sigh. This beast flame is already unable to keep up with my needs. I'll need to find a stronger flame. The speed at which his flame salamander's blue flame refined the Xianxian blood was so slow that it was infuriating. Even after 2 hours, the blood had only shrunk slightly. But there was no way around this. It took 2 days of refining for the blood to finally shrink to the size of a fist. That was the essence of the Xianxian blood. Seeing that there was this much essence left over, Long Chen was incredibly nervous. He had underestimated a Xianxian expert's blood. He had thought it wouldn't be bad for there to be a longan-sized ball of essence left after refining it. If he had known it would be like this, he would have split it up into multiple pills. The fact that there was still this much essence filled him with regret. But it was already too late. Once he removed this essence from his flame, the essence would instantly scatter. He had to completely refine it all now. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen poured the medicinal powders he had long since prepared into the pill furnace. But, of course, he increased their amounts in proportion to how much he had increased the snaketong grass and the other powders. This had already surpassed his expectations. He was no longer refining a furnace of pills, but a giant pill he had never refined before. As the medicinal powders poured in, his pill furnace once more began to shake. As the enormous amount of medicinal energy and blood essence tried to merge, a terrifying energy exploded out. The pill furnace was constantly trembling. Long Chen's spiritual strength was attempting to stabilize the pill furnace while he also constantly added in more medicinal powders. An hour later, all the medicinal powders had been added. Long Chen was a bit nervous because his pill furnace was only shaking more and more intensely. But there was no remedy for that at this point. He could only clench his teeth and continue forward. As Long Chen was busy refining, Little Snow returned. But seeing how nervous Long Chen was, Little Snow just obediently lay down to the side. 2 hours passed, and Long Chen's pill furnace was now shaking intensely. Small cracks had appeared on the furnace, causing his expression to change. Just a bit more. Long Chen was extremely worried, as he knew refining a giant pill was something ordinary pill furnaces were unable to handle. Right now, all he could do was pray for there not to be a furnace explosion. Long Chen helplessly proceeded to urge on his pill flame, using his spiritual strength to tightly wrap around the pill furnace and keep it as stable as possible. However, his spiritual strength was limited and it didn't have much of an effect. Crack! A light sound came from the pill furnace. Even more cracks appeared as the pill furnace trembled intensely. His pill furnace had already reached its limit. As for the medicinal pill inside it, it was on the verge of forming. This was the most critical moment. If the pill furnace was unable to endure and exploded at this time, then the medicinal pill's essence would instantly scatter into the air. If that happened, this precious giant pill would have been wasted. He didn't care about the other medicinal ingredients, but he would probably not have another opportunity to gather Xianxian blood. Long Chen didn't hold back a single shred of his spiritual strength. It formed 2 transparent hands in the air, tightly locking onto the pill furnace. But the pill furnace was shaking too violently. It was like a violent beast was trying to free itself from within. In less than a quarter hour, he was finally unable to endure. His pill furnace exploded. Chapter 307 Little Snow breaks through. Fuck. Long Chen's spiritual strength was finally unable to stop it. His pill furnace instantly exploded, and the force sent Long Chen flying. Damn it. Long Chen felt an urge to cry. He had really underestimated that Xianxian blood. As a result, he had made too many mistakes, causing this failure in the end. Wait. Long Chen suddenly rushed forward. 100 meters away, stuck in a bush, there was a fist-sized medicinal pill. I succeeded. Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes. This fist-sized giant pill had a red halo of light on top of it. Bursts of medicinal fragrance filled his nose, but there was a slightly bloody smell coming from within it. It's actually high grade. Long Chen carefully examined this giant pill. This was his first time refining a giant pill. In Long Chen's memories, there were very few medicinal formulas for giant pills, and they were extremely difficult to refine. He was startled to see his crazy and foolish method had ended up succeeding. The formulas for giant pills in his memories were all for 7th tier and higher medicinal pills. As for this giant pill in his hand, it was obviously not able to compare to those. He didn't know what tier this giant pill had reached, but the fact that he had managed to condense it meant that the Xianxian blood's essence had been fully activated, and it would have at least 10 times the effect. That was the most terrifying aspect of pill cultivators. Most rare medicinal ingredients had their own special effects, but if you were to directly eat them, you would only be able to absorb perhaps 20% of the medicinal energy. The rest of the essence would all be wasted. But after an alchemist's purifications, as well as the support of other medicinal ingredients, then the medicinal ingredient's effect would be multiplied once it was refined into a pill. However, in this era, most pill formulas were all passed down from ancient times. The current era's alchemists were only refining medicinal pills in accordance with those old pill formulas. All they knew how to do was follow, without being able to innovate. For the tests to advance alchemists' tiers, the test was often to refine a medicinal pill. However, they often did not tell you the exact proportions of medicinal ingredients to use for that pill. That made those tests incredibly difficult for most alchemists. If the proportions were wrong, then it could easily cause a furnace explosion or just result in a bunch of trash pills. Furthermore, if they perhaps used the wrong medicinal ingredient, then it would be absolutely impossible for them to refine the pill. Long Chen had used his crazy imagination to theorize this medicinal pill from the principles contained within his pill god memories. He had theorized he should be able to succeed, but in truth, the chance of him succeeding had been less than 10%. Furthermore, Since he had refined a giant pill, the difficulty had increased by 100 times. The fact he had refined this giant pill meant that Long Chen's prayer had worked, the heavens really had been blind. What powerful essence! Can this thing really be consumed? Seeing the forceful energy within that giant pill, Long Chen couldn't help being worried. A giant pill wasn't as simple as just being large. The medicinal essence contained within it was at least tens of times greater than an ordinary medicinal pill. In Long Chen's memory, most giant pills weren't directly consumed. At this time, Little Snow walked up to Long Chen. Looking at that giant pill in his hand, he let out a quiet growl. Yes, I succeeded in refining it, but this thing has already surpassed my expectations. There's probably at least tens of times more medicinal energy than I expected. Long Chen was at a loss. He had refined this for Little Snow. The instant he had seen that Xianxian expert's blood, he had thought of Little Snow. With a Xianxian expert's blood essence refined into a medicinal pill, it would definitely greatly increase the power of the physical body. Of course, that kind of crazy energy was very difficult for a human body to contain. The only exceptions were perhaps those like Wild and Long Chen with their powerful physiques. But while Long Chen didn't consider himself to be a picky eater, he really didn't think he could eat a medicinal pill refined from a human's blood. However, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit bad about giving it to Little Snow. However, he had been thinking of refining an ordinary pill at first. Now that he had refined a giant pill, Long Chen had a headache. A giant pill contained tens of times more energy than medicinal pills of the same rank. Normally, that was a good thing. But now it wasn't. Long Chen was afraid Little Snow wouldn't be able to handle it. Little Snow once more growled. You really want to try? Long Chen was extremely nervous. This thing is very dangerous. Not only was it based on a Xianxian expert's blood, it's also a giant pill. If anything goes wrong, you could lose your life. Little Snow growled, his eyes filled with determination. He repeatedly growled a couple things to Long Chen. Long Chen was silent for a long time. With his connection to Little Snow's soul, the two of them could communicate. Little Snow was saying that as Long Chen grew stronger, he also needed to grow stronger to protect him. Long Chen tightly hugged Little Snow's head, rubbing his soft fur. Little Snow let Long Chen stroke him for a while before growling once more, his gaze falling on Long Chen's hand. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen prayed, fine. Hopefully the heavens will bless you and you'll succeed. This time Long Chen didn't dare make any jokes about the heavens. He really was worried about Little Snow. However, Little Snow said he had to eat that giant pill. Even if he died, he wouldn't care. Long Chen knew that Little Snow was extremely intelligent. He knew that if he still didn't advance any further, the chance of him ever helping Long Chen would be extremely low. Eventually, he would end up becoming a burden. In order to accompany Long Chen in growing, Little Snow was willing to take this extremely risky chance. Little Snow swallowed the giant pill in one gulp. Less than a breath of time later, all his fur suddenly stood on end. A berserk aura shot out, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. A terrifying wave of qi shot out. Even Long Chen was forced back several steps by that wave of qi. Little Snow was incessantly quivering now. Little Snow let out an angry roar, but that roar was also filled with endless pain. Long Chen was horrified to see Little Snow's white fur turn red. That was because blood was pouring out of his skin. That Xianxian blood was too powerful. It was actually rejecting Little Snow's blood. The two types of blood were fighting fiercely inside Little Snow's body. That process was extremely painful, and although Little Snow had long since expected it, he couldn't hold back an angry roar. Little Snow was unable to refine that Xianxian blood's essence. It was too powerful, and it was crazily expelling Little Snow's blood. If this continued, then Little Snow's blood would leave his body before he could refine that giant pill's energy, and he would die. Long Chen suddenly jumped onto Little Snow's back. Placing his hand on Little Snow's body, a firm energy poured into his body. I'll use my spiritual strength to help you resolve the energy within the medicinal pill. Refine it bit by bit. The medicinal pill had yet to completely dissolve in Little Snow's body, but he was already unable to bear it. If that continued, Little Snow would definitely die. Long Chen's spiritual qi blocked the giant pill's energy from spreading any further. At the same time, his spiritual strength surged out and suppressed that berserk Xianxian blood, not letting it wreak havoc in Little Snow's body. This was like setting up a large dam to hold back a flood. He would only allow the energy to flow through slowly enough that Little Snow could handle it. Receiving Long Chen's help, Little Snow immediately felt it become much easier. With Long Chen's spiritual strength suppressing it, that berserk blood calmed down a great deal. Little Snow took advantage of this time to refine that blood essence. That blood essence was already ownerless at this time, and after an initial period of struggle, it lost all its energy and was finally absorbed by him. After 6 hours, that blood essence had been all absorbed by Little Snow, and Long Chen finally let out another portion of energy for Little Snow to absorb. Only then did Long Chen relax slightly. Luckily he had reacted quickly and this crude method was effective. Otherwise, it really would have been dangerous. However, using spiritual chi and spiritual strength like this was extremely taxing on Long Chen. That was because a giant pill contained far too much energy, and even he found it hard to keep it controlled. This was the first time Long Chen saw just how terrifying a giant pill was. That incredible amount of energy was shocking. By the third time he released more energy, he felt that his spiritual strength was already flagging. Right now, the giant pill still had over half its energy left. If he wasn't able to continue, they would only be able to give up. What Long Chen didn't know was that the Xiantian blood essence contained within the giant pill contained a trace of that Xiantian expert's will. Although it had been refined into a pill, that trace of will hadn't been eradicated. By using his spiritual strength to hold that giant pill's energy back, Long Chen was essentially using his spiritual strength to face off against that trace of Xiantian will. That was why it was so exhausting. Bitterly enduring as long as he could, when Long Chen finally let a fourth portion of energy through, the giant pill's energy suddenly erupted out of his control. Long Chen was sent flying by a terrifying energy, and he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Little Snow. Long Chen's voice cracked. That kind of terrifying energy could easily kill Little Snow. But when Long Chen suddenly saw Little Snow, he was shocked to see that he was fine. The ground beneath Little Snow's feet caved in. Long Chen was still in midair, and he was once more sent flying higher from a terrifying wave of qi. When he was finally over 100 meters away, Long Chen climbed up from the ground to look at Little Snow in shock and delight. Little Snow was now emitting a terrifying pressure that even made it difficult for Long Chen to breathe. The space around him seemed to be compressed. Suddenly, Little Snow let out a heaven-shaking roar, and a berserk energy shot out, causing the world to shake. You advanced. Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes. Little Snow was now emitting a berserk aura that even intimidated Long Chen. Little Snow rushed at Long Chen and intimately rubbed his head on Long Chen a couple times. Ha 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 ha, excellent, Little Snow, you really advanced. Hee hee, now when we join hands, we'll definitely do some good work in the Julie secret realm. Long Chen raised his head to the sky and laughed. Little Snow's body hadn't grown larger after advancing this time. In fact, he had shrunk, now only being 15 meters long. But the pressure coming from him was shocking. However, Little Snow had only just advanced. The giant pill had still left many internal injuries in his body. Long Chen gave Little Snow a bunch of healing pills and had him return to the spiritual space to heal. When Long Chen returned to the monastery, he didn't bother trying to cultivate. He just calmly waited for a certain day. A melodious bell rang throughout the entire monastery. The day of the Julie secret realm's opening had come. Chapter 308 Xiantian Supermonastery. The Xiantian monastery's disciples had all gathered at the Xiantian Plaza. That was because today, all the core disciples would be sent to the supermonastery to enter the Julie secret realm. Although only the core disciples could enter, that didn't reduce the other disciples' enthusiasm. Long Chen, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, and all the other core disciples were standing at the front. Just looking at them filled the other disciples with excitement. The Julie secret realm was said to be a space left behind from the ancient era. There were countless opportunities within it, and natural treasures were everywhere. It only opened once every 100 years. Ling Yunzi was leading a group of elders. Looking at the flourishing disciples, he was filled with pride. Under Long Chen's guidance, the monastery's disciples were now elites amongst elites. Their inner disciples were now not much weaker than their ordinary core disciples of years past. As for Ji Yu Yong and the other core disciples, their power went without saying. They were even comparable to favored. And of course, the most gratifying thing for Ling Yunzi was that they had existences like Long Chen, Wild, and Tang Wan amongst them. That filled him with confidence for the Julie secret realm. Are you all prepared? Ling Yunzi looked at the inspired disciples. In all of his memories, he didn't remember Long Chen ever appearing so excited. Long Chen was normally like a calm, rippleless well. Although Long Chen was doing his best to suppress his excitement, that light in his eyes completely sold him out. Only Long Chen knew that his excitement was because there was something within the Julie's secret realm that seemed to be summoning him. That feeling was becoming stronger and stronger. "We're ready," responded all the core disciples. Ling Yunzi didn't waste any time on useless words. He knew that any words were useless to these disciples who had towed the line between life and death. Why would he bother wasting his time? Senior apprentice brothers and senior apprentice sisters will definitely return in triumph. The other disciples all cried out their goodbyes. Long Chen felt his body move suddenly, and before he knew it, he was in the rear mountains of the monastery. There was a stone platform around 100 meters wide here. Atop the stone platform were dozens of pillars that had countless ancient runes carved onto them. This was the monastery's transportation formation. Ling Yunzi brought them on top of it. Touching the stone pillar in the center, all the various stone pillars' runes lit up. Everyone immediately felt their bodies tighten. They felt a terrifying pressure squeeze them, and space was beginning to twist. Don't be afraid, this is the spatial power of the transportation formation. After adapting for a moment, you'll be fine. Ling Yunzi smiled and consoled everyone when they saw their fear. Space was constantly twisting, and it was as if they had entered water. Their surroundings were no longer clear. Our 108th monastery is comparatively poor, and we could only construct the lowest grade transportation formation. That's why it takes so long. Ling Yunzi explained that transportation formations were split into different grades. These grades were differentiated by two characteristics: the transportation distance as well as the speed and stability of the transportation. The monastery was over 1,000,000 miles from the supermonastery. A better transportation formation would only need a single breath's time. If it was a peak transportation formation like the first monastery, then it was practically instant. But their 108th monastery's transportation formation was the lowest grade in order to save on the huge amount of resources used for each activation. However, the shortcomings were extremely obvious. Not only did it require an incense stick of time, but during the transportation process, space was extremely unsteady, causing everyone who used it to feel a very harsh spatial pressure. Ordinary disciples were unable to bear that kind of pressure. Even core disciples like Ji Yuyong would feel uncomfortable under that pressure. However, after just a couple breaths of unpleasantness, the core disciples did adapt and felt much better. Once everyone had become accustomed, Ling Yunzi turned to Long Chen gravely. "Long Chen, this time, you must be absolutely careful within the Julie's secret realm. Of all of you, you're the one I worry about the most." That startled everyone, with only Long Chen nodding his head in comprehension. However, the others didn't understand. Long Chen was the strongest of all of them. Even if they all joined hands, they wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat Long Chen. Why would the sect leader worry most about him? You all might not know about this, but I've heard that the Corrupt Path has already placed Long Chen on their must-kill list. He is ranked only second to the first monastery's Han Tianyu. The Corrupt Path was extremely powerful, with many sects. Last time, Long Chen had defeated their number one genius in this region, Yin Luo. That had shaken the entire Corrupt Path. After their investigation, they had decided to place Long Chen on the must-kill list. That must-kill list was all the greatest geniuses of the righteous path. They gave them a ranking according to their threat level. It was said that the Corrupt Path's must-kill list only had 100 people, and they were normally all chosen or extremely powerful favored. The person ranked number 1 was the first monastery's number 1 chosen, Han Tianyu. Ling Yunzi hadn't been shocked that Long Chen had ended up on the must-kill list. But he was shocked when he had heard that Long Chen had been ranked number 2. In this world, only he and Tu Fang knew that Long Chen was a divergent. Others didn't know Long Chen's true potential. That proved that the Corrupt Path's vision was far more incisive and sinister than the righteous path's. They had immediately seen that Long Chen posed a greater threat to them than even chosen. That had completely infuriated Ling Yunzi. Even the Corrupt Path viewed Long Chen so importantly. Were their supermonasteries higher-ups all blind? Hearing that, everyone was startled. Since Long Chen was on the Corrupt Path's must-kill list, then once he entered the Julie's secret realm, wouldn't he be chased down by countless corrupt disciples? Long Chen, with your power, other than the top experts like Yin Luo, you should be able to fight back. But the secret realm stays open for a full year. Inside the secret realm, there is a primordial aura that comes from the ancient era which is extremely suitable for cultivation. Not only will there be countless opportunities in the secret realm, but it is also extremely beneficial to your cultivation. It is much easier to break through inside. Each time the secret realm opens, the majority of disciples will have reached the bone-forging realm by the time they leave. So you absolutely cannot look down on the Julie secret realm. I heard that 1800 years ago, a member of the corrupt path didn't bother searching for treasures when he entered, instead focusing on a rapid breakthrough. In just a month, he advanced to the bone-forging realm. With his cultivation base's superiority, he crazily slaughtered the righteous disciples. In that generation, the righteous path suffered a huge loss, and over half of those talented disciples were killed by him. Ling Yunzi was extremely grave. How vicious! Hearing that made their hearts shake. He had killed over half the righteous path's disciples. Those weren't just ordinary disciples, but core disciples. Some of them also had to be favored and chosen. That's why you have to focus on safety above all else in the secret realm. Even if there is a heaven-defying opportunity in front of you, if you don't have enough strength, it will still be taken by others. And the most infuriating thing is that you not only have to be on guard against the corrupt path's disciples attacking you, but you have to be even more on guard against the righteous path's disciples' sneak attacks. Those are the most terrifying, explained Ling Yunzi. Other than Long Chen, the other core disciples were startled. Obviously they hadn't expected that they not only had to defend against powerful enemies, but also their own comrades. There's nothing strange about this. The righteous path's people are almost skilled in internal strife. They don't dare truly fight against the corrupt path, but when it comes to handling their own people, they are absolute experts. In this world, everyone is selfish. People spend all day scheming and plotting. You scheme against me, I scheme against you. Every disciple in the same sect tries to suppress his peers. Otherwise, with how powerful the righteous path is, how could they still have failed to suppress the corrupt path after all these years? Other than causing trouble for their own people, the righteous path doesn't have much else in the way of skills. Long Chen was extremely calm. Ling Yunzi was helpless about this. Long Chen was completely correct. Although the corrupt path was heartless and vicious, when it came to working together against common enemies, they were much, much better than the righteous path. The supermonastery had a total of 108 monasteries. There were many cases of those monasteries suppressing and backstabbing each other. Although those cases were rare, when it came to out in the open fights, who knew just how many despicable behind-the-scenes schemes were going on? Their failure to obtain a chosen position for Long Chen was an excellent example. The corrupt path had ranked Long Chen number 2 on their must-kill list. Was it possible that the higher-ups of the supermonastery were unable to see that? In truth, they had all seen that. But because it involved a few people's selfish interests, those authorities acted as if they didn't know about it. As for others who were well aware of it, they could only act as if they were blind as well in order to avoid offending those in power. That was the righteous path's unwritten rules. That was a hierarchy that could not be more rotten even if they tried. Each of them was selfish, only handling their own problems. Who would help you out in times of trouble? Of course, if that trouble was actually a golden opportunity or treasure, then with the righteous path's selfishness, an incredible number of people would come to try and snatch it from you. Furthermore, for their own interests, they were willing to use whatever despicable, shady methods they could. That really made people sigh. If you simply focused that kind of enthusiasm on fighting the corrupt path, wouldn't the corrupt path have been long since exterminated? But there were always those smart people in the righteous path who did anything they could to gain a higher position. They constantly thought about how they could suppress people on the same side as them so they could rise higher. Just thinking of that made people downhearted. But people were helpless. Unless you decided to become an ordinary person again, as a cultivator, you had to face this. Ling Yunzi had long since understood the rottenness of the righteous path. But he had no way to fix it. Not only had he had no way of changing the hypocritical side of the righteous path, but he had also almost lost himself in that struggle. If Long Chen hadn't appeared, he would have forever lost his way. Ling Yunzi had now understood that he was only a cultivator. There was no need for him to try and change others. So now, he would do whatever he wanted to do. Why bother caring about the consequences so much? Once you enter the secret realm, don't easily trust anyone, especially those comrades who smile to your face while hiding a knife. You must be careful. Long Chen solemnly warned everyone. Those enemies you could see coming at you weren't dangerous. The real dangers were ones you didn't see coming. Although Tang Wan and the others were powerful and he didn't worry too much about them facing off against the corrupt path's disciples, Long Chen was extremely worried about them being stabbed in the back. That was also why he said Ji Yu Yang's defeat to that favored from the 36th monastery wasn't a bad thing. That could be said to be a lesson for everyone. Suddenly, the space around them trembled, and their feet stepped down onto a simple brick path. Chapter 309 Han Tianyu. We've arrived. Long Chen looked around him. This was an extremely large plaza. There were over 100 groups present. Those groups were in a semicircle around the center of the plaza. Long Chen noticed that there was a certain design under each of those groups. After carefully examining them, Long Chen noticed they were archaic characters for numbers, going from number 1 to number 108. All of them suddenly realized that they were actually the last to arrive. The only open area was the spot numbering 108. Their arrival immediately attracted attention from the others. Some gazes were curious, some were indifferent, but the absolute majority were disdainful. And yet, when they sensed their auras, that disdain became amazement. Of their 108th monastery, Tang Wan cultivation base was the highest. A couple days ago, she had advanced to the 7th heaven stage of tendon transformation, and her aura was shocking to these people. Other than Tang Wan, the others were also extremely powerful, their auras like sharp, unsheathed blades that made it so others didn't dare look at them directly. Someone at blood condensation. Some people finally noticed Long Chen. Although he had been hiding amongst the other core disciples, there were still people who noticed him. There was no way around it. Long Chen's cultivation base was the lowest of everyone present. It was impossible to hide. He is that rumored, chosen. TCH, what shocking boasting. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't believe he could fight an 8-temper bone forging expert. A core disciple's sneer rang through the air. I heard he was supposed to have defeated Zhang Yifan. I bet that was just a complete lie. With Zhang Yifan's status, he probably was too lazy to even meet with such a person. He probably felt even explaining the lie would be too disgraceful for him, added on another person. Although they were talking quietly, it rang out clearly in all these experts' ears. At the first monastery's position, there was a certain extraordinary, handsome man who was surrounded by several beautiful women, similar to how stars flocked around the moon. That man was acclaimed as the number 1 expert within the monasteries, a chosen amongst chosen, Han Tianyu. That person is Long Chen. He looks like he might have a couple tricks, but he's incredibly lacking compared to big brother Tianyu. A pretty woman beside Han Tianyu indifferently glanced at Long Chen. That woman was slender with an alluring waist. When combined with her not bad-looking face, she could count as a beauty. But her chest was completely flat, a surface so flat that not even a housefly would be able to rest there. That caused her to lose a bit of her seductive beauty. Han Tianyu shook his head. Junior apprentice Sister Yi, saying it like that is a mistake. This Long Chen is extremely strong. Those rumors are not necessarily false. That woman was called Yin Wuxia. She was also a chosen, however, she had only just been given that title. She was precisely the one who had become a chosen the day after Tu Feng had been told there were no more chosen positions to give out. Yin Wuxia was an extremely powerful favored, and she also had an incredibly powerful background. She had only just joined the first monastery. However, she wasn't the same as other disciples. She had joined the first monastery expressly because of Han Tianyu. She was one of his worshippers. Han Tianyu was acclaimed as the strongest junior expert of the Xuantian supermonastery. He possessed a confident kind of handsomeness, and he had countless female worshippers. Yin Wuxia was one of them, and she was one of the more obsessed members. Brother Tianyu, you really are too modest. The current him is definitely unable to block even 3 of your attacks. Yin Wuxia smiled. Han Tianyu shook his head. The fact he could defeat an 8-temper bone forging expert with his cultivation base means he really is very powerful. But if I were to attack him at this point, that really would be bullying. I'll wait until he advances to tendon transformation. Perhaps then he'll interest me a bit. As for now, haha. Although Han Tianyu appeared like a calm and indifferent person, he emitted an unconcealable arrogance. That kind of arrogance had an incredible effect on these young women just awakening to feelings of love. Haha, Brother Tianyu, Sister Beluo has been staring at Long Chen this entire time. It seems she's a bit interested. Yin Wuxia's gaze suddenly turned to the group beside them. Right beside the first monastery was the second monastery. Within the entire supermonastery, only the second monastery was able to slightly contend against their first monastery. But in the past thousands of years, they had only ever taken the first ranking once. Although they were suppressed by the first monastery, the second monastery also had an extremely profound foundation. They might be able to surpass the first monastery at any time. The second monastery was the only one truly capable of contesting against the first monastery, and the second monastery's strongest disciple was Wabaluo. Wabaluo was extremely mysterious. She had always been hidden by the second monastery. Only recently had she been revealed to the outer world. It was said that Wabaluo was the second monastery's secret weapon and was extremely powerful. However, none of them knew how powerful she was, as not even the second monastery's disciples had ever seen her fight. Han Tianyu frowned slightly. Wabaluo had an elegant figure. Her long hair fell to her waist, her willowy eyebrows spread out lightly, and a dazzling brightness came from her phoenix eyes. She was curiously gazing at the distant Long Chen. With that kind of beauty, there was no man who didn't admire her. Even Han Tianyu felt his heart beat faster when he looked at her beauty. Yin Wushuang's words irritated him slightly. But he didn't display it, merely smiling slightly. It's no wonder she's curious. Anyone would find it curious that a little fellow only at blood condensation would be able to enter the Julie secret realm. Oh really? Okay then, if Sister Baluo had instead become interested in that little fellow's face, that would make Brother Tianyu hurt. Yin Wushuang easily saw through what he was really thinking. Han Tianyu merely smiled without saying anything. But there was clearly a bit of unhappiness in his eyes. Wabaluo's actions truly dissatisfied him. Who knew whether she had done it intentionally or not, but that beauty Wabaluo hadn't even looked at him once since arriving. She had even acted as if she hadn't heard his courteous greeting, causing him a bit of anger. But as soon as Long Chen arrived, she immediately focused on him. Although he knew that should just be curiosity, it still dissatisfied him. Let's go to our position. Ling Yunzi obviously was already accustomed to this kind of jeering, and he brought them away. Long Chen and the others looked back at those gazes. Not only was there dislike and contempt, there was also a great deal of provocation. They thought back to what Long Chen had said just before. The righteous path's people were all just a bunch of rats, meek when they were weak, but then tyrants when they could be. When they saw their own people, they would look down on them disdainfully, but as soon as they saw those savage corrupt disciples, they'd flee into the wind. Tang Wan'er saw that in those groups, there was always one person who was surrounded by beauties at the front. That made it obvious those people at the front were the lead disciples of their groups. Tang Wan'er cast a stealthy glance at Yi Ziqiu. Yi Ziqiu's icy face reddened slightly, but she still nodded. Long Chen had been walking amongst the other core disciples in a very low-key manner when a burst of fragrance appeared, and two soft arms wrapped around his arms, pulling closer towards him. Long Chen instantly stiffened, looking at Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu in shock. He had no idea what they were doing. Why were they suddenly acting so affectionate? Don't say anything, and don't let your imagination run wild. This is just to win some honor for our monastery. Tang Wan'er quietly whispered to Long Chen while holding his arm. At this time, Tang Wan'er's face had a shy bashfulness to it, and a beautiful, charming light shone in her eyes. That kind of look could make a person melt. As for Yi Ziqiu, when that trace of redness appeared on her icy face, that made her beauty even more irresistible. Being escorted, arm in arm, by two beauties, Long Chen practically forgot how to walk. Ji Yuyong and the others immediately understood what Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu were doing, and they respectfully opened a path for them to walk to the front. Just at this moment, Guo Ran took out a gong and smashed a hammer onto it, releasing a loud sound. After striking the gong, Guo Ran then took out two huge banners, one saying silence, the other saying step back. Glancing at the solemn Guo Ran, Long Chen had an urge to throttle him. All his face had been thrown away by him today. As expected, whether it was the disciples of even the sect leaders, they were all stupefied as they watched Long Chen's procession. Ling Yunzi smiled and didn't say anything. If his kids wanted to make some noise, he would let them. When Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu walked to the front of the group with Long Chen, quite a few women's eyes lit up. Although Long Chen was handsome, he was still slightly inferior to Han Tianyu in that aspect. However, Long Chen possessed a certain wildness that he did not possess. Seeing that dangerous, mysterious wildness, it felt as if Long Chen was an untamable leopard, causing people to feel that he was both dangerous, as well as beautiful. They had an urge to attempt to subdue him. However, most people weren't thinking of that. That was because most of the ones present were men who wanted to kill Long Chen and take this place. Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu were both top beauties, and the most amazing thing about them was that their two beauties were completely different. The two of them contrasted with each other perfectly, and combined, that level of beauty shook their souls and made it so they were unable to breathe. Each man present felt their envy practically drive them insane. Some of them were able to restrain that envy, but there were some who weren't able to hold back, and their eyes turned green from their envy. Even the usually indifferent Han Tianyu revealed some envy in his eyes. Only now did he realize both Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu were also exceptionally beautiful, not at all inferior to Hua Baluo. Because they had to go the 108th position, they had to walk past every single one of the other groups. When they walked in front of the first monastery, Long Chen sensed something and turned to glance at Han Tianyu. However, at this time, Han Tianyu was sitting down with his eyes closed. This person is extremely powerful. That was Long Chen's first thought. He sensed an incredible pressure from Han Tianyu's body. He also felt an indescribable threat. Once he arrived at the second monastery, he saw a beautiful woman wearing apricot yellow robes. She smiled slightly at Long Chen. Long Chen was a bit startled, and based on courtesy, he was about to return a smile when he felt a sharp pain from his waist. Chapter 310 Domineering Ling Yunzi. Long Chen was just about to smile back when he felt a sharp pain from his waist. With Long Chen's powerful physical body, as long as he was on guard, others were unable to cause him any pain by pinching him. However, he hadn't been on guard at that time. Furthermore, Tang Wan'er was now incredibly used to doing this. She had practiced her technique on Long Chen so often that now her pinching skills had reached the point of perfection. In fact, perhaps they wouldn't fall short of Long Chen's face-slapping technique. In addition, Tang Wan'er had just advanced to the 7th heaven stage of tendon transformation. The power from her hands was able to break through Long Chen's defenses, making him feel pain. Hua Baluo had heard quite a few rumors about Long Chen, but she had always felt they weren't so likely. But after seeing his cultivation base today, she couldn't help feeling a bit curious. The cultivation technique she cultivated was special, and she possessed an extremely sharp perception towards threats. She could actually feel pressure from a youth who was only at the blood condensation realm. That meant Long Chen really was very powerful. Furthermore, she also sensed an extremely odd aura from him. She felt that Long Chen was different from all the other male disciples. Most importantly, in front of this many people's gazes, many of which were disdainful and contemptuous, his heart didn't ripple in the slightest. Or at the very least, she was unable to sense any change in his mood. That all caused Hua Baluo to become curious about Long Chen. Adding on all the rumors she had heard about him, she found him quite interesting, and thus she gave him a smile. Long Chen also returned a smile to her, however his smile was extremely unnatural. It seemed to be one containing both happiness and pain. With Hua Baluo's sharp senses, she immediately saw through Tang Wan'er's hidden action. She covered her cherry lips with her hand, laughing silently. As soon as you see someone pretty, you have to try and seduce her. Have you forgotten big sister Chu Yao? With such a fickle heart, how will you be worthy of her? How will you be worthy of me? Tang Wan'er quietly raged into his ear. Long Chen felt wrongly accused. How did I try to seduce her? I was just trying to be polite. But now wasn't the time to explain himself. He could only thicken his face and continue forward. Hee, it seems Sister Baluo really does treat this Long Chen differently. Yin Wushuang saw everything very clearly and laughed. Han Tianyu only smiled slightly without saying anything. But there was an unconcealable displeasure in his eyes. Han Tianyu had always been a genius. Before his 20s, he managed to reach the 9th heaven stage of tendon transformation. He was the top genius to appear in the entire supermonastery in the past 3,000 years. Whatever he wanted, he got. But there was a certain phrase that was extremely correct. The more you couldn't obtain something, the more precious it was. There were countless beauties by his side. Although, for their cultivation, he was unable to give his body to them. But in his heart, they were all already his women. Han Tianyu delighted in that kind of feeling. But the instant he had first seen Hua Baluo, he had been aroused by her extraordinary aura. However, Hua Baluo hadn't even bothered to look at him this entire time. That was his first time running into someone who would refuse him, causing him extreme displeasure. But it hadn't irritated him too much, as Hua Baluo also displayed an icy expression to all men. But now she had clearly shown interest in Long Chen. Now he felt a profound sense of defeat. The thing Han Tianyu was most proud of was his powerful strength, as well as his handsome exterior. Combined, he was able to suppress all the men on the same level as him. His handsomeness allowed him to easily win over all women's hearts. He already had droves of beauties around him. Amongst his beautiful admirers were Yin Wushuang, tens of core disciples, and as for outer and inner disciples, they were so many that they couldn't be counted. Although Hua Baluo had only displayed a slight interest in Long Chen, to the proud Han Tianyu, that was already a kind of humiliation. No wonder sect leader secretly ordered us to make sure Long Chen disappears within the Julie secret realm. He definitely is loathsome. Looking at Long Chen's back, a faint killing intent came out of him. Oh, Long Chen suddenly sensed something and turned to look back. He saw Han Tianyu still maintaining his calm, closed-eyed sitting position, not even looking at him. Did I sense wrong? Long Chen was doubtful. Just now he had sensed killing intent coming straight from Han Tianyu. He had no enmity with him, so Long Chen really couldn't figure out why he would feel killing intent for him. Although Han Tianyu was still maintaining his previous calm appearance, Long Chen trusted his spiritual perception. That was because his spiritual perception had never let him down. This finding put Long Chen on guard. Just now, when they had walked by the first monastery, Long Chen had been shocked to see that the first monastery really had far too many experts. They had a total 143 core disciples present, 28 favored, and other than Han Tianyu, there were also 3 other powerful auras with skyrocketing wills who were all chosen. As for the second monastery, they only had 109 core disciples, 10 favored, and 3 chosen. That truly gave Long Chen a fright. These monasteries all had profound foundations. Their 108th monastery couldn't compare to them. Although Long Chen's generation was praised as the 108th monastery's strongest generation, they were still unable to compare to them. Long Chen, this time you'll definitely die within the Julie secret realm. Properly enjoy your final moments. Just as Long Chen was walking, a man suddenly sneered at them from one of the groups. Everyone was startled, turning to look who it was who would so openly provoke them. It's Zhang Yifan. I heard Zhang Yifan lost to Long Chen. Looks like the rumors are true. They had heard rumors that the 36th monastery had brought its disciples to teach a lesson to the 108th monastery, only to return dejectedly in failure. Although the 36th monastery had had some disciples who had secretly sold of photographic jades, those photographic jades were exclusive to the higher-ups of the monasteries. Disciples were unable to obtain them. But now seeing Zhang Yifan clenching his teeth angrily, everyone was startled. Was it possible Long Chen was really that powerful? Tang Wan'er and the others were all infuriated that Zhang Yifan would be so vicious and openly curse Long Chen like this. They were about to retort when Long Chen stopped them. He smiled kindly at Zhang Yifan. Does your face hurt? You, PFFT. As soon as Zhang Yifan heard that, it was as if he had been poisoned. His face turned black and he coughed up blood. Those words of Long Chen's had already been deeply imprinted in his soul now. In the past few days, he had even heard that voice in his dreams. Although his body had been healed by precious medicines, Long Chen had already become his heart devil, and he had no way of further cultivating. Hearing his voice again instantly caused a backlash and made him cough out blood. Ji Yu Yong and the others all laughed at that. They really had to prostrate themselves to Long Chen in admiration. Even Long Chen's words practically had the power to kill. In front of the 36th monastery's disciples were a man and woman. That woman was viciously glaring at Long Chen, wishing to bite him to death. She was Luo Bing. Beside her was a tall and stalwart man. He was Luo Bing's brother, the 36th monastery's sect leader, Luo Feng. Originally, all the sect leaders had just been sitting at the front of their groups. That was especially true of those sect leaders from the top-ranking monasteries. They even had their eyes closed, not deigning to even look at what was going on, as if they were too lofty to care. Amongst the monasteries, sect leaders also had different levels. Obviously a sect leader like Ling Yunzi, who was the sect leader of the last-ranking monastery, was not worthy of them even glancing at him. That was how haughty they were. But Luo Feng didn't have that high loftiness. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he didn't have a high enough level of self-restraint. He icily said, Ling Yunzi, this is how you've taught your disciples. Ling Yunzi suddenly paused and slowly turned to indifferently glance at Luo Feng. How I teach my disciples has nothing to do with you. Keep your wild dogs from randomly biting people. Ling Yunzi's words were incredibly impolite, startling quite a few sect leaders. Although sect leaders also had open struggles occasionally, it seemed there had never been someone to so brazenly and openly show no respect at all. That was especially the case since Ling Yunzi's monastery was ranked last, while the 36th monastery was at least middle ranking. Just where did this confidence come from? Ling Yunzi, you dare be so unbridled? Raged Luo Feng. He hadn't expected him to dare insult him like this. Don't pay attention to this pack of wild dogs. Let's go. Ling Yunzi didn't even glance at that brother and sister, simply bringing everyone away. Long Chen couldn't help secretly giving Ling Yunzi a thumbs up. Such a sect leader was definitely worth respecting. He cupped his fists, and with his fists cupped at Luo Feng and Luo Bing, he raised his middle finger high into the air before following Ling Yunzi. Guo Ran and the others imitated him, all of them turning to the two of them and raising their middle finger high into the air to display their respect. Raising the middle finger was a vulgar way of cursing people in the secular world. These, grand and lofty, cultivators wouldn't use such a gesture, but that didn't mean they didn't understand what it meant. And it was because they knew what it meant that everyone was dumbstruck. Just what was the 108th monastery planning on doing? Ling Yunzi, are you looking to die? Luo Feng was completely infuriated, his aura exploding out. The space around him solidified. Those with weaker cultivation bases were unable to move, and their faces were pale as paper, blood flowing from the corner of their mouths. If you don't reserve your aura, I will cut off your head within 10 moves. Ling Yunzi's face was ice cold as he stared at Luo Feng. His right hand slowly gripped the sword hilt on his back, and a formless aura locked Luo Feng in place. The instant Ling Yunzi's hand gripped his sword, all of heaven and earth became silent. A formless sword will was gathering. Those sect leaders, who had still been ignoring this, all opened their eyes now, looking at Ling Yunzi in shock. Sword Control Realm. One sect leader couldn't help stuttering out. This Sword Control Realm was a powerful realm for sword cultivators. It was something completely unrelated to cultivation base. It was something harder to reach than cultivation breakthroughs. The more advanced a sword cultivator was in terms of the sword Dao, the more power they would be able to release. The reason sword cultivators were said to be unmatched within the same level was not just an empty claim. As for these sect leaders, although they weren't sword cultivators, they at least knew a bit about sword cultivator realms. As for Luo Feng, the instant he was locked down by Ling Yunzi's sword will, he didn't dare move an inch. If he dared move, he would instantly meet Ling Yunzi's full-strength attack. He had no assurance at all in being able to block that attack. But if he put away his aura, then he really would have lost all his face. For a moment, all he could do was sweat. Chapter 311 Entering the Secret Realm. Suddenly, a gentle force spread out and everyone felt the pressure that had been crushing them disappear. Long Chen hastily turned to see that at some point, a white-haired elder had appeared in the plaza. That elder looked like an ordinary mortal, without the slightest spiritual chi fluctuation or pressure. And yet, just by standing there, he seemed like a vast ocean, and no one dared to disrespect him. Greetings, Assistant Monastery Head. The sect leaders all quickly bowed towards that white-haired elder respectfully. That elder simply waved his hand slightly, and the sect leaders got up from their bows. However, they didn't dare continue sitting. As sect leaders, you are examples of virtue and character. For you to fight in front of this many disciples, are you not afraid of your disciples laughing at you? That white-haired elder shook his head. Reporting to Assistant Monastery Head, it was Ling Yunzi who, Luo Feng hastily went to explain. Let it be. I can't be bothered with your trivial matters. If you want to fight, that's your own matter. For an old man like myself, as long as I don't see it, I won't care. As long as it doesn't break the supermonastery's rules, that's fine. That white-haired elder impatiently cut him off. Turning to look at the many disciples present, his drowsy eyes suddenly brightened. Not bad. After being in seclusion for 100 years, there are so many good sprouts now. Oh. That white-haired elder let out a sound of surprise when he saw Long Chen. He stared closely at him. Long Chen immediately felt as if all his secrets were exposed to this elder, and he couldn't help feeling a burst of uneasiness. Senior, if you look at Junior like that, Junior will become shy. Long Chen couldn't help feeling awkward. That elder's cultivation base definitely surpassed Long Chen's knowledge. But no matter how powerful a person was, they shouldn't just randomly pry into other people's secrets. Cough, you should all return to your groups. The white-haired man awkwardly coughed. Just now he had been too curious and activated his spiritual eye to examine Long Chen's meridians. It was true that Long Chen was not a woman, but doing so was still impolite. That white-haired man had truly been shocked. That was because Long Chen didn't have a dantian. All his energy was concealed in his left foot. If that was all, he wouldn't be so shocked. After all, there were all kinds of curious cultivation techniques in this world. But he was most shocked that Long Chen's energy actually rejected his prying. He had only just gotten a glance when his spiritual eye felt a burst of pain. With that white-haired elder's cultivation base, even using his spiritual eye on a sect leader wouldn't cause such a reaction. This little fellow is pretty strange, and that big fellow is also extremely strange. Huh, when did the monasteries get so many oddities? He muttered inside. However, he still put on a calm expression for everyone. The Julie's secret realm only opens once a century. Each time, it only stays open for a year. I suppose you should all already know the basics, so I won't continue about that. There are a couple things I want to warn you about. First of all, the Julie's secret realm is completely unfathomable. No one knows what is going on with it. Although there are countless treasures inside it, there are also countless dangers. The slightest carelessness can cause you to forfeit your life. I'd advise you not to treat this lightly. Second, those dangers are all split into different levels. Some of the dangers are even able to instantly obliterate Xianxian experts. Of course, such dangers are easy to avoid. The greatest danger, that cannot be avoided, is the corrupt path. The Julie's secret realm's openings spread throughout several prefectures. Both the righteous and corrupt paths each control a portion. The opening our supermonastery controls is just one of Su Prefecture's openings. Don't fight and kill each other because of treasures. Don't fight with other members of the righteous path, and most definitely do not fight with fellow disciples of the monasteries. That is absolutely not permitted, or you will be punished by the supermonastery's rules. Long Chen smiled mockingly. Who was he trying to scare? Ling Yunzi had long since told everyone the truth. Each time the Julie's secret realm opened, just how many people were really killed by the corrupt path? Wasn't it more like that the majority were all killed by their own people? To say these things now, this elder was just trying to scare the cowards. If you really thought his words would prevent the monastery's disciples from killing each other, then you would probably die without knowing what had happened. In any case, Long Chen had already warned Tang Wan'er and the other core disciples that other than members from the 108th monastery, they were not to trust anyone else. As for whether other people really believed this elder's words, it was easy to tell just by looking at everyone's expressions. Probably his nonsense would only be able to trick a ghost. The various sect leaders weren't all idiots. But this did mean one thing. If you were to take action against someone from the same sect, you would have to kill them in one blow. And if you weren't able to kill them, you had to at least remove any proof. Otherwise, once you left the secret realm, if there was proof that you sneak attacked your fellow disciples in the secret realm, then you would be heavily punished. They would either cripple your cultivation base or directly kill you. So unless it was truly an especially precious treasure or unless you had an extremely great assurance, you couldn't take action against your fellow sect members. That did at least reduce the probability of fellow disciples killing each other. If other members of the righteous path attack you, then you don't need to have that many misgivings. After all, you can't let people just steal your treasures. But everyone should always remember, your one enemy is the corrupt path. At critical times, you must always work together against them. Long Chen almost vomited. What kind of reasoning was that? Had his head rotted? Everyone fought against everyone for treasures, but he wanted them to work together at critical moments. Did they think they were all good little friends? Finally, I'll say one last thing. There are countless treasures in the Julie's secret realm, and if you can't tell what something is, do your best to bring it back with you. The elders from the monasteries can help you appraise it. Even if you can't use it, the monastery will still give you a large reward in accordance to whatever treasure you wish to trade. Each century when the Julie's secret realm opened, it was not just beneficial to the disciples, but it was also beneficial to the supermonastery. It was said that this world had experienced a huge change in the past. Many of history's miraculous cultivation techniques and treasures had been lost now. There were many treasures in the secret realm that could make up for that loss, but unfortunately, many disciples were unable to even tell what those things were. That had caused those old fellows to become a bit crazy, and even want to personally barge in to see what treasures lay in the secret realm. It was a crazy thought, but there were still many crazies who had tried it out. As a result, a xianxian expert had only just stepped into the secret realm when he was obliterated, blown to pieces by a bizarre energy. And yet, that still didn't stop the crazies. In the past millennia, there were countless experts who had been unconvinced and thought they could cause a miracle, only to be killed by the secret realm. Those people seemed to have been infected by a disease. After hundreds of xianxian experts had been killed, that crazy disease seemed to have also died out. So each major power now treated the opening of the Julie secret realm extremely importantly. Many of their disciples had brought back heaven-defying treasures out of the secret realm. There were all kinds of treasures. Some were broken armors of the ancient era. And yet, although they were broken, xianxian experts were unable to harm them. There were also vicious beasts from the ancient era that were extinct in the outside world. They had continued to proliferate in the secret realm. However, those beasts were under some kind of restriction within the Julie secret realm. Magical beasts were unable to grow past the 5th rank inside. The Julie secret realm was extremely large. Those 5th rank magical beasts were all in different regions. If you were slightly careless and walked into their territory, then it might not even be possible to flee. It was said the entire bodies of those beasts were treasures, whether it was their blood, flesh, bones, or especially their crystal cores or nidans. Those were all extremely valuable and could be sold for high prices, perhaps to be used as medicines or weapons. It was said there were also immortal medicines inside. Once someone consumed one, they could possess immortal life without ever losing their youth. Furthermore, it was said someone from the supermonastery had managed to obtain one of those immortal medicines before. However, whether that was true or not, no one knew. In any case, everyone treated the Julie secret realm as a world of treasures. Of course, there were also plenty of dangers. Dead people wouldn't get to enjoy those treasures. That elder once more warned everyone about a couple things to take note of before suddenly clapping his hands. Heaven and earth began to shake intensely. Countless runes appeared over the ground, and at the same time, everyone realized they were somehow unable to move anymore. Conveyance art, that elder shouted, and heaven and earth suddenly changed. The scene before them disappeared, and everyone appeared in front of a huge abyss. People were horrified to see that this abyss was endlessly deep and wide. They couldn't see the bottom, and it looked like a huge mouth that wished to devour the sky. In front of that huge abyss, everyone felt themselves to just be insignificant ants. Heaven and earth trembled, and a terrifying pressure descended, a pressure so strong that everyone felt as if their bones were about to break apart. The sect leaders all took the majority of that pressure for themselves, helping their disciples face off against it. That berserk pressure devastated them for over a full day and night before gradually stopping. Even the sect leaders were covered in sweat after blocking it for so long. Suddenly, a huge crack gradually tore open within the dark abyss. People were shocked to see another world on the other side of that crack. Endless mountain ranges, ancient trees soaring into the sky, huge vines that coiled like dragons, and mountains that looked to climb as high as the heavens. However, people felt as if they were disconnected, and they were unable to sense that world's aura. It looked like a lively painting of a landscape. That crack spread for hundreds of miles, and it was also 100 miles wide. It was extremely bizarre to them. When that crack first appeared, that white-haired elder had immediately started forming hand seals. Following his hand seals, an enormous rune appeared behind him, but if someone were to look at it closely, they would be able to tell that this rune was actually made of tens of thousands of smaller runes. That rune lit up this entire space. 10,000 runic space expansion. Under the urging of that elder's hand seals, the huge rune flew over to the enormous spatial crack. When it reached the center of that crack, the rune instantly exploded into countless smaller runes. Those runes formed a circular door in the center of the crack. After finishing that, the white-haired elder turned slightly pale. "I wish you all luck." That elder's hands suddenly crossed, and Long Chen and the others all felt their bodies shake as they involuntarily flew towards that door. When Long Chen passed through the door, he saw he was on top of a mountain. Julie's secret realm, I, Long Chen, have finally arrived. Chapter 312 Blood-filled Poison Snake. Long Chen had just stepped into the Julie secret realm when a primordial aura gushed over him. His Feng Fu star began to circulate all on its own, crazily absorbing that aura. As that aura was absorbed by his Feng Fu star, Long Chen was surprised to realize that his Feng Fu star was quickly growing larger. Originally, it was just a small ball with indistinct images inside it, but now it seemed like it had become a whole new vibrant world, beautiful and bizarre with life-like mountains, plains, and rivers appearing within it. Could it be that this is the true ninth star transformation? Looking at his Feng Fu star, that seemed as if it was its own world, Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. He could sense a terrifying energy from his Feng Fu star, one that could annihilate the heavens, exterminate the land, and break apart the dome of the sky. But currently he could only sense the energy and was unable to use it. However, that was still enough to awe him. After the Feng Fu star quickly circulated for a while, it gradually calmed back down. Long Chen suddenly felt that his bottleneck had disappeared. His blood, which had been silent for so long, was finally absorbing more spiritual qi. Now Long Chen finally understood. The reason he had run into this impossible bottleneck and been unable to advance no matter what was because the outside world was now lacking this kind of primordial aura. Does the 9-star hegemon body art have something to do with this primordial energy? Then once I leave the secret realm, won't I forever be unable to advance again? Long Chen was startled. He could sense his blood greedily absorbing that primordial energy, making him even more sure of his guess. No, the feeling of summoning still hasn't faded. There's definitely something in this secret realm that the 9-star hegemon body art needs. Sensing his body, he realized his body didn't even need him to intentionally cultivate. His blood was like a starving monster that was crazily absorbing energy from the air. According to this speed, Long Chen was sure he could reach the great circle of blood condensation and advance to tendon transformation in less than a week. Looking around his surroundings, he saw that this world was in a state of eternal dusk, looking like primal chaos had filled the entire world. The surrounding mountains had many bizarre stones as well as huge trees. There were many plants that didn't exist in the outer world. Blood-filled star. Long Chen suddenly saw a precious medicinal herb located on a cliff not far from him. That herb was around a foot long, and there were blood-colored flowers that grew out of it. Those flowers were extremely small and covered the plant. They looked like blood-colored stars covering a sky. They emitted a faint scent. The blood-filled star was an extremely precious 5th-tier medicinal ingredient, a rare main ingredient for some 5th-tier medicinal pills. Long Chen noticed that there were actually tens of them growing out of the cliff, delighting him. The Julie's secret realm really was filled with treasures. Even if he didn't need this kind of medicinal ingredient, he could still sell it for a huge number of other medicinal ingredients. Even if he offered it to the supermonastery, he would be able to obtain a vast amount of points to exchange for things he needed. Long Chen quickly climbed up that cliff. His hand was just about to touch one of them when he suddenly felt danger and jumped back quick as lightning. A ray of light shot right past Long Chen's hand. That was a small snake roughly as thin as a chopstick. That snake was covered in blood-colored spots that looked similar to the blood-filled star. Hiding within the blood-filled star, it was almost impossible to see it. Blood-filled poison snake. Long Chen let out a startled cry and hastily took a couple more steps back. Perhaps other disciples wouldn't be sure what this tiny little snake was, but Long Chen's pill god memories were able to recognize medicinal ingredients as well as some magical beasts. This small snake wasn't a true magical beast, but it was even more terrifying than some of them. That was because its body didn't release any pressure, so it was difficult for people to sense them. It was just an extremely ordinary snake. Even a child would be able to smash it dead with a stick. But the world was filled with inconceivable existences. This tiny snake was incredibly venomous. Even 4th-tier magical beasts were unable to stop its poison. Its poison wouldn't take a person's life, but it would instantly paralyze them. Even bone-forging experts would be paralyzed. Although the paralysis wouldn't last long, perhaps only a quarter hour, that wasn't their most frightening point. Once it paralyzed you, the blood-filled poison snake would go to your eye, and using its tail, it would dig a hole straight through your head, devouring your brain tissue. Its tail had a sharp, sawtooth-like ending. It wasn't that sharp, but it could easily cut through a person's eye. Thinking of that kind of death, anyone would have their hair stand on end. There were many ways to die, but dying to the blood-filled poison snake was incredibly mournful. That was why Long Chen's expression had changed so greatly. In his carelessness just now, he had almost died. That couldn't be blamed on Long Chen. The blood-filled poison snake had already gone extinct in the outside world. The fact that it would appear now immediately raised Long Chen's guard. Within the Julie secret realm, anything could happen. A small carelessness could lead to death. Long Chen took out some long clamps and grabbed the blood-filled poison snake's head, not letting it open its mouth. Other than its toxicity, it was just an ordinary snake. Normally it would stay near blood-filled stars and sneak attack any magical beasts attracted to them. But now that Long Chen had noticed it, its speed was incomparable to Long Chen and it was easily caught. Long Chen took out a bottle and placed it inside. He sealed the bottle with cloth, afraid that a bottle stopper would make it suffocate. This thing could definitely be useful to Long Chen. He couldn't let it go to waste. Long Chen had a life ring it could be stored in temporarily. Long Chen then used a stick to lightly prod the blood-filled star several times while also using his spiritual strength to sense any changes. After confirming there were no more blood-filled poison snakes present, he carefully excavated the medicinal ingredient, leaving a bit of earth on its roots. No matter what medicinal ingredient it was, living medicinal ingredients were far superior to dead ones. However, keeping them alive was too difficult. Furthermore, refining them was also much more difficult. So the outer world's medicinal ingredients were all dead ones. However, a living blood-filled star was definitely much more valuable than a dead one. In any case, his life ring's space was not small. With this experience, Long Chen carefully harvested 17 blood-filled stars, as well as gaining over 20 blood-filled poison snakes. Those snakes hadn't all just been hiding within the blood-filled stars. Some of them had been hiding in the surrounding grass or cracks in the stone. They were extremely sly. That made Long Chen's guard go up even higher, and he no longer dared be the slightest bit careless. However, high risk came with high reward. Long Chen estimated that just these blood-filled stars would be enough to exchange for millions of points. Although millions of points were nothing to Long Chen now, he had only just entered the Julie secret realm, and was currently just in its outer areas. Such treasures had already appeared. Once he reached the core region, there would definitely be some heaven-defying opportunities for him. Just thinking about those would make people feel a burst of fiery passion. Seeing that there were no more medicinal ingredients around, Long Chen took out an iron spear from his spatial ring and used it as a walking stick. The blood-filled poison snakes had raised his guard to its peak. Who knew what bizarre things were around him? It was better for him to be cautious. He had been walking when that light sound rang out. Long Chen looked down to see that it was a bone. So many years had passed that it had already been eroded by the wind. Looking at its shape, it seemed to be a leg bone. The bone was a bit black. Its owner had probably died to poison. Long Chen sighed. Perhaps this person was from the previous opening of the Julie secret realm or the one before that. Most likely, this person had died just after entering. That really was an unlucky death, to die before even becoming accustomed to the surroundings. Long Chen continued several miles without seeing a single person. Before entering, Ling Yunzi had told him that the disciples sent into the Julie secret realm would all appear in more or less the same region. But that same region was a region that was tens of thousands of miles wide, so the chance of running into someone else wasn't that high. Furthermore, the Julie secret realm had several openings, so you would encounter both righteous and corrupt disciples. Mo Nian had told him that he would also enter the Julie secret realm, but he hadn't said what entrance he would come from. He took out a map that the supermonastery had distributed to every disciple. This map was something created from successive generations of disciples entering the Julie secret realm. Each disciple was only able to contribute a small amount to it, but after enough people added and confirmed pieces of it, it had become extremely accurate. However, there were still many regions that were vague. Those places were either mostly empty or had a red mark on them. Those empty areas or areas written in red were all classified as danger regions with an extremely high probability of death. Long Chen carefully looked it over. There were actually tens of those danger regions. According to history, the Julie secret realm had begun to appear several tens of thousands of years ago. It took several attempts before people were finally able to enter. But even after being able to enter, even after so many years had passed, even after so many of their elite disciples had entered, no one had figured out the true identity of the Julie secret realm. At the beginning, some unknown person had brought out an inscribed board which had characters from the immortal era on it. After going through countless tomes, people finally managed to decipher those two words were, Julie. From then on, that secret realm was called the Julie secret realm. But as for the Julie secret realm's origins, all people had their guesses. There was not a single definitive explanation. Thus, trying to figure out the mysteries of the Julie secret realm had become something extremely enjoyable for the talented disciples of this era. That was because it was said that whoever could uncover the Julie secret realm's secret would be able to obtain an invaluable treasure, allowing them to become a supreme figure. But of course, such nonsense was just used to trick idiots. The majority of people were focused on obtaining the real opportunities inside it. No one would care about what mystery was involved. Long Chen carefully continued advancing forward. His first goal was to reach something called the Serene Ancient Tomb. That was the closest place to him. It was said there was an immortal buried there, and it should have extremely large opportunities. Save me. Just as Long Chen was walking forward, a ragged woman suddenly rushed over at Long Chen in complete panic. Chapter 313 Contemptible Entrapment. Save me. The woman looked to be around 20 years old and appeared quite seductive. With her robes turned to rags, her chest was half naked, revealing her incredibly deep cleavage. Her jade legs were also showing through those rags, a sight that made it hard for people to breathe. When that woman saw Long Chen, she lit up with joy and rushed over to him, quickly wrapping her arm around Long Chen's arm. Perhaps it was because she was too frightened, but she didn't seem to notice her bare chest tightly pressing onto his arm. She begged, "Senior apprentice brother, please save me. Someone's trying to kill me." "Oh, who's trying to kill you? How come I don't see anyone?" Long Chen looked into the distance and didn't see anyone. The instant Long Chen turned to look, that woman's terrified expression vanished to be replaced with a sneer. A chilling dagger appeared in her hand and she went to stab it into Long Chen's chest. "I advise you not to move. If you do, I won't hold back." Long Chen's voice was icy cold. That woman suddenly felt a sharp pain on her throat. At some point, the spear in Long Chen's hand had lightly pierced her throat. As for her, she had only just taken out her dagger and it was still far away from Long Chen's body. Long Chen would have more than enough time to kill her and then still dodge her dagger. That woman's expression changed, but in an instant, she put on a lovely, pitiful expression. Dropping her dagger, she begged, "Please, senior apprentice brother, forgive me. I had everything stolen from me by 2 monastery disciples. Even my pure body was stolen away. I was embarrassed and angry, and that's why I wanted to kill you, to vent. I'm also a victim." After saying that, she began to cry miserably, a sight that would make anyone feel sorry for her. But Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit moved. He icily said, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Just by looking at you, I can tell you're still a virgin. You actually have the nerve to spout such wild lies. Are you looking down on me?" Just who was Long Chen? He had merged with a pill god's memories, and knew the body's meridians like the back of his palm. How could it be possible for him to not notice if a woman was a virgin or not? That woman clearly hadn't expected Long Chen's vision to be so perceptive. He wasn't at all like some spoiled young master. She had immediately been seen through. "Speak. Why did you want to kill me?" I should die. I was consumed by my greed. Please forgive junior sister. Due to the fact I'm a woman, can you please spare me this once? Junior sister is willing to give anything to you. Even if senior brother wants junior sister's body, junior sister is willing," begged that woman. Who knew whether it was intentional or whether it was just her trembling, but the majority of her ragged robes now fell down even lower, and her entire upper body was laid bare to Long Chen. Seeing that, Long Chen could immediately feel a certain desire of his begin to awaken, but he instantly suppressed it. Even with death before you, you still want to play this little game. Your spiritual strength is still circulating, waiting for me to relax so you can suddenly kill me. Unfortunately, you've overestimated your seductiveness. But that's fine too. Now we can end this quicker. Long Chen's spear pierced forward ever so slightly. "No, Long Chen, don't kill me." That woman was finally truly terrified. She could sense Long Chen's bone-chilling killing intent. "As expected, you know who I am. Hurry up and talk. My patience has a limit." In truth, that woman was somewhat hesitant as she stuttered. Long Chen was about to say something to get her to hurry up when 2 figures suddenly appeared, running over to them. "Long Chen, you contemptible, shameless, perverted traitor, you dare rape a beauty in broad daylight. TCH, how are you a member of our righteous path? Hurry up and release this junior sister," shouted one of them. Before Long Chen could say anything, that woman shouted, "Senior apprentice brothers, save me. This Long Chen is a bestial-hearted traitor. I refuse to be humiliated, and so he actually wanted to kill me. Long Chen, hurry up and release that junior sister. I've already recorded your pervertedness on a photographic jade. Do you want this video to be released to the public? Those two were both core disciples wearing robes of the monastery. That mark on their chest had a number 45 written on it. In other words, these two were from the 45th monastery. Long Chen smiled. Were you all colluding? That woman sneered and pulled up her robes, covering her chest. If you're smart, you'll take away your spear, you shameless, perverted traitor. PFFT. Long Chen's spear left that woman's throat. She had just smiled when she felt a burst of pain from her chest. Long Chen's spear had pierced her chest. That woman looked at her chest in shock and disbelief. She felt her life rapidly fading. You really are all idiots. You came to target me without even knowing what kind of person I am. Did you not know that I never submit to threats? Long Chen icily stared at that woman. With his intelligence, would he really not be able to see through their little ploy? Those two core disciples were clearly one team with that woman. That woman first acted like some weak, helpless woman, using her half-naked body to draw Long Chen's attention. If he was the inexperienced young master type, he would have been drawn to her body and then directly killed by her sneak attack. But since Long Chen hadn't fallen for it, the woman had then started putting on a play. But that had also been seen through by Long Chen. Now these two disciples came to use their photographic jades to threaten Long Chen to release her. It went without saying that this ploy of theirs was extremely vicious. If Long Chen let the woman go, they would still definitely spread a portion of that photographic jades video out to the public in order to ruin Long Chen's name. If Long Chen instead killed her, that would be even worse. Even if Long Chen could survive to the end of the Julie secret realm, he would still be heavily punished by the supermonastery. That was why that woman had dared mock Long Chen. She didn't believe he would do anything to her. Unfortunately, she really didn't understand Long Chen. Long Chen had never once bowed down to any threat. He might be afraid of other things, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. He flung that woman to the ground. By that time, she was already dead, her eyes listlessly looking up at the sky, filled with confusion and unwillingness. Long Chen, you berserk sex fiend. We'll definitely punish you. Once we announce this to the whole world, you'll be chased down and killed by the entire righteous path. One person roared at him, but he had already turned to flee. The other person was also the same. But they were smart, and they didn't flee in the same direction. They had heard Long Chen had the ability to fight chosen, and so they weren't a match for him. Long Chen had to choose which one of them to chase, and which one of them to let go. Then, in his hesitation, he would lose any chance to catch up to either one of them. Long Chen snorted, and without even thinking about it, he charged at one of them. That person was extremely fast, but he had only gone less than a mile when Long Chen caught up to him. That core disciple suddenly turned rigid as he was locked down by a terrifying murderous aura. Long Chen's spear pierced right through his body, the terrifying force within it causing his entire body to explode. Long Chen caught the photographic jade that had been in his hand and instantly crushed it to pieces. Then he didn't pause at all before charging at the other disciple. After this time, that core disciple was already several miles away. As he ran, he also shouted, Long Chen, that perverted traitor, has wickedly killed a woman of the righteous path. He also wants to kill others to silence them. Everyone, quickly come look. As a core disciple, his voice was extremely loud, and it could be heard clearly for hundreds of miles. Long Chen's expression changed ever so slightly. He sensed quite a few auras quickly rushing over in this direction. There were several of them whose auras were stronger. They should be favored. He had to kill this bastard before those people arrived, or they would have succeeded in smearing him. Long Chen quickly increased his speed, shooting out like an angry arrow. That person was horrified to see Long Chen's spear piercing right at him, and he quickly raised his weapon to block it. His weapon instantly exploded and he also vomited out blood as he was knocked back. In front of Long Chen's terrifying strength, that core disciple was practically unable to block a single blow. Long Chen instantly appeared in front of him, his spear stabbing down. A huge hole was pierced through his abdomen, and he flew back into a brush, instantly dying. And yet, even as he had died, he had continued clenching that photographic jade in his hand. Long Chen quickly went up to grab it, but the instant his hand touched the jade, two harsh attacks went straight for Long Chen's chest and back. They were so fast that their attacks almost arrived at the same time as that voice rang out. That attack was incomparably quick. It contained a terrifying power. Long Chen instinctively dodged to the side, and the two attacks collided, causing an explosive sound. Long Chen didn't have time to see who was attacking him. He needed that photographic jade. He reached out his hand. But a huge claw suddenly grabbed that corpse before Long Chen could grab it. Long Chen was startled by that huge claw, and immediately punched out. Scram! A different huge, metallic claw attacked him from the back. Long Chen was infuriated. He had to swing his fist to block this other claw. That claw was sent flying, but that delay was enough for the other claw to bring away that corpse along with the photographic jade. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, today us brothers will see just how you die. An incredible loathsome voice caused Long Chen's killing intent to skyrocket. Chapter 314 Courting Disaster. Long Chen turned to look in the direction that voice had come from, and as expected, he saw two identical faces sneering at him. These two were Bo Shidong and Bo Shixi, the two that Guo Ran had termed as worthless good-for-nothings. With their extremely hateful faces and their incredibly loathsome voices, Long Chen couldn't forget them even if he wanted to. Last time they had sunk to a new low and actually cursed Tang Wan'er obscenely. As a result, they had nearly been killed. Now they were lively and healthy again in front of Long Chen. Hee, how surprising. I never thought that you, Long Chen, were actually a perverted traitor. Then let me see just what is recorded in this for you to want to murder people to silence them. One of them touched the photographic jade, and an image appeared in midair. That scene was Long Chen pointing his spear at the throat of a woman who was in rags and practically naked. That woman's expression was miserable, while Long Chen's expression was icy cold, not caring the slightest bit about that woman's pitiful begging. Seeing that image, those two twins immediately lit up and laughed. Ha ha ha, what a good thing. You brothers quickly make copies of this photographic jade and spread it so that all the righteous disciples can clearly see the face of the perverted traitor. At this time, there were already 6 or 7 disciples who had also arrived, looking at Long Chen in astonishment. Bo Shidong threw that photographic jade to one of them. Long Chen recognized that disciple as a core disciple from the 36th monastery who had come to provoke them. He had been the first to battle, and as a result, he had almost pissed himself in terror as he fled. Receiving that photographic jade, he was delighted and rapidly took out more photographic jades, touching them to the photographic jade to duplicate them. That person made several copies in just a single breath, and he was also crazily laughing at the thrill of vengeance. Obviously in his eyes, this photographic jade was even more satisfying than physically injuring Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. Was this the will of the heavens? Why did these senseless idiots with nothing better to do always go find trouble for him? Long Chen, ha ha ha, this time you're dead. The two twins were absolutely delighted. They weren't just delighted that Long Chen would now die in the secret realm, but more so because once everyone left the secret realm, these photographic jades would absolutely humiliate the 108th monastery. I don't know whether I'll die or not, but you two definitely will. I, Long Chen, will swear today that anyone who dares target me will have their blood spray. At this time, Long Chen was on the edge of going berserk. He was fed up with these senseless idiots harassing him. If this continued, then his cultivation would be continuously held up. Long Chen urgently needed to grow stronger to deal with that future crisis. These idiots were intentionally slowing him down. Long Chen took a single step, charging at the two of them. Devil Decapitator appeared in his hand, and endless saber chi filled the sky. One saber slashed out, startling all of heaven and earth. A terrifying will soared out. That saber not only contained Long Chen's energy, it also represented Long Chen's furious killing intent. Those two twins were horrified to realize Long Chen was even more terrifying than last time. This saber of his froze all of heaven and earth, locking them tightly in place. The two of them shouted out at the same time, and 2 brand new shields appeared in front of them. Those shields were covered in countless shining lines that emitted a powerful pressure. Boom! The two of them were horrified to find that their incomparably hard shields were far too weak in front of Long Chen's attack. Their 2 shields exploded like porcelain, while Long Chen's saber didn't slow down at all, directly slashing onto their bodies. No, their screams were cut short. The power in Long Chen's saber had directly turned them to mincemeat, their blood filling the air. Suddenly, 2 Dao marks started to fly into the sky. However, they were cut down by Long Chen's saber. Long Chen's will actually destroyed them in one blow. Dao marks, you really are blind. You went to go assist these 2 idiots. Were you trying to assist evil? Sighed Long Chen. There were over 10 righteous experts who had rushed here at this time. They had all been scared stupid by Long Chen's terrifying saber blow. Although those two twins had been weaker individually amongst favored, the two of them were extremely good at working together. Within the supermonastery, they were the only twin favored, and so almost everyone recognized them. Now that they saw Long Chen kill them both in one blow, they were filled with horror. That disciple who had been crazily duplicating the photographic jade was so frightened that he instantly fled. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to chase him. He had already seen through the folly of these righteous disciples. He didn't have the energy to go play such senseless games with them. That would waste his valuable time. He had already vowed to himself. From today onwards, anyone who dared block his way would only have one fate, to be killed by him. Long Chen, you dare kill righteous disciples like this? Are you not afraid of being punished? Raged one core disciple. Long Chen indifferently glanced at him, and that core disciple's body instantly tightened, feeling as if some harsh aura had locked him in place. He felt a sensation of death fill him, and he instantly forgot how to breathe. After glancing at him, Long Chen didn't say any more before walking deeper into the secret realm. Long Chen, you contemptible, shameless, perverted traitor. You mercilessly slaughtered disciples from the same sect and want to just leave. The commotion here had already drawn over many disciples, and a favored now shouted out. There were over 40 core disciples here, as well as 7 favored, all looking at Long Chen in shock. Long Chen suddenly stopped and looked at everyone. This is my first and final warning. Don't provoke me. You're all no longer children. You're all grown-ups who have the ability and responsibility to distinguish right and wrong. If you don't bother caring about right and wrong and decide to raise your hand against me, I will not be merciful again. After saying that, Long Chen turned to leave. Impudent. Even a shameless perverted traitor dares say such arrogant words. What are you all waiting for? Kill this pervert traitor together to get rid of a calamity for the righteous path. This person unsheathed 2 swords and rushed at Long Chen, his sword stabbing at Long Chen's back. Long Chen didn't even look back. Devil Decapitator swung out behind him. That person was a favored, but he had come later and hadn't seen Long Chen kill the twins. Furthermore, he was practically driven crazy with envy when he remembered the scene of Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu, 2 absolutely peak beauties, intimately holding Long Chen's arms. How did a blood condensation brat end up being that arrogant? So he was immediately infuriated now that Long Chen stopped everyone with just a single warning. He assumed with him leading them, there would be more justice warriors. Unfortunately, it seemed he hadn't noticed that not one of the people behind him had rushed forward with him. The instant Long Chen's saber swung out, heaven and earth were sealed tight, and a berserk, destructive will instantly descended. He immediately realized he had been looking to die. That kind of undefeatable will was something only Chosen could possess. Now he finally remembered the rumors that Long Chen had a Chosen's fighting strength. Crossed swords. That person was actually extremely powerful. Even while being enveloped by Long Chen's will, he was still able to steady his nerves. His sword swung out in an arc. A huge cross appeared in front of him, heavily smashing into Long Chen's saber. But that person was horrified to see his powerful attack was completely shattered in front of Long Chen's Devil Decapitator. His saber didn't stop at all before reaching his chest. Blood and flesh exploded. That favored was killed just like that. A translucent Dao mark began to float up into the sky, wanting to flee. Devil Decapitator once more swung out, and that Dao mark instantly exploded, causing everyone's expressions to change. Long Chen was really too vicious. Not only did he kill people, but he also destroyed their incomparably precious Dao marks. If ordinary core disciples could obtain a Dao mark, they had a 10% chance of becoming a new favored. Long Chen naturally knew that. However, these idiots in front of him weren't worthy of him leaving that opportunity to them. Long Chen's saber had struck out without any mercy, shocking everyone. He killed a favored without batting an eye, not even looking at him. What kind of arrogance was that? Of course, not everyone here was an idiot. Although they had all seen that image from that photographic jade, they hadn't seen the whole video. They had been dubious about what had really happened. And now they personally saw just how powerful and proud Long Chen was. Would he really have such lewd intentions towards a woman, especially one who, in truth, was only ordinary looking? Long Chen had warned them, telling them to distinguish what was true or false on their own. Quite a few people were already able to tell there was probably some unknown scheme going on around Long Chen. However, In any case, the fact that Long Chen had repeatedly killed righteous disciples meant he wouldn't be able to flee. No matter what reasoning he had, killing 3 favored was a crime he would never be able to wash away. After killing that favored, Long Chen, who hadn't turned back from start to finish, once more continued walking. Suddenly, a clapping sound rang out together with a voice that Long Chen was very familiar with. Not bad, not bad. Long Chen, you've once more gotten a bit stronger. It was worth it for me to spend so much of my valuable time to find you. Everyone was startled. At some point, a black-robed, gloomy man, whose black hair fell to his shoulders, had appeared in the distance. That man seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and no one had realized he had been there until now. Corrupt Path. When they saw that blood-colored, bone-shaped marking on his robes, all their expressions changed. Their hearts involuntarily pounded and they all retreated a couple steps. Even Long Chen's pupils shrank when he saw who it was. His right hand tightened on Devil Decapitator. Yin Luo. Chapter 315 Battling Yin Luo. That man was precisely Yin Luo. With his black robes billowing back, he looked like a devil who had climbed out of hell. The current Yin Luo appeared even more frightening than before. Long Chen, are you not going to say anything after seeing your old friend? Yin Luo smiled, but that smile was extremely icy, and his voice was like icicles stabbing their ears, causing people to feel a chill in their bones. Just by standing there, even though he was almost 300 meters away, those righteous disciples all felt fear and trepidation, each of them retreating further back. Even the favored were unable to stop themselves from retreating. They could sense a heaven-toppling hatred that was soaring out of him. Yin Luo, you're not bad. After only a couple months, your third leg has grown this long. Long Chen was also surprised by Yin Luo's appearance. Yin Luo's aura was nothing like it had been back then, it was much stronger. But towards enemies whose hatred of him had sunk into their bones, Long Chen followed one rule: if he could anger them to death with one sentence, he definitely wouldn't use a second. Yin Luo, those righteous disciples were all shocked, their eyes filled with terror. Yin Luo's name was something all the righteous disciples knew. Back then, they had heard that a top expert had appeared in one of the righteous and corrupt battles. The 108th monastery had asked for help from the first monastery, and the first monastery had sent a chosen. However, through some backdoor channels, it was leaked that this chosen had been alerted by a secret letter from the first monastery that had stopped him. It was said that the first monastery must have heard the rumor of an incredibly powerful disciple appearing in the corrupt path, a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. Such a figure was someone only an expert on the level of Han Tianyu could fight. However, back then, Han Tianyu had been in seclusion and couldn't go out fighting. That chosen had then made a random excuse, arriving after the battle had ended. Of course, that was not accidental, but completely deliberate. That had been the first monastery's order. They all knew just how terrifying experts on the same level as Han Tianyu were. The 108th monastery's life and death meant nothing to them, and they didn't want to lose a chosen. That was also why later, when Tu Fang had gone to make a complaint, the first monastery had spread out its hand and completely suppressed the matter. Unfortunately, there was nothing that was 100%. There were many curious people, and that was especially true of those bored people with nothing else to do. They had all managed to figure out what had happened behind the scenes. Apparently, someone named Mo Nian had appeared during that battle to block Yin Luo. However, later, when they had heard that Long Chen and Mo Nian had worked together to defeat him and even sever one of his legs, everyone had just laughed it off as a joke. The main thing was that what had happened in the battle had also been secretly suppressed by Ling Yunzi. He didn't want Long Chen to be too eye-catching, as that could end up harming him. But after that battle, there was no one in the righteous path who didn't know Yin Luo's name. He was someone on the same level as Han Tianyu, a top expert amongst chosen, someone who had never met anyone in the same realm who could block more than 10 of his blows. This man in front of them was the corrupt path's top expert, someone who could kill core disciples like killing chickens. How could they not be frightened? Even favored would be slaughtered in front of Yin Luo. They wanted to run, but they were also a bit unwilling. After all, they were the righteous path's experts, people with their own prestige and face. They couldn't run in terror. They told themselves they couldn't run. And yet, their feet didn't listen, and they were constantly retreating until they were a mile away. But hearing Long Chen's reply filled them with shock. Were the rumors true and Yin Luo's leg had been severed? Your mouth is still so dislikable. Are you trying to purposely infuriate me? Yin Luo stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, looking icily at Long Chen. Don't make yourself up to be some lofty god. A god wouldn't throw their pasty-ass leg on the battlefield. Long Chen disdainfully looked back at him. He disliked these kinds of arrogant, show-off displays that didn't even have any content. He knew that he wasn't able to run anymore. The only thing to do was to fight all out. HMPH, now that you don't have Mo Nian's help or that woman's secret art, I want to see just how many of my attacks you can block. Space buzzed, and an illusory figure appeared behind Yin Luo. It looked like a devil god was possessing his body, and the ground shook intensely. Although Yin Luo hated Long Chen, he didn't look down on him. The reason he had rushed over to this righteous path's entrance area the instant he had entered the Julie's secret realm was to see if he could run into Long Chen. And apparently his luck was practically a defiance of the heavens. As soon as he had arrived in this area, he had sensed the fighting and immediately noticed Long Chen. Although Long Chen was still at the peak of blood condensation, he didn't dare look down on him in the slightest. If he wanted to kill Long Chen, he would have to do it as fast as possible. Otherwise, if they fought for too long, they would attract too many experts of the righteous path. Even if he was more conceited, he wouldn't arrogantly go fight the entire supermonastery's elites. If he ended up drawing over Han Tianyu, then although he wouldn't fear him in a one-on-one, he would still definitely die if he were surrounded by a huge group of chosen. So his aura instantly leapt to its peak. Long Chen also didn't dare be careless. At the same time as Yin Luo released his aura, Long Chen also summoned his divine ring, and a star appeared within his eyes. Long Chen suddenly realized that summoning out the Feng Fu battle armor within the Julie's secret realm was different from the outside world. Here, it was like heaven and earth were blessing him, and his strength increase was even greater than if he was in the outside world. The instant he summoned out the Feng Fu battle armor, a terrifying aura erupted out, forming a pillar of light that soared to the sky, parting the clouds. Anyone within 1,000 miles could see it. Heavens, how terrifying! Those righteous disciples who were a mile away looked at it in shock. All this, just from the two of them. Releasing their auras, heaven and earth were already starting to warp. The ground beneath their feet was covered in cracks that instantly spread out for hundreds of miles. After being impacted by an immense pressure from the two of them, those disciples once more retreated. At the same time, more and more disciples were drawn over to this scene. The two of their auras were crazily climbing, giving off the sensation of two ancient monsters roaring at each other, trying to suppress the other. But Yin Luo was shocked to see that he, someone at the grand ninth heaven stage of tendon transformation, was unable to use his aura to suppress Long Chen. This particular aura was something that was essentially a person's qi supplemented by their will. It formed a kind of spiritual pressure. It was the greatest technique to suppress people without even fighting. Long Chen's cultivation base was far weaker than Yin Luo's. But his will was seemingly boundless, and it was almost like a sword that aimed to pierce through the dome of the sky, nothing being able to block it. Long Chen used his will to supplement his qi, managing to block Yin Luo's aura. However, he was only able to withstand Yin Luo. It was impossible for Long Chen to suppress him instead. Yin Luo's hatred of Long Chen had already reached the peak. Without killing Long Chen, he would be unable to wash away the humiliation of having his leg severed. He had been planning on crushing Long Chen in body and soul, wanting him to feel endless despair, to crush him like crushing an ant. In order to achieve this desire, in the past few months, Yin Luo had crazily increased his cultivation base, raising it to the ninth heaven stage of tendon transformation. But now he found that all his bitter work, his suffering day and night, the use of all kinds of poisons to strengthen his tendons, was still unable to allow him to suppress Long Chen, who was only at blood condensation. His fury completely exploded. Yin Luo suddenly took out a golden spear that looked the exact same as his old one. However, the runes covering it made its aura even more powerful than before. Other than having his leg severed, the thing that infuriated him the most was that even his weapon had been lost. His sect had had to specially request a forging master to work day and night to make this new spear in time for the Julie's secret realm. This spear had cost a huge amount of precious resources. Just the spear head had 4 high-ranking magical beast crystal cores embedded in it. All of them were used to increase its weight. This spear weighed 1,080,000 pounds. Once its runes were activated, drawing out the energy within those crystal cores, that spear's weight would further increase by 30%. Last time, Yin Luo had been at a disadvantage because of his weapon's weight. This time he wouldn't make the same mistake. His spear streaked through the air, screaming as it smashed at Long Chen. It was as if that spear could break apart the very world. Long Chen had never been this grave before. Yin Luo was now even stronger than last time. Stamping down on the ground, Devil Decapitator swung out in a profound arc. During that arc, Long Chen's own strength was increasing, going past just his physical strength. This was an extremely profound circulation technique he had learned from the Violet Gale Saber. It allowed his own strength to stack up over and over. But he also needed to carefully calculate where his saber would land. The instant his saber reached its target, that superimposed energy would reach its peak and burst out. Devil Decapitator slammed into Yin Luo's spear. The ground completely exploded, and a huge wave of earth instantly swept out for 100 miles. Those distant, spectating disciples were instantly buried by that terrifying wave of earth. In fact, some of the weaker core disciples directly fainted from the impact. The instant Long Chen's Devil Decapitator collided with that spear, he was sent flying back, his saber leaving his hand. Long Chen felt as if his organs were flipping inside of him, and he tasted sweetness in his throat, almost vomiting blood. That one attack instantly caused a severe internal impact. Yin Luo was too strong. Now that he was even more powerful than before, Long Chen was unable to block a single one of his attacks, even with the Feng Fu battle armor's increased power. That made Long Chen feel a burst of helplessness. He had now been thrown far off. If he didn't break through soon, he would definitely die here. HMPH, taste another one of my attacks. Yin Luo shouted, raising his spear again. This time, all the runes on his spear lit up, and it brought with it a terrifying pressure as it smashed down on Long Chen. Long Chen coldly snorted and formed a hand seal in front of him, his spiritual strength spreading out. Little Snow, come out and kill him. Chapter 316 Illusory Bone Robe. Space trembled intensely, and a huge figure appeared in front of Long Chen. As soon as that figure appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a foot-long sphere at Yin Luo. That sphere released an ear-piercing sonic boom. If you were to carefully look at it, you would see that this sphere was composed of millions of tiny wind blades that were so small, they could barely be seen with the naked eye. Those countless wind blades were surrounding the center of that sphere. At the center was a lava-like liquid that was quickly revolving. Of course, that figure was Little Snow. Long Chen had long since told Little Snow to be ready. Little Snow had already stored up enough energy, and as soon as he appeared, he released a powerful attack. That sphere was one of Little Snow's inherited techniques. It was his most powerful attack. This was the first time Little Snow had let out a full-strength attack since advancing to the 4th rank. Yin Luo hadn't expected Long Chen to have such a move, and being caught off guard, his spear hadn't managed to block it. It was now about to hit him in the chest. Illusory Bone Robe, a phantom-like figure instantly wrapped around Yin Luo, and it looked as if he had been wrapped in densely packed bones. Little Snow's attack exploded when it collided into Yin Luo's body. In that instant, millions of wind blades surged out in all directions. Crap, Long Chen was shocked that Little Snow's attack was so terrifying. Those wind blades didn't differentiate between enemies or himself. If he was struck, wouldn't he be turned to mincemeat? Just as Long Chen was preparing to circulate his energy to defend himself, Long Chen's vision darkened. Little Snow. He suddenly realized that Little Snow had put him inside his own mouth. Long Chen suddenly felt his entire body shake, and Little Snow seemed to be tumbling through the air. Long Chen tightly held onto one of Little Snow's teeth. After several breaths, Little Snow opened his mouth, allowing Long Chen to see what was going on again. Little Snow. Long Chen jumped out and the first thing he saw was Little Snow covered in blood, many cuts having opened up on his body. Obviously even Little Snow himself was unable to block his own terrifying attack. Little Snow was more of a long-distance fighter, and his own defensive strength was unable to compare to his attack strength. Good move, really a good move. A voice rang out from between clenched teeth. Long Chen turned to look in the direction of the voice with shock. At this time, the sky full of dust had finally faded. An area of several miles had been turned to powder by Little Snow's attack. In the distance was a man covered in blood, sinisterly staring at Long Chen. That person was Yin Luo. Yin Luo's clothes had been cut to pieces by those terrifying wind blades, and there were countless cuts all over his body. There was not 1 inch of his skin that was whole. His handsome face was covered in wounds, and his lips had been ferociously torn open. When he opened his mouth, You could see all his teeth, a terrifying image. Yin Luo was both startled and infuriated. Even in his dreams, he had never imagined that Long Chen was a beast tamer capable of controlling a 4th-rank magical beast with only a blood condensation cultivation base. Beast tamers had powerful spiritual strengths. They were able to open a spiritual space and place spiritual marks on magical beasts to make them their slaves. The terror of beast tamers did not need to be doubted. But no matter how powerful a beast tamer was, they all had one fatal weak point. That was that other than their powerful spiritual strength, they had essentially zero attacking power. Their physical bodies were all extremely weak. That had been a fact that had never been contested for eternity. Back during the righteous and corrupt battle, Yin Luo had been sneak attacked by Little Snow, but at that time, he had never suspected that Little Snow was connected to Long Chen. Long Chen's body was abnormally powerful. How could such a person possibly be a physically weak beast tamer? None of Long Chen's trump cards had ever startled Yin Luo. Only this beast tamer status of his was out of his expectations. If he hadn't cultivated the illusory bone robe, a secret technique of the corrupt path, in the past few months, he would already be dead. He had previously tested the power of his illusory bone robe. Even a full-force attack from an 8-temper bone forging expert was unable to do anything to it. But that incredibly firm illusory bone robe was only able to block less than half of Little Snow's attack before exploding. Originally, he had been planning on crushing Long Chen like he was a bug. But now he had almost died to him. How could he not be infuriated? Die! Yin Luo roared, and a black rune lit up on his forehead. His injuries were actually quickly healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. His spear once more smashed down at Long Chen. Long Chen hastily went to block. He was horrified to realize that Yin Luo had now used some sort of secret technique to temporarily suppress his injuries. His strength hadn't dropped in the slightest. That spear of his contained a mountain-crushing strength. Long Chen was unable to block it and was sent flying back, crashing into Little Snow's body. Then Little Snow was also picked up and sent flying by that terrifying strength. Long Chen vomited blood. Now the difference between him and Yin Luo was too wide. Even with the Feng Fu battle armor and divine ring, he was unable to block his berserk power, and his internal organs were all heavily injured. Little Snow also wasn't much better off. That explosion of wind blades had covered him in wounds due to being too close. Some of his injuries went down to the bone. If the cuts on his abdomen were any wider, it would be possible to see his insides. Defense was Little Snow's weak point. The main thing was that Long Chen had underestimated Little Snow's attack strength, which had caused this mishap. Little Snow, let's run. Long Chen suddenly jumped on Little Snow's back, using his spiritual strength to communicate with him. They were currently unable to defeat Yin Luo. If this continued, they would definitely be the ones to die. Although there were tens of righteous disciples watching to the side, Long Chen didn't hope for them to come help. The fact they also hadn't moved to attack him was already enough for him to count his blessings. Watching the situation and finding an opportunity to run was the way of the king. Although the will in his soul didn't want him to run, Long Chen wouldn't let himself be controlled like that. He was Long Chen, not a pill god. He didn't care about face. He cared about living. If they did fight it out until the end, the result would definitely end in their deaths. Little Snow shot out like a bolt of lightning, fleeing 5 miles in an instant. You want to run? It's not that easy. Yin Luo snorted, and with a single step, he suddenly appeared close behind them. His speed was absolutely alarming. Long Chen had thought that with Little Snow's speed, they would be able to quickly throw off Yin Luo. He had never imagined Yin Luo could use some sort of footwork to raise his speed to this level. He was not at all inferior to Little Snow. If Little Snow was still in his peak condition, he would be quite a bit faster than Yin Luo. But right now, Little Snow was covered in injuries. That greatly impacted his speed. As for Yin Luo, he was using some sort of secret technique to suppress his injuries. He was quickly catching up. Long Chen felt a chill. If Yin Luo caught up, then they really might be doomed. With a wave of his hand, a blue ball of flames appeared in his hand. That flame quickly grew larger as Long Chen poured in more of his flame energy. When that ball was finally a foot long, its terrifying temperature caused space to warp. The vegetation he passed by was instantly turned to ashes. Pill blaze swallowing mountains. That ball of flames now contained all of Long Chen's pill flame energy. It flew back at Yin Luo, who was close behind, the ground it passed by instantly turning black. An ant's little technique. Yin Luo snorted and summoned out that illusory bone robe. He also smashed his spear at that ball of flames. The flames instantly exploded, and a terrifying wave of heat shot out, broiling all the land for a mile. Even the air seemed to ignite. That terrifying blaze enveloped Yin Luo, but Yin Luo's illusory bone robe still kept it blocked on the outside. It was unable to cause him any injuries. That flame might be powerful, most likely posing a fatal threat to core disciples, but to favored, it couldn't count as much, let alone Yin Luo, a chosen amongst chosen. However, Yin Luo knew Long Chen was extremely crafty and didn't dare be careless. So he had ended up wasting some spiritual chi rather than allowing that flame to reach his body. But then realizing that flame was just an ordinary beast flame and posed no threat to him, Yin Luo couldn't help snorting. Before the flames even scattered, he charged out through the front. In his eyes, this was just Long Chen's deathbed struggle. He was just stalling the inevitable. But as soon as he charged out of those flames, his eyes immediately popped open. A 30-meter-long lightning spear had suddenly appeared in front of him. A destructive will came from it that caused Yin Luo to feel a chill. Now he realized why Long Chen would use such a beast flame to attack him. That useless attack of his had been a setup for this real attack. Everything had occurred too quickly. He had only just charged out of the flames when that lightning spear reached him. He had no time to dodge, so he could only rely on his own spear to block. That lightning spear smashed heavily into Yin Luo's spear. At that instant, it completely exploded, and its berserk thunderforce went to devour Yin Luo. Ah! Yin Luo let out a miserable scream. He could block outer energy, but he was unable to block Thunderforce. After all, Long Chen's Thunderforce came from heaven and earth, and it was extremely berserk. Yin Luo had originally used a secret technique to suppress his injuries. The instant that berserk energy swept over him, he was unable to suppress it anymore. Those old injuries all opened, his blood splattering. Long Chen, get over here and die. Yin Luo had gone completely crazy. Long Chen's lightning spear had been too powerful. If it had been at an ordinary time, it wouldn't have posed any real threat to him. But at this instant, it caused him to be unable to hold back his injuries. If he couldn't kill Long Chen in a short time now, he wouldn't have the energy to chase him, and his attempt to kill him this time would have failed. Forcibly enduring the intense pain racking his body, Yin Luo roared angrily, and all his energy exploded out. His speed was pushed to its peak as he rushed at Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked over and over again. Yin Luo really was too terrifying. Now that Yin Luo was just a moment away, he could only face him head-on. He took out Devil Decapitator, prepared to undergo a final fight. Suddenly, a huge arrow shot straight at Yin Luo. Chapter 317 Voidbreaker Crossbow's Power. That arrow was 3 meters long, looking like a spear. There were many grooves on it, and as it flew, there was practically no sound. It was a ghostly arrow. Crap, by the time Yin Luo sensed it, that huge arrow had almost reached his abdomen. That huge arrow shot straight through Yin Luo's shoulder. The power behind it directly broke Yin Luo's spiritual chi protection and pulverized his shoulder. Long Chen was delighted and looked into the distance to see Guo Ran holding a crossbow on a mountain 10 miles away. During the previous months, Guo Ran had consumed all the medicinal pills Long Chen had specially refined for him. His cultivation base had already reached the 6th heaven stage of tendon transformation. Furthermore, Long Chen had given him medicinal pills that had strengthened his physical body. Now he was able to use his crossbow without feeling any pressure. Back when Long Chen and Yin Luo had started fighting, Guo Ran had immediately recognized that familiar aura and rushed over. He had arrived just in time to see Long Chen being chased by Yin Luo. He had hastily taken out his crossbow, and after calculating Yin Luo's speed into the equation, he had shot out his practically divine arrow. Although Guo Ran didn't possess a powerful martial strength himself, his crossbow was something he had personally made, and now he was able to control it down to the slightest detail. That allowed him to break Yin Luo's shoulder. And that was only because Yin Luo was so powerful. If it had been a random favored, they would definitely have been killed by Guo Ran's arrow. Guo Ran couldn't help but feel regretful that he hadn't killed Yin Luo with his arrow. If he could have used a single arrow to kill a once-in-a-thousand-year genius, his name would definitely have spread like wildfire. Nice. Long Chen gave Guo Ran a thumbs up. Guo Ran's arrow really had been perfect. His angle and timing had all been perfect, and it had been impossible to defend against it. Any chosen might have died to that kind of attack. That was because even Long Chen hadn't noticed the arrow until it had arrived. Yin Luo's shoulder was badly mangled, and even his bones were visible. The void-breaking crossbow and its arrows were extremely terrifying, causing Yin Luo to sweat in fright. If his reaction had been slightly slower, his abdomen would have been pierced straight through. Although he wouldn't die from that, he would have instantly lost all of his combat ability. He would only have been able to flee miserably. A faint sound like that of a housefly's buzzing rang out as another huge arrow shot at Yin Luo. This arrow shot out like lightning, but the sound of it flying was incredibly minute. Even Yin Luo was shocked. However, this time he was prepared. No matter how fast this arrow was, it was unable to threaten him. His spear swung and destroyed the arrow. He icily glanced at Guo Ran for a moment before ignoring him to continue chasing after Long Chen. Long Chen was already several miles away. In his eyes, killing Long Chen was more important than anything else. Yin Luo was extremely fast. Despite being covered in blood and that heavy injury to his shoulder, his speed was still slightly greater than the injured Little Snow. He quickly caught up to them. Guo Ran once more shot out an arrow, but it was still broken by Yin Luo's spear. Guo Ran knew that his void-breaking arrows were only powerful in terms of sneak attacks. Once someone was on guard, it no longer posed any threat. That was especially true against a powerful chosen like Yin Luo. His arrows were unable to even slow him down now. Yin Luo, you idiot, you dare charge into our righteous path's territory. Are you challenging the entire righteous path? Seeing Yin Luo ignore him to chase after Long Chen, as well as how Little Snow was covered in blood and Long Chen's grave expression, Guo Ran knew this wasn't a good situation. He shouted out as loudly as he could in order to draw over the experts in the vicinity. It would be best if he could draw over Han Tianyu, as then, Yin Luo would be done for. Yin Luo's expression sunk. Currently, he was just 100 meters away. Taking a deep breath, the illusory figure behind him disappeared, and a terrifying energy filled heaven and earth. Crap, this bastard's once more using natural energy. Long Chen was startled. This feeling was far too familiar. That was a power only Shantian experts were capable of using. Last time, when Yin Luo had used this kind of power, he had almost obliterated Long Chen and Mo Nian. As soon as Long Chen saw this posture, he immediately ordered Little Snow to get as far away as possible, while he himself jumped off. In midair, he pointed Devil Decapitator up at the sky. His divine ring appeared once more, a star floated in his eyes, and all his power poured into his saber. Long Chen's saber struck down while Yin Luo was still accumulating energy. If Yin Luo managed to complete that preparation, then he and Little Snow would definitely die. And so Long Chen had instantly decided to interrupt him while he still could, releasing his strongest attack. Yin Luo's expression changed when he saw Long Chen attack him the instant he began to accumulate energy. Long Chen really was too crafty. He clenched his teeth furiously, but he had no choice but to activate his attack before it was complete. However, this was already enough. The two weapons collided, and it was as if heaven and earth were being torn apart. Even 100 miles away, it was possible to feel the earth trembling intensely. Long Chen flew back like a shooting star, flying straight across the ground for miles while vomiting blood that even contained some of his broken organs. Long Chen hastily swallowed a healing pill. He quickly rushed back to Little Snow, who had been waiting for him, and Little Snow quickly began to flee away with him. Tightly holding Little Snow's fur, Long Chen felt as if all his bones were about to collapse, and he once more vomited blood. The attack Yin Luo had used just now was actually 10 times stronger than the one he had used last time in the righteous and corrupt battle. If Long Chen hadn't interrupted him before it had reached its peak, causing it to contain less than half its power, he would definitely have died. This meant Yin Luo's control over his Shantian essence blood had greatly improved. That kind of power was far too terrifying. Long Chen felt as if all his organs had been broken to pieces. That healing pill he had swallowed was actually unable to suppress his terrifying injuries. Clenching his teeth, he took out a drop of that vivid green liquid and swallowed it. Only then did his broken organs begin to heal. I get it now. That bastard's attack contained natural energy, which brought with it a trace of the will of the heavens. Ordinary medicinal pills do not have much effect on such wounds. An attack containing natural energy was just too terrifying. It was no wonder everyone under Shantian was said to be ants in comparison. Yin Luo had only managed to control a trace of his Shantian essence blood to control that slight amount of natural energy. At this time, Long Chen was filled with gratitude towards that spirit world expert. The gift she had given him really was too precious. It had now saved his life as well as the lives of the people around him several times. However, after all this time, he was down to his final drop of her divine life liquid. He would definitely have to properly preserve this last drop. It was something that could save his life. The sky full of dust finally dissipated, revealing Yin Luo's pale face. His entire body was now covered in blood. Long Chen's last attack had caused him to receive a heavy backlash. That backlash further worsened his countless injuries. But it was like Yin Luo didn't sense any pain. He tightly glared in the direction Long Chen had fled. You were lucky this time. Next time, I'll definitely tear you apart piece by piece. Yin Luo's spear once more swung out, destroying a silent arrow. He stared icily in the direction of a certain mountain and made a throat-cutting gesture before quickly leaving. He was now covered in wounds, and had lost too much blood and qi. He currently didn't even possess 30% of his regular strength. Furthermore, he could sense 7 or 8 powerful auras quickly approaching. During normal times, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of them. But now he could only run. Only a couple breaths after Yin Luo had left, over 10 figures appeared in this place, looking at the huge crater that had been left in the ground. What a powerful pressure, and what powerful will. There were definitely chosen fighting here, gravely said someone who was also a chosen. This place was a complete mess. The leftover will here was enough to make him feel a heavy pressure. Even after the fight has ended, the leftover will is still so powerful. They were definitely top experts. Could it be that Han Tianyu fought here? Just now I heard someone shout Yin Luo. Could it be that he really came here? Yin Luo fought with Han Tianyu. Impossible. Han Tianyu has already entered deep into the Julie secret realm in search of good opportunities. Why would he waste his precious time here on the edges? One of them had personally seen Han Tianyu rushing deeper into the Julie secret realm, so he knew it was impossible for him to be here. Then who was it? How curious. More and more people were appearing now, and they were all looking at that crater with shock. The distant Guo Ran disdainfully looked at those people and shook his head. Boss really was right. The righteous path's disciples, no matter what level their cultivation base, are really a bunch of good-for-nothings. I've already shouted that Yin Luo has appeared here, and all of you who appeared earlier clearly saw Yin Luo's figure as he fled. You just don't dare chase him. Now you act like you're guessing who fought. Is your skin made of leather? I don't believe none of you doesn't know just who Yin Luo is. A group of terrified cowards. Guo Ran viciously spat on the ground, putting away his Voidbreaker crossbow. Since his boss had fled, he felt relieved and decided to think of a way to find his own opportunities. Little Snow crazily fled for 1,000 miles before finally being unable to continue and collapsing on the ground. Long Chen hastily took out a heap of healing pills and fed them to Little Snow. Little Snow had lost too much blood, and would definitely need to rest for a while. Don't worry, the crisis has already passed. Just rest in the spiritual space and heal your wounds. Long Chen placed Little Snow inside his spiritual space. It wasn't just Little Snow who needed to recuperate, Long Chen also needed to rest. His injuries were quickly recovering, but after that intense fight, especially after using Split the Heavens, all his spiritual qi had been used up. He had only just taken a couple steps when he felt a wave of exhaustion batter him. This was no good. He had no time to find a suitable place to rest. He prepared himself to just rest right here. Just then, a harsh shout rang out and Long Chen's heart tightened. A sharp aura locked down on him. Chapter 318. A weakened tiger can die to a dog. Long Chen was too exhausted and his spiritual perception had fallen greatly. His reaction was slow, while that person was clearly an expert. He only noticed him when his attack was about to reach him. That merciless attack was aimed straight for his heart from behind. This person was clearly trying to kill him in one attack. Long Chen reacted instinctively, pushing off from the ground. He sprang forward like he was shot out from a spring, instantly opening up a distance of 30 meters. He felt a burst of pain from his back. A large hole had been opened up there. That attack had just been the slightest bit off from piercing his heart. Only now did Long Chen have a chance to look back and see a blue-robed man looking at Long Chen with surprise. He was obviously surprised by Long Chen's reflexes. His stealth skills were extremely high, and he was specialized in assassinations. But Long Chen had escaped. Someone from the 27th monastery. Who are you? Long Chen's killing intent soared. He didn't even know this bastard. They had no enmity, and they were also members from the same sect, but he had shamelessly launched a sneak attack on him. His vicious attack had clearly been aiming to kill him. The person who will kill you. Seeing that his first attack hadn't killed him, that man's sword shook and countless sword images filled the sky. At the same time, his aura completely erupted out. He was surprisingly a powerful favored. Long Chen snorted and raised Devil Decapitator. He swung out at a slanted angle that coincided with an opening. That favored was surprised by how sharp Long Chen's attack was. He had just seen that Long Chen was completely exhausted. He had clearly been like an arrow at the end of its flight. That favored sword was sent flying the instant it collided with Long Chen's Devil Decapitator. Long Chen was startled. He really was exhausted, with less than a tenth of his normal physical strength, and his spiritual chi completely exhausted. Otherwise he could kill such a person with a single blow. That favored couldn't help being shocked by how terrifying Long Chen's strength was. He was just about to turn to flee when he paused to icily say to Long Chen, "Little brat, today you'll definitely die." After that one exchange, Long Chen felt as if heaven and earth were spinning around him. The divine drop of life that Spirit World Expert had left for him was only able to heal his injuries. It was unable to replenish his exhausted spiritual chi. Now his spiritual chi was exhausted, and his physical strength was also overdrafted. He felt as if he might collapse at any moment. However, Long Chen didn't display any of his weakness. He was completely spent, but if he let his opponents see that, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. "Oh really? How come I don't believe you?" Long Chen stuck his saber into the ground. Seeing Long Chen only talked without doing anything, that favored became even more confident. "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, there's no need to force yourself. Your spiritual chi fluctuations are incredibly weak. Do you think I'm an idiot who can't see that you're already at the point of death? I'll have a battle of attrition with you right now. Let me see just how long you can last. Once you can't continue anymore, I'll cut your head off." Long Chen took a deep breath. "I don't have any enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? You don't need to worry too much about that. In short, you must die." The man shook his head. He then once more retreated a couple steps, staying on guard against Long Chen. Obviously he was afraid of Long Chen giving him one final counterattack before death. Long Chen was quickly thinking. According to reason, running into this person was just a coincidence. He shouldn't know what had happened before. In other words, this person wanting to kill him had nothing to do with that photographic jade. Then thinking of those 3 people before that had set him up, Long Chen thought of a certain possibility. "If you want to kill me, it won't be as easy as you think. Don't throw your life away in hopes of obtaining some benefits. That would really be stupid," sneered Long Chen. "Ha ha ha, a man will risk death for riches. Sometimes only high risks will bring high rewards," replied the favored. Following that man's reply, Long Chen was now sure that those 3 people's schemes and this person's sneak attack were not coincidence, but premeditated. Even if that woman hadn't gone to frame him, there would have been many more ploys waiting for him. This plot had been set up before they had entered the secret realm. Once he thought of that, Long Chen's mind immediately became clear. Even an idiot would have realized there was someone controlling this behind the scenes. Amongst the monasteries, the one who hated him the most would have to be Luo Bing. But her rotten temperament was known to all, and she didn't have the ability to control this many disciples. That woman and the 2 core disciples, as well as the favored he had killed, were all from higher-ranking monasteries. Then adding in this favored from the 27th monastery, and assuming this wasn't all just a coincidence, the person behind the scenes would have to be someone from the top monasteries. As for why they hadn't sent disciples from the lower-ranking monasteries against him, it wasn't that they couldn't control them, but that they looked down on them. If all his reasoning was correct, then there was only one existence that could have such influence and had enmity with the 108th monastery. "Haha, good, there are so many enemies that you do nothing to, instead deciding to scheme against me." When he reached that point in his thoughts, Long Chen clenched his teeth and killing intent exploded out of him. "If I don't teach you a lesson this time, it seems you'll never learn. Long Chen, right now you're on your last legs. Stalling for time has no meaning. I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. That way you'll at least be able to have an intact corpse. Otherwise, if you wait to die by my hands," the favored laughed coldly, his threat obvious. Long Chen laughed, his smile incredibly icy. Since it was like that, there was no need for more words. It was time to kill. Taking a deep breath, he circulated the last strand of spiritual chi within him and charged at the favored. The favored had just been thinking of how to provoke Long Chen into fighting when Long Chen suddenly appeared right in front of him. He stabbed out his sword in panic, aiming for Long Chen's chest. This kind of attack was extremely simple and effective. Normal people would all go to dodge, which would give him an opportunity to flee. Unfortunately, he had never met Long Chen before. Long Chen didn't glance at his sword. At this time, that divine life drop's energy had yet to fade from his body. Even if his heart was pierced, he wouldn't die. It would quickly heal. All it would do was hurt a bit. As for Devil Decapitator, it was slashing down on the favored, flabbergasting him. This was clearly a suicidal attack. He naturally didn't wish to die with Long Chen. It was already too late to dodge, so all he could do was take back his sword to block. However, he had made a fatal mistake. He had been unable to block Long Chen even when they had exchanged blows on equal grounds. How could his panicked, last-minute block do anything? There was no suspense. Devil Decapitator sent his sword flying without slowing down, cutting his body in two. No, I don't want to die. The favored's upper body was crawling away, filled with terror. When you killed others, did you ever care about their begging? His saber slashed out, and a head flew into the air. At the same time, a Dao mark started to soar into the sky. Break. Long Chen's saber once more swung out. Although it was just an ordinary blow, it contained Long Chen's furious will. Even such an idiot was worthy of the heavens' blessing. Since this Dao mark was so blind, it could disappear forever. Under Long Chen's saber, that Dao mark was broken to pieces, fading away forever. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, it looks like enemies really are fated to clash. I actually ran into you here. Another excited voice, which also contained endless resentment, rang out. Long Chen hastily looked over, his pupils shrinking. That man was looking at Long Chen with rancor. He was precisely the top expert of the 36th monastery, Zhang Yifan. Back in the 108th monastery, he had used his strongest techniques, but was still almost crippled by Long Chen. Later, with the first monastery's assistance, Zhang Yifan had not only recovered from his injuries, but the first monastery had also gifted him a precious medicinal pill that had allowed him to enter the late tendon transformation realm. After recovering, Zhang Yifan had not forgotten the humiliation Long Chen had given him for one moment. He wished to flay Long Chen's skin and tear out his muscles. That was because ever since then, those disciples, who had looked at him respectfully before, now looked at him with odd expressions, making him furious enough to kill. Originally, Zhang Yifan had been thinking of finding Long Chen for another challenge. Since his strength had advanced, he had been hoping to wash away that humiliation. He had actually been searching for Long Chen in this region for a while now. After not finding him after so long, he had thought Long Chen had already gone deeper into the secret realm and so he had already given up. He was delighted to suddenly run into him now. In fact, that delight practically made him go crazy. Long Chen, die! Zhang Yifan rushed over to Long Chen and roared, punching out. Long Chen took a deep breath. He wanted to circulate his spiritual qi, but he realized his Feng Fu star didn't contain even a single strand of spiritual qi anymore. Seeing that fist smashing into him, he could only raise Devil Decapitator, using his physical strength to block. The webbing of his hand split apart, with blood pouring out. He was sent viciously flying through the air. Ha ha, Long Chen, what happened to your arrogance? Why aren't you continuing being arrogant? How did you end up becoming a dead dog now? Just die already. Sending Long Chen flying with a fist, Zhang Yifan was incredibly excited. He quickly caught up to him and punched out again. Long Chen had only just crawled up from the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt the world darkening around him, his eyelids becoming too heavy to keep open. He knew that after these repeated battles, he had finally reached his limit. He was about to faint. But he couldn't faint, or he would never wake up again. His vision had already turned black, but he still used his sense of touch to raise Devil Decapitator. Long Chen felt both his arms break, and he once more flew back. Darkness swamped over him, and he could no longer continue. Am I really going to die like this? How stupid. Just as Long Chen was descending into total darkness, he just barely felt as if he was being embraced by someone, and he also seemed to hear the unpleasant sound of Zhang Yifan cursing. Chapter 319. A beauty capable of stealing one's soul. Within that endless darkness, he heard a voice sighing. Time is running out. That voice seemed to come from incredibly far away. It contained a trace of regret, as well as a trace of helplessness. Long Chen could clearly hear that voice. He wanted to open his eyes to see where it was coming from. But it felt as if his eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds, and no matter how he struggled, he was unable to open them. That voice didn't reply to him. The day the ties between worlds finally breaks will be the day all 10 worlds' living creatures will be destroyed. Are you still unable to gather your resolve? Long Chen angrily roared, "Who are you? I don't understand anything about what you're saying." That voice sighed, "I can't hear anything you say. We are not in the same space-time. Please grow up faster, as we need you. Heir of the 9-star hegemon body, quickly awaken. Otherwise, it really will be too late." Long Chen felt as if he was exploding from some kind of pressure. He angrily roared, "Explain what you're talking about." But his roar faded within the endless darkness. He suddenly opened his eyes, seeing a maiden in front of him. That maiden was tall and slender, and with a veil covering her face, she appeared extremely elegant. Just her 2 limpid eyes were beautiful enough to steal a person's soul. It was impossible to see her face, but looking at her, Long Chen almost forgot to breathe. Just those 2 eyes were so beautiful that they were impossible to resist. In fact, Long Chen felt a desire to give her his everything. As soon as he felt that desire, he was given a fright. This woman's beauty was extremely odd. It seemed it was impossible to resist. But Long Chen could confirm she wasn't using any secret techniques. This was entirely just from her innate eyes. "You're awake." Her voice sounded like the singing of birds, melodious and pleasant, containing a sweetness that caused one's entire body to relax. Long Chen's heart involuntarily pounded. This woman's body seemed to possess some special magical power. To people, no, it should be to men, she possessed an allure that could not be resisted. Just from opening her mouth, Long Chen felt as if all his blood was beginning to circulate quicker and his breathing became a bit rough. As soon as you gain back your life, you start to have lustful thoughts. That woman seemed to be able to see through Long Chen's inner heart with just a glance. It was as if in front of her eyes, Long Chen's everything was laid bare. Long Chen's heart skipped a bit. This woman really was terrifying. His intuition told him she was extremely extraordinary. "Were you the one who saved me?" Long Chen did his best to retain the feeling of being terrorized, as if he didn't, it would be a different emotion that popped up. "What do you think?" That woman's eyes crinkled slightly, which should be from a smile. For some unknown reason, when Long Chen saw those crinkled eyes, Long Chen couldn't help having his heart skip several beats. This was really too terrifying. How could such a terrifying woman appear within this world? With just a random action, she could draw away your complete attention. In all of Long Chen's memories, the only person who possessed such an alluring beauty was Meng Qi. But Meng Qi's beauty was like that of a grand immortal. With each one of her movements, she made a person feel as if they had entered a fairyland, making it so others were filled with worship. On the other hand, this woman, whose face was mostly veiled, seemed more like a beautiful, seductive demon. Despite knowing it was dangerous, he still wanted to touch her beauty. It was as if seeing her complete beauty would be worth losing his life. Long Chen had to use his full willpower to calm himself down. He silently activated the 9-star hegemon body art. Only then did he relax slightly. "If you were the one who saved my life, then I, Long Chen, will remember this favor." Long Chen cupped his hands at her. This woman clearly hadn't expected Long Chen to be able to keep himself calm like this. That surprise appeared in her eyes for a moment before it was quickly concealed. "You're called Long Chen. This name's not bad, and your looks are also not bad. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten involved to save you," said the woman. Long Chen immediately felt awkward. He had been saved because of his face. Well, in any case, at least he was alive. "You say you owe me a favor?" "Yes," said Long Chen solemnly. "How big of a favor?" That woman seemed to be teasing him. Being looked at by that woman, Long Chen used his previous experience and didn't dare look at her eyes again. And yet, not looking at her was also too rude. As a result, his gaze shifted, and he saw something he really shouldn't have looked at. Big. Really, really big. That dazzling sight choked Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen suddenly stop talking and just look foolishly at her chest, a slight anger appeared in her eyes. "Have you seen enough?" Long Chen was startled, only now reacting. His face was now so red it had almost turned violet, and he wished he could find a hole to bury himself in. After all these years, Long Chen had received much humiliation. But this was the first time he had run into such an awkward situation. In truth, a hint of killing intent had appeared in that woman's eyes just now when she had noticed Long Chen just staring foolishly at her chest. But now seeing Long Chen had turned so red that it looked like blood might drip out of his face, she actually found it slightly funny. This meant Long Chen really wasn't a pervert. Most of her anger faded away. Seeing that Long Chen had his head lowered away from her and wasn't saying anything, she said, "The reason I saved you is actually because I feel like you'll be an extraordinary figure in the future. You also don't need to thank me too much. However, I will remember what you just said. You owe me a favor." At this time, Long Chen felt something was a bit wrong and hastily said, "I owe you a huge favor. I'll definitely help you out with whatever you need. However, let me just say, you can't harm any of my friends." "Hehe, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I have no interest in hurting your friends." She laughed. Her eyes were like bright crescent moons, and Long Chen's heart pounded out of his control. Just what kind of bewitching demon was she? If she revealed her whole face, wouldn't his soul be directly snatched away? Furthermore, the other reason I saved you is because I feel that for someone like you to die to someone like him was really not worth it. "Did you kill him?" asked Long Chen. "I don't dare kill such a person. I'd be afraid of him staining my hands." Long Chen nodded. That was best. That bastard had taken advantage of when he was weak to try to kill him. Long Chen was furious enough to explode. The thing that infuriated him the most was how Zhang Yifan had acted so arrogantly. Just thinking about it made him grind his teeth in anger. It was like he thought he was pridefully defeating him in his peak state. If Zhang Yifan really was killed by this woman, then Long Chen would definitely feel regret. Such a damnable person had to be played to death, not beaten to death. "Okay, you've awoken, so I'll be leaving. But remember, you owe me a favor. If I need you in the future, you better not renege on your debt. Otherwise, sister will be deeply hurt." The woman laughed lightly. "Don't worry, in all my life, I, Long Chen, have never uttered any empty talk," said Long Chen solemnly. Since this person had saved his life, no matter what her goal had been in saving him, he definitely owed her a huge debt. As long as it wasn't something that would hurt the people close to him, Long Chen swore no matter how dangerous it was, he would do whatever she told him. That was how a man should act. "Hehe, I've heard those that are handsome are also trustworthy. Then sister will leave now." That woman smiled slightly and waved her hand. Taking a single step, she suddenly disappeared from in front of Long Chen. When he saw her again, she was already several miles away. In just a couple blinks, she disappeared. What a fast movement technique. Long Chen was startled. That woman's movement technique seemed slightly similar to the footwork Mo Nian had used back then. That kind of speed was completely abnormal. At least I have the netherworld ghost steps. Once I train in it, I won't be any inferior to them. Long Chen still had the secret technique he had tricked from that corrupt path's expert. However, his cultivation base was still too low to use it. As soon as he tried, he would feel a sharp pain from his meridians like they were about to explode. Right now, he couldn't cultivate. He had to first rest and adjust himself. His wounds were still healing at this time, so it seemed he hadn't been unconscious for long. Opening up the map and looking around, he couldn't help being startled. That woman had brought him a distance of several tens of thousands of miles away. However, she hadn't brought him deeper into the secret realm, but to a very remote area on its edge. There were no good opportunities here, so no one would come here. This is a pretty good place. Long Chen could sense his cultivation base rapidly rising. He would quickly be able to break out of his shackles to reach tendon transformation. Even if Long Chen didn't deliberately cultivate, just the special primordial air here was enough to make his cultivation base continuously rise. "No, I have to completely recover before making my breakthrough. Otherwise, I really will end up dead." Long Chen remembered that first terrifying heavenly punishment. If he wasn't in his peak state before it happened, he would be doomed. He checked inside his spiritual space and saw that Little Snow was slowly absorbing the medicinal pills Long Chen had given him. Little Snow had lost too much essence blood and would need a certain amount of time before recovering. After that battle, Long Chen had seen through Little Snow's shortcomings. His defense was too low, but his attack power and range was definitely extremely suited to group battles. He might be at a disadvantage in a one-against-one, so it would be best for the two of them to work on some cooperative strategies. Long Chen consumed a chi recovery pill that allowed his aura to quickly rise. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched, his bones emitting some cracking noises. Now he had finally recovered to his peak. It went without saying that the 9-star hegemon body art was too powerful. This kind of recovery ability was far faster than others. However, the only thing Long Chen was thinking about at the moment was that ancient voice with its urgent tone. It really will be too late. Long Chen had never understood just how those pill god memories had suddenly appeared in his head. But the one thing he knew was that after he had merged with those pill god memories, his fate had completely changed. He would need to resolve this riddle step by step, but this riddle was too large and had surpassed Long Chen's imagination. Thinking about how that voice had continuously said time was running out, an indescribable sense of crisis filled him. Just as Long Chen was lost in thought, his body emitted a rumbling sound. Something in his body seemed to have been broken, and a powerful aura soared out of Long Chen's body. "I've advanced." Long Chen was delighted. Suddenly, the weather of the world completely changed. Black thunderclouds gathered from all directions. Chapter 320 Running into lightning tribulation again. It's finally come. Long Chen's expression was incomparably grave. Although he had been prepared, he had always had the wishful thinking that maybe last time had just been an accident. That wishful thinking instantly evaporated now. Before he had even finished advancing, the thunderclouds in the sky had already completely gathered and finished their preparations. Furthermore, heaven and earth seemed to have formed shackles, and space had seemingly solidified. A powerful pressure exploded out, and a berserk will also suppressed Long Chen. That kind of will came from all of heaven and earth. Long Chen could instantly tell that he had been isolated. He was being rejected by the world. It was like he wasn't a part of this world, as if this world's laws had to mercilessly wipe him out. How could one person possibly face off against a whole world? As expected, you really are blind. There are so many idiots around me, but you don't make it hard for them, instead targeting me. Fine, come at me. See whether or not I'm afraid of you. Long Chen was filled with endless fury. He could already sense that the world did not accept him. If you want to exterminate me, why would I need to be respectful and grateful to you? You want to kill me, Long Chen? Come try it. Long Chen activated his Feng Fu star to its max, continuously compressing his spiritual qi. This was a kind of quantitative to qualitative change. For normal cultivators, at this time, the Dantian's spiritual qi would compress, going from being a clear gaseous form to being a mist-like form. Compared to other people's advancement, the difficulty of Long Chen's advancement was probably 1,000 times greater. That was because other people could compress their spiritual qi within their Dantian. That kind of compression was extremely natural and focused. However, Long Chen had to rely on his Feng Fu star's energy to compress all the spiritual qi that was spread throughout his meridians. If he had a true Dantian, then like others, he could compress his spiritual qi at one point. Unfortunately, he didn't, so he had to undergo his compression throughout his entire body. It was a good thing that he had been stuck at the peak of blood condensation for so long, as his spiritual qi had long since reached its highest limit. Once he had entered the Julie secret realm, that spiritual qi also began to absorb the primordial air, allowing it to finally undergo a qualitative change. As his spiritual qi began to change, Long Chen could see that it began to go from its gaseous state to many minuscule granules. As those granules appeared, Long Chen felt the strength of his spiritual qi rapidly increasing. Long Chen felt his aura climbing higher and higher, and a pillar of qi soared up into the sky from him. The ground beneath his feet began to crack, and he felt the transformation of his spiritual qi reach a pinnacle. As his spiritual qi transformed, the black clouds above his head also became increasingly thick and wide. Now those thunderclouds had covered a region of 3,000 miles around him. In an instant, the entire sky darkened. Within those dark thunderclouds, everything was deathly silent for a moment. But behind that calm was hidden a destructive will and a power that could destroy the 9 heavens. As for the place that Long Chen was, the ground wasn't able to hold up to that terrifying pressure and began to sink. Fuck, so you really do want my life? In front of that terrifying power, Long Chen's face turned green from fear. Compared to that power, he was incredibly minute. Even a Xianxian expert would be destroyed in the face of this will. Long Chen thought of how the spirit world expert had warned him that the first heavenly punishment only targeted his will. That was why after the first heavenly punishment, Long Chen's will had far surpassed his peers. Even Xianxian experts were unable to completely overwhelm him with their wills. This time, that destructive will was over 10 times stronger than last time, which allowed Long Chen to understand a certain possibility. If he hadn't had the success of passing the first heavenly punishment, allowing his will to become much stronger, then right now, just this will would be able to kill him. It was something that would cause a person's mind to collapse, turning them into an imbecile. Perhaps during each lightning tribulation, he would have to temper himself and benefit from it. Otherwise, there was no way he could pass the next lightning tribulation. Long Chen's spiritual qi completed its transformation. A powerful wave of qi soared up into the clouds. The silent sky immediately began to rumble. The sky full of clouds formed a huge vortex, with the center of that vortex pointed straight at Long Chen. Suddenly, a rain of purple lightning poured down at Long Chen, each thunderbolt around an inch thick. Fuck, just the first wave is so ferocious. Long Chen cursed inside. He could sense that this heavenly punishment would be different from the last one. It would definitely not end with just one attack. He knew this kind of thunder force was unblockable with any weapon or tool. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he wouldn't dare to use any such item. If he ended up using some kind of cheat method this time to pass, then once the next, more powerful lightning tribulation came, he would definitely die. Long Chen could only rely on his physical body to resist. At the same time, he thought of an extremely brazen idea. That torrential lightning caused the ground dozens of miles around Long Chen to sink and crack. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. That thunder force was too terrifying, and its berserk power instantly caused him an injury. This thunder force was different from the natural thunder force Long Chen had absorbed before. This was tribulation thunder force. To compare the two of them, the thunder force Long Chen had absorbed before was like a gentle sheep, while this thunder force was a berserk magical beast. This new thunder force bore through his skin, crazily wreaking havoc on his body. But Long Chen actually allowed that violet thunder force to run amok in his body. He was using his own thunder force to devour it. But Long Chen was surprised that as soon as his thunder force met that tribulation thunder force, let alone devouring it, it actually fled the instant it encountered it. Instead, the tribulation thunder force was like berserk dogs, devouring his own thunder force. Long Chen was stunned. This was too terrifying. That thunder force he had raised for so long was unable to endure a single blow. It really had been arrogant of Long Chen to hope that this thunder force could help him cross this heavenly tribulation. If this continues, I'll definitely die. I have to refine this tribulation lightning. Spiritual defensive armor. Long Chen's spiritual strength and spiritual qi crazily surged out. His spiritual qi formed a set of armor around his body. This was an Earth-class battle skill that Tang Wan had made him learn. Tang Wan had said it was always good to have more skills. Learning an extra ability couldn't harm him. Tang Wan had bought this battle skill for herself, and then taught it to Long Chen, equivalent to cheating the system. It really was impossible to change a woman's nature. But at this moment, Long Chen was extremely grateful to Tang Wan. Although this layer of armor was unable to completely block the invasion of this thunder force, it was at least able to isolate a portion of it outside his body. That was enough for him. Long Chen was planning on using his body to capture the thunder force that had already invaded his body. This spiritual armor would keep him somewhat isolated from the thunder force outside so he could focus entirely on that. Be refined, roared Long Chen. Forming a hand seal, his spiritual strength poured into his body, crazily attacking the thunder force. In this respect, Long Chen had plenty of experience. This was how he had done it several times before. However, this time wasn't entirely the same. Previously he had only refined ordinary thunder force, while now he was attempting to refine tribulation thunder force that contained a destructive will. It was almost 100 times more difficult. This time, Long Chen really did go all out. He didn't hold back the slightest bit of his spiritual strength. This tribulation wouldn't give him too much time. He had to subdue this thunder force as fast as possible. The tribulation thunder force that was inside his body was isolated from the outside body. Now it was as if he had closed the doors and was beating a pack of wild dogs. However, these dogs were really too ferocious. Even without further reinforcements, they still refused to submit. They continuously collided with his spiritual strength within his meridians, causing bursts of pain throughout his body. This still isn't good enough. This is turning into a battle of attrition. Long Chen was extremely anxious inside. According to this speed, he would need at least 2 hours to subdue them. But the lightning tribulation above his head would not give him that much time. When the second wave of thunder force crashed down on him, it would be even stronger than this first wave. At that time, there was no way his spiritual armor would be able to block that much thunder force. Once more thunder force flooded his body, all his effort would be wasted. I have to think of something. As he used his spiritual strength to suppress the thunder force from devastating his body, he was also examining any changes in it. I really am stupid. Long Chen suddenly noticed that his original thunder force was hiding within his blood, not daring to come out. Long Chen used his spiritual strength to drive the tribulation thunder force into his blood. The instant that thunder force entered his blood, his original thunder force runes began to flee, as if a cat had been thrown into a pile of mice. As if by instinct, the tribulation thunder force went around devouring the fleeing thunder force. In other words, it was consuming Long Chen's original thunder force runes. After it swallowed some of them, Long Chen noticed that the tribulation thunder force's berserk nature had mellowed out slightly. By the time all his original thunder force runes had been devoured, the tribulation thunder force had formed a kind of warm affinity for his blood. As expected, if you want to capture prey, the best way is to use bait, laughed Long Chen. His original thunder force runes had been nourished by Long Chen's blood for so long. Now that this tribulation thunder force had absorbed them, they also formed a dependence on Long Chen's blood, and they no longer resisted. Long Chen took advantage of this to hook his spiritual strength into the tribulation thunder force, and found he could now easily control it. He had finally succeeded. Long Chen was filled with excitement. He began to slowly reduce the spiritual armor's power, allowing some new thunder force to gradually enter. He used his newly controlled thunder force to devour the raw thunder force. Long Chen was delighted to see that under this continuous devouring, his thunder force was becoming much stronger, and the rate at which it devoured more thunder force increased. It was just like rolling a ball of snow. The larger it was, the faster it would collect more snow. Violet thunder force runes now formed within Long Chen's blood. Just as Long Chen was greedily absorbing that tribulation lightning, rumbling came from the sky and the torrent of lightning faded. Taking its place was a completely straight pillar of lightning that smashed down on Long Chen. Chapter 321 Advancing to the Tendon Transformation Realm. Long Chen suddenly had all his pores open as a sense of mortal danger filled him. He raised his head in horror to see a meter-thick bolt of lightning smash down on him, looking like a huge spear thrown from the heavens. Long Chen hastily circulated all his spiritual energy, at the same time, pouring all his own tribulation thunder force throughout every single part of his body. He raised both arms to protect his head. That huge bolt of lightning ferociously slammed into Long Chen. Long Chen felt as if it was some huge hammer, and pain racked his body. Even with his powerful physical body, his skin was tearing apart, blood pouring out. Long Chen was filled with shock and fury. This level of thunder force was enough to instantly kill any tendon transformation favored. To use such terrifying thunder force to attack him, the heavens were clearly trying to completely exterminate him. That filled Long Chen with fury. He was becoming more and more sure that the heavens really were blind. There were so many evil people that went unpunished, and the heavens even gifted them Tao marks. When it came to himself, although he didn't consider himself to be some virtuous good person, it wasn't like he was really a vile fiend. And yet, the will of the heavens refused to tolerate him. It was like the heavens found him to be displeasing, and without giving any reasons, had to completely obliterate him. Fuck these damn heavens. You loathe me. Well, I loathe you too. Sooner or later, there will definitely come a day where I overturn these blind, damnable heavens. Long Chen roared up at the thunderclouds. A will soared out of Long Chen's heart, a will to sever all shackles, a will to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Long Chen had gone crazy from fury. He felt incomparably stifled. The will of the heavens had really infuriated him. But to kill him would not be so easy. At the same time as Long Chen's fury sparked and his unbending will erupted out, the instant he swore to one day overturn the heavens, within the depths of the Julie's secret realm, a huge mountain peak, which had been standing for who knew how many years and had always been silent, suddenly became covered in fine cracks. This huge mountain peak that was tens of thousands of miles in diameter was now covered in cracks, and from within those cracks, a faint glimmer of light shone through. At the same time, an indistinct aura was slowly rising, as if some kind of thing had been awakened. Following Long Chen's furious roar was the emergence of even more berserk lightning. 9 of those thick thunderbolts slammed down on him. At this time, Long Chen was covered in blood, his skin split open to reveal the flesh underneath. His flesh had now turned black, and even bone was sticking out at his shoulders, appearing extremely terrifying. And yet, Long Chen's expression did not contain any pain. Instead, his expression contained only fury and craziness as he ferociously glared at the thunderclouds up in the sky. "You're unable to kill me. I, Long Chen, swear to one day topple you." At this time, Long Chen no longer held any respect or gratitude to heaven and earth. All he had was a deep hatred. For some unknown reason, as this hate flourished within him, it felt as if he had somehow realized his life's goal, and his will became even stronger. After sending down 9 consecutive attacks, the thunderclouds above seemed to have been provoked by Long Chen, and they seemed to almost become angry. The thousands of miles of clouds began to churn, and violent thunderforce began to gather at the center. Lightning lit up the 9 heavens, its power capable of destroying the dome of the sky. A destructive aura was constantly climbing. Suddenly, up in the sky, a huge eye made of lightning appeared, looking like a huge sun that lit up the entire world. Even people millions of miles away could see that distant light. Those disciples, who were busy searching for opportunities, now turned to look over with shock. Heavens, what is that? Is that the birth of a top treasure? They made all kinds of guesses. Despite the huge distance, they were still able to sense that terrifying destructive will. Beside a mountain stream, there was a woman standing on the crown of a huge tree. She had an elegant figure, a white veil covering her face, and her eyes contained a soul-stealing beauty. This was the woman who had saved Long Chen. She was filled with shock. This is heavenly punishment. Who attracted such a terrifying heavenly punishment? In this direction, was it him? Suddenly, the light within the sky shot down like a meteor. That mysterious woman trembled slightly. That wasn't her trembling, but the entire mountain shaking. Looking in that direction, she muttered to herself. "I had a strange feeling the instant I saw him. Looks like that fellow should be extremely odd. Haha, seems I made quite the profit this time." After some unknown amount of time, Long Chen woke up and vomited a mouthful of blood. Pain racked his body, and he couldn't hold back a pained moan. He felt as if his entire body was falling apart, and the intense pain was like needles stabbing every part of his body. Taking a deep breath, he did his best to raise his head. This movement, which normally was completely effortless, was incomparably difficult at this time. Looking up, he saw a round tunnel. He was stuck deep in a hole in the ground. He could see that the thunderclouds in the sky had already disappeared, and the original dusky sky had returned. Hee, good. This time you didn't kill me, so next time I'll topple you, cough. Long Chen instantly coughed up more blood. His current injuries were frightening. There wasn't a single part of him that was uninjured, and even his clothes had been destroyed by that lightning. His entire body was charred black. Long Chen caught a whiff of cooked meat coming from his body. From the scent, I'd say I'm around 80% cooked. Long Chen clenched his teeth and mocked himself. He was now in his weakest state. Even just moving a finger was incredibly difficult. Ignoring the immense pain, he pushed off a bunch of broken rocks that were covering his hand, and touched his spatial ring. A drop of liquid filled with life energy appeared. This was the last drop of the spirit world expert's gift to him. As long as he consumed it, all his terrifying injuries would quickly heal. However, Long Chen hesitated, and in the end, he put it back in his spatial ring. Instead, he took out a pile of healing pills and a chi recovery pill. That was his last drop. Although his injuries were severe, they weren't life-threatening. It was best to just use ordinary medicinal pills to heal. Although it was slow, Long Chen estimated that after this much time, most people had already moved far away from this place. The chance of them returning to check this place was low. And even if someone returned, it would take a day or two. He had time to heal. Absorbing those medicinal pills, he used his spiritual strength to quickly send the medicinal energy to his injuries. However, his injuries were really too terrifying. His body had practically turned mushy from being struck by lightning. Bone was sticking out in some places, and everything was scorched. However, he was pleasantly surprised to see countless new Thunderforce runes in his blood now that were circulating energetically. I guess being struck by lightning also has its benefits. He was comforted upon seeing those terrifying Thunderforce runes in his blood. These runes were not from ordinary Thunderforce, but Tribulation Thunderforce. They contained an endless destructive will. The two were not on the same level. Long Chen's original Thunderforce had already been extremely powerful. But from how easily this Tribulation Thunderforce had devoured it, it was easy to see how terrifying this new tribulation thunderforce was. The most exciting thing for Long Chen was that he could clearly sense his spiritual qi was no longer the same as before. After receiving the baptism of the lightning, his spiritual qi had become even purer. It was at least 10 times more pure than when he had just advanced. However, Long Chen didn't feel as if he owed the lightning tribulation. These benefits were things he had obtained from his own effort. That lightning tribulation had purely been trying to kill him. One day later, his wounds had healed slightly and some of his flesh had started to grow back. Although he couldn't fight at this time, he could just barely move his body. He didn't dare tarry any longer. Taking out 2 ordinary swords, he used them as ice picks to climb out of the hole he was in. Long Chen was at the bottom of a hole that was at least 30 miles deep. It took him 6 hours to climb out of it. These 6 hours of climbing caused quite a few of his injuries to flare up again, but Long Chen endured it. After climbing out, Long Chen quickly left. He was incapable of fighting. Even an ordinary core disciple would pose a fatal threat to him. After walking for a day, Long Chen found a hidden mountain cave. Confirming it was an abandoned cave without any magical beasts, Long Chen recuperated at ease. Long Chen's decision really had been correct. Less than half a day after Long Chen had climbed out of the hole, people began to arrive. But after searching around for a while, they didn't find any tracks. That was because Long Chen had already used medicinal powders to erase his scent and bloodstains. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, the cave Long Chen was in suddenly exploded, and a fierce aura soared out. Ha ha ha! Long Chen raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. A terrifying spiritual qi overflowed from his body, crushing all the rocks around him. Wild gales swirled around him, heaven and earth rumbled, and a formless will soared out into the dome of the heavens, a will that disdainfully looked down on all. Tendon transformation realm, hee, I've finally reached you. Sensing the vast energy in his body, Long Chen was fanatical. He finally experienced just how powerful the tendon transformation realm was. The tendons that were connecting his bones and muscles were a silver-white color, and were at least 100 times stronger than they had been in the blood condensation realm. Only when the tendons were strong enough could the physical body release more power. That was why it was said that the tendon transformation realm harmonized the qi of qi condensation and the power of blood condensation. Long Chen felt that just his physical strength had multiplied by tens of times. Most importantly, his tendons had grown more powerful. That would allow Long Chen to be more flexible and agile. Furthermore, his meridians had also widened by 10 times as well. In other words, when he fought, his spiritual qi would go to where he needed it to flow faster, and he would no longer need to wait so long to accumulate energy. Long Chen took a single step, and suddenly appeared several miles away. Hee, as expected, the netherworld ghost steps can only be practiced in the tendon transformation realm. Long Chen had long since been ready to use the netherworld ghost steps. He had already practiced the circulation of qi many times, it was just that he always had to stop at the end due to the pain in his meridians. Now when he tried, that pain had disappeared, filling Long Chen with confidence. Now he would no longer suffer whether it was in terms of speed or strength. Looking at little Snow in his spiritual space, he saw that he was still unconscious. His wounds were quickly healing, and it wouldn't be long before he woke up. Hee, Yin Luo, now it should be my turn to go looking for you. Chapter 322 Get down to business. Time had passed quickly. It had already been a month since the Julie secret realm had opened. Who knew just how many experts had entered? People had spent years exploring the Julie secret realm. There were 7 entrances, with the righteous path controlling 3, and the corrupt path controlling 4. But there weren't really just 7, because the Julie secret realm was extremely mysterious, and it was said to hide itself in separate space from reality. There were many smaller entrances in Su Prefecture and the surrounding prefectures. Those openings were controlled and hidden by some smaller powers. However, those smaller entrances were at most able to accept a couple dozen people before closing. So in addition to those powers hiding them well, the major powers didn't care about them enough to contest over them. So there would always be countless experts entering the Julie secret realm each time. Those people who slipped in through the smaller entrances were all looked down upon by the other members of the righteous path. But even if they were considered weaklings, they still had to wear insignias on their robes that proved they were disciples of the righteous path. With that insignia, they would be chased and killed by the corrupt path, but without it, they would be chased by disciples of both the righteous and corrupt paths. After this many years, almost all disciples were aware of which parts of the Julie realm were controlled by the righteous path, and those disciples wouldn't normally run into the corrupt path's territory. Now that it had been a month since the Julie secret realm had opened, there were rumors of quite a few disciples having good luck and gaining good treasures. There was a rumor of someone who had obtained a precious medicinal ingredient used to refine 7th-tier medicinal pills. If they were to give it to their sects, they would obtain an enviable reward. There was also apparently someone who had obtained the eggs of an ancient magical beast. That would allow the possessor to breed more of them. There was also someone who had obtained a miraculous jade pendant that upon activation, allowed them to see an immortal performing a sword dance. In any case, whether those rumors were true or not, each day, there would be a huge number of miraculous stories passed around. These kinds of rumors weren't very trustworthy. But there were several matters that had alarmed the entire righteous path, and there were few who didn't know about them. The first matter was that a righteous disciple, the Xuantian Supermonastery's 108th monastery's core disciple Long Chen, had assaulted a female disciple of the same sect. When he failed to rape her, he had ended up killing her due to his rage. By chance, two people had just happened to be walking by and used photographic jades to record him. As a result, those two justice warriors had infuriated Long Chen and been killed by Long Chen, and their proof had been snatched away. However, the moment Long Chen had been about to destroy the proof of his lewd actions, someone else had appeared to protect the proof, going all out to block Long Chen. But Long Chen was too powerful, and consecutively killed 3 favored, then gone crazy and chased after anyone who knew about this matter. At the beginning, many people hadn't believed it, but when people revealed photographic jades, everyone finally had to accept one fact: Long Chen was a sex fiend. It was said that Long Chen's lewd actions had infuriated the entire righteous path, and now he was someone the righteous path had to kill in order to get justice for that poor woman. The second matter was related to the first matter. That was that the corrupt path's top expert Yin Luo, the one equally famous as the righteous path's #1 expert Han Tianyu, had entered the Xuantian monastery's territory to massacre disciples of the righteous path. Furthermore, what was unexpected to everyone was that Yin Luo had actually focused entirely on that sex fiend Long Chen. As a result, Long Chen wasn't a match for him and had to flee in a panic. No one knew for sure whether he was dead or alive, but the majority of people guessed that Long Chen had already met his end. Some people were sneering at him, thinking that Long Chen had committed so many sins that even the corrupt path was unable to put up with it. There were also people who thought that the fact that Long Chen had died under the corrupt path's top expert was letting him off lightly. If he was still alive, he would definitely be tortured to death by the righteous path's disciples. Other than these two matters, there was one more matter. A mysterious dried-up well had appeared on the edge of the Julie secret realm, and it was filled with a terrifying destructive will. Some people guessed that some sort of amazing treasure had been born there. But as for whether that treasure had been taken away by someone or not, no one knew. Everyone had their own guesses. In the depths of the Julie secret realm, there was a beautiful woman looking at a photographic jade with a pleased smile. They did very well. This way, Long Chen will never be able to wash away his accusations no matter what he does. Hopefully he wasn't killed by Yin Luo. It'd be best if he is personally killed by Brother Tianyu. That woman was precisely the chosen who had been by Han Tianyu's side, Yin Wuxia. She was one of Han Tianyu's faithful worshippers. If Long Chen were to die under Brother Tianyu's hands, then those two women probably won't have the face to stick around Brother Tianyu. Yin Wuxia smiled. In her eyes, Han Tianyu was the incarnation of perfection. There was not one woman who could resist his charm. That was why she especially despised Hua Baluo, who had ignored Han Tianyu. In her eyes, Hua Baluo was pretending to be aloof in order to attract Han Tianyu's attention. Women were all selfish like that. Although there was no lack of females fawning over Han Tianyu, Yin Yuxuang considered herself to be the most beautiful of them all. However, now she had a feeling of crisis. Not only did Hua Baluo appear, but Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu, who were even somewhat more beautiful than Hua Baluo, had also appeared. That had immediately put her on guard. That was especially true of Tang Wan'er. Although she hadn't become a chosen disciple, she was clearly emitting a powerful will on the same level as a chosen. So, seeing Long Chen fall into a trap delighted her extremely. Putting away the photographic jade, she said to a favored, "Send down the order to our people to temporarily not do anything to Long Chen." That favored awkwardly said, but the assistant sect leader told us that we had to kill Long Chen as soon as we got a chance. Yin Wuxuang frowned. She icily said, don't try to use the assistant sect leader to control me. If he irritated me, then I wouldn't even give the sect leader any face. Just do as I say. If there are any consequences, they will fall on me. That favored still wanted to argue some more, but looking at Yin Wuxuang's gloomy expression, he swallowed his words. He knew that Yin Wuxuang's background was extremely powerful. Even the sect leader had to treat her extremely courteously. Therefore, he didn't dare to offend her. Get those people to secretly increase Long Chen's fame. I want it so that he is an evil fiend beyond redemption in the eyes of the righteous path. That way when Brother Tianyu kills him, it'll satisfy everyone. That'll get the most value out of Long Chen. Don't waste this opportunity, understood? A fierce light shone in Yin Wuxuang's eyes. That person didn't dare retort and obediently left. He conveyed Yin Wuxuang's orders to their people. If Long Chen really died to a couple powerful chosen now, then Yin Wuxuang would think he was either disobedient or incapable, and that would be a disaster for him. With her fierce temperament, he would definitely not have a good ending. He hastily spread the word. After handling the matter of Long Chen, Yin Wuxuang smiled and disappeared from this area, continuing to enter deeper into the Julie secret realm. The news of Long Chen becoming a sex fiend had reached the ears of all the 108th monastery's disciples. Those disciples didn't even need to think about it to know this was someone's attempt at smearing Long Chen. Ji Yu Yang had directly beaten up the disciple who had spread this news to him. Who the fuck do you think you are? With boss Long Chen's character, why would he go force such a woman? Fuck, even if that woman threatened Long Chen wouldn't reply to her. Compared to Ji Yu Yang's fury, Guo Ran had been completely unperturbed. He used a medicinal pill to exchange for one of those photographic jades and stealthily hid himself to slowly appreciate it. Flat chest, a small butt, seedy eyes, a fat stomach, chubby legs, and a bucket-sized waist. No wonder boss didn't even glance at her. She's not at all boss's taste. What a bunch of idiots. They wanted to target boss, but they weren't even willing to put out any good bait. TCH, unprofessional, extremely unprofessional. Guo Ran indignantly raged. If it was me, I definitely would have picked a beauty like Hua Beluo. Then I guarantee boss would definitely take the bait. Oh really? TCH, of course. My boss is someone who will become incapable of moving as soon as he sees a beauty. Guo Ran got halfway before realizing something was wrong, and turning back, he stiffened. Boss, that person behind him was Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen was disdainfully shaking his head at him. Little fellow, when are you going to grow up a bit? You didn't go out to test your luck, instead secretly hiding yourself here to admire that photographic jade. Once Long Chen had advanced to the tendon transformation realm, he knew he couldn't waste any more time. Although the Julie secret realm remained open for a full year, time was still extremely pressing due to how large the secret realm was. Since he started using the Netherworld Ghost Steps, Long Chen's speed had reached a shocking level. In 3 days, he had traveled 50,000 miles. As he had been traveling, he had suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Advancing to tendon transformation had made Long Chen completely transform. His spiritual perception had become much sharper. In practically the first instant, he recognized that aura to be Guo Ran's, and he had followed it to this concealed mountain cave. This fellow had been secretly hiding within this cave, admiring that woman's performance. He had even been gesturing enthusiastically as he talked to himself. Long Chen really had a desire to give him a beating. This scoundrel hadn't gone to find any opportunities in the secret realm, instead doing something so shameless here. Boss, you've advanced. Congratulations. Being caught in the act, Guo Ran was completely red and hastily put away the photographic jade. Don't give me any of your nonsense. Can you not do anything proper? It's already been a month, but have you obtained anything? Long Chen ignored Guo Ran's attempt at changing the subject. It seems this photographic jade is my only harvest. As soon as he said this, Guo Ran saw Long Chen's face turn dark, and hastily added, but boss, I found a huge secret. I don't have the strength to take it for myself, so I was helpless. Now that boss has returned, I'm sure us two brothers can get to business. You aren't tricking me. Long Chen was somewhat suspicious. This little fellow wouldn't intentionally trick him in order to hide his embarrassment, would he? No, Guo Ran definitely would do something like that. I swear, it's definitely big business. Boss, let's go right now. If we're too late, the treasure will be taken by others. After saying that, Guo Ran pulled Long Chen in the direction of an eerie valley. Chapter 323 Mysterious Tomb. Little fellow, are you sure you aren't duping me? This is the treasure. Long Chen looked at the huge cave entrance in front of them suspiciously. This cave was emitting an extremely sinister air. Yes, I'm sure. I feel like there's a very great opportunity here, said Guo Ran confidently. Then why do I feel such a sinister air? It looks like a tomb. Looking at the huge mountain, he saw it was completely bare and black, without a single strand of grass. It was filled with a sense of decay. It didn't seem at all like a treasure. It doesn't just look like a tomb, it really is an ancient tomb, said Guo Ran. You want to be a grave robber? Long Chen was slightly surprised. Boss, grave robber is such an ugly word. We're just going in to study the ancient culture and explore the historical remains. Let me tell you boss, I'm sure there's treasures inside here. I entered here before, but I was forced out by others. If I hadn't run out fast enough, I would have ended up losing my life. Guo Ran was somewhat indignant. You've already entered before. Yup, look, this is a rock I picked up from inside there. Guo Ran showed him a certain stone. Receiving that stone, Long Chen couldn't help being startled. This egg-sized stone was black and completely unremarkable. However, it had to weigh over 1,000 pounds. Then lightly squeezing, he found that it was extremely hard as well. Now that he had advanced to the tendon transformation realm, his physical strength was shocking. A light squeeze of his hand could easily crush steel. But this unremarkable stone wasn't damaged at all. Even as Long Chen increased his strength, there was not the slightest reaction. How is it? It's something good, right? If I could purify the essence out of this, it would definitely make a good weapon. Exclaimed Guo Ran. He could now count as a dabbler in forging arts. As an occupational disease, he was obsessed with these kinds of rare materials. It really is something good. Long Chen nodded. Although he didn't know what the origin of this stone was, it was terrifyingly hard. If it was refined, it could make a terrifying weapon. However, this one piece was too small. Once it was refined, there wouldn't be much left. Who were you forced out by? Have people already entered? Asked Long Chen. Fuck, just thinking about it pisses me off. I entered the earliest, and found that it was an extremely complicated set of caves. It should be the tomb of a shocking person from long ago. Not long after I had entered, I ended up walking in a circle. I ended up returning to the entrance, but on the way I also picked up this stone. At that time, quite a few monastery disciples appeared. As soon as those bastards saw me, they told me to hand over the treasure. I said I had only just entered, and they believed me, as if I had really entered deeper, I wouldn't have just dithered near the entrance. Since I didn't have any treasure, they told me to scram and wouldn't let me stay in the caves. What do you say, boss? Isn't it infuriating? They acted like they owned the place. When I said I wouldn't leave, the four of them ganged up on me. From their vicious attitude, they definitely wanted my life. I couldn't beat them, especially since one of them was a favorite, so I was forced out, explained Guo Ran furiously. Give it up. You think I don't know you? Stop acting like you suffered such a huge grievance. If you really were to bring out your true methods, I don't believe you'd suffer any loss. Little fellow, get to the point. Is there a need for you to beat around the bush like this? Long Chen really did understand Guo Ran too well. Although his personal combat ability wasn't high, that little fellow had studied all kinds of things, becoming crafty enough to take people's lives. No, it should be said he had become wretched enough to take people's lives. Even Long Chen didn't know how many life-preserving trump cards he had. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought to get him a spot for the Julie secret realm. Boss really is boss. Nothing can hide in front of you. Yes, I deliberately left. But that doesn't change the fact that they assaulted me. Guo Ran quibbled. Long Chen's expression was odd, and he looked at Guo Ran's butt, doubtfully asking, assault? They wanted to screw you. PFFT. Boss, you really are becoming more and more vulgar. Guo Ran almost coughed up blood. Okay, let's get down to business then. With boss here, we won't have to put up with any more of this crap, whether it's from the corrupt path or the righteous path, said Long Chen. His voice was filled with confidence and a cold killing intent. After having heard that distant, ancient voice, Long Chen felt as if he no longer had any time to waste. Although he couldn't figure out where the voice came from, he sensed a huge crisis drawing close. He had to get stronger. He didn't have time to try to use smarts to resolve these troubles. The simplest, most direct, most effective way to resolve troubles was through martial might. Those righteous disciples were slowing down his cultivation speed, which was equivalent to getting Long Chen killed as well as killing the people beside him. He didn't care whether they were part of the plot or whether they were misled. Anyone who wanted to kill his people only had one ending: death. Hearing Long Chen's words, Guo Ran's heart shook. It seemed that after advancing to tendon transformation, Long Chen had gained some sort of indescribably domineering aspect that would make anyone feel reverence for him. "What was your goal in backing out of here?" asked Long Chen. I wanted them to explore and find the path. I feel like this tomb isn't so simple. There's not even a mark on this map. Furthermore, look at the dirt outside. It's all very fresh. In other words, this tomb only appeared in the last 20 years. Some kind of change in the secret realm should have brought it above ground. When I entered, I felt like it was a maze. It's shockingly large inside. In any case, my strength is limited, and it's more fun to go at it in a group than by myself. After those righteous disciples made me leave, I ran into some powerful righteous disciples and, for a very cheap price, I told them about this tomb's position so they could explore it for themselves. So you were really just using them to find the right path? Long Chen almost laughed. Yup, that tomb is shockingly large, and I don't have the ability to consume it all on my own. With this many people helping out, I'll be able to slip in and hopefully get an advantage. But if I had known that you would arrive, I wouldn't have shouted for so many people to come. As two brothers could have consumed it all for our own, tch. Guo Ran sighed gloomily. What is it? Guo Ran was a bit embarrassed. Maybe my conning skills are too powerful, but a couple chosen ended up going in. More importantly, even corrupt disciples heard of it and quite a few powerful figures came over. Maybe they're fighting and killing each other inside at this very moment. Well, you know me, I don't like being splashed by blood, so I just hid in the distance, waiting without saying anything. Long Chen was speechless. This little fellow really was evil. But the little fellow's way of handling the situation was very much to Long Chen's taste. That kind of style could be summed up in the following: even if I can't beat you, I can still play you to death. Let's go in and take a look. Long Chen walked through the sinister entrance with Guo Ran. The instant he did, that sinister air penetrated him straight through to his bones. He had only just walked in tens of meters before seeing two corpses lying on the ground, their blood already dry. Ordinarily, tendon transformation cultivators, blood would still look fresh for 3 days after dying. From the look of these two corpses, they should have died over a week ago. From their robes, these two should be righteous disciples. But they weren't wearing robes from the monastery, so they were most likely from another righteous sect. No way, they killed people as soon as they entered. Guo Ran was a bit shocked. They weren't killed by fellow righteous disciples. It was done by corrupt disciples. Look at their injuries. They were all killed with a single attack that came from a crafty angle. That's completely different from the style of the righteous path. Let's keep going. Once they had advanced several hundred meters, it had grown much darker. It was lucky that cultivators had powerful eyesight and they could still see everything in a range of 30 meters. But everything beyond that was murky now. As they were walking, the cave suddenly enlarged, and 9 separate paths appeared. This is where I got lost. I picked the middle path back then. Look, there's the mark one left behind. Guo Ran pointed to a mark beside one of the tunnels. Let's go. Long Chen started walking to one of the other tunnels. Boss, how do you know which one is the right one? You spread a faint layer of dust over each one of the entrances. 8 of the 9 tunnels have footprints going in and out, but only this cave has no footprints going on. Little fellow, you still have a couple smarts. Guo Ran truly was smart. That faint layer of dust was something he had specially made. It was extremely difficult to see, especially in this dark cave. If Long Chen didn't understand what kind of person Guo Ran was, he could easily have missed it. Boss really is boss, Guo Ran said admiringly. He had been completely convinced by his observation of even this small detail. The two of them continued another 400 meters. The light was growing even darker, and they couldn't even see over 3 meters ahead of them. Guo Ran's hair was standing on end. Guo Ran took out an extremely odd cylinder around half a foot long. One side of the cylinder was covered by tens of tiny holes. This was one of Guo Ran's protective inventions. There was a small trigger that would make it instantly release dozens of steel needles. Each needle had been coated by a powerful poison Long Chen had given him. It was perfectly suited for close-range fighting. Put that toy away. In this darkness, you'd probably end up hitting me. With me present, there's no need for you to do anything, advised Long Chen. He knew that this invention shot out needles in a broad area. Although he wouldn't die from that poison with his powerful physical body, he still didn't want to be hit with a poison needle. Guo Ran hastily put it away and laughed mischievously. Hee, boss is domineering. The two of them continued for a short time when a sharp bend in the path appeared. Just as they turned, a harsh astral wind attacked the two of them. Blood splattered. Chapter 324 Not distinguishing right and wrong. Blood splattered. Guo Ran jumped in fright and immediately took out the cylinder he had just put away. He saw that at some unknown time, a spear had appeared in Long Chen's hands. The end of that spear had firmly stabbed into a man's stomach. That man was holding a saber above his head. He was still frozen in his attacking posture. The man looked in disbelief at his stomach. Blood was slowly flowing out from around the spear. Long Chen's spear twisted, and a powerful force erupted from the spear, instantly turning the man into a pile of mincemeat. It's a corrupt disciple. Take his spatial ring and let's keep going. Long Chen flung the blood off his spear indifferently. With a random wave of his hand, he had killed a corrupt core disciple, his expression so indifferent that it was like he had killed a rabbit. No, not even a rabbit. Perhaps an ant would be more accurate. Long Chen's expression didn't change at all. Guo Ran could clearly sense that after Long Chen had advanced to tendon transformation, his will had completely transformed. It was even fiercer than before. Seeing how gingerly and disgusted Guo Ran was while he fished out a spatial ring from that pile of flesh, Long Chen was a bit embarrassed. Next time I'll try to hold back a bit. Why would there be a corrupt disciple lying in wait here? Why isn't he searching for the treasures? Guo Ran didn't understand. His strength was average, and he couldn't beat the people inside. If he was a bit careless, he could even lose his life there. It was better for him to ambush people here. If his luck was good, he might have been able to catch some fat sheep, said Long Chen. Since he ran into boss, I'd say his luck wasn't that good. Laughed Guo Ran. Well, his appearance is still a warning to us. Those corpses we ran into were all from the righteous path. Most likely there were a couple of powerful corrupt disciples who came in, said Long Chen. On the way, they had run into over 10 corpses, all of which were righteous disciples. Furthermore, the way they had died was extremely bitter. Whoever had killed them had been extremely vicious, and it was obvious it had been done by corrupt disciples. Long Chen didn't dare be careless. Although his vision wasn't better than Guo Ran's, his soul's divine sense had taken the place of his eyes to see everything almost a mile around him clearly. They continued around another 300 meters when the path once more diverged, this time into 3 separate tunnels. Long Chen carefully examined the imprints here. Although Guo Ran hadn't left anything special here, Long Chen was still able to distinguish a difference between the paths to pick the path that only had footprints going in, not out. This one. Long Chen pointed to the path on the right. The two of them continued. At this time, the cave was already pitch black. Guo Ran was essentially blind. Not everyone had powerful spiritual strength like Long Chen. And even with spiritual strength, not everyone was able to condense divine sense. Only pill cultivators were blessed with that advantage. They continued for over a mile. That desolate, ancient air was growing stronger. Suddenly, light appeared in front of them. They had arrived at a large lounge. This lounge was extraordinary and was at least 4,000 meters wide. There were 4 pillars in the lounge that had ancient lines carved into them. On the walls of the lounge were tens of murals. But due to how much time had passed, the majority of them had become damaged. However, some of them were still intact. When Long Chen and Guo Ran entered, there were hundreds of people carefully searching around the lounge. There were dozens of corpses on the ground now, and their blood was still warm. They had clearly died not long ago. The lounge's people were split into 2 sides. 80% of them were wearing the robes of the righteous path. Amongst those righteous disciples, almost half of them were wearing robes of the Xuantian monasteries. When they saw Long Chen enter, many of them appeared shocked. As for the corrupt disciples, there were only 50 to 60 of them. They were all gathered together, closely examining the murals on the wall. They didn't even deign to look in the direction of the righteous disciples who outnumbered them 4 to 1. They were filled with contempt and ridicule for them. In comparison to the corrupt disciples, the righteous disciples looked much more nervous, as they carefully paid attention to their surroundings. There were several holes in the lounge. From the look of them, they seemed freshly dug. Most likely the two sides had noticed something good and fought over it. However, of the corpses on the ground, only one was a corrupt disciple, the rest were all righteous disciples. Obviously, the righteous path hadn't ended up with any advantage despite their numbers. Long Chen, you haven't died. When Long Chen and Guo Ran entered, there was no reaction from the corrupt path. Instead, it was the righteous path's disciples who looked at him with shock, especially those disciples from the Xuantian monasteries. Evidence and claims of Long Chen's fiendish actions had been encouraged by someone behind the scenes, and practically all the supermonastery's disciples were aware of it. Even other righteous disciples mostly knew of it, but the rumors also said that Long Chen had been chased after by Yin Luo. According to common sense, even if Long Chen had 100 lives, Yin Luo would still have ended up killing him. Yet, somehow, Long Chen had now appeared in front of them completely healthy. The corrupt path's disciples were a bit alarmed to hear Long Chen's name. There was a chosen amongst them with black hair that trailed over his shoulders. His eyes were like golden lanterns, and his aura surged like a sea. His eyes narrowed slightly at this time. He was an extremely powerful expert in the corrupt path. Although news of Yin Luo's humiliating defeat back then had been suppressed by the higher-ups, his elders had still stealthily told him about it due to him being a chosen. That wasn't in order to humiliate Yin Luo but to warn the other chosen. This is what it meant for there to always be people more talented than you, for there to always be a heaven beyond the heavens. In his negligence, even a genius like Yin Luo had ended up suffering. However, that man might be shocked inside, but he didn't reveal any expression on the outside. He simply continued examining the murals. That was because he saw the attitude the righteous disciples treated Long Chen with. They did not seem friendly at all. Long Chen didn't even glance at that person. To Long Chen, the corrupt disciples were his enemies, while the righteous disciples were not necessarily friends. They were just a bunch of trash. Long Chen, you perverted traitor, you fiend, how do you even have the face to live in this world? Today we'll take the place of the heavens for you. One of the core disciples stood up righteously and pointed at Long Chen sternly. Guo Ran's fury immediately ignited. This group of idiots really was hateful. Did they not see all the corrupt disciples that should be their real enemies? They didn't go provoke them, instead delighting in this internal strife. They were typical models of people who bullied the weak but feared the strong. Seeing how they had cowered in the face of the corrupt disciples, it was obvious they were afraid of them. But as soon as he and Long Chen walked in, it was like they had stepped on their tails. They even adopted this kind of hypocritical righteous act as a justification to denounce Long Chen. Fuck, what perverted traitor. All your family's ancestors must have been perverted idiots. You just believe anything anyone tells you. Are your heads filled completely with crap? Are your eyes used to eating other people's crap? Cursed Guo Ran. Just who was Long Chen? He was a god in the hearts of the 108th monastery's disciples. Guo Ran might be the closest brother to Long Chen, but that didn't affect the worshipful feeling he had for Long Chen. How could he accept someone insulting Long Chen in front of him? Courting death. You're the fucking idiot who doesn't know right and wrong. There is irrefutable evidence of Long Chen's wicked sins. You still dare refuse to admit it? Now that you two perverted traitors have run into us, don't even think about walking out alive. Your sins are so great that today we'll take the place of the heavens to kill you. Another disciple righteously raged at them. Take the place of the heavens. Who do you think my boss is? You think he would do such despicable things? As long as someone had eyes, they would be able to see that this was all just a setup. There was clearly someone plotting against Long Chen. Do you not even know that you're just a bunch of tools? Raged Guo Ran. Stop quibbling. Even if you embellish your words even more, it won't conceal your crimes. Did you think just a couple of words from you would be able to dupe us? You really are an idiot. We have ironclad proof. Did you think we'd believe your idiotic nonsense? Sneered one of them. His disdain could not be more obvious. Guo Ran was about to explode from anger. He wished to immediately take out his Voidbreaker crossbow and kill this group of idiots. The true enemies were right there, but they had to make things hard on their own people. And they even upheld this act of justice. His teeth were hurting from how hard he was clenching them. You're just a pack of cowards who bully the weak. There are so many corrupt disciples over there, but you don't dare challenge them. They've killed so many of your people, that now it seems you're pissing yourselves in fear. You have 2 chosen and 30 favored, which is 10 times your opponents. But instead, you're like terrified children. With only that little ability, you say you're taking the place of the heavens. It seems you're taking the place of the heavens to piss, said Guo Ran disdainfully. Guo Ran's words immediately provoked a hail of curses from the righteous disciples. Brat, you're courting death. What does an idiot like you understand? This is called strategy. You perverted traitor, you both deserve the death penalty, yet you dare utter such arrogant words. For a moment, all the righteous disciples were busy throwing curses at them. Guo Ran, come over and look at this mural. While Guo Ran had been sparring with words, Long Chen hadn't even glanced at them. He had gone to a mural and had simply been looking at it this entire time. Now he suddenly called out to Guo Ran. Guo Ran couldn't be bothered with these idiots. He immediately went to Long Chen's side to look at the carving. This was a scenic stone carving. It had been preserved extremely perfectly. It showed an elder holding a hammer that was raised high, ready to pound down. It was an extremely simple image, but both Guo Ran and Long Chen noticed the background more. In the beginning, it had been difficult to tell, but careful examination revealed that there were 9 stars twinkling in the heavens. Those 9 stars were revolving around one huge star. The blue dome of the heavens was peaceful and auspicious. Most shocking to Long Chen was that when he saw the background, he felt a sorrowful feeling. For some unknown reasons, tears started to appear in his eyes as if this image had provoked some kind of memory. Guo Ran also saw those stars, but the thing he focused on was different from Long Chen. He was completely focused on the elder's hammer. More accurately, he was looking at the arc and movement of that hammer. Although the swing seemed random, it contained profound laws. The 2 of them were just standing in front of it, the mural, stunned. Long Chen, you perverted traitor, now that death has arrived for you, you actually have the heart to look at murals. If you're smart, you'll hurry up and kill yourself right now. An extremely dislikable voice came from the righteous disciples. Chapter 325, Shocking Both Paths. Long Chen, you perverted traitor, now that death has arrived for you, you actually have the heart to look at murals. If you're smart, you'll hurry up and kill yourself right now. That voice came from a powerful favored. He looked extremely young, and yet his eyes were filled with haughtiness. Long Chen didn't even glance at him. He was still completely engrossed with the image of the 9 stars, and it was as if he hadn't even heard him. Long Chen, are you deaf? That person was furious that Long Chen was ignoring him. He took a couple steps forward and shouted even louder. Only now did Long Chen slowly awaken from his stupor. Looking at that man, he shook his head, sighing, an ill star is hanging above your head. That means you're fated to die. How regretful, to die at such a young age. Long Chen wasn't some virtuous saint. And even a saint probably wouldn't be able to tolerate being insulted and provoked like this. Courting death. People say you're very strong, then let me do my own assessment. That favored snorted and took a step over. A mark lit up on his forehead, and his powerful aura erupted. That favored was from the 18th monastery. His cultivation base was powerful, and he was well known even amongst favored. That made him extremely arrogant. Previously he had heard people talking about Long Chen, raising him as a figure almost comparable to Han Tianyu. That provoked his arrogant heart. Although none of the righteous disciples wanted to struggle over number 1 with Han Tianyu, many of them thought that if he was taken out of the equation, they could easily contend for the top spot. The 18th monastery had many connections to the first monastery, and had also been told to give Long Chen some special attention in the secret realm. This favored had originally thought that he would have a chance to show off by handling Long Chen. But then, suddenly there came new orders to temporarily not do anything to Long Chen. That news had irritated this favored. However, he hadn't thought of doing anything in particular to oppose it. But now that he had encountered Long Chen today, he was extremely irritated with Long Chen's domineering nature. Ever since entering this place, he hadn't even glanced at any of them. Whether it was the corrupt disciples or the righteous disciples, it was like none of them were worth his attention. Guo Ran, prepare yourself, said Long Chen. Don't worry boss, I've long since been prepared. As long as you give the order, I'll immediately attack. Guo Ran had already shown his attitude. He had long since found these idiots to be displeasing. Ah, forget about it. It seems you didn't understand what I meant. Long Chen shook his head and didn't bother with Guo Ran anymore. To the favored who was now accumulating energy, he said, a young person shouldn't be impulsive, or you'll lose your life. That favored's expressions darkened. Long Chen's tone was like he was an experienced and wise senior teaching a junior. Die, you perverted traitor. He didn't wait any longer. He shot over right at Long Chen, his sword cutting through the air at Long Chen. Even space was being cut apart by his sword. This attack of his was extremely powerful, causing quite a few disciples' expressions to change. They would not be able to block this sword. That descending sword suddenly paused in midair. A hand had tightly grabbed it. Seeing Long Chen use a single hand to easily grab hold of that favored sword, everyone was completely stunned. That favored sword was a spirit weapon and extraordinarily sharp. It was something that could cut apart metal and jade, capable of slicing a mountain in half. But Long Chen's hand had caught it easily. Even the chosen were shocked. That favored was the most surprised. Although he had yet to use his full strength, he had never imagined there to be someone in the same realm who dared use his bare hand to catch his sword. Even chosen wouldn't dare to do that, right? But Long Chen had. Furthermore, he had done it in such an apathetic manner. That caused that favored to fly into rage out of humiliation. He thought Long Chen was intentionally humiliating him. He didn't believe he could really receive his sword barehanded. He assumed Long Chen must be using some kind of transparent defensive glove, or perhaps some kind of defensive ability. As expected, after advancing to the tendon transformation realm and experiencing the increase in my strength, my body has also become much stronger and harder to injure. That lightning tribulation really is the best way to temper the physical body. Although my body can't compare to spirit weapons, with just a little bit of skill, I can catch a blade barehanded, Long Chen thought to himself. He was extremely satisfied with his current strength. They were all silent. The majority of them were thinking the same thing as that favored. Long Chen had definitely used some kind of defensive technique. They didn't believe he could receive that favored's weapon with his bare hand. As for that favored, he struggled to retrieve his sword, but after pulling 3 times, he realized he was unable to move it in the slightest from Long Chen's hand. His face was already turning purple from trying. You perverted traitor, let go, cursed that favored. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Everyone was horrified to see his sword had been broken in 2 by Long Chen's hand. Just like that, Long Chen flipped the upper part of the sword and slashed it forward, his movements as fast as lightning. A head flew into the sky, blood spurting several meters into the air. All the righteous disciples were dumbfounded. Only when a head fell dozens of meters away did that headless corpse slowly fall to the ground. The sound of it falling wasn't loud, but it shook all their hearts. Whether it was the righteous disciples or the corrupt disciples, they all felt a chill inside. They had all killed before. When it came to viciousness, no one was able to compare to corrupt disciples. But even the corrupt disciples felt a chill on their necks now. Long Chen's method of killing people had been too clean and efficient. Most terrifying of all, there was not the slightest expression on his face. It was a terrifying calmness. That kind of calm indifference was more terrifying than a savage expression. Long Chen killed a powerful favored without batting an eye. Even Guo Ran was dumbfounded. Although he hated the idiots from the righteous path, no matter what, they were all members of the righteous path. He had thought Long Chen would beat this person half dead, break his limbs, and then knock out all his teeth. He had never thought Long Chen would publicly kill someone so directly. That was a grave crime. Long Chen, you dare kill disciples from the same sect. One of the righteous disciples was pale with fright, but he still tried to act strong. Long Chen icily looked over at everyone and smiled coldly. No matter if you are from the righteous path or corrupt path, remember, don't provoke me. I'm busy. I don't have time to be entangled with you. If you want to reincarnate earlier, then come at me now. His words immediately caused an uproar from both paths, disciples. This claim was far too arrogant. HMPH, a brat who doesn't know how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. With your ability, you dare brag arrogantly, started one of the corrupt disciples. The broken sword in Long Chen's hand shot out, directly piercing that person's heart. That kind of speed was incomparable, and most importantly, Long Chen hadn't shown any signs before he suddenly struck. It had happened so suddenly, that it didn't give anyone time to guard against it. That disciple's jaw dropped. He only managed to say a single word before toppling to the ground. Idiots from the corrupt path, you should do your best to take it easy. Whether my mood is good or bad, it'd be better for you to not appear in front of me. And try especially not to fart in front of me, as then I'll kill you, said Long Chen. The corrupt disciples were infuriated, and they all took out their weapons. Long Chen didn't look at them, instead continuing to examine the murals. This was a humiliation, a naked humiliation of disregarding them. The corrupt path's soul chosen was tightly clenching his fists. A terrifying light was shining in his eyes. Senior apprentice brother, it's not advantageous for us to fight here. Searching for treasures is more important, advised a corrupt favored. The current situation in the lounge was extremely strained. Their corrupt disciples had fewer numbers, but they had just barely managed to suppress the righteous disciples slightly. They had provoked them several times, even killing several of their disciples. Although the righteous disciples had been infuriated, they were all uncooperative. That was especially true of the two chosen. They were ignoring everything else, instead doing their best to preserve their energy. They wouldn't easily take action. Over half the righteous disciples came from the Xuantian monasteries, and while they seemed like a cohesive group on the outside, in truth, they were all selfish individuals. Long Chen's arrival had broken this equilibrium, but the corrupt disciples had not expected that these righteous disciples seemed to have some sort of great enmity with Long Chen. Instead of joining hands, they had actually begun to fight. In this strained situation, whether it was the righteous or corrupt disciples, no one wished to go all out against Long Chen, as that would end up benefiting the other party. The corrupt chosen also understood that reasoning. However, he was unable to swallow his rage. Long Chen was just too arrogant. Fine, Long Chen, hopefully I'll have a chance to experience your power later to see if you're really deserving of being so arrogant. Whether or not they fought, he had to at least get some words in. Otherwise, if he was suppressed in terms of imposingness, that would affect his group's morale. Whenever you want to go reincarnate, come find me. Long Chen still didn't even glance at him. Long Chen's ability to infuriate him really was amazing, as the corrupt chosen almost exploded, his fists creaking from how hard he was clenching them. But he still didn't do anything to Long Chen. No matter what the result was, if he fought Long Chen, he would end up losing out. This ancient tomb was filled with odd mysteries. Fighting all out here wasn't smart, so he could only endure it. Seeing that the fierce corrupt disciples didn't dare do any more, the righteous disciples also didn't continue with Long Chen. They all turned to examine the murals, hoping to find the mysteries of the ancient tomb. Boss, I feel like there's an extremely large opportunity for me in this ancient tomb, Guo Ran said to Long Chen. Chapter 326 Terrifying Mechanisms. Boss, I feel like there's an extremely large opportunity for me in this ancient tomb. How do you know? Long Chen was a bit flabbergasted. Look boss, on these murals, the leading role is mostly this elder creating something. I think this ancient tomb is very likely the tomb of a forging master. Craftsmen usually bring their life's experiences and insights with them to their tomb, not even leaving them to their disciples, said Guo Ran. Long Chen nodded slightly. Guo Ran's thinking was reasonable. Even since ancient times, craftsmen all liked to hold back their trade secrets. Most grand figures had all kept some of their learnings private and brought them into their tombs or even coffins. This led to later generations losing out on many cultivation techniques and battle skills. Later, many people set their eyes on those ancient tombs. Of course, it was only possible to disturb the tombs of people without descendants. If you were to dig up the coffins of people's ancestors, that would be an unforgivable offense. No one would do something like that, but it was an absolute fact that the majority of experts all liked to do something like this when they died. They would bring the things they were most proud of in their lifetimes to their coffins. Sometimes when an inheritance had been severed, it was possible to enter an ancestor's tomb to revive that inheritance. As for this ancient tomb in front of them, it had to come from a shockingly distant past. If this tomb's master had left behind their inheritance, it would definitely be amazing. Long Chen felt that Guo Ran's inference was very likely. He couldn't help being a bit disappointed. That was because he had seen the image of those 9 stars twinkling in the sky. He thought that perhaps he could find some clues about the 9-star hegemon body art inside the tomb. But Long Chen realized that other than that one mural with the 9 stars in the background, the other murals were all entirely related to forging items. This ancient tomb's master was most likely a forging master, and the murals were most likely in commemoration of his work. Long Chen had no interest in forging items, but Guo Ran was now pretty much obsessed with it, so this really was a huge opportunity for him. The two of them continued examining the murals. Now the people inside the lounge had been split into 3 parties: the righteous party, the corrupt party, and Long Chen's party. Although Long Chen and Guo Ran were just two people, no one dared look down on them in the slightest. Oh, there's a circle in this mural. Suddenly, a righteous disciple saw an extremely unremarkable circle in one of the murals. That circle was the eye of a ferocious beast in the mural. However, the beast was extremely lifelike, and so it was a bit odd for its only eye to be so perfectly round. At the beginning, no one had noticed that oddity, as this kind of beast had already gone extinct in the outside world. None of them had even heard of it. They had all just assumed this beast's eye was just like that. However, these people had been searching for several days now without finding any major clues. Thus they had begun to pay attention to the smaller details, and finally found this eye was a bit strange. Getting even closer, he realized there was a button in the center of the eye. That person lightly pressed on it. Suddenly, the ancient tomb began to violently shake. Everyone's expressions changed. If the ancient tomb collapsed, they would all definitely die. The ground at the center of the lounge suddenly split open, revealing a large set of stone stairs going straight down. For such a passageway to appear all of a sudden, both the righteous and corrupt disciples instantly charged over. But they had only gone in a couple steps down when holes suddenly appeared on the walls and countless arrows shot out, instantly taking over 10 lives. The passageway was only 3 meters wide, and in such a narrow space, there was nowhere to dodge. Furthermore, with people charging in behind you, there was no way to retreat. Thus, all of them that had entered had been turned into hedgehogs. All of them had thought that the treasure would be right past this hole, and they were afraid of others reaching it first. However, the people who had thought that were comparatively weak. The stronger people hadn't been afraid of others getting there first, as even if others obtained it, they could still take it from them. Now that this had happened, everyone retreated, looking at this opening in shock. They now realized that they couldn't even see the bottom of this hole. Both Long Chen and Guo Ran were sneering. Did this group of idiots think that the craftsman owner of this tomb would be so foolish? If there really was an inheritance, how could they not leave trials or traps for people? Did they think it was so easy to rob tombs? There was definitely a correct way to get to the true treasure. Without using that method, there would be all sorts of mechanisms to activate that would kill you. Suddenly, one of the experts took out 2 round shields, placed them around himself to form a ball, and tried rolling down. What a good idea! This method caused everyone's eyes to brighten. As long as they tightly covered their entire bodies, they had no need to fear these arrows. But they had only just prepared themselves to copy this person when he let out a miserable scream. Everyone saw that he had been fine for the first while. But at the 60-meter mark, the walls stopped shooting arrows. Instead, they shot javelins. Those javelins were over an inch thick and extraordinarily sharp. That person's shields had been like eggshells in front of those javelins, and he had instantly died. But at least he could count as dying happily. Up to this point, he was the one who had the record for entering the farthest. Now that this had happened, all of them were dumbstruck. Unless it was a shield on the spirit weapon level, that kind of attack was unblockable. But the material to make spirit weapons was precious, and they were usually used for attack items. Few people made defensive ones. Furthermore, you would need 2 of them. Without 2 of them to protect you, there was no chance of you passing. Boss, do you have any ideas? Guo Ran was starting to feel itchy just looking at those powerful mechanisms. This tomb's master probably wasn't a particularly amazing figure. I should be able to send you in, said Long Chen. Boss, how can you tell that this tomb's master wasn't so amazing? Because those mechanisms on the walls are all triggered by touch. In other words, as long as a person doesn't touch the ground, you won't trigger the walls to attack you, said Long Chen. If you don't touch it, then doesn't that mean you'd have to fly? Yup, as long as you can fly, you'll be able to pass. In other words, these mechanisms are only useful on those at the Xianxian realm and below. Above the Xianxian realm, it'd be possible to transform spiritual qi into wings and just fly down. Furthermore, that passageway is only 1,000 meters deep, and it seems there are a total of 9 different sets of mechanisms, going from weak to strong. So I can deduce this tomb's master wasn't a top expert. The tombs of top experts wouldn't concentrate all the traps in one place like this. They would set up countless checkpoints, each checkpoint having different traps. Furthermore, you've also seen that the maze of the tomb wasn't particularly complicated or large. It's possible to tell the master's status, explained Long Chen. Guo Ran nodded. This tomb's specifications didn't correspond with the status of top experts. He was a bit disappointed. Then is this all worthless? You're wrong. This should make you happy. If this really was the tomb of a top expert, then just with our weak cultivation bases, wouldn't going in be no different from giving away your life? Laughed Long Chen. Guo Ran's eyes immediately brightened. That was very true. How could the tomb of top experts be so easily disturbed? So even if there's an opportunity in front of you, you have to first have the right fate for it. This opportunity should be perfect for you, said Long Chen. No matter what kind of person this tomb's master had been, if there really were treasures inside, they would definitely be amazing for them at their current level. As for whether there really was treasure at the bottom, that was a gamble. It was a gamble that could take their lives. But cultivation itself was a gamble. Sometimes luck was more important than strength. Miserable screams were continuing to ring out, as some people were still unconvinced and continued trying various methods to enter. But they all failed, leading to one ending. All those who failed lost their lives. It was extremely cruel. It was just like Long Chen had said. Unless you were above the Shantian realm and could fly, you wouldn't be able to enter. Suddenly, one of the corrupt experts sent out a flying claw and pulled up one of the javelins. That flying claw's chain was very long, and was able to go down 100 meters. But that was its limit, as it couldn't grow longer. Wow, this material is comparable to a spirit weapon. The corrupt disciples all let out surprised cries when they examined the javelin's material. This javelin weighed several thousand pounds. When they tried stabbing it into the ground, a hole was instantly pierced into the stone. They were all stunned. They all looked at the walls of that channel. There were no marks at all. These spears had all shot out of the walls to collide with the other side of the wall. But there was not the slightest damage on the walls. Wouldn't that mean the material of this channel was even harder? Even the stone wall was a treasure. Then just what kind of treasure was at the bottom? They all burned with passion to find it. Do you think we could continuously touch on the triggers and make the mechanisms use up all their ammo? Once they're exhausted, wouldn't we be able to pass? One of the righteous disciples' eyes lit up. Idiot, did you think the designer was as stupid as you? How could they not plan for such a simple method? Even if they shot so much that the entire passageway was filled, the mechanism still wouldn't run out. Then at that time, how will you even go find the treasure? Ridiculed a corrupt disciple. You. The righteous disciple was infuriated and wanted to curse him, but looking at how savage he looked, he bit his lip and swallowed his words back down. Stop crapping all over the place. This isn't the latrine. Let your grandpa Guo show you what a heaven-startling method is. Guo Ran's extremely arrogant words rang out, causing everyone's gazes to fall on him. Chapter 327 Courting Death. Stop crapping all over the place. This isn't the latrine. Let your grandpa Guo show you what a heaven-startling method is. Guo Ran's arrogant words immediately drew everyone's attention. Guo Ran and Long Chen both went to the passageway. The righteous and corrupt disciples all took a step back. In the righteous disciples' eyes, Long Chen was a true corrupt disciple. In the corrupt disciples' eyes, Long Chen was fiendish enough to make even them feel terror. As for Guo Ran, when he saw that he was able to make all of them retreat with just his voice, he couldn't help being delighted. Although he was borrowing Long Chen's fame to intimidate them, that didn't make him feel the slightest bit unnatural. His boss's glory was his glory. Everyone was glaring at them. When Guo Ran saw that even the favored and powerful chosen were being forced back by him, Guo Ran's heart practically bloomed flowers. Although both parties were irritated with Guo Ran's display, seeing that he wanted to try it out, they naturally wouldn't stop him from sending himself to his death. Many of them had already tried countless methods, but none of them had managed to enter. None of them believed an ordinary core disciple like Guo Ran could enter. However, they did think it was possible for Long Chen to have thought of some trick. They just waited to see what Long Chen would do. Boss, I've already bragged loudly. Are you sure you can send me through? Don't mess up, as that'd really be embarrassing, Guo Ran whispered to Long Chen. Don't worry, there definitely won't be any problems. Once I send you in, stay and wait for me, Long Chen whispered back. Long Chen's voice had his spiritual strength entwined in it. Others were only able to see Long Chen's lips moving, but they were unable to clearly hear what he was saying. Okay, what should I do, boss? Guo Ran immediately became confident and began to act arrogantly again. Bend your knees slightly and clasp your hands over your chest. Lean forward, slightly. Guo Ran listened obediently, and quickly entered an extremely eye-catching posture. His butt was sticking out highly, and it was pointed at the righteous and corrupt disciples. He even wiggled it, seductively, a couple times. Whether it was the righteous or corrupt disciples, they were all clenching their teeth painfully, thinking that the two of them were intentionally humiliating them. Get going. Just as Guo Ran was feeling incredibly refreshed by how those people were turning purple from rage, Long Chen kicked him right in the butt. Ah, what the fuck? Guo Ran was kicked flying towards the passageway by Long Chen. He turned green from fear. But then Guo Ran quickly realized that Long Chen's kick had been controlled perfectly, and the path he was flying was the exact center of the passageway. He wouldn't touch any of the steps or walls. He shot down extremely fast, reaching the end of the passageway in just an instant. He landed on the bottom extremely easily. When everyone had seen Long Chen kick Guo Ran into the passage, they had thought Long Chen was trying to kill Guo Ran. But then when they saw Guo Ran's flight path, their eyes all lit up. This was also a method. The reason none of them had thought of this was because they didn't have Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength. None of them had any idea about how deep this passageway was. But since they didn't hear any scream from Guo Ran, it seemed he had managed to pass safely. Suddenly, a figure stamped on the ground and shot forward, also rushing down the passageway. This figure was moving even faster than Guo Ran had. Haha, you want to pass? Die. Suddenly, the two righteous chosen attacked at the same time, shooting out over 10 throwing knives at Long Chen. Long Chen was infuriated. These despicable bastards really wanted him to kill them. Seeing those throwing knives coming at him, he raised his arms. His hands were like lightning, and he surprisingly managed to catch every single one of those knives. At the same time, he borrowed their power to shoot down faster. Everyone attack. Those two chosen hadn't expected Long Chen to have such precise control. As long as one of their knives had managed to touch the walls, that would have activated the mechanisms, and Long Chen would have definitely died. In truth, before the two of them had even said anything, people had already taken action to throw down knives, daggers, pellets, and other weapons at Long Chen. Some of the righteous disciples who had been hesitating now also went to attack as well. Even the corrupt experts were attacking. Everyone was shooting down a rain of weapons. Long Chen was startled, furious, and worried. There was no way he could dodge this many attacks, let alone catch them all. And most importantly, the majority of them weren't aimed at him this time, but for the walls beside him. In the face of this many attacks, even Long Chen's expression changed. He wasn't afraid of these attacks, but the result of them. However, Long Chen didn't just watch as those attacks fell. His aura completely exploded, and he slashed out his saber. A terrifying wave of chi sent those weapons flying. Those were all concealed weapons, used for surprise attacks. They were mostly only seen in the secular world, as cultivators rarely used them. Cultivators cared more about strength. They looked down on concealed weapons. So the power of these concealed weapons wasn't very high. However, they hadn't had any extravagant hopes of these weapons killing Long Chen, or even injuring him. The result they wanted had already happened. As expected, the wave of chi and broken weapons shook the passageway. Long Chen was already more than halfway down at this point, when suddenly countless stone holes opened on the wall, releasing steel arms. Those arms all held a hammer that was the size of a small desk. They crazily smashed down repeatedly, releasing ear-piercing explosions. Haha, Long Chen, this time you were surprisingly good. Quite a few righteous disciples laughed heartily when they saw those mechanisms activate. Those hammers possessed the power to pound a person to mincemeat. As for Guo Ran, he was filled with fury and hatred when he saw Long Chen being harmed by so many people. Hysterical autumn wind dance. A golden saber appeared in Long Chen's hand, and saber chi appeared everywhere, surging out of the passageway. The ear-piercing explosions from the hammers caused the entire tomb to shake. Occasionally rubble from the ceiling would collapse down, causing everyone to scatter. They worried the entire tomb would come crashing down. At this time, not only were they shocked at how terrifying the ancient tomb's mechanisms were, they were also shocked by Long Chen's combat ability. The explosive sound coming from the passageway meant Long Chen had yet to die at this time and was still struggling. Suddenly, the passageway returned to calm. Only then did everyone come back to see that all the steel arms had returned within the walls. Did he die? There's no corpse. Was he torn to pieces? There's bloodstains on the walls. He should be dead, right? They all saw the blood on the walls. That should be Long Chen's. But there wasn't much blood on the walls. If Long Chen really had been smashed to pieces, there should have been much more. They couldn't see the bottom of the passageway, so they had no idea whether his corpse was lying there or not. At this time, someone threw down a lightstone. It was a special ore that could emit a bright light for a short period once activated. But after it used up all its energy, it couldn't be used again, so it would be turned to garbage. In the outside world, it had quite a high price. When people had entered the lounge, there had been 3 people who had used that ore to light up the entire lounge. At this time, in order to confirm Long Chen's death, they had no choice but to endure the pain and throw another one down. That immediately lit up the entire passageway. Oh, so this passageway is only 1,000 meters deep. Previously, they had all thought it was extremely deep, as they hadn't been able to see the bottom. I don't see Long Chen's corpse. Other than the bloodstains, there was no sign of Long Chen's passing. They could see the floor at the bottom, but due to how narrow the passageway was, they couldn't see it very clearly. Boss, how could you die here? Those damnable sons of bitches, they should all be struck by heavenly lightning right now. They should all die. Guo Ran's sobbing rang out from within the passageway, delighting all of them. Long Chen's death caused them all to sigh a breath of relief. For an amazing hero like Boss to die here so tragically, how am I supposed to keep on living? Guo Ran's voice was extremely mournful, and just listening to it could fill a person with grief. Hey, that's good enough. Why are you crying like that? Even I'm starting to think I'm dead, whispered Long Chen. Long Chen's right shoulder had been gravely injured, with even his bone sticking out. That was an injury caused by one of the hammers. Just thinking of those huge hammers gave Long Chen some fear. If such a hammer had landed on his head, would he even have a life left? When he had passed through the huge hammers, he had also used them to send himself straight through the last layers of mechanisms to reach the bottom. If he were to have activated the final mechanisms, Long Chen estimated that he would definitely have died. When he had charged through those huge hammers, Devil Decapitator hadn't been able to bear it, and several large nicks had been smashed into it, causing Long Chen endless pain. Those hammers had been too terrifying. At the same time, he felt incredible hate for those people outside. Compared to the corrupt disciples, Long Chen hated the righteous disciples far more. He hadn't expected that it would be his fellow righteous disciples who would instigate this attack on him. Furthermore, every one of them had helped. That caused Long Chen's killing intent to boil. Boss, only by crying like this can I make it seem like you're really dead. How else are we going to trick them to enter? Guo Ran smiled sinisterly. Just as he said that, another figure jumped in using the same method as Long Chen. Chapter 328 Play you all to death. Guo Ran's smile practically glowed as he took out an iron bead. He randomly tossed it into the passageway. A miserable scream rang out. That fellow had only gotten halfway down when Guo Ran's bead struck the wall. Countless pikes had instantly pierced countless holes into that person's body. He had died immediately after screaming. Both the righteous and corrupt disciples were infuriated. Guo Ran had actually followed their example, using the same method they had used against Long Chen on them. Now it was their turn to suffer. Go fuck yourselves. You caused my boss to die. Don't even think about getting any of the treasures that are here. Guo Ran sneered. Long Chen had already consumed a healing pill and was currently recovering from his injury. It was an injury that looked frightening, but in truth, it was just an outer wound that would quickly recover. Little brat, even if we can't obtain it, do you think you can keep those treasures? We'll just guard here. Ask yourself, how do you plan on ever leaving? Said one of them disdainfully. Hee, who cares if I can't leave? If you have the ability, then go ahead and waste time with Grandpa Guo here. At most you'll only have to wait a year without searching for any other opportunities. Mocked Guo Ran. That immediately caused a chill in their hearts. If Guo Ran really did plan on being obstinate, then with these terrifying mechanisms, there was no way for them to pass through. This tomb had been preserved extremely perfectly. Some disciples had already found some precious ores. Those precious ores seemed to have been treated as just trash by the tomb's owner. They had just been randomly left lying around. In other words, there was definitely an even greater treasure beyond this passageway. But with Guo Ran guarding it, even Chosen would probably die. None of them were willing to risk it. Furthermore, the people present were split into 2 parties, each harboring their own ulterior motives. There was no way they could work together to handle Guo Ran. Little fellow, let's discuss this. Long Chen raped and killed an innocent woman, and is despised by the entire righteous path. Now that he's already dead, the punishment for all his crimes has solely landed on his shoulders. I, Zhao Mingshan, will use the 17th monastery's name to swear that as long as you let us pass, we will testify that you are innocent so that you don't receive any injustice. The person speaking was a chosen from the 17th monastery. His status was quite high, so his words did have weight. Really? Guo Ran's voice was clearly trembling. Of course, I, Zhao Mingshan, swear not to investigate any of your previous crimes, and will also help you testify that everything was done only by Long Chen. Everything you personally did was all because Long Chen forced you to do. Zhao Mingshan's voice clearly held some excitement now. Guo Ran sneered inside, even now, you want to play these word games with me. You won't investigate my crimes at that time, but you can just throw me to the corrupt disciples to kill me instead. Then I'm relieved. Guo Ran hesitated before saying this. He looked at Long Chen. Seeing the wound was quickly healing, he purposely stalled for some time. He didn't dare mess around as Long Chen focused on healing. He decided to stall for as long as he could. In any case, playing around with them was more fun than just waiting around. Are you looking down on me? How could Zhao Mingshan, a grand chosen, possibly try to trick an ordinary disciple? Zhao Mingshan's voice contained some offended anger. Guo Ran was silent in response to that, seeming to hesitate. Zhao Mingshan looked at one of the core disciples. That core disciple nodded and jumped into the passageway. Suddenly, a scream rang out. That righteous disciple had been stabbed to death by the flying pikes. Guo Ran was stunned. He had yet to even throw out a bead. How had he died? You, what are you doing? Zhao Mingshan was furious. He was glaring at the corrupt disciples, chosen. It had been one of the corrupt disciples that had shot out an attack to activate the mechanisms, killing that core disciple. What do you think? The corrupt chosen indifferently replied. If your disciples pass, then all the benefits will be taken by you. What about us? The righteous disciples were infuriated. At the same time, they also understood they had run into a thorny problem. Obviously the corrupt disciples wouldn't let them do as they wished. What do you want? Do you think you'll let your disciples go down first? Raged Zhao Mingshan. How about this? We'll send our disciples in one by one. We'll also make sure their cultivation bases are similar, so that neither party suffers, suggested the corrupt chosen. Keep dreaming. It was us righteous disciples who discovered this passageway and who found the way to enter. Why should we have to split it evenly with you? A favored from the righteous path cursed back. Long Chen is a righteous disciple. Hee, how come I can't tell? So righteous disciples died to the hands of righteous disciples. It seems the righteous path really doesn't care about face anymore, sneered the corrupt chosen. That person's words immediately caused the righteous disciples' faces to burn as if they had been slapped in the face. Their enemies were now laughing at them for the internal strife within the righteous path. Long Chen is a traitor of our righteous path. Our killing of him was just cleaning up our path. But no matter what, Long Chen is still a disciple of our righteous path, and so his accomplishments are the righteous path's accomplishments, quibbled Zhao Mingshan. Haha, I really have to admire you righteous disciples. You're clearly being contemptible and shameless, and yet you still try to act devoted to righteousness. Even if us corrupt disciples tried for 10,000 years, we still wouldn't be able to do something like that. Of course, it's always beneath our dignity to learn such garbage. Right now, I won't talk reason with you. Let me just say this, if you don't consent, then let's start fighting. The one alive at the end will decide who gets the treasure. The corrupt chosen's expression was icy, and the disciples behind him all took out their weapons and released their auras. They seemed like hungry, bloodthirsty wolves as they stared tightly at the righteous disciples. Do you think us righteous disciples fear you? All you're doing right now is causing both parties to be injured. There's no meaning behind that, raged the chosen beside Zhao Mingshan. Those righteous disciples were filled with fury, but at the same time, it was impossible for them to conceal their panic. The corrupt disciples were different from righteous disciples. Being savage was their nature, and they were not afraid of death. If they really fought, it would be an extremely bitter fight. Everyone had gone into the Julie secret realm in search of opportunities. They all knew that if they could find a heaven-defying opportunity in the secret realm, they would immediately be able to soar to the heavens, their radiance lighting up the world. So they didn't want to fight here. Even though one of their comrades had died, as long as they weren't closely related, they would still choose to ignore it. And that was why the righteous path was just like a pack of loose sand. Although there were many of them, they rarely fought back, causing them to be suppressed by the corrupt path. Furthermore, in Zhao Mingshan's eyes, this kind of fight had no meaning. No matter who won, they would still have to pass through this terrifying passageway in the end. Guo Ran was still blocking them, but the corrupt chosen didn't care the slightest bit about this reasoning. His attitude was simple: either listen to him, or have a decisive fight. Senior apprentice brother Zhao, fighting here isn't smart. It'd be better to do what they say. It won't be too late to fight once we find the real treasure, advised someone quietly. Zhao Mingshan had a stomach full of anger. Their side had two chosen, so they definitely suppressed their opponents in terms of total strength. But they all knew how vicious corrupt disciples were. Even if the two of them were able to kill the corrupt chosen in the end, he would likely leave them with heavy injuries in his final moments, and perhaps even drag them down with him. That was also why the corrupt disciples were so unbridled. The righteous disciples had always had to endure everything since their two chosen didn't want to fight. Fine, we'll take a step back. Both of us will send one disciple down at a time. But you have to swear that before we see the true treasure, none of you will start a fight. Zhao Mingshan finally compromised. No problem. The corrupt chosen was smiling indifferently. But his eyes were filled with ridicule. Zhao Mingshan was furious, but before seeing the true treasure, he didn't want to go all out. Who knew whether that treasure would be worth suffering losses? The monastery had instilled a certain ideology in his head. As a chosen, he was a pillar of their monastery, and his life was more important than others. He couldn't fight for no reason. In the eyes of the two chosen, the others were just plebeians, unable to compare to grand existences like them. For them to fight with others was like using precious porcelain to smash rats. The two sides quickly chose two ordinary disciples. With a wave of their hands, two favored sent them dropping into the passageway. Hey, wait a sec. Suddenly, Guo Ran's voice rang out, followed by the sound of an iron bead. Then, the sounds of the mechanisms activating rang out, followed by the now familiar sounding screams. Bastard, what are you doing? Both Zhao Mingshan and the corrupt chosen raged at the same time. You're too hurried. I feel it's not proper. Guo Ran's apprehensive voice rang out from below. What's not proper? Zhao Mingshan's eyes were about to spit flames. If Guo Ran was in front of him, he definitely would have slapped him to death. I'm afraid, replied Guo Ran's worried voice. What are you afraid of? Zhao Mingshan did his best to restrain his temper. I'm afraid you'll break your word. If you end up reneging, wouldn't I instantly die? All the chosen were infuriated, and a merciless light shined in their eyes. Guo Ran was definitely trying to anger them to death. What do you want? Zhao Mingshan suppressed his fury. You have to swear, said Guo Ran. Fine, we swear. The chosen were all helpless. They could only swear an extremely poisonous oath so they could hurry this along. But the two of them were extremely smart. They swore that the two of them definitely wouldn't investigate what crimes Guo Ran had done, and that they also wouldn't take their anger out on him. Fine, I'll believe you then. Guo Ran's reply finally caused the chosen to sigh with relief. Both Zhao Mingshan and the corrupt chosen purposely glanced at one of their people. Chapter 329 Ice Gold Blackvein Iron. Fine, I'll believe you. After Guo Ran's reply, Zhao Mingshan and the corrupt chosen both cast a meaningful glance at one of their subordinates. Those two people immediately understood that after they passed through the passageway, they were to immediately get rid of that hateful brat. The two of them quickly shot down the passageway. They were both favored, so they reached the halfway point in an instant. Demons from the corrupt path, how dare you try to invade my righteous path's territory? Die. Suddenly, a noble and virtuous voice rang out. A handful of iron beads shot out, smashing along the wall of the passageway. No, the two of them instantly despaired. Countless steel hands appeared out of the walls, carrying the same hammers that had smashed Long Chen. The two of them did their best to block a couple of them, but there were too many of them. Those two powerful favored were smashed to pulp. After they died, their Dao marks floated through the stone wall and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at the mass of pulp and flesh stuck to the passageway now. Even the bones had been crushed to pieces. Bastard Guo, you're courting death. The corrupt chosen let out a furious roar. He almost lost control and personally charged into the passageway. How am I courting death? If you're going to send people down here, you should be a bit more earnest. How can you send someone so repulsive? That corrupt disciple looked like a zombie who had climbed out of his own tomb, and was way too frightening. I couldn't help myself from getting him killed. Sorry. Pick someone who looks a bit nicer next time. Unfortunately, my courage is particularly small. Guo Ran somehow managed to sound wrong. The Chosen instantly understood Guo Ran had never had any intentions of letting them through. Everything he had done was just an act. You're playing us. The corrupt Chosen once more roared furiously, his voice causing the entire tomb to quiver. Hey, don't wrongly accuse the innocent. How have I played you? I'm just having some fun with you because I'm so bored down here, laughed Guo Ran. Whether it was the righteous or corrupt disciples, they were all grinding their teeth furiously. To be duped by this brat, causing two favored die, was a complete disgrace. Could it be, Long Chen didn't die? Hearing Guo Ran's laughter caused all of them to think of a certain possibility. Otherwise, how could Guo Ran laugh so heartily? At this time, the light in the passageway faded. That lightstone had been pulled over by Long Chen's spiritual strength. After advancing to the tendon transformation realm, Long Chen's spiritual strength had once more advanced. Even Long Chen didn't know what level his current spiritual strength had reached. In any case, pulling over a stone that was just several dozen meters away from him was as easy as raising his hand. Boss, have you recovered? Guo Ran celebrated when he saw Long Chen's actions. Yup, it didn't end up injuring my bones, or it would have taken longer. Long Chen nodded, ignoring the people cursing and shouting up there. Long Chen raised the lightstone. He saw they were in a huge stone room. The room was square-shaped, with 16 stone pillars that were so thick, it would require several people just to wrap around one of them. The room was simple and crude, and at the center, there was a coffin around 15 meters long. Seems like the treasure should be this coffin, said Long Chen. A normal person's coffin wouldn't be so big, so it's probably packed with something. But don't get your hopes up. This tomb is so ancient, it's more than possible for the treasure to have already disappeared. But Guo Ran wasn't nervous about it. If I obtain it, that's my luck. If I don't, that's just my fate. I'm fine with it either way. I just wonder how we're supposed to open this coffin. There should be a mechanism inside. You search slowly. There are a couple murals over there I want to have a look at. There were 4 huge murals carved into the walls. They were preserved much more perfectly than the ones outside, and they immediately drew Long Chen's attention. Each one of them depicted a different scene, but they all contained images of humans living in an extremely auspicious and peaceful manner. Could it be that people from this era all lived peacefully? They all helped each other, without struggle or slaughter. Long Chen couldn't help feeling some yearning towards what was depicted. Of the murals, there was one with people doing manual labor together, there was one with people facing off against a ferocious beast, there was one with a child running around playfully, and there was one with a delightful celebration. There was no slaughter or wars. These images caused the entire tomb to be filled with an auspicious air. That was incomprehensible. Was this supposed to mean the tomb owner's death was something worth rejoicing? These drawings were in celebration of the owner's passing. Why were the murals so peaceful down here, without any depictions of struggle, but then the outside was filled with terrifying mechanisms? Long Chen couldn't figure it out. But in any case, the main characters in these images had no meaning to him. Instead, he was deeply attracted to what he saw in the backgrounds of all 4 murals. The contents of the 4 murals were different, but their backgrounds were the same. Up in the sky, there were 9 small stars revolving around one large star, lighting up the entire world. That large star wasn't like the sun, nor was it like the moon. It was extremely strange, but the background was also extremely harmonious, a scene that caused people to feel comfortable. As for Long Chen, when he saw those 9 stars revolving around the large star, he always felt some kind of familiarity, as well as a trace of grief. "Boss, come quick," shouted out Guo Ran out of nowhere. "What, did you find the way to open the coffin?" Long Chen put away his thoughts. "No, but look at this." Guo Ran showed off a brick. The brick was around a foot long and completely black. It seemed unremarkable, but there were complicated veined patterns on it that looked similar to ice crystals. Its weight was alarming. As soon as Long Chen touched it, he realized it was ice cold and extremely hard. He tried to squeeze it, but wasn't able to cause it the slightest damage. Instead, it was his fingers that began to feel a bit sore, shocking him. "Hee, boss, we really struck gold. This is made of ice cold black vein iron, and its purity is extremely high. In our entire monastery, even Senior Kang Ming doesn't have much of it. But look, now it's everywhere around us," exclaimed Guo Ran. "This is pretty good stuff. but it's still not as important as the real treasure, said Long Chen. That coffin is extremely bizarre. Somehow the lid is seamless with the rest of the coffin. There's not even a line demarking where the lid starts. Even now, I still can't tell what part is the lid. In fact, I'm even suspicious that this coffin is a fake, that it's just a stone carved into the shape of a coffin. Guo Ran had already become obsessed with becoming an expert craftsman. But even with all his studying, he was still unable to tell what part of this coffin was its lid, and even suspected it to be a dupe. Okay, then let's first collect the bricks. If we can't open the coffin, just these bricks will have made it worth us coming here. The two of them began to collect all the bricks that lined the ground. By the time they gathered them all, their storage rings were completely packed. Seeing that mountain of bricks in his storage ring, Guo Ran almost started dancing from excitement. Hee, with this material, I can make some really good equipment. But to forge this material, I'd probably need a forging table on the same level as Senior Kang Ming's forging table. But Senior Kang Ming has already said that a forging master's forging table is equivalent to their wife, and has to be cherished closely. He probably won't lend me his wife to use. Guo Ran was helpless. A forging master without a good forging table was like a chef without fire, rice, oil, or salt. No matter how high their cooking skill was, it was useless. A forging table required a huge amount of materials. Even Guo Ran's amateur forging table had required a huge number of points. Without Long Chen supporting him, then even a core disciple would have been bankrupted by Guo Ran's expenses. The formations that smelted special materials all required spirit stones. That was already enough for a person to feel pain. And if a formation wasn't strong enough, there was no way for it to create a strong enough flame to smelt a material like the ice gold black vein iron, and so Guo Ran wouldn't be able to make anything with these bricks right now. Don't be discouraged, we'll find a way, consoled Long Chen. Frankly speaking, being a craftsman was like burning money. However, as an alchemist, Long Chen was specialized in making money. Sometimes he felt Guo Ran had come to keep him poor. He would make money, while Guo Ran would spend it all. Looking around, they saw that there was nothing more of value around them, and so their gazes once more fell to the coffin. It was just as Guo Ran had said. It looked like one seamless hole, without any lid to speak of. Long Chen tried smashing his fist onto it, and after a loud explosion, they both saw that the coffin hadn't even budged. Instead, it was Long Chen's hand that hurt. How hard, how heavy. Long Chen was startled. This huge coffin was almost 3 meters tall, and adding on its length of 15 meters, its weight must surpass his imagination. There was no way to directly absorb such a thing into his spatial ring. Spatial rings all required the master to be able to physically move the thing in order to absorb it. Long Chen took out a brick and smashed it down onto a corner of the coffin repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Long Chen didn't dare use Devil Decapitator, as that would cause serious damage to it. It was unfortunate he didn't have a heavy hammer-like weapon, so he could only use one of the bricks they had collected. After advancing to the tendon transformation realm, Long Chen's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Each time that brick smashed into the coffin, it would cause the entire tomb to tremble. I figured it out. This coffin isn't a flip top, but a sliding top. After smashing it multiple times, the top portion had shifted around an inch. Keep going, boss. Let's see what the treasure inside it is, exclaimed Guo Ran excitedly. Long Chen was just about to continue when his expression suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of the passageway, from which many figures were quickly rushing over. Chapter 330 Want to die? Then come. As expected, Long Chen, you didn't die. The three chosen's expressions were extremely ugly when they saw Long Chen smashing a brick into the coffin. Guo Ran had caused two favored to die and then ignored them. Then the lightstone had been taken away, causing the passageway to become completely dark again. They had no idea what Guo Ran was doing, but thinking of the possibility of Guo Ran finding a pile of riches and throwing them into his pocket, they were all filled with pain. However, they had to endure it. With the terrifying mechanism set up, perhaps only chosen had a chance of passing through. However, that chance wasn't necessarily high. A slight mistake would cause them to die. To risk their lives without even seeing any treasure was stupid. So the three chosen had been unwilling to test it out. As for the favored and other disciples, that went without saying. Those two favored that had been tricked by Guo Ran had only lasted for a couple breaths before being killed miserably within the passageway. Who would dare try it again? And so all the disciples had been waiting up there, suffering endless torment. Each breath had felt like an hour, but they were also unwilling to leave just like that. But later, they began to hear loud noises from inside. That had been the sound of Long Chen and Guo Ran collecting the bricks. Hearing that noise, their hearts began to burn. Although they couldn't see what was going on, that was most likely the sound of Guo Ran collecting treasures. They had become like agitated ants, clenching their teeth and glaring down the passageway. But they didn't have the courage to barge in. Finally, when Long Chen started using the brick to smash the stone coffin, shaking the entire tomb, there had been someone who hadn't been able to hold back any longer. He felt as if he was going crazy. There was someone inside getting treasures, while they were like idiots, standing outside the treasure house. That feeling nearly drove them insane. Fuck it, he had finally thrown in a lance into a wall of the passageway. That naturally activated the mechanisms. But this time, the mechanisms only half activated, and stopped midway. Despite how cleverly the mechanisms had been set up, the tomb had existed for too long. The passage of time had still affected them slightly, with some portions of the mechanisms having degraded. Then adding on the crazy impact Long Chen had caused the passageway, the mechanisms were now half broken. As a result, everyone now saw that in truth, the mechanisms were only able to activate partway. They were all jammed, unable to do anything. After killing those last two favored, it seemed the mechanisms had finally been unable to bear any more impacts. As long as they went down carefully, they wouldn't be struck. One of the righteous core disciples suddenly let out a cry as someone threw him directly into the passageway. The one to throw him was a corrupt favored. None of the righteous disciples showed any anger at one of them being used as an experiment. Instead, seeing that he was completely fine after reaching the bottom, they all celebrated and charged through. The fastest ones were the three chosen. No one else dared compete with them. Those three people had arrived just in time to see Long Chen smashing a huge coffin with a brick. "Kill them," ordered Zhao Mingshan furiously. He charged at Long Chen, his terrifying aura causing the entire tomb to tremble intensely. His fist smashed at Long Chen. The other two chosen also went to attack Long Chen after a pause. They had decided to first kill Long Chen and take his treasures before investigating what the other treasures were. "Guo Ran, you run away in the mess. Wait for me somewhere far away," Long Chen whispered stealthily to Guo Ran. Then, with a cold shout, he raised a brick to receive Zhao Mingshan's fist. The entire tomb rocked. Zhao Mingshan felt a burst of pain on his fist, feeling as if his wrist had almost broken. The next thing he knew, Long Chen was smashing a brick at his head at an incredible speed. Zhao Mingshan was shocked by that brick. But he didn't have time to be shocked. Long Chen's attack speed was inconceivable, and he hastily tried dodging back. However, he had still underestimated Long Chen's speed. That brick managed to clip Zhao Mingshan's forehead. Although it wasn't serious, the powerful force caused him intense pain. If it had been a favored, they probably would have had their head split open from it. A large bump appeared on Zhao Mingshan's head, almost looking like a bizarre horn. Feeling that bump, Zhao Mingshan was infuriated. In his carelessness, he had ended up wounded, and in an extremely humiliating manner. "Die!" Zhao Mingshan took out a dark gold saber and slashed it down on Long Chen. At this time, the other two chosen also arrived. They were both startled by Long Chen's combat strength. Although they had heard Long Chen was extremely strong, he had clearly just broken through to tendon transformation. His aura had yet to stabilize, and he couldn't even count as having reached the first heaven stage. And yet, in their very first exchange, he caused Zhao Mingshan to suffer. Long Chen was clearly not as easy to deal with as he appeared. "Everyone be careful. That brick in his hand is a powerful treasure," warned the other righteous chosen. Hearing that, Zhao Mingshan was extremely grateful. That warning was just to cover up his embarrassment at having lost out to Long Chen. Long Chen sneered and was too lazy to expose them. He put away the brick and summoned out Devil Decapitator. Devil Decapitator was now covered in nicks from passing through the mechanisms in the passageway. Long Chen was filled with killing intent towards these three chosen. Previously, he had almost died because of them. He roared, his voice like heavenly thunder in their ears. Devil Decapitator swung out at the three of them. The entire tomb rocked. Sand and dirt began to rain from the ceiling. Long Chen was forced back dozens of meters, but he was filled with excitement. After advancing to tendon transformation, his strength had completely transformed. He was now able to control his physical strength even more precisely. The three chosen were shocked. Even the three of them working together had been unable to injure Long Chen. Instead, they were knocked back a couple steps because of his power. In other words, Long Chen should be on the same level as them when they all used their full strength, despite the fact that they had a huge advantage due to their cultivation bases, which were all in the late tendon transformation realm. We can't leave Long Chen alive. The corrupt chosen now fully understood why Long Chen had been ranked number 2 on their must-kill list, second only to Han Tianyu. His talent was too terrifying. Once he matured, then it would definitely be Han Tianyu who was ranked second to him. You too, as long as we are able to kill Long Chen, then the corrupt path will not take a single piece of this tomb's treasure, offered the corrupt chosen. Hearing that, the two righteous chosen were shocked. They instantly understood he was offering a reward for Long Chen's head. However, inside, they cursed the corrupt path for being idiots and not knowing how to be subtle. How could we members of the righteous path work together with someone despicable from the corrupt path? The reason we want to kill Long Chen is to remove a scourge from our righteous path, not because we're working with you. Stop spouting nonsense and kill him, said Zhao Mingshan. He was saying this to emphasize that he had no relation with this corrupt chosen. Working with corrupt disciples was an intolerable crime for righteous disciples. That corrupt chosen sneered in ridicule. The righteous disciples were forever a bunch of self-righteous hypocrites. You guys go capture that little brat. Remember, I want him caught alive. Where'd he go? The corrupt chosen suddenly realized Guo Ran had somehow disappeared now. Reporting to senior apprentice brother, he fled, replied a corrupt disciple with an unnatural expression. Fled? How did he get away so fast? The corrupt chosen couldn't believe it. That bastard's too crafty. All of them were looking at each other. One of the corrupt disciples finally summoned the courage to explain. Guo Ran had known that he wasn't able to help Long Chen here with his little strength. Instead, he would hold him back. So the instant Long Chen struck Zhao Mingshan with a brick, he took advantage of everyone's attention being focused on Long Chen to stealthily slip away into the passageway. However, in the end, he was still noticed by a few righteous disciples. They had immediately raised their weapons and charged at him. At that time, Guo Ran had suddenly taken out a strange cylinder, and a rain of needles had shot out over a huge area. More than a dozen people had been hit. All those needles had poison on them, and those who were hit all consumed antitoxin pills. However, they had then had to stop and had to circulate their spiritual chi to suppress the poison and force it out. That was because they realized their antitoxin pills were unable to completely suppress the poison. Taking advantage of everyone's panic, Guo Ran had already succeeded in getting up the passageway. He had taken out some ball and thrown it down the passageway, where it had exploded into a cloud of smoke so thick that they couldn't even see their own hands. Those disciples who had started chasing him had all retreated, afraid the smoke also had poison or that Guo Ran would shoot more poison needles from within. By the time the smoke dissipated, Guo Ran had long since disappeared. None of them had really cared about Guo Ran getting away, as they just considered him a random weakling. But now that this chosen asked about him, they immediately felt apprehensive. All the chosen's expressions were ugly now. They didn't care about Guo Ran's life, but it was very likely Guo Ran was holding a portion of the treasures from here. In fact, he could be holding the majority of them. However, he had already run, and it wasn't likely for them to be able to catch up. The three of them now focused completely on Long Chen. Long Chen lazily rested Devil Decapitator on his shoulder, indifferently looking back at the three of them. Want to die? Then come. Chapter 331 1 verses 3. Long Chen smiled coldly with Devil Decapitator resting on his shoulder. His aura was steadily climbing, as if a volcano was storing up energy. Once it erupted, it could destroy the world. In Long Chen's eyes, there was no one he wouldn't kill, whether they were from the corrupt or righteous paths. It didn't matter what kind of reasoning they had. If they dared try to kill him, killing them wouldn't give him any grief. The three chosen were looking at him guardedly. From that previous testing exchange, they could all tell that Long Chen was extremely terrifying. The most terrifying thing about him wasn't his current self, but what he would become in the future. Once he matured, he would be on a completely different level than them. The corrupt chosen didn't wish for the righteous path to gain another Han Tianyu, while the two righteous chosen didn't wish for another person to appear above them. That was especially true, since that person was an enemy. By now, they had both received orders not to target Long Chen anymore. Their orders were to leave killing him to Han Tianyu, giving him another glorious achievement. But the circumstances were forcing them. They couldn't care too much about those orders. If they wanted the treasures of this tomb, they had to kill Long Chen. Corrupt disciples were withdrawing from the fight over treasures. Guard the passageway. Today, we're only killing, ordered the corrupt chosen. Yes, a powerful favored took charge of the remaining corrupt disciples, leading them to guard the passageway tightly. Seeing the corrupt disciples really had given up on the coffin delighted the righteous disciples. Zhao Mingxian cast a glance at one of the favored behind him. That favored was from the same sect as Zhao Mingxian. He immediately understood Zhao Mingxian's meaning, and went to handle the coffin. Long Chen, this place was originally a tomb. Did you come in just to give yourself a burial site? Sneered Zhao Mingxian. This place's feng shui really is not bad. What a beautiful sky, what soft earth, in the summer it won't leak, in the winter it won't freeze. But I picked this place for you. Although having dogs buried with him might offend the owner of the tomb, at least you're all dogs with your own prestige, so I'm sure he won't get too mad at me, retorted Long Chen indifferently. The three chosen's expressions grew uglier. Long Chen's mouth really was too vicious. The attack strength behind his mouth was not the least bit inferior to his fists. Long Chen, I'll definitely make you live a life worse than death. Zhao Mingxian was the first to attack, his saber slashing down, causing ripples in the air. Those ripples were caused by space not being able to handle the pressure. Chosen were simply that powerful. Their attacks were extremely condensed, without the slightest power leaking, which made them extremely terrifying. Your dream is pretty grand, but unfortunately, you won't be able to achieve it in the end. Long Chen's spiritual qi circulated quickly, and devil decapitators slashed down on Zhao Mingxian. With an ear-ringing explosion, the entire tomb shook. Zhao Mingxian was forced back by Long Chen's powerful strength. In terms of raw power, now that he had reached tendon transformation, Long Chen was at least one level above Zhao Mingxian. After forcing him back, Long Chen had a general sense of his current power level. Devil Decapitator cut a profound arc through the air, still containing some of the remaining momentum from the previous blow to slash at the other righteous chosen. That person had long since been prepared, and his sword went to meet Long Chen's saber, quivering in an odd manner. The instant their weapons met, his sword's quivering increased, and Long Chen felt a large portion of his power being dissipated. Most startling to him was that this person's sword was like a magnet, drawing in his saber, and not letting him pull it back. This was his first time seeing such a bizarre technique, and due to his surprise, he ended up suffering a disadvantage. He was forced off balance, leading to an opening. As for his three opponents, they were chosen who had already experienced over 100 battles. The instant that opening appeared, they pounced on him. The corrupt chosen's sword stabbed at Long Chen's waist as quick as lightning, leaving him with no time to dodge. His sword was particularly special. It was as wide as the palm of a hand, over 3 feet long, and the sharp sides were covered with barbs that looked incredibly malevolent. It was made of some unknown material, but it was completely red, emitting a sinister air. Even before his attack arrived, the scent of blood filled the air. Most frightening of all was that his sword seemed to hold thousands of vengeful spirits. The instant he attacked, Long Chen felt as if he was being assaulted by countless ghouls. These kinds of weapons were termed corrupt weapons by the righteous path. They were evil weapons created through secret techniques of the corrupt path. The majority of corrupt disciples used such weapons. However, the strength of these weapons was not only related to the materials it was made of. More importantly, there were runes carved onto the weapon. Whenever such a weapon killed a person, a portion of that person's resentment would be absorbed. When a person was about to be killed, they would be filled with unwillingness, fury, terror, essentially a mass of negative emotions. As for these corrupt weapons, they were able to absorb those negative emotions. The more they killed, the more powerful they became. Who knew just how many people each corrupt chosen had killed? Their weapons would all release that powerful resentment whenever they attacked, and that resentment was able to instantly break down the mental defenses of ordinary favored. Even though he didn't purposely target them, even the two righteous chosen were now affected by the corrupt chosen's attack, feeling a prickling pain in their souls. Even the two of them were affected, so it was obvious how much worse it was for Long Chen who was being targeted by the weapon. The two righteous chosen were alarmed. This corrupt chosen was more powerful than they had expected, and their guard raised against him. Long Chen was shocked by the spiritual attack contained within this corrupt sword. However, his spiritual strength was extremely powerful. Despite never having learned any particular soul techniques, the impact of this spiritual attack wasn't that great against him. At this moment, Long Chen's saber was still being sucked onto that person's sword. Just as everyone thought Long Chen was about to be killed by the corrupt sword, a brick appeared in Long Chen's other hand, and he placed it on his waist, blocking the sword. The corrupt chosen's attack was extremely powerful. Long Chen's body shook, and he was knocked back. It also allowed him to escape from that person's almost magnetic sword. Hee, this brick really is not bad. It's unimaginably hard. Long Chen put away the brick. This time he had really made a profit. Even if he couldn't obtain anything else from this place, just the mountain of bricks in his spatial ring was enough to make him feel like he had struck gold. Guo Ran had already said that these bricks could be continuously purified. Once they were tempered 100 times, their power would multiply by tens of times. This precious material had been treated by the owner of the tomb as just ordinary bricks. It was too bad he had no idea how the mechanisms in the passageway were made. Otherwise, he would definitely cut off and take all those weapons. Those were all on the spirit weapon level, and in terms of material, they were probably even better than Devil Decapitator. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused so much damage to Devil Decapitator. Those thoughts instantly passed through Long Chen's head. He cast a glance to the righteous disciples and saw them doing their best to open the coffin. There were tens of disciples using heavy weapons to constantly smash the lid. Working together, the lid had been pushed 7 inches to the side now. It was finally possible to see how the coffin had been put together. The lid had some odd grooves that perfectly fit into the rest of the coffin. There was no way to flip it open, so they could only continue sliding it aside. However, it was still unclear just what kind of stone this coffin was made of. It was actually as heavy as a mountain, and tens of core disciples along with several powerful favored were only able to slide it off ever so slowly. Seeing that scene, Long Chen sneered. He saw that the disciples pushing the lid were all monastery disciples. Those righteous disciples who weren't from the Xuantian monasteries were all only watching to the side. From their nervous expressions, it was obvious they were unwilling inside. They knew that even if there was a treasure inside, it wouldn't be theirs. It would be taken by the more numerous and more powerful monastery disciples. But they were also unwilling to leave just like that. So they dithered here. If the treasure really was absolutely heaven-defying, then even if they had to risk their lives, they would still have to try and see if they could obtain it. Although Long Chen had only glanced over for an instant, he immediately grasped what they were thinking. Devil Decapitator shook, and saber chi filled the room. This time, Long Chen took the initiative to attack the 3 chosen. Previously, he had almost suffered greatly due to being caught off guard. Now he wanted to see just what level his strength had reached. All of his spiritual chi poured into his saber. Devil Decapitator lit up like it was alive, and a terrifying will immediately locked down on the 3 of them. Furious Sea Saber. Long Chen's aura erupted out, and a sea of saber images appeared around him. They were incredibly fast, instantly enveloping his 3 enemies. The 3 of them were both startled and furious. They were startled that Long Chen's saber arts had reached such a terrifying level. But they were also furious that Long Chen was looking down on them. He actually used a group attack battle skill against them. Battle skills used for group attacks were never used in 1-against-1s. Due to their larger range, the power was scattered, and if used against someone on the same level, it would cause you to suffer greatly. Furthermore, it wasn't a 1-against-1, but a 1-against-3. Yet, Long Chen was still using this kind of group attack battle skill. That was an absolute humiliation for the 3 of them. Arrogant. Go to hell. The 3 of them furiously roared at the same time. Their weapons lit up as their auras exploded, all of them meeting Long Chen's sea of attacks head-on. Continuous explosions rang out and chi waves exploded out, shaking the entire tomb. The walls and ceiling of the tomb were starting to crack. That caused everyone's expressions to change. Sand and dirt was already flowing from the ceiling now. If it collapsed, all of them would be buried alive here. 4 figures were crazily exchanging blows in a flurry. Other than those people focused on opening the coffin, everyone was looking in horror at this battle. Chapter 332 The Stone Coffin Opens. This is a battle of chosen. Terrifying. Seeing those 4 fighting so intensely, all the other disciples were shaken. Let's not talk about power. Just this attack speed is already enough to make it impossible for me to even react. The four of them were so fast they were practically illusory in their eyes. Sometimes they would clearly see someone get struck, which should have caused heavy injuries, if not death. But then they would suddenly realize that it was just an afterimage. They were far too fast. Even just watching, they were completely unable to react to anything. If they were to fight, just how were they supposed to do anything in such a high-speed battle? Only a few powerful favored knew that this level of battle was something that was practically fought by instinct. The brain was unable to react in such a short time. There was no way to make precise judgments, because by the time you decided on what to do, the attack would already have landed on you. Favored also had to go through this kind of training, because they could also one day reach the chosen level. The best way for them to increase their combat ability was through battle. Through constant battle, they would pile up their battle experience. They wouldn't just fight with people in the same realm. Sometimes their sect elders would also personally go exchange blows with them to give them more experience. That allowed them to be able to instinctively react in the first moment no matter what kind of attack it was. They could use the most direct, most effective counterattack almost instantly. The reason Chosen were strong was not just because of their great talent or their undefeatable will. The most important thing was how much effort and grooming their sects had given them. The effort that was piled into Chosen by their sects allowed them to release a brilliance that dazzled others. But that brilliance wasn't so easy to maintain. Once that brilliance was broken, it would be a devastating blow to their Dao hearts. That was why Chosen could not be allowed to be defeated, especially not to other Chosen who were supposed to be on the same level as them. The reason Zhang Yifan hated Long Chen so much was because his defeat to him had created an obstruction in his Dao heart. If he couldn't personally kill Long Chen, that would form a heart devil, and he would never be able to step into the bone-forging realm. If Long Chen had at least had the title of a Chosen, then he would feel a bit better, and the impact wouldn't have been so grave. As for Yin Luo, although his leg had been cut off by Long Chen, Yin Luo's Dao heart was more stable, and furthermore, he had lost due to both Long Chen and Mo Nian cooperating. That didn't impact his Dao heart. Chosen had to maintain an undefeated record. If they lost to someone known to be stronger than them, that was one thing. But against geniuses on the same level as them, they had to be extremely cautious, and wouldn't easily take action. To the core disciples and favored here, Chosen seemed to rarely fight. That was why they were completely focused on this battle, hoping to perhaps comprehend something from their battle that would help them. However, the core disciples were all completely dazzled by their fight, and they weren't even able to clearly see the exchanges, let alone comprehend anything. Only the powerful favored were able to actually gain some insights from their battle. However, as they watched, their expressions changed. They realized Long Chen's fighting manner had no set style or pattern. Their sect elders had already solemnly warned them that when two people's strengths were on relatively the same level, the winner would be the one who managed to find their opponent's weak point. In order to find their weak point, you would need to grasp their fighting method and rhythm. Only by creating an opening where no opening existed could you defeat your opponent. It was like playing chess. If both players were experts, then it was impossible to defeat your opponent in just a few moves. You needed to understand your opponent's patterns and then come up with a strategy in accordance to their habits. You had to lead them step by step into a trap, and then take their life in one blow. That was why the main things the powerful favored were focused on was the four people's fighting styles and rhythms. Although they were extremely fast, the powerful favored were still able to clearly see each exchange. And it was because they could see their fight clearly that they were so incredibly shocked. All of them were stupefied by Long Chen's unrestrained fighting style. The three Chosen were fast, ruthless, and their patterns weren't obvious. They had clearly gone through special training in order to conceal their attack patterns. But although they hid them extremely well, and there didn't seem to be any openings, these powerful favored were able to see some hints of spots to take advantage of, whether it was in their stability, agility, or ruthlessness. However, Long Chen's fighting style was extremely irritating to the three of them. He simply had no set style. As he brandished his saber, he would sometimes act like a proud and aloof saber master, attacking and defending precisely in a skillful and decisive manner that had no openings. Then he would suddenly switch to using his saber like a sword, attacking with the agility and quickness of a sword master, elegant and graceful. If that was all, that would be nothing. Experts all needed to occasionally switch up their style in order to keep their opponents from grasping their rhythm. That was completely normal, but then sometimes Long Chen would act like a madman who knew nothing of martial arts. Holding his saber with both hands, he would slash it about randomly, ignoring any attacks coming for him. And that wasn't all. The most shocking thing to them was that as Long Chen randomly slashed around, he suddenly took out a brick and smashed it around, catching them all off guard. Not only did he use the brick, but he even added in ball-busting crotch kicks, slaps in the face, and all kinds of unorthodox attacks. Some of them almost coughed blood when they saw Long Chen suddenly spit in someone's face while fighting. In order to dodge that spit, Zhao Mingxian had taken a blow from Long Chen's brick. His nose was now broken, and his face had caved in slightly. However, Zhao Mingxian was truly worthy of being a chosen. His face was extremely long, and that foot-long brick was the same length as his chin to his forehead. Long Chen's attack had left a perfect brick imprint. Other than surprise, that scene also almost made the watchers laugh. Those corrupt disciples who were guarding the passageway didn't bother holding back and laughed heartily. Zhao Mingxian went crazy from rage. The injury was endurable, but the humiliation was not. All his spiritual qi immediately erupted out. The entire tomb shook intensely because of Zhao Mingxian's aura. Even the walls began to crack, and a large portion of the ceiling fell. Idiot, don't be so impatient. If the tomb collapses, everyone will die. Cursed the corrupt chosen. They had all realized that this tomb was too ancient, and wasn't able to endure intense shocks. It could easily collapse, and if it did, then even chosen wouldn't be able to get out alive. That was why they didn't dare use their full strength. Their goal had been to tire Long Chen out before he realized that they didn't dare go all out. However, as soon as Zhao Mingxian released his full power, it immediately caused such a scene. Even if Long Chen was an idiot, he would still be able to realize that he could use this as an advantage. By just keeping the energy for one full strength attack in reserve, then even if he couldn't flee, he could bring the entire tomb crashing down, burying every single one of them with him. Zhao Mingxian's actions really had been completely stupid, infuriating the corrupt chosen. He even had an urge to cut him down right now. Shut the fuck up, you're the fucking idiot I have to put up with. Do you want to see if you can hold back after I smash a brick into your head? Zhao Mingxian lost control, losing all of a chosen's dignity to wildly curse him. In Zhao Mingxian's eyes, this idiot didn't understand anything. How could any dignified chosen be able to endure being smashed in the face by a brick? Stop quarreling, kill Long Chen first, advised the other righteous chosen. Zhao Mingxian and the corrupt chosen still had sparks flying between the two of them, but they both knew now wasn't the time for that. Due to splitting his attention to speak, that chosen had revealed a slight opening, and a brick came smashing for his face. Long Chen was starting to admire himself more and more. He realized he definitely had an extremely high talent when it came to using a brick. It was almost the same as face slapping. After trying it out several times, he was able to master this art to the point of perfection. By the time that chosen reacted, the brick had already reached his face. The speed and angle made it so that he couldn't dodge. Filled with horror, he hastily tilted his head to the side. Blood flew. He managed to avoid being hit in the forehead, dodging the same humiliation as Zhao Mingxian. But the brick smashed across his cheek and ear. The 5 sense organs, in other words, the nose, eyes, lips, tongue, and ears were all delicate weak points. No matter how high your cultivation base was, there was no way to make your eyeballs as sturdy as steel weapons. Although the ear and nose weren't fatal weak points, being struck there was extremely painful. As for that chosen's ear, after being struck by the brick, it had completely departed his head. Blood dyed half his face. Long Chen, I'll definitely kill you. That chosen immediately went berserk, his terrifying aura exploding out and his eyes turning completely red. Calm down, calm down. Now it was Zhao Mingxian and the corrupt chosen's turn to cry out a warning. Calm down my ass. How am I supposed to calm down with my ear gone? Don't even bother trying to stop me. Even if I die, I have to kill this bastard. That chosen was now completely infuriated. If news of this matter spread, he would become the laughingstock of the entire supermonastery. A grand chosen had had his ear smashed off by a brick. Although there would be techniques to regrow it once he returned, while he was in the secret realm, he had no way to heal it. How was he supposed to face anyone here? Although Zhao Mingxian's face had caved in slightly, all his body parts were still present, and it would quickly heal. That chosen had just been about to go completely berserk. He was willing to bring down the entire tomb as long as he could kill Long Chen. But suddenly, the coffin lid automatically slid off, and everyone turned to look. Chapter 333 Forging Table from Ancient Times. One of them had to have activated some sort of mechanism, as the huge lid suddenly began to slide off, revealing what was within. Rumbling rang out as a huge object rose out of the coffin. That was a huge table that radiated light. Although it had been sealed for who knew how many years, it still shone as brightly as if it were new. The table was piled with tools. A grand aura came from them as if they were alive. Forging table. All of them were stunned. So this coffin didn't contain a corpse. It was just a huge forging table. There's a weapon. Someone with sharp eyes saw that there was a shining hammer on the table. That hammer wasn't very large. Its head was around the size of a plate, while its handle was around 2 feet long. As soon as they looked at that hammer, their hearts began to pound wildly. That hammer gave them all a sense of boundless pressure. Suddenly, some of the righteous disciples who weren't from the monasteries were unable to hold back any longer, and charged at the forging table. But before they could even approach, they were cut down by a favorite from the monastery. This belongs to the Xuantian monasteries. Anyone who dares try to fight over it will be cut down mercilessly, shouted one of the favored who followed Zhao Mingxian. Although none of them were forging masters, such an ancient forging table could fetch them a hefty reward if they offered it to the supermonastery. A forging table wasn't easy to split up, but it would be easy to split up the rewards. Right now, the strongest party was the one that contained Zhao Mingxian and the other righteous chosen. This forging table's rewards would be split between the two of them, but they would naturally split a portion with their subordinates. As for the disciples from the other monasteries, whether or not they would be able to obtain anything depended on the two chosen's moods. Even the corrupt disciples had their eyes redden when they saw that forging table appear. Such an ancient item would be even more valuable than a regular forging table. This forging table might allow a skillful forging master to gain insights into the forging of ancient times. That would be a huge gain. According to historical records, the ancient people's wisdom was as boundless as an ocean. Whether it was in terms of cultivation techniques, battle skills, forging items, or pill refining, they had all been in a golden era back then. But for some unknown reason, in the current era, everything had declined. It was as if the civilization of the ancient times had been cleanly cut off from the current era. In the last 10,000 years, cultivators had constantly investigated the vestiges left from ancient times. There were various secret realms, and cultivators had gradually managed to obtain more and more treasures from within them. Many of those treasures perplexed people, as those things were incomprehensible with the knowledge of the current era. After many years of research, people had gradually managed to gain some insights from those ancient treasures. Now they hoped to gain more items from the ancient times to research so that they could bring the brilliance of the ancient times into the current era. As for this forging table, they couldn't tell its exact value, but it was very likely a priceless treasure. The corrupt disciples were practically burning with greed. The favored that was leading them stealthily glanced at the corrupt chosen, and seeing him shake his head ever so slightly, he held them all back. Despite knowing that this was most likely a forging master's tomb, Long Chen was still startled by this forging table. However, this was also reasonable. Whether it was alchemists or craftsmen, people in those kinds of professions were all extremely proud. The tools they used the most often were all usually brought with them to their tombs. It was very rare for them to pass them down to their disciples. But Long Chen had expected the tomb's master to have only left behind a portion of their tools here, or perhaps some masterpieces they were especially proud of. He was surprised to see that the owner had left behind their entire forging table. A fire burned in Long Chen's heart. He knew that if Guo Ran saw this forging table, he would definitely go all out, risking his life to fight over it. Although the forging table had already appeared, Zhao Mingxian and the other two chosen didn't let up, and were still attacking Long Chen. They weren't in a hurry to grab it. The two righteous chosen were extremely confident. Right now, the monastery disciples outnumbered every other party, and many of them had relationships to the two of them. The two of them were definitely the strongest party present, and no one would be able to fight over it with them. As for the corrupt chosen, they weren't afraid of him. The only reason they hadn't fought with him previously was because they hadn't seen the treasure yet. If that corrupt chosen really did go back on his word, they would definitely have an all-out fight with him. With the two of them as well as so many monastery disciples, they had no fear for anyone. So Zhao Mingxian and the other righteous chosen's first thought was to work together with the corrupt chosen to quickly kill Long Chen. Long Chen was just too powerful. If it was just the two of them, then since they weren't able to use their full strength, they wouldn't be able to keep Long Chen tied down. If he were to flee, that would definitely infuriate them. Their intense battle was something that the others were only able to watch. Some of the random righteous disciples occasionally glanced at the forging table with unwillingness and helplessness. But they could only sigh. They even regretted ever coming into this ancient tomb. They hadn't obtained anything. They wanted to leave, but the corrupt disciples were guarding the passageway. They didn't dare try to get them to open a path for them. Perhaps their reply would be the pointed end of many weapons. The corrupt disciples were only temporarily cooperating with the Xuantian monastery's disciples. They weren't cooperating with the other righteous disciples. So they couldn't leave, but staying was also useless to them. They were only able to foolishly watch as spectators. Ji Yuqi, go collect that forging table. Zhao Mingxian realized that they weren't able to subdue Long Chen in a short time. To be safe, he told a trusted favorite to gather the forging table. Ji Yuqi was a powerful favorite, and he quickly followed Zhao Mingxian's orders. However, what the fuck, this forging table is too heavy. I can't gather it. Ji Yuqi tried several times, but he was unable to move the forging table into his spatial ring. Spatial rings were profound and mysterious existences that allowed you to put objects into another space. But it required the user to at least be able to pick up the object, and also required powerful spiritual strength. This forging table was 3 meters tall, 15 meters long, and 6 meters wide. There were also various instruments that were one body with the forging table. None of them could even estimate just how heavy it was. Ji Yuqi tried moving the forging table with all his might. But the forging table only quivered ever so slightly. In fact, it was impossible to tell if it was even quivering without looking closely. Then first put away the hammer, said Zhao Mingxian. He had also seen that other than the forging table, there was also a hammer that was definitely a treasure. Otherwise, there was no way an inanimate, unliving object could give them such a huge pressure. Why bother? Why don't you let me take his place? Long Chen smiled and suddenly slashed out his saber with even greater power than before. The three of them were forced back several steps. In that instant, Long Chen vanished from their sight. Zhao Mingxian had only just realized Long Chen had disappeared when he had a bad feeling and called out a warning. However, it was too late. Ji Yuqi's hand had just been about to touch the hammer when he felt a chill on his neck. Then, heaven and earth began to spin around him. From his viewpoint, he was spinning around. He saw many people's horrified gazes directed at him. He saw a golden saber. He also saw a familiar body. But that body didn't have a head on it. Blood was spurting out of its neck. He heard Zhao Mingxian's warning, but that sound seemed to come from incredibly far away. Just as he suddenly realized what had happened, he descended into eternal darkness. Long Chen, you're courting death. Zhao Mingxian had never imagined Long Chen possessed such a bizarre footwork. That had allowed him to instantly kill Ji Yuqi. Long Chen smiled coldly and grabbed the hammer. Wow, it's twice as heavy as Devil Decapitator. Long Chen didn't have time to carefully examine it. He quickly placed it into his spatial ring and then tried to absorb the entire forging table. Suddenly, wind blew on his neck, and a terrifying attack came from behind him. Long Chen didn't have time to absorb the forging table. He hastily dodged to the side. A terrifying ray of saber chi smashed into the forging table. This time, Zhao Mingxian was truly infuriated. He had used his full strength in this attack, not caring about any of the consequences. The power behind his saber had cut a huge scar into the ceiling. The entire tomb was almost cut in half, and the tomb rocked intensely. The incredibly heavy forging table was actually knocked flying by the saber. Long Chen quickly appeared in front of it. Haha, thank you, thank you. Seeing that huge forging table smashing at him, Long Chen surprisingly laughed and raised out a single hand to grab it. No, Zhao Mingxian and the others instantly had a bad feeling. The instant Long Chen's hand touched the forging table, it disappeared. It had been absorbed into his spatial ring. One special property of spatial rings was that they could only absorb objects that had left the ground. The majority of people thought that meant you needed to pick up the object in order to store it into the spatial ring. But in reality, as long as the object had left the ground, then with a powerful enough spiritual strength, it was also possible to absorb it into a spatial ring. Long Chen had originally thought he would have to waste some effort to absorb this forging table into his spatial ring. Who would have thought Zhao Mingxian would be so smart and send it directly to him as a gift? The entire tomb began to rumble because of Zhao Mingxian's attack. It felt like an earthquake, and a huge amount of dirt began to pour from the ceiling. Portions of the ceiling even began to fall. This place is about to collapse. Hurry and run. Following that shout, the righteous disciples all fled to the passageway. Even the corrupt disciples were a bit flabbergasted now. If this place collapsed, then they would all die. Seeing the righteous disciples charging over at them, they didn't know whether they should kill them or run. Suddenly, a huge pillar collapsed, directly crushing two unlucky fellows to death. Furthermore, this pillar had also coincidentally fallen onto the huge coffin. That huge force caused the coffin to burst apart. After the coffin burst apart, everyone suddenly saw a smaller coffin appear from within. That coffin had a golden page on its lid. Chapter 334 Golden Page. That piece of paper was only size of a palm. Lines covered the entire page, and as soon as it appeared, an incredibly ancient air radiated off of it, filling the entire room. At the same time, a powerful spiritual pressure shot out as well. This sudden change stunned everyone. After pausing for just an instant, everyone crazily charged towards the page. Fuck off, it's mine. Although the tomb was already beginning to collapse, everyone, whether they were from the righteous or corrupt path, was now charging at the golden page. Blood splattered everywhere. All of their eyes had reddened. Anyone who was in front of them, whether it was someone from the same path or opposing path, would be attacked by them. The three chosen were the furthest from the coffin. As for Long Chen, because he had taken the forging table, he had then retreated further away to avoid being attacked. So it was the regular disciples who were the closest to the coffin. Haha, one person was the first to reach the golden page. He had just laughed and been about to say something to an expert from the monastery when his hand was directly cut off by someone's saber. This first person was actually from the same monastery as Zhao Mingxian. His plan had been to announce that this treasure now belonged to Zhao Mingxian, and so no one could fight over it. However, he had underestimated people's greed. After his hand was cut off, he only managed to get out half a wail before he went silent. A sword had already cut off his head. Someone behind him had been irritated that he had been blocking the way, and they had directly killed him in one attack. Surprisingly, the one to kill him was also a monastery disciple. But that disciple was smart, and had long since torn off the marking on his robes. He had also applied something to his face so no one could recognize him, leaving no evidence. The entire room was a complete mess now. The tomb was constantly quivering, and it was pouring dirt from the ceiling. That dirt was not ordinary dirt. It was as hard as steel, and sometimes huge portions of it would collapse at once, instantly killing any core disciple it landed on. But all that was not able to stop the fervor. This inner coffin was a normal size. In other words, this coffin was the one that really contained the tomb owner's corpse. And this golden page that had been laying on top of this coffin was definitely a treasure amongst treasures. Even the corrupt disciples became greedy, and they also joined the struggle. In just a couple breaths, this golden page passed through several hands, and over 10 disciples had already died. The three chosen wanted to join the fight over it, as that golden page was definitely invaluable. But they were also unwilling to give up on killing Long Chen. If they allowed Long Chen to escape while fighting for the treasure, that would definitely fill them with regret. But if they lost the treasure in order to kill Long Chen, that would also be regretful. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. They only watched as those disciples struggled, while also dodging the large slabs of earth falling from the ceiling. The tomb was shaking with more intensity as time passed. Just standing was getting difficult. Another stone pillar collapsed, smashing into the crowd. Tens of people were instantly turned to pulp. Suddenly, a figure charged into the crowd, and a terrifying sword chi swept through the remnants. Several people were instantly killed by that sword chi, one of them being a powerful favored. It's the corrupt chosen. Someone let out a startled cry. They all realized now that the corrupt chosen had charged into their midst, going straight for the favored who was now holding the golden page. That page was extremely odd, and it could not be absorbed into a spatial ring. They could only hold it. Save me, senior apprentice brother Zhao. That favored with the golden page immediately turned pale when he saw the corrupt chosen come to kill him. Right now, he was completely focused on blocking the attacks from several other favored. At the same time, he also had to pay attention to the sneak attacks from others. That was already extremely taxing for him. If a chosen was added into the mix, he would definitely die. Bastard, how dare you go back on your word? Raged Zhao Mingxian, charging at the corrupt chosen. The corrupt chosen was just about to reach the favored and kill him, when a terrifying aura locked down on him. If he wanted to kill the favored, he would need to receive a full-strength attack from Zhao Mingxian, which would at least heavily injure him, if not kill him. Naturally he chose to block Zhao Mingxian's saber. He sneered, I only agreed not to interfere with what was inside the outer coffin. I didn't say anything about the treasures of the inner coffin. Blood figure devours souls. He suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto his sword, and a terrifying aura shot out. All the righteous disciples suddenly began to scream, feeling as if their heads were being stabbed with needles. Even favored were not able to bear it. Favored were clenching their heads tightly. As for core disciples, they were bleeding from their 7 apertures, their souls filled with immense pain, as if countless ghouls were devouring their souls. Their bodies were trembling intensely, and they lost any ability to fight. The corrupt disciples weren't affected in the same manner. Instead, under the influence of that spiritual strength, they became even more savage, crazily assaulting the righteous disciples. The 2 righteous chosen were startled. They hadn't expected the corrupt chosen to possess such a bizarre technique. They were able to just barely block that energy, but they still felt some pain in their souls. They finally realized the corrupt chosen had been holding back this whole time and had just been using them. From the start, he had been planning on devouring the 2 of them when the time came. The favored holding the golden page finally wasn't able to endure it, and his arm was cut off by a corrupt disciple. The hand with the golden page flew into the air. The 3 chosen all reacted by directly jumping up to grab it. But the instant their hands were about to touch that page, it suddenly escaped and flew in a certain direction. The 3 of them were all shocked. They saw the page was flying towards Long Chen's hand. Courting death, the corrupt chosen roared and his body suddenly twisted. He somehow took a step in midair, springing forward and grabbing the golden page. Hee, the treasure is mine. The corrupt chosen's smile had only just appeared when blood suddenly splashed. The golden page had cleanly cut his hand in half as it continued flying towards Long Chen. All of them were shocked, even Long Chen. How could this small page so easily pierce through a chosen's hand? The reason everyone had been fighting for it wasn't because they had realized the material of the page was special. They had just assumed it was made of normal gold. The real treasure had to be lines that were written on it. Those were very likely immortal characters that recorded an unrivaled cultivation technique or a heaven-startling battle skill. Even in all that fighting, none of them had realized that the paper was special. Only Long Chen had felt a faint spiritual calling to that page. Long Chen had been constantly waiting for an opportunity. And just now, that opportunity had come, and he had used his spiritual strength to draw the page towards him. But when his spiritual strength touched the page, he realized the page seemed to possess an extremely great thirst for spiritual strength. Under the urging of his spiritual strength, that page was like an obedient puppy. A faint light had shone from it and it had directly flown over to him. When that corrupt chosen had first managed to grab it, Long Chen had thought his plan had failed. He had just been about to start fighting when that page directly cut apart the chosen's hand and continued flying towards him. Long Chen was delighted and surprised. This golden page was definitely a true treasure. It's a soul item. The corrupt chosen was filled with disbelief. Get back here. His spiritual strength immediately surged out to grab the golden page. The golden page suddenly paused in midair before reaching Long Chen. Sometimes it would pull a bit towards Long Chen, sometimes it would pull a bit towards the corrupt chosen, seeming like a tug of war. You want to compete with me in terms of spiritual strength? Although he didn't know what secrets were contained within this golden page, Long Chen knew that it had a certain affinity with spiritual strength. His mind shook, and an enormous spiritual strength surged out. That hesitating page instantly shot in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen easily received it. It felt as if it was an extremely delicate, thin layer of gold. It was only the size of a palm, but there were countless lines on top of it. They didn't look exactly like words, but they didn't look like drawings either. Instead, they seemed extremely similar to runes. It was very light in his hand. In fact, it was so light, he almost didn't even feel it. It was like gold but not gold, like paper but not paper. It was extremely bizarre. Hand it over. 3 figures charged over at Long Chen. The 3 chosen were no longer holding anything back at this point, and their auras completely exploded out, marks appearing on their foreheads. 3 weapons attacked Long Chen at the same time. These were full-strength attacks now. They wanted to kill Long Chen before the tomb collapsed. Long Chen swung out Devil Decapitator with his full might, clashing with their three weapons. With an explosive sound, a terrifying energy directly broke apart the tomb. Previously, it had just been dirt falling. Now, the real ceiling was collapsing. Due to the various pillars supporting it, there were some portions that didn't collapse immediately. But the pillars were already starting to fall one by one. Those broken pieces were terrifying as they smashed down. At this time, the other disciples no longer had any more wishful thinking and all fled for their lives. As for Long Chen, under their three combined blows, he was sent flying back. His expression greatly changed, as he was flying in the opposite direction of the exit. His foot had just touched the ground when a huge pillar collapsed, falling down on him. It was too late to dodge. A star suddenly appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and a terrifying aura surged out. His saber slashed out at the stone pillar. Chapter 335 Being Duped. The three chosen were appalled to see Long Chen's saber somehow manage to send the terrifying stone pillar flying. Those stone pillars were made of an unknown material that was shockingly hard and heavy. Anyone who was struck by them had been crushed to paste. In fact, it was a stone pillar that had smashed apart the outer coffin that had been so tough that even hammers had been unable to cause any damage to it. Such a tremendous pillar had been sent flying by Long Chen's saber. But since Long Chen had knocked it back, it ended up impacting the other pillars, causing a chain reaction, and all the stone pillars quickly collapsed. Once the stone pillars toppled, the ceiling was unable to endure any more and completely collapsed. Long Chen's expression changed. If he didn't flee now, he would be buried alive here. He saw that the three chosen had already snuck into the passageway. He didn't dare tarry, and he rushed over. But as soon as he approached, three different weapons attacked him. Long Chen furiously brandished Devil Decapitator. Its crystal core even lit up this time, bringing its power to an unprecedented level. Long Chen's attack instantly destroyed their three weapons. Furthermore, they were sent flying out, going from the bottom of the passageway to the top in an instant, crazily vomiting blood. The three of them were horrified. Never had they imagined Long Chen was so powerful. But turning back to look, they saw the passageway was already buried by rubble, and Long Chen hadn't managed to follow them out. But they didn't have much time to celebrate. They quickly fled for their lives. Even the outer caves were collapsing with the tomb. The three of them wildly rushed out, looking like three miserable stray dogs. They were fortunate that they had already left behind marks for the right trail. Even as they fled, the tunnels behind them collapsed. Those collapsing tunnels almost looked like the mouth of a human-eating monster that wanted to devour the three of them. Suddenly, light appeared in front of them, and they all celebrated. That was the exit. The three of them shot out of the cave. Behind them, the mountain peak completely subsided. They had just barely managed to avoid being buried alive. Having just escaped from that danger, the corrupt chosen hadn't even had a chance to sigh in relief when he felt a burst of pain as one sword and one saber stabbed through his back. You too, the corrupt chosen turned in shock and fury at the two people behind him. He had never imagined that after just narrowly escaping the death, these two would immediately betray him. He could feel his life force rapidly fading, filling him with shock, anger, and regret. The corrupt path's seniors had long since heavily warned him to never, ever cooperate with the righteous disciples. When they encountered righteous disciples, there was only one word for them: kill. Originally, he had thought that with his powerful strength and innumerable trump cards, he could easily toy with these weaker, cowardly righteous disciples. But now he realized he had been wrong, very, very wrong. The craftiness of the righteous disciples had far surpassed his expectations. What are we doing? We're the righteous path's disciples, grand warriors of justice. Eliminating evil and defending our values is our sacred mission. Kill them all, ordered Zhao Mingxian. The righteous disciples, who had been flabbergasted by the change in events, raised their weapons against the corrupt disciples. Previously, they had all been apprehensive about the corrupt chosen. Now that he was heavily wounded and weak, who would give up on getting an advantage? Zhao Mingxian and the other righteous chosen both charged at the corrupt chosen. They didn't give him any time to heal. They didn't even give him a chance to consume medicinal pills. In just a couple exchanges, that corrupt chosen was on the verge of defeat. He might lose his life at any moment. Contemptible righteous path, I curse you all. Once he realized that there was no chance of getting away, the corrupt chosen cursed them and self-detonated. Although he had been fighting fiercely and had even taken mortal wounds, his dantian had still contained an abundant amount of spiritual qi. Due to his intense resentment, he detonated his dantian without any hesitation. A chosen self-detonation was terrifyingly powerful. A huge crater over a dozen miles wide formed in the ground around him. Zhao Mingxian and the other chosen hadn't expected him to be so unyielding. He hadn't begged for forgiveness, nor had he tried fleeing. The two of them had been the closest, and they had been sent flying, wildly vomiting blood. The majority of their bones had broken, and they were extremely miserable. After coughing up more blood, Zhao Mingxian just barely managed to sit up, his face ashen, his eyes practically spitting flames. The other corrupt disciples were all dead at this point. Less than half of the monastery disciples were still alive. As for the other righteous disciples, they had long since fled. What are you all waiting for? Are you all dead men? Do you not know what to do? Seeing these idiots just foolishly looking at him, Zhao Mingxian began to curse them. A favored quickly ran over and took out a medicinal pill for him. Zhao Mingxian directly slapped that person in the face and cursed, "You fucking idiot, I'm not crippled. I don't need your boot licking. Hurry up and go find that bastard's spatial ring." The favored was furious at being slapped, but he didn't dare release that on Zhao Mingxian. He led everyone to go searching. But inside, he began to curse every single damn member of Zhao Mingxian's family. How fucking vexing. Even after all that work, we didn't gain anything. The two chosen both consumed healing pills. They were furiously watching the disciples searching. This time, they hadn't obtained anything, but many of their disciples had died. Furthermore, they were now heavily injured. All the good stuff inside the ancient tomb was taken by Long Chen and that Guo fellow. Long Chen's dead in the tomb, so there's no way for us to get it, sighed the other chosen. Although Long Chen had some shocking treasures on him, there was no way they could reach him when he was buried so deeply. This dirt here wasn't the same as the outer world. It was incredibly dense. Even if they were to dig until the secret realm closed, they still might not be able to reach where Long Chen's corpse was buried. So they could only give up on Long Chen's treasures. That brick he used should be the bricks used to pave the ground of the ancient tomb. It's a very rare metal. I bet that Guo fellow has quite a few of them. If we find him, we might be able to get some benefits at least. Zhao Mingxian nodded. What if we can't find him? The other chosen smiled sinisterly. Then we'll just offer a bounty and put him on the list of wanted criminals. We'll say he was Long Chen's lackey who slaughtered disciples from the same sect. We can make up any accusation we want. As long as that brat shows his face, he'll be attacked by all our people. As long as we offer some incentive as reward, we'll be able to get all those precious materials from his body. It's a pretty good investment. Not a bad plan, but if we can't find him, fuck, I really won't be able to swallow this rage. TCH, best option is to release this rage on the damnable 108th monastery. If I don't exterminate them all, I won't be Zhao Mingxian. A vicious light shined in Zhao Mingxian's eyes. The other chosen also nodded. But then he sighed regretfully. Who would have thought Long Chen would be so terrifying? The entire time he was fighting with us, he wasn't using his full strength. He was obviously using our subordinates to open the coffin and bring out the treasures. How insidious. In truth, they had misjudged Long Chen. Long Chen had actually made a mistake this time. In all his plans and assumptions about the coffin, he had never imagined it to have no traps. According to common sense, the coffin should have at least had some poison gas or hidden arrows. At the very least, there should have been some sort of trap. That was why Long Chen hadn't done anything to try to personally open it. One reason was because he was worried about the danger, and the other reason was because it was too troublesome. His other intention was to test his strength since he had advanced to tendon transformation. Perhaps it was because that era had been too peaceful, thus, there had only been a set of mechanisms that would only be able to stop stupid beasts. Perhaps the owner had never imagined there would be people to come and smash apart their coffin. There hadn't been the slightest trap throughout the entire process. If Long Chen had known that before, he would have probably slaughtered them all instantly. Then he wouldn't be buried in the tomb. It's too bad about that golden page. It was definitely a priceless treasure. There might even have been some heaven-startling secrets written on it, sighed Zhao Mingxian. The other chosen agreed. Although they hadn't gotten a good look at the golden page, the aura that had come from it was enough for them to determine that it was a priceless treasure. It must have something amazing recorded on it. It's all Long Chen's fault. Just thinking about him gives me a stomach ache. Those brutes from the 108th monastery better not let me see them. If I don't slaughter them, I won't be surnamed Zhao. Let it go. That's the second time you've said that. Look, that little fellow's coming over. They should have found something. The other chosen saw a person rushing over. Reporting to senior apprentice brother Zhao, this is for you. That person carefully handed over a small object. Seeing that thing, Zhao Mingxian's expression grew uglier. This was the shattered remnant of a spatial ring. That corrupt chosen had been incredibly vicious. Before self-detonating, he had even destroyed his spatial ring. Spatial rings contained special spaces. Once they were destroyed, the contents within it would disappear into the chaotic void, disappearing completely. Zhao Mingxian's expression grew incredibly ugly, looking like someone whose whole family had just died. This time they really hadn't made any harvests. But they were helpless about that. After glancing at the collapsed tomb, Zhao Mingxian and the others all furiously left. 3 days after they left, a small amount of ground at the top of the tomb sunk in, and a large hand emerged. Chapter 336. You can touch, but you can't use her. Over 100 miles from the tomb, within a hidden cave, Guo Ran was excitedly looking at Long Chen. Boss, I heard those bastards talking about you back on that day when I was hiding. TCH, I knew my boss couldn't die from being buried in the tomb. With boss's brilliance and divine martial arts, with boss's incomparable smarts, how could you possibly be buried inside while they managed to come out safe and sound? Long Chen had just entered the cave. Sitting down on his butt, he seemed somewhat exhausted. This time you're wrong. Your boss really did get buried inside. No way, boss, you really were buried. You do kind of look like you just dug your way out of the ground. Long Chen's robes were covered in dirt, and he seemed weary. While playing with idiots, I ended up being the one played. Your boss really did end up failing miserably. I am really ashamed, sighed Long Chen. On that day, Long Chen had sent out a full-strength blow that had managed to send the 3 of them flying. But those 3 were all chosen, and working together, they managed to also force Long Chen back several steps. At that time, a huge pillar had smashed down on the top of the passageway, essentially burying Long Chen inside the tomb. As the tomb collapsed, more and more dirt was falling from the ceiling. Even with Long Chen's physical body, there was no way he could withstand that kind of terrifying weight. As the dirt began to cover him, he had felt as if he might be crushed to death. If that had continued, Long Chen would definitely have died, but then he had thought of the passageway that had been filled with traps. If he didn't want to be crushed to death, he had to enter there. That passageway was definitely specially constructed, as it was the only defense for the tomb. Long Chen estimated that it should be able to withstand the pressure coming from above. Forcing his way through the dirt, he had waded towards the passageway. Once he had managed to enter the passageway, he realized his expectations were correct. As the only defensive line in the tomb, it was definitely special. Even as the rest of the tomb collapsed, it managed to stay intact. The outside was continuously rumbling. Long Chen knew that the pressure above would continuously compress the ground around here. In the future, this dirt would become as hard as stone. There was no further influx of air into the tomb. With Long Chen's cultivation base, he estimated he would have 3 days' worth of air. Any longer than that and he would suffocate. The rumbling outside only stopped a full day later. Everything had gone silent, a chilling, deathly silent. Long Chen had tried using spiritual strength to probe the ground. But his spiritual strength, which had a range of 3,000 meters in the air, had less than a 30-meter range in this ground. The density of this earth was too high. Just as he had been at his wit's end, he had suddenly looked at the golden page in his hand which was emitting that faint light. Pouring his spiritual strength into the page, it had immediately lit up the entire passageway. For some unknown reason, the page possessed a great affinity for spiritual strength. Combined with spiritual strength, it was able to emit an unimaginable power. Trying out the page's power, he had used it to cut the wall of the passageway. The incredibly hard wall had instantly been cut through as easy as if it were tofu. In fact, he found he didn't need to control it with his hands, and that he was able to make it fly through the air just by using his spiritual strength. Just like that, he had begun to use it to pierce through the top of the passageway. He was able to control it at long distances, and he found that after just a couple miles, the golden page managed to pierce through the top of the mountain. The golden page was just too efficient. It cut apart the rock as easy as cutting tofu, and it didn't exhaust much spiritual strength. Just like that, Long Chen had started a large-scale engineering project, using the small page to bore a path to the outside. The first thing he did was cut a thin passageway to allow fresh air to enter so he didn't suffocate. He then expanded the passageway, absorbing all the parts he cut away into his spatial rings. He had multiple spatial rings on him, so he just filled 2 empty ones with the dirt. Digging a well down might be hard, but digging a passageway up was much easier. He only needed half a day to cut a passage 2 feet wide. Rather than immediately leaving, he had then stayed another day to be safe before crawling out. Once out, he had gone to this hidden cave that he had agreed to meet Guo Ran at. As soon as he had walked in, he had felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The feeling of being able to escape from the jaws of death was a good one. As you would expect, a tomb was no place for the living. The living should stay in the world of the living. Even Long Chen had felt powerless with the specter of death hanging around him. If it hadn't been for that golden page, he really would have died inside. Let's switch locations. I've got some good stuff to show you. After resting a bit, Long Chen brought Guo Ran to another hidden, but more open space. With a wave of his hand, he directly summoned out the forging table. When he saw the forging table, Guo Ran's eyes almost popped out of his head, his jaw dropping to the ground. Am I dreaming? He stuttered. This was the treasure inside the huge coffin. It should probably be the forging table the owner of the tomb used during their life. Your luck really is not bad. Although Long Chen wasn't a forging master, he was an alchemist. These kinds of professions all had a certain occupational disease. That crazy disease was a fanatic obsession with the profession's tools. Long Chen had his pill god memories, but he had always longed for a good pill refining furnace. He was like a top chef who was cooking using broken roof tiles as pots. Boss, I really love you to death. Guo Ran suddenly hugged Long Chen excitedly. Hey, no kisses. I only like women, warned Long Chen hastily. Ha ha. Guo Ran laughed and suddenly charged at the forging table and began to ferociously kiss it. Just looking at that scene chilled Long Chen. This forging table was a complete set. It contained a forge, a hammering station, ventilators, ice cylinders, water tempering stations, etc. All the various tools were linked together, which caused its weight to be shocking. Even favored were unable to absorb it. This is definitely a treasure. My treasure. Guo Ran had definitely become infatuated. He was gently stroking the forging table, as if each portion of it was a beautiful woman's delicate body. That infatuated look in his eyes caused Long Chen's hair to stand on end. I declare she is now my wife. Even you boss, you can touch, but you can't use her. Declared Guo Ran. Long Chen had an urge to vomit. This rascal really had gone insane. Even his words were becoming incoherent. Stop spouting nonsense. I brought it back just for you. But can you even absorb it into a spatial ring? Hee, I'm not an amateur. Guo Ran laughed and pressed down on a certain part of the forging table. A secret section of the forging table popped out, revealing a button. As soon as he pressed that button, the forging table disappeared in front of Long Chen's stunned gaze. A square little case had appeared in Guo Ran's hand. Us forging masters' tools are all tastefully chosen. How could it be used by relying on brute force? Guo Ran laughed, seeming extremely pleased with himself. Long Chen was speechless. As expected, each profession was worlds apart. Back in that fight for the forging table, they had only been foolishly trying to brute force absorb it into a spatial ring. Seeing Guo Ran's incredibly self-important expression, Long Chen had an urge to beat him. Sighing, he tossed something else to Guo Ran. Here, there was also a forging hammer on the table, Mr. Great Forging Master. Haha, another treasure. Let me Iya. Seeing Long Chen just randomly toss it over, Guo Ran just grabbed it lightly. As a result, his hand smashed into the ground, creating a small crater. Before Guo Ran could even react, the hammer brought his hand sinking into the ground. In fact, the rest of his body continued with him, leaving only his 2 legs above ground. Looking from a distance, it looked like someone had decided to stick their body into the ground. It was a comical sight. Iya, Grandmaster, are you practicing your dives? Forging masters really are interesting people. To practice diving on flat land. Long Chen simply looked on at Guo Ran's miserable plight. Boss, I was wrong. Pull me out please. Guo Ran's voice was extremely muffled from all the dirt. Only then did Long Chen grab his legs and pull him out of the ground like pulling out a carrot. But even as he was pulled out of the ground, Guo Ran was still tightly holding onto the hammer, refusing to let go no matter what. A treasure, definitely a treasure. Your appearance foretells that the name of Grandmaster Guo Ran is about to suddenly rise. My great name will resound throughout all the heavens, north, south, east, west, up, down, the entire world. Guo Ran excitedly stared at the hammer in his hands. Suddenly, Guo Ran smashed his own head with the hammer. Blood immediately burst from his forehead, giving Long Chen a fright. Little fellow, have you gone insane? Hee, boss, you must not know. Such an amazing item definitely has its own spirit. It requires me to offer a respectful sacrifice. I'm using my blood to offer my sincere devotion to it. I need to emotionally move it so that it accepts me as master. Guo Ran talked as if he was a holy sage. Long Chen felt as if he had really gone insane. Offer sacrifices and devotion to a tool to make it accept you as master. The hammer in Guo Ran's hand suddenly blossomed with light. Ha ha ha, I've succeeded. Long Chen was shocked to see Guo Ran suddenly begin to easily wave around that incredibly heavy hammer as if it was weightless. What the actual fuck? Chapter 337 continuing forward. Hee, boss, this hammer is a remnant of that senior's life. It has its own spirituality. I've used my will and sincerity to move it, and now it is willing to be controlled by me. Guo Ran looked at the hammer in his hand with reverence. Then wouldn't you be able to use this terrifying hammer to smash apart all your enemies? Long Chen was filled with disbelief. Although he felt that Guo Ran's words were incredulous, the proof was right in front of him. He had no choice but to admit this world really possessed all kinds of strange matters. This hammer was twice the weight of Devil Decapitator. If someone was struck by it, then even if they were a favored, they would be crushed to death. Guo Ran shook his head. This hammer isn't a warhammer for fighting. It is a crafting hammer. Even if I were to die, I wouldn't use it to fight. The current Guo Ran seemed almost hallowed and divine. Compared to his usual mischievous self, he seemed like a completely different person. Long Chen was unaware that true forging masters had their own beliefs towards their forging tools. They usually possessed two hammers, one for fighting, and one for crafting. They definitely wouldn't mix the two. Well, although you still aren't a true forging master yet, that show-off manner of yours is still impressive, sighed Long Chen. Hee, of course, otherwise, how could I muddle along with boss? Guo Ran laughed, returning to his old self. Long Chen shook his head. This little fellow had definitely been possessed by a ghost just now or something. This was the real him. I also obtained a mystical page. Can you gain anything from it? Long Chen took out the golden page. Perhaps the ghost possessing Guo Ran's body would be able to figure out something from it. Unexpectedly, Guo Ran looked over it and shook his head. I can't tell what this is. This looks like runes, but also don't look exactly like them. It's too strange for me to understand. Since Guo Ran didn't understand what it meant, did that mean that this item had nothing to do with forging? But then why would it appear on that inner coffin? Since he couldn't figure it out, Long Chen placed it into his robes for now. He had no way of absorbing it into a spatial ring. When he wasn't using spiritual strength to control the page, it was just like an ordinary sheet of gold without any attacking power. Do you have any plans? I'm thinking of going to get some revenge on those damn bastards. They almost got me killed. I'll definitely pay them back properly for that. Guo Ran hesitated for a moment before saying, Boss, I want to go into seclusion. Seclusion, here, yes. The secret realm has countless opportunities, but I don't have the strength to fight for them. Staying by your side will just hold you back. Right now I have a good forging table and crafting hammer. I also have so much of that special material. I'm thinking of refining it and making a set of armor I've conceived in my head, said Guo Ran. Long Chen thought about it and agreed that this was probably his best option. Guo Ran's cultivation path was different from others. Going out to experience slaughter had no meaning to him anymore. Good idea. Since you want to forge something, I'll give you some more material. Long Chen threw over a spatial ring. When Guo Ran saw what was inside, he let out a sharp cry. No way, boss. You even managed to bring all this out. Guo Ran saw a small mountain of weapons in the spatial ring. There were arrows, spears, hammers, hatchets, etc. They were all the weapons that had been inside the passageway of the tomb. You have to be thorough when cleaning up a battlefield. Naturally I wouldn't waste them. These things are made of excellent material. They even managed to turn my Devil Decapitator into a sawtooth saber, so they should be useful to you. Also you can take this thing too. With a wave of Long Chen's hand, a huge pillar 300 meters long appeared on the ground, shaking the land. This pillar was so thick it would require several people to wrap around it. It was also so heavy that it half sunk into the ground. Boss, were you a building demolisher in a past life? You even brought this back. Guo Ran was stunned. He naturally recognized this pillar as one of the ones that had been supporting the tomb. He hadn't imagined that Long Chen would even bring it out as well. Only after you left did I realize this pillar isn't made of stone, but a kind of metal. I don't think this metal exists in the outside world. Well, do you want it? I want it, but how am I supposed to use something this big? Guo Ran felt a bit helpless in the face of this huge pillar. There was no way he could smelt it when it was this big. With some light swishing sounds, in front of Guo Ran's stunned eyes, a golden light flashed and cut the pillar into small pieces only a foot long. Furthermore, when those pieces collapsed on the ground, Guo Ran saw they were all neatly cut into cubic pieces. Boss, this, Guo Ran was completely dumbfounded. What could possibly be so sharp? This is the ability of the golden page. Long Chen trusted Guo Ran completely, so he didn't conceal anything from him. Amazing. With that page, boss, you'll definitely be like a tiger with wings. Praised Guo Ran. Long Chen put away the golden page and asked, on that day, did you hear where they went? Previously, Guo Ran had said that he had stealthily eavesdropped on Zhao Mingxian and the others. He had personally seen them kill the corrupt chosen once they had fled the tomb. They didn't say where they were going, but I saw them going in that direction. Guo Ran pointed. Boss, since they've already framed you, maybe you should lie low for now. Otherwise, more and more people will be deceived and try to capture or kill you, said Guo Ran worriedly. Whoever had set this up was definitely extremely hateful. They had intentionally framed Long Chen, and then later they had continuously added fuel to the fire, causing Long Chen to become the wanted criminal of the entire righteous path. If Long Chen dared strike back, then that would cause him to sink even deeper into that enemy's plot. But waiting was also not a solution. Even once he left the secret realm, it would be difficult to avoid the severe punishment of the supermonastery. This scheme was incredibly vile. There's nothing to worry about. If they want to target me, then I'll just kill them, said Long Chen lightly. But a lot of those people were duped. They don't know the truth, said Guo Ran. So what, if someone wants to kill me, then they better be prepared to be killed. As for whether they were tricked or not, it has nothing to do with me. They all have eyes, they all have heads. They are all capable of distinguishing the truth on their own. If they really fall for another person's trap and are used as tools, that just means they're stupid. I don't care if they're idiots, as long as they want to target me or the people beside me, then I will kill them. It doesn't matter how many there are, or how strong they are. From today onwards, I'm going to kill. I'm going to kill so much that they prostrate themselves before me. I'll kill until they learn to fear me. Dense killing intent surfaced within Long Chen's eyes. Those strange dreams had caused him to feel even more pressed. It was like some thread was quietly descending. If he didn't urgently increase his cultivation base before that, he and the people beside him would all be annihilated. He didn't care about the life or death of those idiots targeting him. For the people beside him, he didn't mind becoming a merciless fiend. But boss, if you do that, wouldn't you be jumping into the palm of your enemies? Guo Ran was worried. Brother, cultivation is a path of no retreat. Since I've stepped on it, I won't turn back. Those schemes and tricks are not the correct path. In the face of true strength, they are insignificant, like transient clouds. When it comes to intelligence, I wouldn't lose to those idiots. But why do I not use schemes to target others? That's because I might get dependent on using smarts, and no longer depend on my strength. That might cause me to lose my courage, and lose my Tao heart that is unafraid of death. Those people who spend all day thinking of schemes and such, those people do that because they don't have enough confidence in their strength. Such people are unable to walk far on the path of cultivation. If they want to use schemes, that's fine, but I have no time to waste on playing such games with them. They don't even have the qualifications to be my enemies. Long Chen patted Guo Ran on the shoulder confidently. Long Chen's words immediately caused Guo Ran to have a realization. Long Chen walked an undefeatable Tao. He had to have absolute confidence in himself. It was like how his own goal was to become a crafting god. He had to maintain his own confidence. If his confidence was shaken, it could lead to a destructive impact in the future. Boss, I understand now. Since you've put it like that, I'll tell you the truth. Those bastards were discussing how to secretly send out an arrest warrant for me in order to take the materials I have on my body. But most hateful of all, they think that you've died, so they want to take out their anger on the other disciples of our monastery, said Guo Ran. The most hateful kind of people were the ones who, being unable to take revenge on their real target, decided to take their revenge on the friends and family of their real target. Long Chen nodded. This kind of action was not at all odd considering those bastards' temperaments. He had already grown accustomed to these kinds of matters. The righteous path's disciples were truly most skilled at inner strife. Even that corrupt chosen, who had only just worked together with the other two chosen for a short while, had ended up losing his life to those two comrades in arms. That was enough to show how strong righteous disciples were in that aspect. That was why Long Chen had already given up on these righteous disciples. If he were with them, all that would happen was that he would be backstabbed. They had no ability when it came to handling others, but when it came to poisoning their own people, they were true experts. Long Chen had long since seen through that nature of the righteous path, and he had no thoughts of changing that. He had no heart to try and change such things. Right now, what he wanted was to get stronger, and whoever tried to stop him, he would kill. After conversing with Guo Ran a bit longer, Guo Ran suddenly said that he wanted to go into seclusion within the ancient tomb. He wanted to pay his respects to the master of the tomb. Thus, Long Chen brought Guo Ran to the little tunnel he had made. Once he went in, Long Chen found some vegetation to cover up the entrance and left. The direction he went was the same direction Zhao Mingxian and the others had gone. Long Chen had made a mistake in not killing them within the tomb. He definitely would not make that mistake a second time. Chapter 338 Seeing Injustice on the Way. Long Chen walked in the direction Guo Ran had pointed out for a full week. More and more mountains and valleys had appeared as he advanced. On the way, Long Chen noticed that the number of people around him was increasing. However, the majority of them were not monastery disciples. That showed Long Chen that the righteous path was not dominated by the Xuantian monasteries. Some of those righteous disciples had powerful cultivation bases that weren't at all inferior to monastery disciples. In fact, some of them were even more powerful. On the way, he saw quite a few fights between righteous and corrupt disciples. Other than simply due to the antagonistic nature between the two sides, most of the time they were fighting over treasures. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with them. As long as they didn't provoke him, Long Chen simply ignored it all. But even though Long Chen didn't go looking for trouble, trouble still found him. Several times a day, he would run into monastery disciples who wanted to kill him in the name of cleaning up the righteous path. As a result, Long Chen was not merciful. All those who dared attack him had been killed by him. Other than the righteous disciples, oftentimes the corrupt disciples wouldn't hold back from attacking him when they saw that he was a lone traveler. Their ending was also tragic. If one came, then one died. If two came, then two died. But even after a whole week, Long Chen had yet to see any trace of Zhao Mingxian's group, causing him to feel a bit uncertain. No one recognized everyone, and so even if he asked around, it wasn't likely for anyone to be able to point him in the right direction. Since he hadn't caught up in this week, it seemed the only possibility was that he had lost their trail. Long Chen was infuriated about that, but he was also helpless. The Julie secret realm was too large. Just a slight change in direction was miles and miles apart after 7 days of travel. Since he was helpless about that, Long Chen simply continued forward, seeing if he could find any opportunities. Not only was the Julie secret realm incredibly vast, it was said to contain countless opportunities. But only those with luck and strength could obtain them. As he continued forward, more mountains and valleys appeared around him. Furthermore, now a faint mist was starting to appear. Long Chen took out his map and saw that this place had been marked down as the Misty Mountain Valleys. There was also a grass marking on the map, indicating this place had many natural treasures. Medicinal herbs aren't bad, let me take a look. Long Chen saw that the map showed that there were many criss-crossing mountains here that almost formed a labyrinth. A thick mist surrounded this region of around 3,000 miles. Successive generations of disciples had entered this place, but they were only able to search along the fringes of this region. There were very few people who dared venture deeper. It was said that those who entered deeper were all never able to walk out alive. As for the exact reason, it wasn't completely clear. Stop running, leave your treasures behind or you'll die without a burial site. Long Chen had just been quietly walking while examining the map when a shout suddenly broke his concentration. You want me to die without a burial site? HMPH, well, I want to see just who is so arrogant. Raising his head, Long Chen saw two figures rushing in his direction. The person at the front was covered in blood, his aura completely chaotic. He was currently running for his life, and he seemed to be an ordinary core disciple. According to his robes, he wasn't a monastery disciple. As for the person behind him, his aura surged like the sea, and he was clearly a powerful favored. He was chasing him with a dark expression, a sword in his hand. Only now did Long Chen realize that they weren't talking to him. He stood there and watched. This scene was obviously killing someone to steal their treasures. He had seen that far too often recently. The bewildering thing to Long Chen was that the massacring of sect members from the same sect was all done by righteous disciples. Despite how savage corrupt disciples were, he had yet to see them attack their own people. Your Xuantian monastery is a huge sect. Why do you have to make things hard for us disciples from smaller schools? Raged the fleeing disciple. He had already despaired. He had just obtained a treasure and had been stealthily leaving the mountain valley when his actions were noticed by other people. As soon as he left the valley, this person had immediately attacked him. While he was only a core disciple, in his small sect, he was considered extremely powerful. But in the face of a favored, he was not even close to being a match. In just a few exchanges, he had almost lost his life, and could only flee. Originally, he had hoped that some people would be chivalrous and save him, but all the righteous disciples he encountered only watched as if watching a play. They only glanced at them before continuing searching for opportunities. He was seriously injured and his spiritual chi was almost exhausted now. He didn't have the slightest hope of getting out of this. However, he was unwilling, truly unwilling. He had gone through untold hardships in order to enter the secret realm. But now, as soon as he found a treasure, it was about to be stolen away by someone. He really would die with his eyes wide open. Haha, don't blame me. I told you to hand over the treasure at the beginning, but you dared resist. You clearly don't know how to appreciate kindness. Now I'm mad, and even if you hand over the treasure, it won't be able to quell my rage. You can die now. The favored suddenly shot forward, his sword slashing out at that person. That person was already filled with despair. He couldn't run away from this favored, and he also couldn't defeat this favored. In the face of his death, he gave up running and glared at the favored. Even in death, he would remember this person's face. If the folklore was true, then he would become vengeful spirit and take this person's life in that way. Blood splashed all over that person's face and body, and the reek of blood filled his nose. He thought he had died. But then he suddenly realized this blood wasn't his, but the favored's. A saber had pierced straight through his back. The favored looked down to see the saber sticking out from where his heart was. His expression was simply blank. If you want to fight over treasures, then fine. Getting greedy for treasures is normal. But then you also wanted to kill people. If you want to kill people, then fine. You can say that you were consumed by your anger. But then you also wanted to act so pretentious. Well, if you want to be pretentious, then with how large the heavens are, you have plenty of space to show off. But why did you have to be so pretentious in front of me? Did you know, the thing I hate the most is when people act even more pretentious than me. An extremely displeased voice rang out from behind the favored's body. The favored did his best to turn around to see who had killed him, but the powerful strength behind the saber had long since crushed his inner organs and even his bones. He wasn't even able to make such a simple movement. He slipped off from the saber, dead. The man who had just managed to escape from the claws of death now saw a young, handsome man who randomly flung the blood off his saber. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother, for saving my life. Just like that, he knelt down on the ground in thanks. If you thank me this quickly, I really would feel too embarrassed to take your treasures. Long Chen waved his hands and stopped him, not letting his knees touch the ground. He didn't like that manner of thanks. If Brother Long wants my treasures, I will offer them to you with both hands, the man said without any hesitation. Oh, you know who I am. Let's not talk about that first. This fellow's Dao mark is appearing, so you can try to absorb it. Long Chen pointed to the Dao mark that was beginning to condense from the favored's body. Dao marks usually stayed in the body of favored. They were said to be able to increase a person's karmic luck. However, Long Chen didn't believe in such things. If that person really had been supported by karmic luck, why was he killed so easily? Furthermore, wasn't it said that favored had to be virtuous and moral people in order to receive the favor and protection of the heavens? In any case, in Long Chen's eyes, these favored were all lacking any sense of morality. Otherwise, why would they do something like this, chasing down the weak to kill them and take their treasures? Originally, Long Chen hadn't been planning on interfering in this matter. But seeing that person's unwillingness and fury when he had been about to die, Long Chen had been reminded of his own experiences back in the imperial capital. Back then, he had also been furious and helpless. And so he hadn't been able to stop himself from interfering. Can I really? That person was startled. This was a huge opportunity, and Long Chen was actually directly giving it to him. If you waste more time talking, this thing's going to run, said Long Chen lightly. This Dao mark was just a fart in Long Chen's eyes. In fact, just looking at it made Long Chen angry. After experiencing that last lightning tribulation, Long Chen had realized he had an innate dislike towards these Dao marks. That was because he could sense that all of heaven and earth disapproved of him and wanted to annihilate him. So he disliked anything that was related to the will of the heavens. This favor is too large to express. That person took a deep breath, and spiritual strength surged out of his forehead. It was like a large net, pulling that Dao mark towards him. Absorbing a Dao mark was extremely easy. But as for whether it could succeed, that would depend on whether you could obtain the Dao mark's approval. Oh, he really succeeded. Long Chen was slightly surprised. After absorbing the Dao mark, it hadn't dissipated. That meant the Dao mark had truly allied itself with him. That was out of his expectations. Brother Long, please accept Xu Yang's thanks. This man began to kneel down again. Xu Yang was a disciple from a small sect, and their sect only had 2 core disciples. Their sect had never once produced a favored. Now that he had succeeded in merging with this Dao mark, he would become the pride of his entire sect. The excitement he felt right now could not be described with words. Hey, stop, I really hate this kind of thing. Long Chen waved his hand, and a forceful energy immediately made it so that the person couldn't kneel. How did you know who I was? I've seen a photographic jade of you. But after saying that, he immediately continued, but I knew that the person who set up that photographic jade was definitely scheming to intentionally frame you. There was no beginning or ending. There was definitely a plot that they were hiding. It seemed Long Chen had underestimated the bastard who was pulling the strings. Now it wasn't just the monastery disciples who were aware of this photographic jade. Even the other righteous disciples knew of it. Ah, you really are trying to force me. Good, very good, I'll definitely find whoever it is that is targeting me. Brother Long, don't be angry. Anyone can tell that it's faked. Xu Yang hastily consoled him when he saw his expression turn dark. I'm too lazy to bother with those idiots. You came from deeper inside the misty mountain valleys. What happened inside? Asked Long Chen. Brother Long, this is just a token of my appreciation. No matter what, you have to accept it. Xu Yang didn't directly reply. Instead, he took out something and handed it to him. Chapter 339 The Power of a Brick. A spirit stone. No, it's a bit dark, and there's some sort of powerful energy inside it. Long Chen couldn't help being a bit curious towards this thing in his hand. Its outer shape was similar to a spirit stone, but it wasn't translucent. Instead, it was pitch black. It was around the size of a baby's fist. There were powerful spiritual chi fluctuations coming from within, but those fluctuations were completely different from ordinary spirit stones. No, it's a wind spirit stone. Long Chen was startled. Wind spirit stones were extremely rare. They contained powerful wind attribute energy. More importantly, they contained the mysteries and profundities of wind. A wind attribute expert would be able to absorb the energy from within, and while doing so, would be connected to the true mysteries of wind. That would be a huge assistance to their cultivation. Yes, this a wind spirit stone. I managed to accidentally obtain it from an extremely windy area. Once I recognized it, I immediately ran, but as a result, Xu Yang hatefully glared at the favored's corpse. Despite being so careful, someone had still noticed some clues and chased after him. This favored hadn't even known what he had obtained. Just because of a gut feeling, he had chased him in order to kill him and steal his treasures. That was truly hateful. If he hadn't run into Long Chen, Xu Yang would have already become a rotting corpse in this wilderness. But now he had not only managed to keep his life, he had also profited by becoming a favored. His gratefulness to Long Chen could no longer be expressed through words, and so the only thing he could do was offer up this treasure. Brother Long, You have to take it, or I really won't be able to return your favor, said Xu Yang completely sincerely. Although this wind spirit stone was precious, it was not more precious than his life. Then adding on that he had also become a favored, he really owed Long Chen far too much. This thing's not bad, but I don't want it. Seeing Xu Yang's expression change, Long Chen waved his hand and continued, this thing isn't useful to me, and I can also tell you have wind attribute energy, which is the only reason you were able to run for so long. Long Chen cut him off. It's fine, I was just doing what I wanted. I'm not actually so kind-hearted and virtuous. I just didn't like that little fellow's pretentious mouth. In any case, I pretty much understand what's going on inside there. You keep this and do your best to increase your strength. Otherwise, you might die at any moment in this place. After saying that, Long Chen pressed the wind spirit stone back into Xu Yang's hand and left. In just a short time, he disappeared from Xu Yang's gaze. Tightly clenching the wind spirit stone, Xu Yang's gaze was filled with worship. Long Chen's magnanimity and imposingness had completely won him over. He didn't dare tarry any longer, and left to find a hidden place. He needed to stabilize his Dao mark and refine this wind spirit stone. As for Long Chen, this was the first time he felt a trace of warmth for righteous disciples since entering the Julie secret realm. It wasn't the entire righteous path that was broken. However, the majority that Long Chen encountered were all a bunch of idiots filled with evil tricks. Furthermore, these idiots were the outstanding elites of the larger sects. Could it be that larger sects were just concentration camps for idiots? Long Chen couldn't help sighing. Those lofty and aloof fellows all used their noses to look down on people while also harboring all kinds of wicked intentions inside. Instead, it was those who came from more impoverished origins that were more magnanimous and virtuous. Long Chen believed that if he had saved a disciple from a large sect, that disciple might not even consider it a big deal. In fact, he might even believe he was entitled to being saved due to his status. People saving him was simply as it should be. All he would do is perhaps toss out a little reward and leave. Furthermore, if you saved him once, you would have to continue saving him in the future. Otherwise, if you didn't help him the second time, he would consider you a bad person and hate you. It's you, Long Chen. Long Chen had advanced almost 100 miles when the number of people ahead of him had suddenly increased. There were many people here who were slowly advancing, and as soon as he arrived, several monastery disciples recognized him. He's Long Chen, the one the first monastery sent out an arrest warrant for. He looks like someone who puts on airs, but who would have thought he was actually a sex fiend? Quite a few people were cautiously watching and whispering from a distance. The ones to stop him were two powerful favored. The two of them were wearing monastery robes, one from the 87th monastery, and one from the 92nd monastery. Long Chen, you perverted traitor, how dare you swagger around here? Hurry up, kneel in repentance, roared one of the favored. The two of them hadn't been purposely sent to target him by the first monastery. But as members from the top 100 monasteries, they naturally felt incomparably powerful in comparison to those from the last place monastery. They had also seen that photographic jade of Long Chen killing that woman. But that image was only of him killing her, and contained nothing before or after. They had no idea about Long Chen's true strength. So as soon as the two of them saw him, they immediately put on a chivalrous act, taking the place of the heavens to punish Long Chen. The favored that was shouting was directly sent flying by a slap from Long Chen. His body rapidly spun in the air in a beautiful arc, and with his teeth flying through the air, it somehow managed to be extremely aesthetic. Long Chen's face-slapping technique had already reached the level where he would be able to start up his own sect around it. Even if the favored had been on guard, he still wouldn't have been able to dodge. Even the distant disciples who were cautiously watching were stunned now. A powerful favored had been slapped flying the instant he walked up. The other favored only reacted a moment later. He quickly unsheathed his sword, but he only got it out halfway before the handle was kicked by Long Chen, causing it to return to his sheath. That person was startled, and before he even realized what was going on, a large hand slapped across his face. With a muffled groan, he also flew through the air, following the exact same arc as the previous favored. In fact, even the speed at which he revolved through the air was the same. This time, everyone was truly flabbergasted. Two powerful favored were like naughty children in front of Long Chen. This was not even a fight. Even the two favored were dumbfounded. They hadn't even realized what was going on before they had been slapped. crawling up from the ground. Their heads were a complete mess, and they felt like they might faint. Their heads only became clear after a couple breaths. Looking from the stunned righteous disciples to the smiling Long Chen, their fury immediately erupted. "I'll kill you, Long Chen." The two of them roared at the same time and charged at Long Chen. Sword chi surged out of their swords and completely enveloped him. These two powerful favored were bringing out their full strength now. Their sword arts were profound and their strength was not at all lacking compared to other favored. Previously, some people had felt so astonished by the fact that they had been randomly slapped flying by Long Chen that they thought these two were perhaps core disciples who were faking being favored by wearing their robes. Favored from the monasteries all had an extra mark on their robes compared to core disciples to differentiate their status. That was a symbol of their strength. There were always a few people who only had the power of a core disciple, but wore the robes of a favored in order to intimidate others. At first, they had assumed these two must be like that. But now that they were attacking, everyone realized just how powerful they were. This kind of attack would be something difficult even for a favored to receive. Bang, bang, two muffled sounds rang out with two screams. The sword images faded and two figures miserably flew back. When those two figures finally tumbled to a stop and people saw their faces, their jaws dropped. A strange impression had been made in the center of their faces. Their noses had caved in deeply, and their faces were practically deformed as they dripped blood. People turned in horror to look at Long Chen. They saw a brick in his hands as he slowly shook his head. Seeing that black brick, and then the impression left on the two of their faces, they all made the connection. As I thought, not everyone's faces are as large as Zhao Mingxian's. Ordinary people don't have such a big face. Long Chen's words were very quiet, as he was just talking to himself. And yet, these experts all heard it clearly. Outsiders didn't react to what he said, but several of the monastery disciples were completely stunned. Zhao Mingxian, he was a grand chosen. He had been slapped by a brick as well. Then just what kind of monster was Long Chen? You bastard Long Chen. The two of them had their heads deformed, but their brains hadn't been completely crushed. To be humiliated in front of so many people like this was worse than being killed. You're still cursing me? Long Chen coldly snorted and shot forward, appearing in front of the two of them in an instant. The brick in his hand began to smash down on the two of them rapidly. Bang, bang. Those bangs were all accompanied by miserable screams. Occasionally the sound of bones breaking also rang out. Those spectators all felt their hearts pounding as a chill ran through their bodies. You curse me as being a perverted traitor. Who is the perverted traitor? You're all perverted traitors. Each time Long Chen cursed them, he would ruthlessly smash down the brick on the two of them. He was very fair, splitting up the beating evenly between the two of them. Now the two of them were completely covered in blood, their limbs broken. They were letting out howls and wails, sounding like two pigs being killed. Please stop beating us. If you keep going, you'll kill us. Grandpa Long Chen, we were wrong, spare us. In front of Long Chen, the two of them had no ability to resist. They had practically gone insane from fury. They didn't even know how they had lost. But Long Chen's brick was too cruel. If this continued, they would definitely die, so they could only admit defeat. Now they were really afraid. The kind of people that were most afraid of death were those who normally acted grand and lofty, only to cover up the weakness in their hearts. Did I say you could talk? Who do you think I am? How could I have such stupid grandchildren? He continued beating them with the brick for a while before finally stopping. Since they had already submitted, he asked them a few questions to learn who had sent them to do this. But he was disappointed to find that these two idiots had only come to seek fame. No one had incited them to do this. Ha ha ha, the righteous path really is fun. Even a dog fighting dogs is so lively. Suddenly, a group of people walked out from the mountain valley in front of them, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. Chapter 340 Long Chen's name. Experts from the corrupt path. Those righteous disciples in the distance were all shocked. This group was wearing robes of the corrupt path. There were a total of 7 of them, and the person at the front was a sinister-looking man. There was a long scar on his face that slanted from his forehead to his chin. Just looking at that scar chilled people. That kind of scar clearly showed an entire portion of his head had been cut off. This person really had to possess a powerful life force. As that person walked forward, his aura shook the heavens. That domineering will coming from him caused others to tremble in fear. Chosen. All of them were shocked, and some even stealthily began to retreat, ready to flee at any moment. Even those two favored swallowed some medicinal pills and began to retreat in fear. The appearance of the corrupt experts intimidated all of them. Behind the corrupt chosen, there were even two powerful favored. Most terrifying of all was the murderous aura radiating off of them. Just looking at them would make a person shiver in fear. Just now, was that fart from you? Long Chen glanced at that person. Little brat, you're courting death. Before the chosen could even speak, one of the favored stepped forward, pointing and cursing at Long Chen. Suddenly, a figure flashed into motion and the chosen sternly warned, careful. Blood splashed across the sky. People were horrified to see that powerful corrupt favored's head was gone. As for the chosen and the other people behind him, they were furiously glaring at a person holding a head that was still dripping blood. You say I'm courting death. If you have the guts, can you say it again for me? Long Chen asked towards the head in his hand. He waited a moment. In the end, that head didn't reply and Long Chen flung it to the ground. No guts at all. You don't even have the courage to say it twice. The distant spectators were all stunned. As for the two favored that had been beaten by Long Chen, they were actually filled with elation. Long Chen was definitely not human. He was some devil who could kill people without batting an eye. The two of them profoundly regretted their actions, and even wished to slap themselves on the face. If they were so bored, they could have gone to provoke anyone, but why had they gone to provoke Long Chen? Did they have a death wish? He didn't even place the corrupt chosen in his eyes, and he killed a favored like killing a chicken. Thinking of how rude they had been to him, they couldn't help feeling some lingering fear. Taking advantage of the corrupt disciples' appearance, they fled while doing their best to suppress their injuries. They were afraid Long Chen would once more have an impulse to continue beating them. Even if they had 1,000 lives, that wouldn't be enough for them to play with Long Chen. Tell me your name. I, Yan Xing, do not kill the nameless, shouted the corrupt chosen, his aura completely exploding out to suppress Long Chen. Telling my name to a person who is about to die is a waste of energy. Let's skip that. Long Chen shook his head. Devil Decapitator appeared and lazily rested on his shoulder as he indifferently looked at the chosen. Today I'll pull out your muscles, flay apart your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. The corrupt chosen angrily roared. A blood-colored saber appeared in his hand and he slashed out at Long Chen. Although it was a simple slash, all his focus had been condensed on it. At his level, rather than letting out a complicated attack, he had reached the realm of going from complicated to simple. This simple slash of his actually showed his incredibly profound insights into the saber. I don't like doing such complicated things. All I want is your head. Long Chen snorted and Devil Decapitator swung out in a profound arc. As his saber swung out, Long Chen's energy crazily poured forth. His power peaked the instant their two sabers met. This was a skill for circulating energy. Even without storing up energy in advance, Long Chen was able to bring out his full strength. The ground rocked and a chi wave exploded out. A figure shot back, smashing into a mountain cliff. Despite how sturdy that rock was, he still smashed halfway through it. What? Everyone was shocked that the figure that was still standing in his original position was once more lazily resting his saber on his shoulder. Long Chen is capable of sending a chosen flying. Chosen were all monsters compared to these spectators. Some of them had never even seen chosen fighting. They all assumed that a fight between chosen had to be one that would shake the heavens and rock the earth. But this powerful chosen had been sent flying by a single hack of Long Chen's saber. That kind of effortless action had been no different from when he had sent those two favored flying. It wasn't just the righteous path that was shocked. Even the corrupt disciples' eyes almost popped out of their heads. That chosen was not like Zhang Yifan. He was well known even amongst other chosen. Although he couldn't compare to a top expert like Yin Luo, he was definitely shockingly powerful. And yet, in just one move, he had been sent flying. None of them were able to accept this result. Stones exploded out as a figure flew out of the crushed rocks of the cliffside. The chosen's hair was disheveled, and adding on his malevolent face, he seemed like a furious magical beast staring at Long Chen. I'll tear you to pieces. The chosen suddenly let out an angry roar, and light exploded from his body. Runes covered his body, and then, shockingly, began to leave his body, floating around him. A terrifying energy caused the ground beneath his feet to crack. What a terrifying aura! This is the power of a chosen. Just relying on his aura, he'd be able to crush us to death. An ordinary core disciple's face was pale white. Although they were miles away, they were still able to sense that terrifying pressure. It felt as if a huge boulder was crushing their hearts. Let alone fighting a chosen, they wouldn't be able to even approach before being crushed by that terrifying energy. What a bizarre cultivation technique. Long Chen was slightly startled. This was the first time he had seen runes leave the body. They were currently absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual chi to support him. Hehe, now you're afraid, right? Well, it's too late now. The corrupt chosen smiled sinisterly. With the addition of that long scar over his face, he appeared more malevolent than a ghost as he charged at Long Chen. Originally, Long Chen had been wielding his saber with one hand. But now, he held Devil Decapitator with both hands. No technique at all. Long Chen slashed out like a woodcutter hacking at a tree. Devil Decapitator let out a cry and the sound of space being cut apart rang out as it slashed down. Another explosion rang out, this time even louder than the last. Waves of chi soared out, and even the surrounding mountain valleys shook as if there was an earthquake. The closest mountain in front of them collapsed completely. The cliff that was over 100 meters high crumbled, huge boulders rolling down. When the dust finally settled, people saw Long Chen was still standing in his original position and had yet to move. His posture was still the exact same as before, but the corrupt chosen was nowhere to be seen. People looked around for where he had gone. When their eyes finally lighted on the collapsed cliff, they instantly stiffened. Could it be? Their exchange had happened too quickly, and had ended before people could even react. None of them had clearly seen what had happened, but the direction Long Chen was facing was precisely that collapsed cliff. Then the truth was self-evident. However, people couldn't believe this reality. Suddenly, the collapsed rubble began to rumble, and the ground quivered along with it. With a final bang, the rubble completely exploded out and a figure jumped out. That was naturally the corrupt chosen. His eyes were scarlet red, his hair was a complete mess, and his entire body was shuddering. No one knew whether that was from fear or anger. He glared at Long Chen. Long Chen glanced at him and shook his head. Your boasting was enough to shake the heavens, but you only have this little ability. You even say you want to kill me. HMPH, even if Yin Luo came here, he wouldn't dare let out such a fart. Who do you think you are? You are acquainted with Yin Luo? The chosen's heart began to leap. We can count as acquainted. He previously sent me a gift, said Long Chen lightly. What gift? In truth, your corrupt path's people also have your nice points. The very first time I met Yin Luo, he was neither a relative nor a friend, and yet he gave me such a nice item. I really was a bit embarrassed to receive it, said Long Chen somewhat bashfully. Nonsense. Yin Luo is our corrupt path's chosen. He wouldn't send anyone a gift, especially not someone from your contemptible, shameless righteous path. The corrupt chosen angrily roared. Obviously Yin Luo was an extremely grand existence in his heart. I'm telling the truth. The very first time we met, that fellow gave me his own leg to commemorate our meeting. Ah, that really did make me feel embarrassed. Long Chen smiled. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions changed. Yin Luo was incredibly famous, and everyone who had entered the Julie secret realm knew of him. And yet, Long Chen now dared to insult him. You are Long Chen. The corrupt chosen's expression completely changed. The majority of the corrupt chosen had heard of a certain secret that most of the righteous path had not. The higher-ups of the supermonastery had suppressed this information and refused to allow it to spread. Everything that had occurred in that battle back then had been concealed. But the corrupt chosen had been harshly warned by their elders. That warning was that they could not be so arrogant that they considered everyone else as beneath them. Even Yin Luo had met an unexpected failure, so there was nothing in this world that was absolute. Long Chen had been ranked number 2 on their must-kill list, second only to the righteous path's number 1 expert, Han Tianyu. That was enough to show how importantly they viewed Long Chen. Hehe, so you now know who I am. Well then, this game is over. Long Chen's smile suddenly disappeared, and killing intent surfaced within his eyes. Devil Decapitator swung out, aiming straight for that corrupt chosen. Chapter 341 Beheading a Chosen. Space shook as the sky was filled with saber images that seemed like an angry sea. This was the first time Long Chen had used his full strength since advancing to tendon transformation. Since his opponent already knew he was Long Chen, testing blows were already meaningless. He no longer held back, and the full strength of his physical body was brought out. The corrupt chosen was horrified. This one attack of Long Chen's had sealed all of heaven and earth, and an aura that seemed to look down disdainfully on all the world soared out of him. Most terrifying of all was that the will contained in Long Chen's saber caused all of heaven and earth to change color, a will that caused all things to bow down in front of it. That was a kind of will to destroy the heavens and exterminate the land. In front of that will, the chosen felt as if he were no more than an ant facing off against a god. He felt incredibly minuscule and powerless. He watched as Long Chen's saber approached. It seemed like a heavenly blade that was coming to destroy the world. He was actually unable to flee, and he was filled with terror. As a chosen, this was the first time he had felt such a feeling when facing someone in the same realm. That shocked and infuriated him. Blood soul sacrifice. The corrupt chosen's forehead split apart, and a red light shot out to light up his saber. His saber began to emit a demonic light, and an endless blood sea appeared behind him. The instant that blood sea appeared, he entered his strongest combat state, causing the sea to crazily surge. Die. His blood-colored saber ruthlessly slashed onto Devil Decapitator. The ground was unable to bear that kind of power, and instantly collapsed. But both their sabers were still tightly locked onto each other. The corrupt chosen's expression was as malevolent as a ghost, and his eyes were completely red. He was grinding his teeth furiously as he glared at Long Chen. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't display any emotion. His saber continued to face off against his opponent's saber. As I thought, not all chosen are on the same level as Yin Luo. Long Chen shook his head. Devil Decapitator's crystal core suddenly lit up. That crystal core came from a 5th-rank magical beast. Combined with the runes on Devil Decapitator, as long as he supplied enough spiritual chi, it would allow Devil Decapitator to release an extremely great power. Before he had reached tendon transformation, his spiritual chi had been very limited. He had had to cherish each strand of spiritual chi, and he never activated the crystal core's power. That was because the amount of spiritual chi required to activate the crystal core was equal to the amount exhausted by the Feng Fu battle armor. No matter how powerful the crystal core was, there was no way it could compare to the power of the Feng Fu battle armor. However, now that the amount of spiritual chi he had was over 10 times greater, he no longer needed to be so penny-pinching, and could finally squander some of it. The instant he activated the crystal core, the corrupt chosen felt as if a huge mountain was crushing down on him. Originally, Devil Decapitator had already cut a notch into his saber. Now that Long Chen released this terrifying strength, his weapon was no longer able to endure it and was cut in two. That chosen reacted instinctively, retreating the instant his saber broke. However, Long Chen's saber still cut across his chest, causing blood to spurt out. If he had been half a step slower, Long Chen's saber would have directly cut him in two along with his saber. Whether it was the righteous or corrupt disciples, seeing that blood flowing out of the corrupt chosen's chest, they all turned lifeless. A grand chosen was unable to receive a single blow from Long Chen. Who would have imagined such a result? It was obvious to anyone that this chosen had released his full strength, and that he was clearly extremely powerful. But this person, who was so strong that none of them could even get close to him, had been thwarted by Long Chen multiple times without even having the strength to fight back. Drip. Blood was slowly dripping from his wound now. That sound was as loud as a drum in this silent crowd, heavily smashing into everyone's hearts. Long Chen swung Devil Decapitator up. He praised Kang Ming inside. Although the material Devil Decapitator was made of wasn't that great, and although many small nicks had been smashed into it due to the hammers from the passageway, the craftsmanship that had gone into Devil Decapitator had reached a pinnacle. Even though it was in its broken state, Devil Decapitator was still much stronger than other disciples' spirit weapons. Other than in the face of those ancient weapons from the tomb, Devil Decapitator had never been damaged. That was enough to prove how exquisite Kang Ming's skill was. What no one expected was that the corrupt chosen actually called for everyone to turn and flee. Wasn't the corrupt path said to be unafraid of death? And this was a chosen speaking. You want to leave? Using the netherworld ghost steps, Long Chen was like a phantom, instantly appearing in front of them with a single step. He slashed out his saber. The corrupt chosen had clearly not expected Long Chen to possess such a bizarre footwork. Long Chen appeared in front of him out of nowhere, and he hastily took out a staff. The staff's runes lit up, as it was also a spirit weapon. But the instant it met Devil Decapitator, it exploded. The chosen was sent flying and vomited blood. While he was still in midair, Long Chen appeared behind him like some kind of specter, flashing Devil Decapitator once more. Blood shot out, as a head flew into the sky. Everyone let out startled cries. A chosen had died just like that. Although everyone had already seen that this chosen was not Long Chen's match, they had never expected a powerful chosen to be killed so easily. Even if a chosen couldn't defeat their enemy, they should have at least been able to flee. And yet, the power difference between this chosen and Long Chen was so high that he didn't even have that chance. His lifeless corpse fell to the ground. Personally, seeing a generation's chosen die just like this stunned everyone. Seeing their chosen die, the other corrupt disciples were finally completely terrified and fled. To flee efficiently, they should have scattered in all directions. That way at least a portion of them would have been able to get away. Unfortunately, this was a mountain valley, and they could only run in one direction. As a result, using the netherworld ghost steps, Long Chen caught up to them in an instant, and in just a couple breaths, all of them were cut down. As for the righteous disciples, they were all just foolishly watching. They had seen people be killed, but they had never seen someone massacre people like Long Chen. Core disciples, favored, they were all cut down with a single, effortless blow. Most terrifying of all, each slash of his saber didn't have any technique behind it. They seemed like random swings. But those corrupt disciples were all unable to dodge for some reason. All they could attempt to do was to block it, and the result of trying to block Long Chen's saber was his blade cutting through their bodies. From the very start, Long Chen had seemed like a death god harvesting lives. He seemed so relaxed and contented as he cut down these corrupt disciples. And most terrifying of all was how focused he seemed on cutting them down. He almost seemed like a hard-working gardener who was carefully pruning or weeding. Just looking at this scene gave others chills. His expression was always calm. But this kind of expression was even more terrifying than the savage expressions of the corrupt disciples. After killing all those corrupt disciples, Long Chen gathered their spatial rings and strutted away. Seeing Long Chen disappear into the distance, many people collapsed on the ground, their clothes completely drenched in sweat. Too terrifying, too intimidating, too savage, such descriptions continuously echoed throughout their minds. Long Chen was at least 10 times more ruthless than corrupt disciples. Long Chen's ruthlessness was something hidden in his bones that rarely appeared, while the corrupt disciples' ruthlessness was something they always revealed in order to intimidate others. They wanted to become more and more ruthless. But it seemed Long Chen's ruthlessness was something innate. It was just that he usually kept it suppressed. But once it erupted, he would instantly become a merciless death god. Don't you feel like it's a little strange? Would someone as powerful as Long Chen really try to rape a woman? Someone couldn't help posing this question. What a joke. Such a person kills chosen like killing pigs. He can get any woman he wants. If he made a public announcement saying he wanted women, who knows how many of them would come begging. Those photographic jades that were spread around are definitely fishy. Probably someone was trying to frame Long Chen. Someone finally made this guess. There were immediately several people who nodded. First, not even talking about Long Chen's appearance, just from that ruthless, domineering fighting style of his, people could tell he was an unyielding, prideful man. He would definitely disdain doing that kind of thing. I knew it from the very start. The instant I saw that photographic jade, I knew that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would they spread so fast? One person stood up and spoke with great wisdom and foresight. Fuck, what kind of fake hindsight knowledge is this? Even if you want to bootlick, you have to do it in front of the person. For you to do it now, are you trying to embarrass yourself? Ridiculed some people. What do you mean, fake hindsight knowledge? From the very start, I knew something was fishy, and that's why I wasn't so stupid as to go provoke him. As soon as he said that, 2 angry snarls rang out. Fuck off. If you want to randomly fart around, I'll beat you to death. The 2 people talking were the 2 favored who had attacked Long Chen for justice and chivalry, taking the place of the heavens to punish him. As a result, they had almost been crushed to pulp by him. That person's last line was clearly an insult directed at the 2 of them. Most infuriating of all, the person speaking was just a measly core disciple. You want to beat me? Just you 2. TCH, if you dare fart like that a second time, then I'll show you that you people aren't as amazing as you think you are. That person icily glared at the 2 of them. Obviously he wasn't afraid of these 2 favored who were half dead. Sheet. The Tao marks. Just as people were discussing this, someone shot towards the corrupt disciples' corpses. The chosen and the 2 favored's Tao marks had already floated out of their bodies. Everyone immediately rushed over to fight over them. After killing the chosen, Long Chen had finally gained a better understanding of his current strength. That put him much more at ease, and he continued deeper into the mountain valleys. Chapter 342 First Heaven Stage of Tendon Transformation. As Long Chen advanced, the mountain valleys began to crisscross, and it almost seemed like a maze. Furthermore, the mist was growing denser, and his range of vision was less than 300 meters. In this kind of environment, it was all too easy to get lost. As he advanced, he saw fewer and fewer people. However, their cultivation bases were much stronger, and there were essentially no more core disciples present. In fact, Long Chen even saw some experts on the chosen level. However, those experts weren't from the monasteries, and so they only glanced at Long Chen. Their eyes contained some astonishment when they looked at him, which was most likely due to how daring Long Chen was with his low cultivation base. Someone only at the early tendon transformation realm dared to enter this deeply here. Obviously, these people didn't recognize Long Chen. They simply continued cautiously advancing and searching. As for Long Chen, since those experts didn't bother him, he also didn't go provoke them. Continuing forward, the mist became even denser, and more valleys and paths began to appear. Now it was extremely difficult to differentiate which direction he was traveling. This was only 100 miles into the misty mountain valleys, but he no longer dared go any deeper. If he got lost inside, he might never be able to leave. The disciples who had entered the Julie secret realm all had to reach a said location before the realm closed. That was the only way for them to be transported back to the outer world. If they didn't make it in time, they would be stuck in the secret realm. Their only option would be to stay in the Julie secret realm for another 100 years, waiting for when it opened once more. However, ever since the Julie secret realm had appeared, none of those who had stayed in the Julie secret realm for 100 years had ever managed to survive. They had all disappeared within the secret realm forever. As for the reason, no one knew. In any case, the past experiences of their seniors told all these disciples that if they couldn't make it to the gathering point when their time was up, they would definitely die. 9 Heart Grass. Long Chen had been in the midst of hesitating about whether or not he should enter deeper when he noticed a cluster of strange grass on the cliff of the mountain in front of him. Each strand was 8 inches long, and had 9 segments that looked like flowers. However, those flowers were not brightly colored like real flowers, but a deep emerald green. This 9-heart grass was a main ingredient for the 5th tier 9-heart meridian opening pill. It was extremely precious. For cultivators that had reached the meridian opening realm, the 9-heart meridian opening pill was a treasure they yearned for even in their dreams. This one cluster had over 10 strands of 9-heart grass. If those old meridian opening elders from the monasteries saw that, they would definitely go crazy. It's just like he said. There are countless precious medicinal herbs in these mountain valleys, but once you enter to gather them, you'll never be able to get out. On the way to the supermonastery, Ling Yunzi had told everyone several taboos regarding the Julie secret realm. One of them was this place, the Misty Mountain Valleys. The Misty Mountain Valleys were also called the Lost Soul Mountain Valleys, or even perhaps the Soul-Severing Valleys. Ling Yunzi had warned everyone that if they wanted to collect medicinal herbs here, they were only to stay on the fringes. From the fringes, it was possible to see some distant mountains, and using those as markings, you would be able to walk out. But if you entered too deep, then with the thick mist, you wouldn't be able to differentiate north, east, south, west. If you entered, then you would be able to gather many medicinal ingredients, but you'd never be able to leave. Long Chen looked back in the direction he had come from. It was incredibly misty, and the mountains were already turning indistinct. Let's start with here then. At the entrance of the valley, Long Chen found a covert place to dig a small hole, and buried a small medicinal pill. Replacing the dirt, Long Chen confirmed no one could tell he had done anything here and left. This medicinal pill was called the Spirit Guide Pill. It wasn't to be consumed, but to be used as a marker. Alchemy was a profession that went back to the distant past. It could be traced all the way to the very origin of cultivation. It was a broad and profound profession. There were medicinal pills whose tiers were beyond a person's imagination, and the many effects and possibilities were as countless as the stars in the sky. This Spirit Guide Pill could be considered an auxiliary pill. Other than auxiliary, defensive, and offensive pills, it was said that as long as an alchemist was strong enough and they had enough materials, it was even possible to refine a medicinal pill that would take human form and fight with them. And so alchemy was an extremely divine art. However, this medicinal pill was naturally far from reaching such a level. It didn't have much of an effect. The ingredients that had gone into it were simply special in that they allowed Long Chen to set his own spiritual imprint on them. This was just a medicinal pill to avoid getting lost. Alchemists could use such pills to orient themselves. While Long Chen was unoccupied, he would often refine these kinds of auxiliary medicinal pills. These were all things alchemists prepared for themselves. Now this pill finally had a purpose. The spirit guide pills he had refined all had his specific spiritual imprint that only he could sense, so he didn't need to fear other pill cultivators destroying them. That was why Long Chen dared enter. He did one final inspection to be sure he hadn't made any mistakes before continuing deeper. Arriving at the Nineheart grass, he used a special jade shovel to excavate it and carefully placed it into his life ring. Even though this life ring couldn't allow it to continue growing, it would keep it from decaying. Living medicinal ingredients were much more valuable than dead ones. Just these stalks of Nineheart grass could be exchanged for a huge amount of points. If Long Chen refined them into Nineheart meridian opening pills, then they would fetch a shockingly high price. As expected, the legends are true. Once you enter this place, it's extremely difficult to leave. Long Chen turned back and the only thing he could see was this white mist. He wasn't even able to see the valley entrance anymore. This was the most bizarre aspect of the misty mountain valleys. Looking deeper in, it was possible to see for hundreds of meters. However, looking outwards, you wouldn't even be able to see a few meters in front of you. There were also smart people who had used their own smart methods. They had tied a string to the outside world so that they could enter and then leave by following the string. But this place contained people from both the righteous and corrupt paths. If you were to tie a piece of string to the outside, then enemies would easily find it. When you finally returned to your original location, you would find a group of people waiting to kill you and take your treasures. So that was not a good method. After collecting the Nineheart grass, Long Chen returned to where he had buried his spirit guide pill. Looking into the indistinct mountain in the distance, he confirmed his orientation didn't have any problems. Only then did he go about erasing any of his footprints. After all, the misty mountain valley was famed for being terrifying. Long Chen didn't dare be careless. Ever since he had been buried in that ancient tomb, he had become much more cautious. Previously, if that spirit guide pill had failed him, he could still have followed his footprints out. But now that he had confirmed his method worked, Long Chen erased those footprints so that others wouldn't know he had gone in. He definitely didn't want there to be a large group of ambushers waiting for him when he returned. As he continued deeper, he found a shocking amount of precious ingredients. In less than a few hundred meters, he saw 3 clusters of Nineheart grass as well as 4 other types of precious herbs that were all extremely rare in the outside world. That naturally delighted Long Chen. Alchemists all loved obtaining rare medicinal ingredients, and Long Chen was no exception. That was especially true since he had his pill god memories. Although those memories were incomplete, he had perfect knowledge of medicinal ingredients. He even had knowledge of medicinal ingredients that didn't even exist in the outer world. Long Chen couldn't help feeling incredibly grateful to that fellow who had gifted him his own life ring in the monastery's trial. That fellow really had helped him out. Following along the valley, he entered several miles deeper when he reached a fork in the road that led to other valleys. He once more buried a spirit guide pill here and continued deeper. 3 days later, Long Chen's life ring was packed with hundreds of precious medicinal herbs. These were all exceptionally high-tier medicinal ingredients. If he refined them into high-tier medicinal pills, their value would be terrifying. Just as Long Chen was gathering medicinal ingredients, a muffled noise came from inside his body. The surrounding wind surged around him, and a majestic energy soared from his body. I've broken through to the first heaven stage. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. It had already been several days since he had advanced to tendon transformation, and he hadn't deliberately cultivated. Instead, he had used 3 connecting flower tendon pills to nourish his tendons. What was a pleasant surprise for him was that his body's ability to absorb medicinal energy was absolutely shocking. Even after consuming over 10 3-connecting flower tendon pills, he was still absorbing 100% of their energy. Although it was a special medicinal pill that could be continuously consumed, the fact that he was still absorbing its full medicinal energy was shocking. Furthermore, not only were his tendons growing stronger, but his cultivation base also slowly rose with it. Medicinal pills were only a supplementary assistance to cultivation. Although they could quickly increase your cultivation base, if you didn't work hard yourself, your foundation would become unsteady. Your aura would grow chaotic, and if this continued for too long, your cultivation base would essentially become crippled in the future. So while cultivators were dependent on medicinal pills, they couldn't be completely dependent. Even if you used medicinal pills to increase your strength, you would have to spend some extra time stabilizing your foundation. If you wanted to stabilize quicker, then the best way was to go out fighting, and the higher level the fight, the faster your foundation would settle. A life and death battle was the most efficient way to stabilize your power. However, Long Chen realized he didn't need to worry about that. There was not the slightest sign his foundation was growing unsteady. Could it be that the 9-star hegemon body art could consume unlimited medicinal pills? Long Chen had thought of that theory more than once. After advancing to the first heaven stage, Long Chen felt as if his body was brimming with energy, and couldn't help smiling. He took out another batch of 3 connecting flower tendon pills and threw them into his mouth. Since his body could continuously absorb medicinal energy, Long Chen decided to eat medicinal pills like food. This was also a kind of test towards the 9-star hegemon body art. He needed to uncover its secrets one by one. Continuing forward, Long Chen ran into several more valleys, and harvested quite a few precious medicinal herbs. But suddenly, Long Chen saw a skeleton lying on the ground before him, and his pupils shrunk ever so slightly. Chapter 343 Huge Wind. Spirit Stone. Long Chen arrived in front of that skeleton. Whatever clothes it had been wearing had long since rotted, and its bones had also been badly damaged by erosion. He couldn't tell whether this person had been from the previous generation or even earlier. But the thing that surprised Long Chen slightly was that one of its fingers was gone now. That was the finger that usually wore a spatial ring. This person's spatial ring was taken away, and from the markings, it seems like it happened very recently. These footprints are new. There were more people who entered. Long Chen was slightly surprised. Other than himself, it seemed that there were more people who had also entered this deeply into the misty mountain valleys. He carefully examined the footprints. It looked as if there had been multiple people, perhaps around 2 or 3. Looks like I'm not the only one with a secret technique to enter here. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. Since he could enter, he supposed it wasn't surprising for others to also have their own secret techniques to enter. It seemed like it wouldn't be so easy to get all the treasures here for himself. Just as he was sighing sorrowfully, he heard a whistling in the wind, and out of nowhere, something shot at Long Chen like a cannonball. Taken by surprise, Long Chen hastily dodged. Only when the attack passed him did he realize it was actually a rock. Wind Spirit Stone. That rock was the exact same as the Wind Spirit Stone Xu Yong had shown him. His hand quickly whipped out and caught it. When he looked in the direction it had come from, he saw that it was completely misty. He couldn't tell where exactly this Wind Spirit Stone had shot out from. However, he couldn't sense any killing intent. That made sense. If someone really was aiming to kill him, they wouldn't be such a blockhead and use such a precious Wind Spirit Stone as a surprise attack. Then does that mean there's some strange formation that is shooting out stones? Observing the Wind Spirit Stone in his hand, he noticed that it was around the same size as the one Xu Yong had shown him. However, he could clearly sense that the wind energy contained in this one was slightly purer. Xu Yong had said that he had found his Wind Spirit Stone on the fringes. Then were these things flying out from a deeper region? Another piece. Long Chen's divine sense spread out, encompassing a region of several hundred meters. He immediately noticed another fluctuation identical to the one coming from the Wind Spirit Stone in his hand. Rushing over there, he saw a Wind Spirit Stone lying beneath a bunch of weeds. There's more over here, Long Chen celebrated. He found another Wind Spirit Stone located in the ground. These things would be heavenly treasures to Tang Wan. If she could comprehend some of the wind element mysteries contained within these Wind Spirit Stones, her wind blades would become even more terrifying. Long Chen even began to regret that he had been solely focused on the medicinal herbs this entire time. Who knew how many Wind Spirit Stones he had missed while advancing this far? But now wasn't too late. Spreading out his spiritual strength, Long Chen began to gather both medicinal herbs and Wind Spirit Stones. Eventually, he entered a side path. Long Chen saw some marks that showed at least one other person had recently come in this direction. This person probably didn't even recognize some of these medicinal ingredients and didn't notice these Wind Spirit Stones. Long Chen found a total of 8 Wind Spirit Stones. Although he also noticed that there were several parts of the ground that had just been excavated, he still found more than 10 precious herbs. Whoever had gone by probably hadn't recognized them. Long Chen once more buried a spirit guide pill and began to go in another direction. He'd rather not collect other people's leftovers. As he entered deeper, he found more and more precious herbs. Over 10,000 herbs had filled the majority of his life ring. That gave Long Chen a happiness like a beggar who had found a treasure house. After 3 days, even Long Chen didn't know how many valleys he had walked through. In any case, he had found over 100 types of rare herbs that had completely filled his life ring. He had no choice but to move some of the lower value herbs into a spatial ring. Within a spatial ring, those herbs would quickly die. That caused Long Chen some pain. When it was still alive, the price of a medicinal ingredient would be at least twice what it would be if it were dead. That was because many large sects had their own medicinal fields. These precious herbs could be sold to them as seedlings. Those sects would pay several times the price for living herbs they didn't have so they could grow them in their sects. That was an investment, although they'd lose out at first. As time passed, perhaps in tens or hundreds of years, that herb would begin to flourish and multiply. Then they would continue making a profit forever. It could be said to be a small investment for a huge profit. That was why rare herbs were priceless treasures in the outside world. Each time such a rare herb appeared in the world, it would cause a clamor amongst the large sects. Unfortunately, Long Chen had no way around this. His life ring's space was limited, and couldn't store that many herbs. Placing some of his precious herbs into a spatial ring, Long Chen's heart dripped blood. Over these days, Long Chen had not only obtained rare herbs, he had also obtained 130 wind spirit stones. That was a shocking number. As he continued forward, he had found that the quality of the wind spirit stone had continuously increased. What is this wind energy? Long Chen suddenly stopped with a perplexed expression. He could feel wind, but the mist wasn't moving at all. That was extremely bizarre. Another wind spirit stone shot out of the mist at Long Chen. Long Chen raised his hand and caught it. When the wind spirit stone collided with his hand was forced back slightly. How powerful! Long Chen was slightly surprised. Since advancing to tendon transformation, his physical strength had reached an abnormally powerful level. Even a full-blow attack from a core disciple was unable to make his hand twitch in the slightest. It could be seen how much force had been behind this wind spirit stone. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to sense that the energy within this particular wind spirit stone was even purer than before. In fact, it was several times purer than the ones he had obtained before. Even just by holding it, the air around it cleared up. That was how powerful the energy inside it was. There's definitely something odd up ahead. Long Chen put away the wind spirit stone and continued forward. The further he went, the stronger the wind became. The light breeze became stronger, eventually becoming a whistling gale that made it hard for Long Chen to even keep his eyes open. There was no longer any vegetation around the mountain valleys. But Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to see quite a few spirit stones lying on the ground. There were dozens of them in view. Long Chen was ecstatic, and began to crazily absorb them into his spatial ring. I've definitely struck gold this time. His divine sense spread out, and he found that there were hundreds of wind spirit stones within the range of his divine sense. That almost made Long Chen shout excitedly. The forceful wind energy contained in these stones also had very broad uses. As energy stores in addition to being useful to wind attribute experts. These were the best sources of energy for flying instruments. However, only those who were stupidly rich possessed flying instruments that were powered by wind spirit stones. Even the Xuantian supermonastery wasn't that powerful. They definitely wouldn't use such precious stones on a transportation tool. In this area, Long Chen gathered over 8,000 wind spirit stones in just half a day. By now, he almost felt as if he were dreaming. But although he was excited, as he continued forward, the wind grew stronger, and he was forced to use his spiritual chi to protect his body. These terrifying gales could easily destroy city walls. Due to the continuous wind in this region, the ground was completely bare and sleek like a mirror. Even the two sides of the valley were completely bare. At this point, nothing was able to stay on the ground or walls. There were no longer any spirit stones here. However, Long Chen still continued forward. He wanted to see just what was going on. Where was all this wind coming from? Several miles in, Long Chen wasn't even able to stay standing on his own in the face of this wind. He had no choice but to take out Devil Decapitator. He borrowed its weight and power to keep himself steady. Another mile in and the wind was like blades, cutting apart Long Chen's robes. Even with his powerful physical body, Long Chen still felt great pain from this wind. However, at this point, he saw a certain scene. Even with his fearless nature, his expression still changed. At the end of a valley was an open space around 30 miles wide. At the center, there was a mountain around 300 meters high. This mountain looked like a stalagmite, shooting out of the ground like a bamboo shoot. What was terrifying about it was that it was made of countless wind spirit stones. It looked as if countless wind spirit stones had been piled up here and then half melted to form a solid body, appearing incredibly bizarre. The most eye-attracting thing was that there was a large, shining entity at the top of it that was releasing all the gale winds. The instant he saw that entity, Long Chen stopped breathing. That was a huge wind spirit stone. Other than its size, the only thing different about this huge wind spirit stone was that it was completely translucent, looking just like diamond. Terrifying wind energy was being released by it. It had to be at least the size of a table. Even from miles away, Long Chen still felt an intense pressure. This thing was extremely dangerous. Long Chen suspected that if he were to even approach it, he might be turned to pulp by that terrifying energy. Are you serious? He couldn't help feeling depressed inside. To be able to see a treasure like this but not be able to obtain it, that was definitely a torment. However, it was definitely too terrifying. With his current strength, there was no way he could obtain it. But to just give up on it was definitely not Long Chen's style. How could he allow a treasure to be left so lonely here? That would definitely be blasphemy, and Long Chen wouldn't allow that to happen. He slowly approached it. However, when he was just a mile away, the pressure had increased to an unbearable level. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen decided not to press it any further. He turned around, but on the way, something caught his gaze. There's another mountain here. Long Chen was stunned. Behind the mountain of wind spirit stones, there was another smaller mountain. But when Long Chen saw what that small mountain was, his face instantly turned pale as paper. Chapter 344 Barbaric Wind Beast. That was no mountain, but a huge head. It was around 100 meters tall and was dirt yellow, which caused it to look like a small mountain. Looking behind that head, Long Chen saw that its body had to be at least a mile long, and its huge body was covered in scales. Each scale was the size of a round table, and they were covered in cyan vein lines. Long Chen could sense a powerful wind energy coming from those scales. A body like a lizard, scales like a python, 4 pillar-like legs, and 6 toes on each foot. Is this the legendary barbaric wind beast? Long Chen's heart shook. Such a beast only existed within ancient texts. It had already gone extinct in the outside world, but he had ended up running into it here. It was said the barbaric wind beast was an extremely rare wind attribute magical beast that had a great control over wind energy. It was said to be an overlord amongst magical beasts that was unrivaled within the same realm. It still hasn't formed a heaven mark, so it hasn't reached the Xianxian realm. Most likely it has reached the 5th rank. When magical beasts reach the Xianxian realm, in other words, the 6th rank, a very clear mark would appear on their foreheads. That was called a heaven mark, and it was easily distinguishable. As for this barbaric wind beast, it hadn't reached the Xianxian realm, but just looking at its terrifying form, it had to have reached the 5th rank. That was a monster on the same level as the Meridian Opening realm. However, this level of magical beast was something that would cause a headache even for Xianxian experts. There was zero chance that someone like Long Chen could handle it. Although he was confident in his strength, that wasn't stupid arrogance. He didn't have the slightest urge to try and provoke this 5th rank barbaric wind beast. He saw that this barbaric wind beast was in some kind of special state. It seemed it was ignoring everything happening around it. It's absorbing the wind energy to cultivate. Long Chen suddenly realized why it hadn't done anything to him. At the same time, he sighed regretfully. With such a powerful beast guarding it, it seemed there really was no hope of him obtaining that huge wind spirit stone. He could only give up. In order to not alarm it, Long Chen withdrew as quietly as he could. Only when the mountain of wind spirit stones blocked its vision of him did Long Chen finally sigh a breath of relief. A man who is never content is like a snake that tries to swallow an elephant. I've already obtained this many wind spirit stones. It should be enough. Long Chen consoled himself. But is it really enough? Long Chen couldn't help feeling greed towards that huge wind spirit stone. Fuck, stop trying to tempt me. I won't look at you. Long Chen directly closed his eyes. You couldn't want what you couldn't see. But even after closing his eyes, his divine sense still probed over that wind spirit stone. In fact, his divine sense allowed him to see it even more clearly than his eyes. That huge wind spirit stone possessed an incredibly destructive energy. Ah, you really are trying to make me crazy. Long Chen, you blockhead, if you provoke this barbaric wind beast, you'll definitely die. You definitely can't do something so stupid. Long Chen was practically roaring inside his head. Finally, it was with his greatest willpower that he managed to withdraw down his original path. After several miles, he reached the valley he had come in from. As long as he went through here, he would lose sight of the wind spirit stone. But it seemed Long Chen had been bespelled, and an irresistible force pulled him to a stop, and he couldn't help turning back to look. Greed is a sin. Greed is a sin. Greed is a sin. Important things have to be said 3 times. Long Chen sighed. With supreme willpower, he started going down another path. Since he couldn't fight for that huge wind spirit stone, then he'd go searching for some more of the smaller wind spirit stones. Perhaps the heavens had heard Long Chen's complaints, or perhaps it was just that it had been too long since people had come here. After just a couple dozen miles, Long Chen obtained over 10,000 wind spirit stones. That consoled him slightly. There's people ahead. Long Chen had gone down 2 mountain valleys when he sensed an anomaly. Although his line of sight did not extend even 300 meters here, his divine sense had a range of over a mile. He managed to sense 3 figures slowly advancing. It's Zhao Mingshan. Killing intent suddenly filled Long Chen. Of those 3 people, one was Zhao Mingshan, while the other one was also the other chosen who had attacked Long Chen in the ancient tomb. As for the third person, he was an extremely handsome young man wearing white robes. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. That person's aura was extremely powerful. His cultivation base had reached the 9th heaven stage of tendon transformation, and each of his movements contained the mannerisms of an expert. This fellow is extremely strong. Long Chen sensed a great deal of pressure from this person. Apart from Yin Luo, he had rarely ever encountered such a thing. That was enough to prove this fellow was extremely powerful. For some unknown reason, Long Chen felt as if he were somewhat familiar. But he was sure he hadn't seen this person before. These 3 were carefully advancing, searching for medicinal herbs. But Long Chen noticed that they completely ignored a wind spirit stone that lay in the underbrush. He sneered. They really were idiots. Brother Tianfang, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the 2 of us wouldn't dare to enter the misty mountain valleys, said Zhao Mingshan gratefully. The other chosen also nodded, trying to curry favor. It's nothing. You're both allied with my first monastery, and we keep watch over and defend one another. There's no need for words of politeness, said the handsome man lightly. As expected, Brother Tianfang is generous and open-minded. Just this kind of bearing is enough to completely convince me that Brother Tianfang is a model example of our righteous path. Flattered Zhao Mingshan. Just listening to that made Long Chen's hair stand on end. He had seen shameless people, but never someone this shameless. He was actually able to say such boot-licking words out loud. At the same time, Long Chen became even more curious towards this man's identity. So he belonged to the first monastery. The first monastery was truly extremely powerful. As he used his divine sense to examine him, Long Chen found him to be more and more familiar. Suddenly, Long Chen clapped himself in the leg, finally realizing why he seemed so similar. He was 70% similar to the monastery's number 1 expert, Han Tianyu. The Han family's 2 genius brothers are the envy of who knows how many families. With Brother Tianfang and your big brother Tianyu's talent, the fact that you came to our supermonastery is a blessing for the supermonastery, exclaimed the other chosen in admiration. As Long Chen had thought, this was Han Tianyu's little brother. No wonder they seemed so similar. A pair of chosen brothers was definitely an amazing thing for the first monastery. Han Tianfang was a year younger than his brother Han Tianyu. His talent was just a hair lacking in comparison to his big brother. His name was famous within the first monastery. The most amazing thing is that Brother Tianfang had the ability to enter the misty mountain valleys all on his own, but still brought us 2 inconveniences with him to share in the wealth. That truly makes me incredibly moved. Once we leave, this junior brother will definitely give half the precious herbs I gathered to Brother Tianfang. Please Brother Tianfang, don't refuse. Zhao Mingshan continued to boot-lick. Before entering the secret realm, Han Tianfang had accidentally obtained a tool that looked similar to a chessboard. It was able to record a person's path as they traveled. It was most likely a measuring tool from ancient times, and such a thing had practically already disappeared from the outside world. The first thing Han Tianfeng had thought of after obtaining this treasure was the Misty Mountain Valleys. The Misty Mountain Valleys had now become a treasure house for him. However, before he had entered the valleys, he had been delayed by a couple of things. When he arrived, he had coincidentally run into these two. After Zhao Mingxian said he would give Han Tianfeng half his gains from here, the other chosen also hastily said the same thing, causing some admiration to appear on Han Tianfeng's face. However, he feigned being displeased. By saying that, "Are you looking down on me? I brought you two in because I look favorably upon your talent and want to be friends. How could I covet your treasures? We know that Brother Tianfeng is a heroic figure of our generation, and these medicinal herbs are probably nothing to you. However, if you refuse to take them, then the two of us will really be unable to set our minds at ease. So please brother, let us feel better about ourselves and reluctantly take them," said Zhao Mingxian sincerely. Only then did Han Tianfeng sigh, "Ah, you too, is it worth all this bother? I suppose I have no choice but to be shameless and accept them. But remember, I also have my bottom line. I will accept at most half. If you give me more, this brother of yours will end up becoming hostile." No, we definitely won't do that. As expected, Brother Tianfeng is loyal to his friends. We really admire you, hastily said the two of them. Their alliance with the first monastery was a secret one. However, before entering the secret realm, their elders had all told them that no matter what time it was, they had to place their priority on maintaining a good relationship with the first monastery. They definitely could not offend them. Zhao Mingxian and this other chosen were both very astute. Although doing this was slightly painful, if Han Tianfeng had not brought them in with him, they wouldn't have been able to obtain anything at all. They were at least keeping half the precious herbs they gathered for free. More importantly, they would not only get these precious herbs, but they would also be able to form a good relationship with Han Tianfeng. Once they returned to their monastery, they would definitely obtain even more rewards. Then they really would have made a huge profit. If they had refused to offer Han Tianfeng a portion, Han Tianfeng would also not have asked for them. But that would have offended him, and once they all went to cultivate in the supermonastery, the first monastery would perhaps show them some extra attention, making things hard for them. That was definitely not what an astute person would do. Hearing their conversation, Long Chen almost puked. The practices of the righteous path had practically become rotten to the core. Geniuses didn't focus on bringing out their potential, instead focusing on scheming against each other to stand above them. It was no wonder the righteous path, despite being several times the number of the corrupt path, would still be suppressed by the corrupt path. They were all a bunch of old idiots raising a bunch of young idiots. This pattern had already been set in stone, and it heavily impacted their growth. Those with talent were suppressed by those without any talent. Those talentless idiots didn't have a cultivator's heart, and focused on maintaining their position. Each day, all they knew how to do was fight internally, doing their best to hinder other people's cultivation. They didn't cultivate themselves, instead making it so others couldn't cultivate. And so these disciples, who had only just stepped onto the path of cultivation, had already been infected by those rotten customs. Long Chen already detested the righteous path more than the corrupt path. The corrupt path had killed countless members of the righteous path, but all the righteous path did was secretly suppress their own people to death. The only reason they hadn't been exterminated by now was their numbers, which also included countless talented and ambitious geniuses. Are you absolutely sure that Long Chen died? After determining how the loot would be split, Han Tianfeng suddenly asked a question that caused Long Chen's ears to perk up. Chapter 345 The Black Hand Scheming Behind the Scenes. I'm sure. We personally saw it. He was buried in an ancient tomb, so we can't be wrong. But we really have no choice but to admit this fellow was practically a monster. Although he had clearly just broken through to tendon transformation and hadn't even reached the first heaven stage, he was able to fight against three of us. Without that corrupt idiot, just the two of us might have been killed by him. Thinking about that battle, Zhao Mingxian still felt some fear. When Long Chen had finally released his full power at the end of their fight, they had all felt a terror that came from the depths of their souls. They were both chosen and had a spiritual perception that surpassed others. Long Chen had definitely been too terrifying. They had both felt that Long Chen could easily suppress them. That was something they had never even dreamed of. So thinking of how they had treated Long Chen like an easy target, they couldn't help but sweat coldly. Then that's really a pity. Han Tianfang sighed. A while ago, I received a secret transmission and had been preparing to personally test that Long Chen. A pity, brother Tianfang, don't you think personally handling him would be making too big of a fuss? Zhao Mingxian didn't understand. Although the two of them had never seen Han Tianfang fight, it was said that his combat strength was second only to his brother Han Tianyu. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Although the three of them were all classified as chosen, the two of them were well aware that when it came to strength, the two of them were unfit to even tie his shoes. Otherwise, they wouldn't suck up to him so much. You two are unaware of it, but I received reliable information that the Corrupt Path's #1 expert, Yin Luo, had secretly run over to the gathering area of our monasteries in order to kill Long Chen, said Han Tianfang. The two of them were filled with disbelief. How could the Corrupt Path's #1 expert take the risk of invading the Righteous Path's territory to kill Long Chen? This information is absolutely true. That's why I feel some doubt that Long Chen really did die in that tomb. Back then, Long Chen was only at blood condensation, but he still had the ability to escape from Yin Luo. And when you three then encountered him, he had reached tendon transformation. So I'm not at all shocked that the three of you were unable to defeat him. However, I still do not believe that he was buried in a tomb. At this time, the two chosen both felt cold sweat dripping from their backs. They now realized that the two of them had managed to luckily snatch their lives back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. Just who was Yin Luo? He was praised as the #1 expert of the Corrupt Path, a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. Amongst chosen of the same realm, there were none who had managed to receive more than 10 of his blows. He had defeated countless experts. But such a figure had personally gone to chase after Long Chen. The two of them looked at each other, each seeing the other person's terror. Then is the story true? Long Chen really cut off Yin Luo's leg? Han Tianfang nodded. It should be true. However, the person truly fighting Yin Luo was a top genius who came from another prefecture. Long Chen only managed to do that because of him. They had all heard the story of Long Chen's fight. However, they had almost died laughing when they heard it. It would be a complete joke for a blood condensation rookie to defeat a chosen on the same level as Han Tianyu. Even an idiot wouldn't believe such a joke. But now there were all kinds of indicators that implied it was true. If Long Chen really had such accomplishments, then he was definitely incredibly powerful and bold. That fellow was definitely terrifying. However, the two of us can swear to the heavens that we personally saw him get buried within the tomb. Zhao Mingxian was worried Han Tianfang wouldn't believe him, and so he told him about everything that had happened on that day. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. The two of us were really unlucky. In the end, we didn't gain anything but ended up covered in wounds. Furthermore, even after killing that corrupt chosen, we didn't get his spatial ring or even his head. Just thinking about it infuriates me. It really is regretful. That golden page in the forging table were definitely treasures. Perhaps it recorded some kind of inheritance. Even Han Tianfang felt it was a pity. Long Chen was lucky to die. Otherwise, I would have personally let him taste the flavor of defeat, and in the end, my brother would kill him. Speaking of which, you should tell your subordinates to keep their mouths shut about this. Don't tell anyone that Long Chen died because of you two. Why not? We aren't afraid of the 108th Monastery's revenge. We were already planning on letting our anger loose on them. Zhao Mingxian didn't understand. Long Chen's monastery was the weakest existence in the supermonastery. No one cared about them. Furthermore, Long Chen's wicked actions had already been recorded, and everyone had seen it. The 108th Monastery would be helpless about it. If they wanted to interfere, that would just be inviting self-humiliation, which was actually something they longed to see. The distant Long Chen was using his divine sense to observe all of this. He smiled icily. Even though he was dead, they were still continuing to target him. Ah, even people as clever as you sometimes have your foolish moments. Han Tianfang looked as if the two of them had let him down. He continued, the matter of targeting Long Chen was ordered by the higher-ups, but the actual plot was engineered by senior apprentice sister Yin Wushuang. The original plan was just for Long Chen to die in here, but later, she changed her mind. She wanted Long Chen to be seen by all as a wicked villain, also that Long Chen could die to my brother, allowing him to seem like the embodiment of justice. That was the best way for my brother to win glory. You two ended up making Long Chen die outside that plan. The one you should be afraid of isn't the first monastery. You ruined senior apprentice sister Yin Wuxuang's plans. You should understand a woman's temperament. If she ends up being narrow-minded, you really won't have a good end. As for her background, I'm sure the two of you should be aware of it. Even my first monastery can't provoke her. In fact, even the entire supermonastery has to treat her family with great importance, and they won't easily offend them. If she were to learn about this matter, she would definitely be displeased. And if she were truly infuriated, then even your sect leaders wouldn't be able to interfere. Although she might not openly do anything to you two, it would definitely be unfavorable to your future growth. In this world, only my brother can control her slightly. However, whether or not my brother would want to speak out for you two is not something I can guess. If I hadn't felt that we were tied by destiny, I also wouldn't have bothered warning you. In this manner, I have also slightly offended senior apprentice sister Yin Wuxuang. In the distance, Long Chen heard all of this completely clearly. Although he had already guessed some of this, he hadn't thought these idiots were so brazenly targeting him. It was no wonder he had felt that this scheme had been prepared extremely meticulously. He had only just entered the secret realm when he encountered people who had framed him. That was no coincidence. Even if Long Chen hadn't run into that woman, there would have been more traps for him. Those had been prepared long before entering the secret realm. Before this, Long Chen had suspected the 36th monastery. But he had always felt the 36th monastery shouldn't have possessed so much power, and that the first monastery should have been supporting them. However, now he realized that the first monastery wasn't just supporting this, but were the main ones who wanted him to die. The most hateful person of all would have to be that slut Yin Wuxuang. She even wanted to use him as a stepping stone for Han Tianyu, to use his death to raise Han Tianyu's fame. That woman was definitely too vicious. Many thanks for the warning, Brother Tianfeng. The two of us can't thank you enough. The two chosen hastily bowed. If Han Tianfeng hadn't warned them, they really would have been screwed. If they offended Yin Wuxuang, no one from the first monastery would speak up for them. Then all their efforts just now would have been wasted, while the most fearful thing would be that woman's revenge. You don't necessarily have to be afraid. Although my current strength is still slightly inferior to my brother, that's just because I'm a year younger, said Han Tianfeng. His voice contained an unwillingness to be inferior. How could Zhao Mingxian not understand his meaning? He was clearly asking them to be loyal to him. In the future, he would most likely become his brother's rival. Ever since ancient times, no one was willing to be number two, not even to their flesh and blood brother. No one was willing to forever stay in a person's shadow. Don't worry, Brother Tianfeng, the two of us swear to follow you. If we break this vow, let our bodies be torn apart and our bones be crushed to dust. The two of them solemnly swore. To the two of them, just being able to get closer to the first monastery was enough. It didn't matter who it was exactly. Following Han Tianfeng would definitely not cause them to suffer. In fact, it was an enormous opportunity. Han Tianfeng smiled with delight. Good. In the future, your matters will be my matters. If you have any difficulties, don't be afraid to tell me about them. Han Tianfeng had long since begun secretly cultivating his own group. In the future, he didn't want to always hear that he was the number one genius Han Tianyu's little brother. He would make everyone remember his name, Han Tianfeng. Now he had two more chosen in his alliance, raising his confidence further. My big brother is skilled in everything, but he's excessively conceited in his looks. He believes every woman would crawl all over him. HMPH, back then when he saw Long Chen with those two women, the envy and greed he tried to cover was unable to escape me. This time, I'll snatch those two women and make them my slaves. Hee, that'll be my first challenge to my brother. Then congratulations, Brother Tianfeng. With your looks and talent, those two sluts can be drawn in with a wave of your hand. As long as you ask, won't they throw themselves into your embrace? Ha ha ha, the two chosen hastily sucked up more. The distant Long Chen was clenching his fists, killing intent surging within him. These bastards really had to have a death wish. Who's there? Han Tianfeng suddenly shouted and turned in his direction. Chapter 346 Using Kindness to Repay Enmity. Han Tianfeng's shout gave the other two a fright. They both took out their weapons warily. But nothing happened. The only thing they saw was the endless mist. With some embarrassment, Han Tianfeng suddenly said, "Maybe I was too sensitive. This is the Misty Mountains valleys, and other than us three, there's no way there's anyone else." However, he had just sensed an extremely indistinct killing intent. His expert intuition had caused him to suddenly shout. Zhao Mingxian and the other chosen's nervous expressions caused him to feel a bit embarrassed. He felt he had maybe been a bit too nervous. Haha, it's okay. All this means is brother Tianfeng is cautious. That's how an expert should be. The two of them hastily laughed to cover up that awkward atmosphere. However, inside, they felt this was a bit strange. They were in the depths of the misty mountain valleys. Whoever dared enter here was just sending themselves to death. As the three of them suspiciously hesitated, Long Chen had already withdrawn several miles. He couldn't help being somewhat amazed. Han Tianfeng was definitely extremely powerful. He had been suppressing his emotions, not letting his killing intent surge out of him. But when he had heard them place their intentions on Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu, his anger had leaked out slightly. That was just an extremely slight change, but it had still drawn his attention. This person was definitely stronger than Long Chen had expected. It was no wonder he dared compete with his brother. Even if he wasn't capable of defeating him, they should both still be on the same level. They were much stronger than ordinary chosen. Should I kill them now? Long Chen rubbed Devil Decapitator. Holding the hilt, he had an urge to immediately start up a large fight. But then he shook his head. A martial artist must have a cultivator's heart and be humane. I swore back then to become a supreme scoundrel. Killing people like this is wrong. I need to have a powerful heart and forgive my enemies. That is the most honorable thing to do. I need to try using kindness to repay enmity. Although I know this is hard, I still have to try it at least once. For my grand goal, I should bring out my full effort. Long Chen clenched his teeth. Since he had said it, he would do it. He took out a wind spirit stone, calculated in the wind direction, and sent it flying out. Those three who were slowly advancing while searching for medicinal herbs suddenly felt a change in the air and looked to the front. They saw a stone flying towards them. Han Tianfeng reached out his hand and caught it. He hastily looked in the direction it had come from, but all he saw was mist. Who is it? Zhao Mingxian was the first to summon the courage to shout. After all, their vision range did not surpass 300 meters here, which was a bit spooky. You don't need to shout. This wasn't thrown by a person. Han Tianfeng shook his head. If it wasn't a person, then who did it? A ghost. Han Tianfeng was too lazy to respond to them. He carefully examined the stone in his hand and couldn't help being shocked. Wind Spirit Stone. As someone from the first monastery, Han Tianfeng was experienced and knowledgeable. He naturally could recognize it. As for the other two chosen, they could tell that this Wind Spirit Stone had to be important from Han Tianfeng's expression. How could there be Wind Spirit Stones here? Han Tianfeng was filled with ecstasy. This stone wasn't thrown by someone, but sent flying by some kind of natural energy. Long Chen had sent this Wind Spirit Stone flying through the air using his spiritual strength. Once it had reached a certain speed, he had released it. Due to the wind energy inside these stones, they were able to float in midair for a certain amount of time. If nothing stopped them, it was more than possible for them to fly thousands of miles. That was also why Xu Yang had managed to find one even on the outer fringes. The Wind Spirit Stone had been flying purely on its own natural energy by the time it reached Han Tianfeng, and that was why he felt that it hadn't been thrown by a person. This place actually has Wind Spirit Stones. Look closely around and use your spiritual strength to carefully search for similar stones. Ordered Han Tianfeng. There's another one here. Although they weren't alchemists, they were chosen, and their innate spiritual strength was not low. They could easily spread it out for 1 or 2 dozen meters. There's also one here in the ground. Heavens, this really is a Wind Spirit Stone. Zhao Mingxian couldn't believe his eyes as he held a Wind Spirit Stone. Damn, I really never thought these mountain valleys contained Wind Spirit Stones. We probably missed a lot of them on the way because we weren't paying attention. The other chosen sighed, but it was too late for regrets. This discovery filled them all with regret. But going back the way they had come just for Wind Spirit Stones wasn't too efficient. It was better to continue onwards. Ah, there's wind, and it's a very bizarre wind. The three of them had continued several miles onwards and had also obtained several more Wind Spirit Stones when they suddenly felt fluctuations in the air. Another Wind Spirit Stone shot through the air. However, this time it was flying higher up in the air. Zhao Mingxian had hastily jumped up to catch it. I understand. These Wind Spirit Stones were blown out by the wind from deeper within these mountain valleys. Let's go take a look. Han Tianfeng was shocked by this discovery, and the three of them quickly rushed in deeper. Long Chen had long since entered deeper within the mountain valleys. Occasionally he would use his spiritual strength to throw out some more wind spirit stones. He sighed in relief when he saw that he had finally led them on the right track. He had spent 30 wind spirit stones, all to feed these dogs. No, he couldn't put it like that, or Little Snow wouldn't be happy. Well, in any case, as a person, he had to have a charitable heart. This would have to count as one of his good deeds. Now that the three of them were already on the right track, Long Chen was no longer so charitable and began to rush in deeper. Once he reached the area with that small mountain made of wind spirit stones, Long Chen looked around and found a narrow opening on the side of a mountain valley. This little opening faced the opposite direction of where the three of them would eventually enter from, so they wouldn't be able to see him from there. The heavens really are helping me. Long Chen celebrated, and carefully moved towards that opening. Once he was inside, he was extremely satisfied with his position. This spot was very concealed, and he could stealthily sneak peeks over to the entrance from here. He could also see that terrifying barbaric wind beast behind the mountain. The barbaric wind beast was still lying there with its eyes closed, seemingly deeply asleep. Long Chen had just hidden himself when the three of them arrived here by following Long Chen's guidance. Seeing that mountain of wind spirit stones, as well as that huge wind spirit stone on the top, the three of them all turned lifeless. Wind spirit crystal. Han Tianfeng was filled with disbelief, and a fanatical expression appeared in his eyes. Even his voice trembled slightly. Long Chen was startled. So this thing was actually called a wind spirit crystal. As expected, those who came from powerful backgrounds had more knowledge of such things. This is a legendary wind spirit crystal. Finding such a treasure, Zhao Mingxian and the other chosen felt as if they were dreaming. This wind spirit crystal contains a terrifying energy. However, as long as we don't end up activating that energy, we'll still be able to gather it. Let's go get it first, said Han Tianfeng. Brother Tianfeng, let us do it. Seeing that treasure, the other two chosen knew that this wind spirit crystal would belong 100% to Han Tianfeng. If they dared try to get a share of such a treasure, Han Tianfeng would definitely immediately turn hostile and kill them. The two of them were both smart and wouldn't do something so stupid. No matter how good a treasure was, they still needed their lives to enjoy the treasure. Since they obviously wouldn't be able to obtain the treasure, they could at least display their loyalty. Obtaining Han Tianfeng's trust was the most tangible benefit. Han Tianfeng nodded in praise when he saw the two of them were so sensible. These two subordinates of his were pretty smart, and worth raising. However, in order to avoid any unexpected mishaps, he followed behind the two of them. But he also maintained a certain distance to display his trust. When they were 300 meters from the mountain, even while holding heavy weapons, they were still unable to stay steady in the face of the wild gales. The two chosen had to release their full auras to continue. However, Han Tianfeng hadn't done anything. Even without releasing his aura, he was still able to steadily advance. As expected, he really is powerful. Furthermore, his cultivation technique is a bit special. Long Chen could see all of this clearly from his hiding spot. Although Han Tianfeng hadn't released his aura, his spiritual qi was rapidly circulating in his body. Long Chen could sense there was a strange energy being released from Han Tianfeng's feet that was keeping him solidly attached to the ground. It was as if he had grown roots, and the wind was unable to move him. Long Chen kept a close eye on the huge barbaric wind beast. However, what infuriated him was that this huge lump of meat was still sleeping. Fuck, what time is it and you're still sleeping? Your treasure's about to be stolen. Long Chen started to feel some worry. The two chosen had already reached the bottom of the mountain of wind spirit stones. But the barbaric wind beast still hadn't woken up. What the hell, are you hibernating or something? Hurry up and wake up. If I had known it would be like this, I would have already taken it. Han Tianfeng saw that the other two chosen had practically gone crazy with delight, and were currently gathering those wind spirit stones that made up the mountain. Ignore the wind spirit stones and go collect the wind spirit crystal. Those wind spirit stones were all stuck to each other, and separating them was time-consuming. That was why Han Tianfeng spoke out in a displeased tone. The two chosen couldn't help feeling a bit dissatisfied. They knew this huge wind spirit crystal wouldn't be theirs, so these wind spirit stones were their only harvests. However, since Han Tianfeng had already given them the order, they had no choice but to give up collecting them. They began climbing up the mountain. Seeing that the two of them would reach the top of the mountain in a short time, Long Chen was completely infuriated. He stealthily took out the golden page. It seemed he would have to wake up the sleeping beast. The two chosen were just about to reach the peak as they bitterly resisted the terrifying wind energy being released by the wind spirit crystal. As for Long Chen, he was just about to activate his spiritual strength. At that moment, two large eyes slowly opened. The vertical pupils in those eyes twinkled with a dreadful light. Chapter 347 Terrifying Barbaric Wind Beast. Damn, this wind spirit crystal is stuck to the mountain. Zhao Mingxian and the other chosen were using spiritual qi to protect themselves from the wind. But when they tried to move the wind spirit crystal, which was as tall as they were, they found they were unable to budge it. Wind spirit crystals contained wind energy, and so its weight wasn't actually that heavy. And yet, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to displace it. It was as if it were growing out of the mountain. Then how about we cut it down? A sword appeared in Zhao Mingxian's hand. No, down below, Han Tianfeng's expression changed and he hastily stopped them. You absolutely cannot. If you end up attacking the wind spirit crystal and activating the energy inside, we'll all be dead. As a chosen from the first monastery, Han Tianfeng's knowledge surpassed other chosen, and he was aware of some taboos regarding this wind spirit crystal. If the two of them used their spiritual qi to attack it, then that would make an opening for the violent energy inside it, and it would be like a flood erupting out of a dam. The terrifying energy would instantly annihilate anything within thousands of miles. That kind of terrifying energy was something even Shantian experts would be unable to block. As for the three of them, they would instantly be turned to dust. That was why Han Tianfeng had been so scared when he saw Zhao Mingxian take out a blade. Then what should we do? Zhao Mingxian didn't dare move, never having expected the wind spirit crystal to be so terrifying. But when he looked down, he saw that Han Tianfeng was paper white, his eyes filled with terror. You too. The two chosen were startled. What had happened for a top expert to become so speechless? You too, behind you, Han Tianfeng finally stuttered out. The two hastily turned to look behind the mountain. But when they saw that huge figure, they instantly turned stiff. A huge head was right in front of them. Because it was too huge, they couldn't even see what its body looked like. Two eyes that were as large as houses stared at them. The icy light shining from them made them feel as if they had landed in an ice house. Hurry up and run, you idiots. Seeing that those two idiots were still stunned, Long Chen involuntarily felt some worry. These two idiots, what kind of time was it for them to be daydreaming? They had to be holy warriors amongst idiots. For them to not immediately run in the face of a 5th-rank magical beast, were they waiting for it to say hello? Long Chen didn't really care about their lives. In fact, that hatred he had felt towards them had also lessened greatly. What he wanted was that wind spirit crystal. That wind spirit crystal contained extremely clear wind mysteries, and if Tang Wan could comprehend those, she would definitely be able to soar in power. Although neither he nor Tang Wan had ever expressed certain kinds of feelings towards each other, they both knew they were present in each other's hearts. These kinds of feelings didn't need to be expressly spoken. To obtain this wind spirit crystal, Long Chen had forced himself to lay down his hatred and gift these people his wind spirit stones. He really had sacrificed a great deal for Tang Wan. But these two idiots were now still just staring blankly at this time. If they were instantly killed by this barbaric wind beast, wouldn't all his efforts have been wasted? Run! Han Tianfeng roared, and without even thinking about it, he turned and fled. He had recognized the barbaric wind beast. As for Zhao Mingxian and the other chosen, they finally recovered from their terror and began to flee with all their might. The barbaric wind beast watched as they jumped off the mountain and rushed several miles away. Then it suddenly opened its mouth and a large wind net shot out. Nice. It purposely waited to attack to avoid damaging the mountain. Long Chen had seen through the barbaric wind beast's intent. The barbaric wind beast's mouth opened to a size of dozens of meters. The wind net it shot out was highly condensed and didn't end up changing shape as it shot out. The wind net was like lightning, instantly arriving behind the three of them. Seeing that they couldn't get away, Zhao Mingxian and the other chosen all erupted with their greatest strength, runes lighting up all over their bodies. Their swords slashed out behind them. The distant Long Chen was horrified by what he saw. Their weapons instantly exploded when they collided with the wind net. The wind net wasn't impacted in the slightest. It directly swept over the two of them, making them explode into pieces. In front of that huge net, these two powerful chosen were like ants without the slightest ability to resist. That gave Long Chen a fright. At the same time, he rejoiced that he hadn't dared go provoke that barbaric wind beast. To dare challenge the barbaric wind beast, these two really were brave. Seeing the sky full of blood mist, Long Chen muttered out some praise. Unfortunately, those two had already died, and they didn't get to hear Long Chen's sarcasm. Han Tianfeng was horrified to see the two people behind him be instantly killed. Since he couldn't get away, he suddenly roared, and countless runes appeared between his hands. He slammed them down on the earth. Great earthen walls. Following his shout, Long Chen was surprised to see a dirt yellow mark appear on his forehead. A total of 9 walls of rock shot out of the ground. Each one of those walls was 3 meters thick and 30 meters tall. Runes glowed with a metallic light on them. They appeared incredibly sturdy and emitted a powerful pressure. Even though he was an enemy, Long Chen had no choice but to admire him. Han Tianfeng truly was terrifying. Long Chen had never before seen such a high defensive ability. At the same time, he understood that Han Tianfeng possessed a defensively powerful earth attribute energy. That terrifying wind net smashed into the 9 barriers, and completely destroyed them before continuing onwards at Han Tianfeng. Han Tianfeng roared, and formed a strange hand seal. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet split open like a gaping maw and swallowed him. The terrifying wind net slammed into the earth. A huge crater blew open, and even Han Tianfeng was sent flying from the ground. However, after those 9 walls, the wind net had lost over half its energy. Hiding underground, he had only received a small portion of the remaining force. But even so, Han Tianfeng turned pale with fright. If he hadn't thought of this idea at the last moment, he would definitely have been at least heavily injured. As soon as he shot out of the earth, he frantically fled. Such a powerful ancient magical beast was not something he could handle. Seeing that it hadn't killed Han Tianfeng in one blow, the barbaric wind beast suddenly opened its mouth. However, this time it didn't spit out anything, but inhaled. Not good. Long Chen was startled. Although the barbaric wind beast wasn't purposely targeting him, its terrifying attractive force still affected him. Long Chen felt his body begin to float up. He stabbed Devil Decapitator into the rock, tightly holding on. That terrifying attractive force increased over time, and Long Chen felt as if he were in a raging flood of water that was trying to pull him over. The only thing keeping him from flying out was Devil Decapitator. Fuck, this monster's too terrifying. Long Chen cursed inside. That mouth wasn't even pointed at him, but he still felt he was close to flying over. He could only bitterly endure. If he dared use his spiritual chi, that might alert the barbaric wind beast. Then he really would be screwed. As for Han Tianfeng, he had fled less than a mile when he felt his body become light, and he involuntarily flew back. The barbaric wind beast's mouth was pitch black and was covered with sharp teeth. It appeared sinister and chilling. Han Tianfeng had no ability to resist in midair. He quickly began to fly towards the barbaric wind beast's mouth. If he was swallowed, then there was zero chance he would live. Clenching his teeth, a dark gold rectangular piece of paper suddenly appeared in his hand. That yellow paper was around 2 inches wide and half a foot long. Bizarre lines were drawn on top of it that caused the space around it to fluctuate. Talisman. Long Chen had been carefully paying attention, and the instant he saw Han Tianfeng take out that paper, he was filled with shock. Talisman experts could use their powerful spiritual strength to use specialized talisman liquid and paper to create talisman seals that could release terrifying effects. Talisman experts were extremely rare, much rarer than alchemists. Medicinal pills were everywhere in the cultivation world, but there were very few talismans. The majority of the talismans were all at the hands of the large sects. Frankly speaking, only rich powers were able to afford them. That was because talismans were one-time use items. Even low-level talismans cost thousands of spirit stones. Long Chen's monastery did not possess such luxury goods. So seeing Han Tianfeng pull out a talisman infuriated Long Chen. Perhaps that was a classic hatred towards the rich. Han Tianfeng let go of the talisman. Due to being so light, it was instantly pulled into the barbaric wind beast's open mouth. He then formed a hand seal. Chapter 348 Obtaining the Wind Spirit Crystal. Once the talisman entered the barbaric wind beast's mouth, it exploded. A piercing light shone out and the world rocked. What terrifying energy! Long Chen was shocked. That little paper contained a mountain-shattering berserk energy. The barbaric wind beast let out an angry snarl. Just its voice caused the dome of the sky to quiver. It's injured. Long Chen noticed some blood stains on its mouth. However, it was clearly not a fatal injury. The talisman's explosion cut off the barbaric wind beast's inhalation. The instant Han Tianfeng's feet touched the ground, he fled for his life. A single talisman was worth thousands of spirit stones. Even he felt pain using one. However, after seeing that his powerful talisman had been unable to cause any heavy injury even though it had exploded in its mouth, Han Tianfeng completely gave up on obtaining this wind spirit crystal. The ground suddenly trembled. The wind spirit beast 6 feet stamped on the ground, and it shot forward at Han Tianfeng, looking like some 6-legged serpent. Its body was huge like a mountain, but its speed was quick as lightning. Furthermore, it also shot out a 3-meter thick sphere at Han Tianfeng's back. Han Tianfeng hastily dodged to the side, avoiding that sphere. Shooting past his body, that sphere shot straight through the mountain in front of him. Rumbling could be heard as the sphere pierced straight through multiple mountains. With the heavy mist, it was impossible to tell just how far that attack had reached. However, from the sound, perhaps that one attack had managed to pierce through hundreds of miles of mountains. That was too frightening. If you were struck by that kind of attack, you would instantly turn into a bloody mist. Even your bones wouldn't remain. Han Tianfeng fled frantically, but the furious barbaric wind beast closely pursued. The two of them almost instantly entered a mountain valley and disappeared. However, the continuous rumbling of the barbaric wind beast's attacks continued to ring out. "Little Feng Zi, you're not bad," praised Long Chen inside. Not daring to tarry, he quickly rushed over to the mountain of wind spirit stones. This mountain of wind spirit stones seemed to have bizarrely grown out of the ground. They could be easily dug out with hands. There were several little indents which had been dug out by Zhao Mingxian and the other chosen. Rather than bothering with the countless wind spirit stones, Long Chen quickly climbed up to the peak. The wind that the wind spirit crystal was constantly releasing blew his robes back, and was so powerful that he had to use his full strength to resist it. It looked like a large wind spirit stone, appearing around 7 feet long. It looked almost like a large icicle that had been stabbed into the mountain. Gripping the wind spirit crystal, Long Chen pulled up with his full physical strength. He realized that the wind spirit crystal felt like it had grown out of the mountain, and no matter how hard he pulled, all that happened was the mountain continuously shook. Countless wind spirit stones began to come off the mountain and were blown out by the terrifying gales. Sheet. Long Chen's expression changed. At least tens of thousands of wind spirit stones had now shot out because of him. Han Tianfeng and the barbaric wind beast definitely hadn't run that far yet. This many wind spirit stones flying out would definitely be sensed by them. As a 5th-rank magical beast, the barbaric wind beast's intelligence was close to a human's, and it would definitely realize what was going on. Divine Ring. Feng Fu Battle Armor. Long Chen no longer had any misgivings and released his full strength. His divine ring appeared behind him, and a star shone in his eyes. The huge wind spirit crystal was finally unable to endure, and rose out of the mountain. Yes, Long Chen celebrated. He directly stored it into one of his spatial rings. But when his spiritual strength attempted to absorb it, instead of entering his spatial ring exploded. What? It can't be absorbed into a spatial ring? Long Chen was startled. It was a good thing that this spatial ring was just one of his battle spoils, and all the good things inside it had long since been put away by Long Chen, so its loss wasn't anything major. However, if there was no way to put it into his spatial ring, then he really was screwed. It wasn't as if he could carry such a huge wind spirit crystal while running. If he really attempted that, he would be like a beacon of light in the night. The barbaric wind beast would hunt him down, and even if he could escape, he would become a target for countless others. Awoo! Suddenly, Little Snow let out a roar from his spiritual space. Long Chen was filled with ecstatic relief. He hastily let out Little Snow, and Little Snow quickly placed the wind spirit crystal in his mouth. Nice job, Little Snow. Long Chen activated his spiritual strength, returning Little Snow into his spiritual space. As soon as Little Snow returned to the spiritual space, he spat out the wind spirit crystal. However, his mouth had still been badly mutilated. The energy contained within the wind spirit crystal was too violent. Although Little Snow hadn't attacked it, in order to draw it into the spiritual space, he had needed to keep it tightly bound in his mouth, which had been extremely dangerous. Although that had succeeded, Little Snow had been badly injured by the wind that was naturally released by the wind spirit crystal. Seeing Little Snow not hesitate to be injured for him, Long Chen felt both emotionally moved as well as sad. He owed Little Snow far too much. Once the wind spirit crystal entered his spiritual space, although it continued to emit its terrifying pressure and wind, this spiritual space was not the same as a spatial ring space. Space was not necessarily static in this spiritual space. Although there were dashing winds within his spiritual space now, there were no signs that it would cause the space to collapse. Long Chen gave Little Snow some healing pills. Although those injuries looked frightening, they weren't serious. They had only been caused because Little Snow's mouth naturally didn't have any defensive ability. He would be healed quickly. Suddenly, a furious roar shook the heavens. Long Chen jumped. That fellow had definitely sensed something was wrong and was crazily rushing back. That was because once the wind spirit crystal had been placed in the spiritual space, the wind spirit stones had naturally stopped blowing out, and the mountain valleys became a deathly calm. Originally, Long Chen should have immediately rushed off. However, in the end, he wasn't able to overcome his greed. He raised Devil Decapitator and slashed it down on the mountain. With his divine ring and Feng Fu battle armor supporting him, his saber cut off a 30-meter segment from the top of the mountain peak. He quickly absorbed that portion into a spatial ring. Although he didn't get a close look, Long Chen estimated the wind spirit stones in that segment numbered at least in the millions. After gathering them, Long Chen quickly shot far away. Just as he was about to disappear into a mountain valley, an enormous figure appeared where that small mountain was. Seeing the wind spirit crystal had disappeared, the barbaric wind beast seemed to go insane and let out a furious roar. "Sheet, I was noticed. As I thought, you can't be too greedy." Long Chen entered the mountain valley. If he had just been a hair faster, he would have disappeared from the barbaric wind beast's line of sight. But unfortunately, he was still just a bit too slow and was noticed. The barbaric wind beast once more let out a heaven-shaking roar and charged at Long Chen. Long Chen immediately felt numb. He used the netherworld ghost steps to rush forward like a phantom, fleeing as fast as lightning. An attack narrowly shot past Long Chen, piercing straight through the mountain by his side. That terrifying power made Long Chen's heart pound. That barbaric wind beast was too fast. Even while using the netherworld ghost steps at its max speed, Long Chen was unable to throw it off. The thing that vexed Long Chen the most was that these mountain valleys almost formed a maze, and yet there were many parts he went through that were perfectly straight, giving an advantage to the barbaric wind beast. There were several times when Long Chen was almost struck by its attacks. Damn it, the surroundings have been completely changed by this fellow. I can't find my original markers. Long Chen realized that many of the mountain valleys had been wrecked by the barbaric wind beast's attacks, and he could no longer sense the closest spirit guide pills he had buried. He could only run as fast as he could. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense in an attempt to find any of his untouched markers. Oh, that little fellow hasn't run. Long Chen's spiritual strength hadn't found any of his spirit guide pills, but he had found Han Tianfeng. He was currently hiding in an unremarkable corner of a mountain valley. After thinking for just a moment, Long Chen understood that Han Tianfeng was extremely crafty. He had most definitely sensed something and was preparing to go steal the wind spirit crystal. Although Long Chen was aware the wind spirit crystal had already been taken, there were still countless wind spirit stones there. Long Chen's last attack had only cut off less than a tenth of the total mountain. This Han Tianfeng was definitely no good person. Previously, Long Chen had already heard him set his intentions on Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu, which infuriated Long Chen. "Do you think that my, Long Chen's, women can be lusted after by you?" If he drew away the barbaric wind beast, allowing Han Tianfeng to collect that huge amount of wind spirit stones, Long Chen would definitely end up coughing up blood. There was no way Long Chen would let Han Tianfeng take advantage of him like that. At this time, Han Tianfeng had an astonished expression and was hiding in a corner. He felt that the situation was a bit unusual. He suspected that it was very likely that someone else had also entered the misty mountain valleys. Thinking of the previous signs he had run into, he thought of an extremely infuriating possibility, that he had been used by someone else. He wanted to go back and see what was going on, but he could sense that the barbaric wind beast was still in the vicinity. He had also heard its berserk roar, so he didn't dare show himself. However, he could still be considered an audacious person. He was preparing to hide himself until he found a good opportunity to fish up some benefits. Even if he couldn't obtain anything, he still had to find out who it was that had schemed against him. Otherwise, he felt as if he might die from anger. Unfortunately, he had no idea that his extremely hidden position had already been noticed by Long Chen and that Long Chen was already planning on working together with him to get away from the barbaric wind beast. As Long Chen fled, he was constantly changing angles, and was calculating the barbaric wind beast's attack frequency. Suddenly, a terrifying attack shot out from behind him. Finally, Long Chen suddenly dodged to the side. That attack shot past him, going straight for a certain corner of a mountain. That mountain was right behind where Han Tianfang was currently hiding. Chapter 349 Han Tianfang vomits blood. Han Tianfang had hidden himself very securely. From the intense tremors, he could tell the barbaric wind beast was currently chasing someone and heading in his direction. A cruel sneer appeared on his face. He wanted to see just who dared use him as a tool. At this moment, he heard a noise coming from the other side of the mountain valley. He hesitated about whether or not he should sneak over to look. Suddenly, the mountain valley behind him exploded. It happened so quickly and out of nowhere, that he didn't even have time to raise any defenses. A large portion of the mountain slammed into him from above, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. A pity it was slightly slanted. Long Chen's divine sense had seen it extremely clearly. If the barbaric wind beast's attack had been just a few meters lower, Han Tianfang would have been instantly killed. With the mountain valley in front of him pierced through, Long Chen shot through the opening without hesitation. When he ran above where Han Tianfang was buried, he even viciously slammed his foot down before continuing forward. Han Tianfang, who was buried by rubble, felt a huge force transmit through the ground and shake his organs, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. Although the previous attack from the barbaric wind beast hadn't struck him directly, it had already shaken his inner organs. Now adding on Long Chen's intentional blow with his foot, his injuries were exacerbated. However, as a top expert, despite being buried under the rubble, his divine sense still locked onto Long Chen. Although he was unable to clearly see Long Chen's figure, he could tell it was a person, which proved that his guess had been right, and that someone had been using him. This fucker. Han Tianfang shook with fury. How could he, a grand chosen, have ever endured such frustration? How could he not tell that Long Chen's kick to the ground was intentional? In his fury, he recklessly charged out of the rubble and stuck out his head, just happening to see Long Chen's figure disappear. Monastery robes. Han Tianfang ground his teeth. He had recognized the robes, but the mark of the monastery number was on the front, and he couldn't see it. So he had actually been used by a monastery disciple. He was about to go berserk. There was actually someone in the monastery who would treat him like this. Just as he was about to explode from anger, a huge claw descended down, and he instinctively pulled his head back into the ground. The ground quivered and Han Tianfang felt as if a mountain had fallen on him, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. When he dizzily stuck his head out of the ground again, he felt as if all his bones had been broken. He vaguely managed to see the barbaric wind beast's huge figure wildly rushing out of his vision range. Ah, intolerable. Han Tianfang clenched his teeth furiously. Previously he had been stepped on by Long Chen, and now he had even been viciously stepped on by the barbaric wind beast. If he didn't know that this barbaric wind beast had already reached full maturity, and there was no way to tame it, he would have thought those two had purposely worked together to humiliate him. Bastard, I won't let you off like this. I'll definitely find who you are, and when I do, I'll tear you apart. Han Tianfang viciously swore. Han Tianfang began to follow in the direction Long Chen had left. He chased for over 100 miles when he heard a distant rumbling that was quickly approaching him. They're returning. HMPH, are you going to let me see who you are this time? Han Tianfang looked around and saw a good place to hide himself behind a boulder. He hid and waited. But he was disappointed to see that whoever it was that was fleeing from the barbaric wind beast wouldn't pass through here. Their path was 2 mountains over, and he didn't dare go over to look. If he appeared himself, then that might very well draw the barbaric wind beast's fury. Just as he was hesitating about whether or not to switch locations, the ground trembled, and he was delighted to see that this time, that fleeing person was getting closer. He was definitely getting closer. Much, much closer. The mountain beside Han Tianfang once more exploded. Before he had even realized what was going on, he was buried, but this time his injury was even more severe, and he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. After vomiting those 3 mouthfuls of blood, he felt the ground above him sink again, and a violent energy pressed down on him. Han Tianfeng once more vomited out a mouthful of blood, but before he could even get angry, an even greater pressure descended from above, and he felt as if his body might explode. Hastily circulating his spiritual qi, he stubbornly withstood the pressure, feeling as if he might instead explode with rage. This time was the exact same as last time, except now his injuries were even worse. Crawling out of the ground, he noticed that the two of them had already disappeared before he could get a glimpse of them. "You goddamn bastards, just wait for me." Angry veins bulged across his forehead. However, he still maintained his reasoning and didn't go chase after them. Is that bastard doing this intentionally? Doing his best to suppress his rage, he calmed himself down to consider what had happened. This was definitely too coincidental. This bastard very likely possesses some unknown way to track down my location. TCH, I can't continue like this. I should first go back to those wind spirit stones. Han Tianfeng absolutely refused to believe that Long Chen's spiritual strength was powerful enough to cover such a huge distance. He also refused to believe a disciple's spiritual strength could reach the level that even he was unable to sense it. So he assumed Long Chen must possess some sort of treasure on him that was allowing him to keep track of the surroundings, which was also why he would dare enter the misty mountain valleys. Once he thought of all that, he calmed down greatly. He no longer bothered trying to figure out who that person was. As long as they didn't die, he would find out their identity sooner or later. The wind spirit crystal was more important. Consuming a healing pill, he began rushing back to that place. Long Chen had brought the barbaric wind beast to attack Han Tianfeng twice, but its attacks had missed him, causing Long Chen to sigh regretfully. At the same time, he cursed the barbaric wind beast for not being accurate enough. However, that was not something he could control. He could only continue running. In truth, the barbaric wind beast's top speed was definitely greater than his. However, these mountain valleys crisscrossed like a maze, and there was no way for it to release its full speed. All it could do was furiously roar and continue chasing. Oh, as the saying goes, if you worry about something, it'll happen. That little fellow is actually going back. TCH, I'm working so hard, yet this fellow's being lazy. My treasures aren't so easily taken by others. You'll have to come and do some work with me. Long Chen started rushing back to that mountain of wind spirit stones. This time, Long Chen was essentially going in a straight line because the barbaric wind beast's attacks had already destroyed the original mountains. Long Chen was rushing back at his top speed, but the barbaric wind beast was even faster. The two of them were like two bolts of lightning returning to their original location. Back in that spot, Han Tianfeng was glaring at the mountain of wind spirit stones. Seeing that the top portion of it was gone, he was both shocked and infuriated. Although he had been prepared for this sight, seeing that top treasure disappear, he was still unable to suppress his fury. You better wait for me. I'll definitely make you spit out my treasures. Han Tianfeng furiously ground his teeth. However, while he temporarily couldn't obtain that wind spirit crystal, this mountain of wind spirit stones was still a huge treasure. If he gathered them all, he would instantly become the richest disciple of all the monasteries. These wind spirit stones were more than what the first monastery could possibly save up in tens of thousands of years. Compared to ordinary spirit stones, these wind spirit stones were much more precious. The market price was around 3 ordinary spirit stones for 1 wind spirit stone. Furthermore, wind spirit stones rarely ever went on the market. Although a portion of this mountain had been cut away, the remaining portion definitely contained tens of millions of wind spirit stones. With that kind of wealth, who could possibly compare to him in terms of money? With that kind of wealth, he would be able to raise a huge army and entice all kinds of geniuses. He would no longer be suppressed by his big brother. Han Tianfeng had been carefully scrutinizing this mountain of wind spirit stones and pondering on how to absorb the whole thing into a spatial ring when the ground began to rock and he heard a whistling wind behind him. He hastily turned back to see a person shooting over at this place like an arrow. The dozen miles between them would be crossed in just the blink of an eye. Bastard, how dare you use me? Die. Han Tianfeng was both startled and infuriated to see that this fellow was extremely crafty. He had torn off the marking representing which monastery he came from. These robes only showed that he was an ordinary core disciple of a monastery. Furthermore, the most hateful thing about him was that he was wearing a mask to conceal who he was. If it had just been an ordinary mask, Han Tianfeng wouldn't be so irritated. But this bastard was actually wearing a large baby head mask. That smile of the baby mask was clearly a naked taunt. Thinking of everything he had experienced because of this fellow, Han Tianfeng's hair was standing on end from anger. A dirt yellow spear appeared in his hands and he stabbed it at Long Chen. This spear somehow gave off the sensation of being incredibly heavy, as if the land around it was supporting it with some kind of special energy. Even the space around it seemed as if it might explode in the face of the spear's pressure. In response to that spear, Long Chen also took out a large hammer. The ground shook. Long Chen's hammer was instantly sent flying, disappearing from sight. After sending his hammer flying, for some reason, Han Tianfeng suddenly had a bad feeling. Seeing the smile of that baby mask, his expression changed. Sheet. He finally realized what was wrong. The reason he had sent his hammer flying wasn't because he was stronger, but intentional. All his energy had been spent on sending that hammer flying, and now this unknown fellow had arrived right in front of him. A ball of violet lightning appeared in Long Chen's hand. The instant that ball of lightning appeared, the void began to shiver and a terrifying pressure shot out. Here, a gift. Don't be courteous. Thunder force exploded out, causing all of heaven and earth to tremble. Anyone in range would have turned blind from the light. Han Tianfeng used his spear to block this attack. Although he wasn't able to see, he was able to use his intuition to block the lightning ball. Blocking it, he felt numbness course through his body. Furthermore, the light was too blinding and he couldn't see. In a short moment, Han Tianfeng recovered his vision just in time to see a huge, scaled claw smashing down on him. Chapter 350 Unrelenting Chase. By the time Han Tianfeng's vision returned, he was horrified to see that the unknown person had disappeared, and replacing him was a large scale-covered claw that was even larger than a house smashing down at him. He was shocked, infuriated, and panicked. He had no time to figure out what had just happened. Circulating all his power, a rock-like texture appeared over his arms. His arms swelled, and seemed to have been covered by a layer of rock. The sleeves of his robes exploded. Star Rock Arms. Han Tianfeng roared, and the instant he used his abilities, his arm's strength multiplied by several times. His spear ruthlessly smashed into the barbaric wind beast's claw. Even the distant Long Chen sensed the earth quiver intensely. But the most shocking thing was that the powerful barbaric wind beast was actually forced back several meters. Previously, Long Chen had intentionally used Thunder Force to confuse Han Tianfeng. He didn't want to face off against him directly, not because he was afraid of him, but simply because this wasn't the right time. Furthermore, Han Tianfeng was definitely terrifyingly powerful. Long Chen had no idea how many trump cards he possessed. He had no assurance in being able to beat him. Using all opportunities and resources as your own was the way of the king. To use the least investment to make the greatest return was the smartest option. Although Han Tianfeng had managed to block the barbaric wind beast's attack, he was also sent flying by its power. He smashed into the small mountain of wind spirit stones. That powerful impact caused quite a few wind spirit stones to fly out. Han Tianfeng's body trembled, and an unhealthy flush appeared on his face. Long Chen also noticed that his rock-like arms had been cracked. Even with his Star Rock Arms, his arms were still bleeding. However, Long Chen was still shocked by Han Tianfeng's power. The barbaric wind beast was a 5th-rank magical beast, which was equivalent to the human meridian opening realm. Moreover, the barbaric wind beast was an overlord amongst 5th-rank magical beasts, and other than the fact that it couldn't control natural energy, it was practically a match for Shantian experts. The fact that Han Tianfeng could use his tendon transformation cultivation base to block one of its blows meant he was definitely an expert amongst experts. Clap, clap, clap. Han Tianfeng's power aroused Long Chen's applause. Only now did Han Tianfeng notice that baby masked person clapping, causing him to turn green with fury. He was just about to say something when he suddenly stopped breathing. A terrifying pressure had locked down on him. A huge tail was whipping towards him. Han Tianfeng's full-strength attack had ended up injuring the barbaric wind beast's claw, which had completely infuriated it. Its tail was hundreds of meters long, and it lashed down on him like a divine whip. The barbaric wind beast had always been using its wind energy to attack. Its energy was located within its Nidin. In addition, its scales also possessed a terrifying amount of energy. However, its strongest attacking tool was its tail. Even before it arrived, it had already caused the air to explode, and its terrifying pressure made it so Han Tianfeng could barely even move a finger. In the face of that terrifying blow, Han Tianfeng was shocked. He was also infuriated, especially when he saw that baby masked fellow just clapping his hands as if watching a play. Seeing this attack arriving, Han Tianfeng was unable to even dodge. He clenched his teeth and took out another ancient talisman. "Little brat, you better wait. I'll fucking kill you." Just before the barbaric wind beast's tail was about to reach him, Han Tianfeng crushed the talisman in his hand, instantly disappearing from Long Chen's eyes. The scenery in front of Han Tianfeng changed. He appeared atop a large mountain. He hastily took out a map and compared it to the surroundings. A furious roar rang out. "Bastard, you're definitely dead." In that moment of crisis, he had activated an extremely precious random teleportation talisman. They were all life-saving treasures. He only had possessed 2 of them. One of them was a close-range teleportation talisman, while the other was a long-range teleportation talisman. Once such talismans were crushed, they would instantly teleport you to a location a set distance from where you activated it. The close-range teleportation talisman had a range of around 3,000 miles. As for which direction, that was up to luck. As for the long-range teleportation talisman, it had a range of greater than 30,000 miles. He had originally been planning on using the short-range teleportation talisman. However, in his panic, he had ended up taking out the wrong one. From looking at the map, he realized he was currently around 40,000 miles from the Misty Mountain valleys. Even if he rushed back at his full speed, it would still require several days from him to make it back there. More importantly, this was the Julie secret realm, and it was filled with countless dangers. He was unable to rush around so brazenly, and if he were to travel carefully, then it would take over a month for him to reach the Misty Mountains valleys again. By that time, it would be far too late. He had been planning on using the short-range teleportation talisman, which should have allowed him to return to the Misty Mountain valleys quickly. Perhaps he could have guarded the outside to wait for that fellow to come out, or perhaps gather some sort of benefits. In any case, he would have been able to do something. But now there was nothing he could do. He wouldn't be able to obtain any treasure, and 2 of his recently acquired loyal followers had died. The most infuriating thing was that he had no idea who had done this. Once I find out who you are, I'll definitely tear you apart piece by piece." Han Tianfeng looked up at the sky and let out a furious roar. The fury in his voice seemed to be enough to set a mountain aflame, and his handsome features were twisted into a malevolent expression. While Han Tianfeng was releasing all his fury, feeling as if he might explode, Long Chen was stunned by Han Tianfeng's shocking methods. That ground beetle really does have money. He even had a teleportation talisman. Teleportation talismans were not ordinary talismans. They required a talisman grandmaster who was above the Shantian realm in order to be created. Creating talismans was similar to alchemy in that different talismans had different difficulty levels to create. Talisman experts all hated creating teleportation talismans the most. One reason was because of the high failure rate, while the other reason was that it required an incredibly high level of spiritual strength. Thus, teleportation talismans were something that couldn't necessarily be bought with just money. In any case, Long Chen had heard that the cheapest teleportation talismans were sold for at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. In fact, some were priced in the 100,000s. To the poor, pauper Long Chen, he didn't even bother finding out the exact price, as he was afraid it would give him too big of a blow. This was the first time Long Chen encountered someone using teleportation talismans. Along with his shock, he also felt a kind of injustice, as if all the good stuff in the world had been taken away by pigs. Since Han Tianfeng had disappeared, the barbaric wind beast's tail ended up smashing into the small mountain. The mountain was like a bamboo shoot that had been severed, and it was sent flying at Long Chen. He was delighted. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He shot into the air, placing a large hand on the flying mountain. All of Long Chen's spiritual strength flowed out, and this small mountain that was formed of countless wind spirit stones disappeared in midair. If Long Chen had been by himself, then absorbing such a mountain would definitely have been almost impossible without more work. However, now that it had been severed and was in midair, he used the same principle as he used back when he had gathered the forging table from the ancient tomb. This was much easier, and yet, even so, Long Chen felt the majority of his vast spiritual strength disappear in order to absorb this huge entity. A slight pain filled his head. However, in any case, he had at least managed to gather the treasure. Having obtained all these wind spirit stones, Long Chen had no choice but to thank the corrupt chosen he had killed previously. Long Chen hadn't possessed such a large spatial ring as he had. But from the corrupt chosen, he had obtained a spatial ring that possessed a space of a cubic mile. After obtaining that small mountain, Long Chen didn't tarry any longer. He immediately scampered away. The misty mountain valleys no longer held anything that was worth him sticking around. However, Long Chen might want to leave with his happy memories of this place, but the barbaric wind beast wasn't so willing to let him. It let out a furious roar, and it suddenly shot at Long Chen. Terrifying spheres of wind blades constantly destroyed the mountains around him. Long Chen was fleeing miserably, constantly dodging. This was the first time Long Chen began to feel some gratefulness to the corrupt path. If it hadn't been for Gui Sha, then without the agility and speed of the netherworld ghost steps, he would have long since been eaten alive. A marker. Long Chen suddenly sensed one of the spirit guide pills he had buried and began rushing in that direction. Long Chen rushed as fast as he could while dodging the barbaric wind beast's attacks. He didn't dare be the slightest bit careless, as it was too terrifying. If he was struck, he would definitely be at least heavily injured, if not dead. The netherworld ghost steps was an extremely exquisite technique, and it was at an especially high level when it came to sudden changes in direction. He was like a phantom, and was saved by this technique several times. Suddenly, light appeared in front of him, and the mist began to fade. Long Chen no longer needed to rely on his divine sense to see his surroundings. Now that he had left the mountain valleys, Long Chen began to take larger strides, speeding along like a bolt of lightning, appearing 100 miles away in just an instant. Who is that? What terrifying speed! He's wearing a mask, so I can't tell. Heavens! Did he just come out of the misty mountain valleys? There were some people in the vicinity who caught a glimpse of this masked man rushing out from within the misty mountain valleys. But wasn't it said that if you entered the misty mountain valleys, you would never be able to leave? The ground began to rumble, the mountain valleys swaying intensely as if there was an earthquake. All their expressions changed. A powerful wind shot out, and a huge figure rushed out, chasing after Long Chen, crossing dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. All of them turned lifeless. After a long moment, someone rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he had just seen. Just who was that? In a single breath, Long Chen crossed 1,000 miles. He had already pushed his speed to his peak, but the barbaric wind beast behind him was still drawing ever closer. This time it's really troublesome. Long Chen began to swear inside. Sure enough, a person couldn't be too greedy. If he had fled as the barbaric wind beast had attacked Han Tianfeng, he would have long since strutted away from it. Just as Long Chen was racking his brain for ideas on how to escape the giant monster behind him, Little Snow's voice rang out within his spiritual space. Chapter 351 Speed and Enthusiasm. Haha, Little Snow, you really are getting smarter and smarter. Little Snow had used his spiritual strength to suggest a method to get away, and this method instantly elevated Long Chen's mood. At the same time, he was amazed by Little Snow's intelligence. Even higher-ranking magical beasts only possessed a simple intelligence. They were definitely not so smart. Magical beasts were inherently brutal and bloodthirsty. They mostly acted only on instinct without ever thinking anything through. There were only a small portion of them with gentler temperaments. However, the Scarlet Flame Snow Wolves were not in that category. Little Snow was very close to Long Chen emotionally, and he rarely ever expressed his own desires. He always listened to what Long Chen told him. However, surprisingly, Little Snow's intelligence had clearly risen after advancing to the 4th rank, and he was able to think of ways to help Long Chen. An example would be how he had helped Long Chen absorb the wind spirit crystal into his spiritual space. If Little Snow hadn't suggested that, Long Chen wouldn't have thought of it. The highest level a Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf had ever reached was the peak of the 3rd rank. Long Chen had never heard of a magical beast that was able to step over the barriers of their inherited bloodline. However, Little Snow's body had been changed by the spirit world expert. Later, Long Chen had then refined a Shantian blood essence pill to further transform his body. Such opportunities were incredibly rare, and they had finally allowed Little Snow to break out of his shackles and become a mutated Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. Ignoring the increase of his power, just the increase in Little Snow's intelligence made it so he wouldn't be inferior to any human. Long Chen was still fleeing with all his might, while behind him was the barbaric wind beast that was as large as a mountain. Its scaled body was tight on his heels. The two of them had both reached their top speed now. However, Long Chen was unable to control wind energy. At this speed, the powerful air resistance slowed him down greatly. As Long Chen fled, a line of dust rose wherever he passed, looking like a huge dragon speeding along, appearing incredibly spectacular. But the barbaric wind beast was still drawing closer. When it was 10 miles away, it slowly opened its mouth, and a huge sphere made of wind energy began to condense. Long Chen had been using his spiritual strength to keep track of every single one of the barbaric wind beast's movements. When it opened its mouth, its scales all flashed with light, and a terrifying wind energy surged towards its mouth. That sphere was originally just the size of a fist, but as the energy contained within its scales was added in, it quickly grew, becoming several meters wide. A terrifying pressure caused space to tremble. Now, Long Chen suddenly circulated his spiritual strength and summoned Little Snow out of his spiritual space. Before Little Snow had even landed on the ground, a huge wind blade shot out of his mouth at the sphere in the barbaric wind beast's mouth. That sphere had just reached its energy saturation point and had been just about to shoot out when Little Snow's wind blade struck it. It was like explosives had been set off. Little Snow's wind blade was the trigger which caused the barbaric wind beast's attack to explode in its own mouth. Even the void seemed as if it might erupt. The barbaric wind beast was unable to keep running and ended up tumbling across the ground while letting out pained roars. Nice job, Little Snow. This attack could be described as being perfect. This was all according to Little Snow's plan, and this one attack was extremely effective. This had been even more effective than the explosive talisman Han Tianfeng had used previously. Little Snow roared a reply, and Long Chen rubbed Little Snow with his hand. Wind energy brought Long Chen flying atop Little Snow's back, and Little Snow shot off into the distance. Little Snow had only just shot off when the barbaric wind beast let out a heaven-shaking roar and once more chased after them. However, this time Long Chen could see blood dripping out of its mouth. In fact, its mouth had been blown open by that attack, and he could even see its two frightening fangs that were several meters long. It really is attached to us, sighed Long Chen. But with Little Snow taking Long Chen's place to run, it gave him some time to rest. He just needed to keep watch over the barbaric wind beast's attacks. Little Snow was not at all slower than Long Chen's top speed. More importantly, Little Snow was specialized in running long distances and had much greater endurance than Long Chen. His speed wouldn't necessarily decline even after running for a full month. If Little Snow hadn't been heavily injured before, then Yin Luo would not have been able to catch up to him with his speed. Now that Little Snow's injuries were all healed, the two of them no longer had to have any misgivings. They were crazily rushing forward, the wind whistling around them. However, the air resistance no longer posed any trouble. I actually forgot that Little Snow is also a wind attribute magical beast. Then that wind spirit crystal should be of great assistance to him. Only now did Long Chen recall that as a wind attribute magical beast, Little Snow had an innate control over wind energy. Thinking of the mountain full of wind spirit stones in his spatial ring and that wind spirit crystal in his spiritual space, Long Chen's smile threatened to split his face apart. As I thought, greed is the greatest motivation for humanity to advance. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. Now it seemed he had tossed out the bit of wisdom that said a person couldn't be too greedy. The more daring a person was, the greater gains they could make. Courage was money. As I thought, a person should be humane. A good person gets good rewards. I've finally learned how to have a humane heart. Holding a wind spirit stone in his hand and sensing the pure wind energy coming from it, he had an infatuated expression. If his words were to be heard by Zhao Mingxian or the other chosen, they would definitely have to come back as ghosts to get their revenge on him. Two powerful chosen had died without even knowing how, all because he had repaid enmity with kindness. 2 hours passed. They had traveled thousands of miles, but that barbaric wind beast was still close behind them. It didn't show the slightest signs of exhaustion. However, what both gratified and disappointed Long Chen was that it no longer opened its mouth to attack and simply followed along. It would only occasionally let out an angry roar. If it decided to foolishly attack a couple more times, then with Little Snow's assistance, he could definitely toy this powerful beast to death. But the barbaric wind beast was smarter than that. Obviously, by not attacking, it was planning on making this a battle of attrition. It was healing its injuries while chasing. Furthermore, it possessed an enormous amount of wind energy, and so it wasn't at all afraid of getting tired. Ow! Little Snow shot past 2 mountains ranges, his speed increasing even more. Haha, I know you won't lose to it. You're always the best. Long Chen lightly patted Little Snow's back. Funnily enough, Little Snow usually had the temperament of a cute child and was extremely competitive. Little Snow, don't push yourself too hard. That beast has a vast amount of energy. We'll have to prepare for a battle of endurance, warned Long Chen. Long Chen noticed that the terrain was changing. There were more and more mountain ranges, and the short underbrush was growing taller. He also saw tracks of other magical beasts. In other words, as they continued forward, they were very likely to enter the territories of other magical beasts. If they went too fast and ran into them, then if they were of a similar ranking to Little Snow, they might take the initiative to fight with them to protect their territories. But then if they kept the pace a bit slower and maintained a distance of around 5 to 10 miles from the barbaric wind beast, then its terrifying aura would make it so that other magical beasts wouldn't even dare take a look. Long Chen was sitting on Little Snow's back as they rushed along. On the way, they ran into quite a few cultivators who were searching for various treasures or opportunities. But when they saw Long Chen, Little Snow, as well as that huge mountain-like barbaric wind beast behind them, they all turned to stone. The terrifying pressure coming from the barbaric wind beast chilled them to their bones. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, they still felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. Just who is that? Is he playing with his life? How could he provoke a 5th-rank magical beast? None of them had recognized the barbaric wind beast, but they could all tell its rank from the pressure coming from its body. He's wearing a baby mask. When did the righteous disciples start acting like this? A corrupt favored looked on in amazement from a distance. The beaming smile on that baby mask made people feel like this person was definitely just playing around. But to play around with a 5th-rank magical beast, he was definitely playing with his life. As Long Chen and Little Snow were rushing along, a large figure appeared ahead of them. That was a 3-horned monster yak. Its body was around 100 meters long, and it emitted a much stronger pressure than Little Snow. However, once it looked in Little Snow's direction, it began to flee for its life. It would be more accurate to say that it had seen the barbaric wind beast behind Little Snow. It didn't even care about its lair, instead immediately running. Follow it, Little Snow. We need a little bit more enthusiasm here. Let's make this more lively for everyone. Under Long Chen's directions, the magical beasts in this area all fled from their lairs. Long Chen brought the barbaric wind beast running all around, alarming all the magical beasts that were hiding within their territories. They all began to flee like stray dogs. The distant experts watching this were all stupefied. The startled magical beasts were running in all directions, scaring these disciples into also fleeing frantically. Little Snow, do you feel a kind of high-spirited, excited feeling? Seeing those beasts, all with their own powerful auras, being sent scattering over the hills because of the two of them, Long Chen involuntarily felt some pride. Hee, as long as you like it. It really is too refreshing. Long Chen laughed heartily. In any case, the barbaric wind beast didn't dare attack anymore, and so they were temporarily safe. As they were rushing along, Long Chen suddenly saw a familiar figure standing in the mountains. Chapter 352. Only I, Mo Nian, will rise to glory. That person was tall and sturdy, looking like an iron pagoda. Not a single hair grew on his head. Even though he was standing in a mountain forest, his head was like a shining full moon. Ji Yu Yang. Long Chen smiled. He now ran into another familiar face other than Guo Ran. He was gratified to see that Ji Yu Yang was now emitting a powerful aura. A kind of Dao charm seemed to circulate around him. Hee, this little fellow's not bad. He's become a favorite. That aura coming from Ji Yu Yang's body was unmistakable. However, Long Chen didn't know just whose Dao mark he had seized. But Long Chen was happy to see that Ji Yu Yang was now holding a golden spear, the same golden spear that had been taken from him by that fellow from the 36th monastery. Currently, Ji Yu Yang was hiding in the distance, looking in Long Chen's direction with horror. The barbaric wind beast's pressure made him feel like he couldn't even move, and a cold chill reached deep into his bones. That man in white-colored wolf running ahead of it looked to be almost herding a large group of 3rd to 4th rank magical beasts, scaring him witless. Looking at that snow-white beast, Ji Yu Yang naturally felt it was familiar. However, he didn't know Little Snow had advanced to the 4th rank, and so he only felt it was somewhat familiar. The other thing he felt was familiar was that masked man's figure. An unyielding arrogance came from that body, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it felt to him. However, he couldn't be sure. Hey, little fellow, why are you staring at me like that? Anyway, I like your hairstyle, so I'll bestow this thing to you. Ji Yuyong was stunned, just foolishly watching. Long Chen laughed and threw a wind spirit stone over to him. Hearing that voice, Ji Yuyong immediately recognized this person had to be Long Chen. Catching the wind spirit stone, he saw that Long Chen had already rushed off with his large army of magical beasts. Boss hasn't died. Ji Yuyong excitedly clenched the wind spirit stone. Other than the photographic jade of Long Chen killing a woman, Ji Yuyong had also seen one of Long Chen being chased by Yin Luo. Although that photographic jade had been recorded from a great distance, Ji Yuyong had clearly recognized the two of them. The majority of people all felt that the person being chased had definitely died. Although Ji Yuyong had confidence in Long Chen, he was still only in the blood condensation realm, so he couldn't help worrying. However, after hearing Long Chen's voice, he naturally recognized him. Furthermore, who else but Long Chen would just throw over a treasure to him? The main point that proved Long Chen's identity was the fact that Ji Yuyong knew no one else who would do something so crazy. Who would possibly decide to play by running around with a terrifying 5th-rank magical beast? The fact that Long Chen was in good health caused his confidence to multiply. Watching as Long Chen disappeared into the distance, Ji Yuyong also continued on his own adventure. Seeing that Ji Yuyong was fine also greatly improved Long Chen's mood. Danger was omnipresent within the Julie secret realm. Any one of them could die at any moment. To be able to see one of his fellow disciples was one of the greatest possible boosts to his morale. He felt even more enthusiasm to get going. Mush, mush. Long Chen was constantly urging the magical beasts to continue fleeing. Billowing smoke sprang up for thousands of miles wherever Long Chen went. The distant spectators were all stunned. Who is this person? How is he so terrifying? Instead of searching for treasures, he decided to squander his time like this. If that monster behind him catches up, wouldn't he just be forfeiting his life? Some people shook their heads, not understanding what this person was doing. A group of distant corrupt disciples were being led by a chosen. They icily watched. HMPH, the righteous path's idiocy really is limitless. Just because they have a fast mount, they have the energy to do something like this. I bet this guy will play himself to death soon. Senior apprentice brother G is right. The righteous path is just a pack of idiots. Whenever they see us, they're like mice that have seen cats. Cowards. Another corrupt expert immediately agreed with that surnamed G chosen. Only our corrupt path's men are interesting. The righteous path's idiots are all impressive looking, but absolutely trash good for nothings. An enchanting woman was holding the chosen's arm coyishly. Hey, what's going on? Those magical beasts are coincidentally coming our way. Someone let out a startled cry. Sheet, that's not a coincidence. He's purposely herding them towards us. Run. The corrupt chosen looked down disdainfully on Long Chen and led his group away. In truth, Long Chen wasn't trying to just play around with these magical beasts. He was hoping he could draw out a magical beast on the same level as the barbaric wind beast. Then he would have a high chance of escaping. Magical beasts were all very sensitive towards their territories. That was because their territories contained what they relied on in order to survive. Whenever other magical beasts dared step into their territory, they would go all out to kill them. That was especially true of magical beasts that were the same rank as them. They would assume they had come to steal their treasures, and so they would fight with their lives on the line. If Long Chen could lead this group of magical beasts into the territory of a magical beast on the same level of the barbaric wind beast, then that magical beast would definitely ignore these small fries and focus on the barbaric wind beast. Then Long Chen could run away safely. But he was disappointed that the strongest magical beast he had run into was only a blue-spotted storm leopard at the peak of the 4th rank. At the beginning, that beast had come out extremely arrogantly to face off against Little Snow. But then it had seen the barbaric wind beast. Against Little Snow, it had puffed up its body arrogantly in order to scare him off. But then this immoral beast had gone from a tiger to a kitten and immediately turned to flee. That had angered Long Chen so much that he had directly cursed it. With just that little courage, how could it be considered a magical beast? What happened to its tyrannical nature? Not a single magical beast he ran into dared to bark out a single sound in the face of the barbaric wind beast. They had all fled with their tails tucked between their legs. Long Chen had wandered a whole loop without finding any opportunity to escape. Just as he had been looking around for a way to shake off the barbaric wind beast, he had suddenly noticed a group wearing corrupt path robes. He had seen them pointing at him disdainfully. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, just looking at their idiotic expressions, he could tell they weren't saying anything good. He had already been holding back a stomach full of fire. Now seeing there were people who were actually provoking him, and that they were from the corrupt path, how could Long Chen overlook them? He guided his army of magical beasts to charge at them. The funny thing to Long Chen was that those idiots actually hadn't realized his intentions and had continued pointing at him. Only when they were under 100 miles away did their expressions change and they began to flee for their lives. However, they had clearly underestimated these magical beasts' speed. Not everyone possessed Long Chen's speed. If Long Chen hadn't trained in the netherworld ghost steps, he also wouldn't be able to run faster than these four-leggers. A miserable scream rang out as a corrupt disciple was hit by a tusked porcupine, instantly turning into a bloody mist. These magical beasts didn't go out of their way to kill these corrupt disciples. They were focused on fleeing from the barbaric wind beast, and they only attacked when one of them ended up getting in their way. "Save me!" Miserable screams continued to ring out. At this point, there were hundreds of magical beasts in Long Chen's army. They surged out like the tide, and the ground for hundreds of miles was constantly trembling. Suddenly, a woman's blood-curdling shriek rang through the air. The enchanting woman that had been by the corrupt chosen's side had been pierced through by the leg of a huge spider. That spider had to be the size of a house, and its leg's sharp end was like a small pillar, almost causing her body to split into two pieces. She was a favored with a powerful cultivation base. She had a tenacious life force, and she didn't instantly die. But that wasn't necessarily fortunate. In fact, it could be considered extremely unfortunate, as that spider's leg had many sharp barbs. Once she was pierced through, she continued to stay on the leg and was unable to free herself. Following the spider's frantic fleeing, she was constantly flung up and down, causing her to vomit blood over and over. "Senior apprentice Brother Ji, save me!" That woman used her last strength to cry out to the corrupt chosen who was fleeing. As long as he returned and cut off its leg, then since she was a powerful favored, she would still have a chance to survive. Unfortunately, that corrupt chosen, the one who was a true man in her eyes, seemed to have gone deaf and ignored her plea. As that spider continued running, she was finally unable to endure any longer and her body broke apart. After that stampede of magical beasts, their group of over 30 corrupt disciples now only had 9 people who managed to avoid getting hit by any magical beasts. This time, they had truly taken heavy losses. One reason was that those magical beasts had turned towards them too suddenly and they hadn't been prepared. The other reason was that these magical beasts were too huge, and so it was extremely difficult to dodge them. "You goddamn righteous brat, if you have the guts then take off your mask and tell us your name." The corrupt chosen had escaped from the range of the magical beasts, his expression exceedingly ugly. He roared at the distant Long Chen. "Are you talking to me? You don't have the qualifications to see my true face. However, I can let you know my name. Stand firm. Don't piss your pants once you hear my amazing name." As Long Chen continued driving the magical beasts forward, he also stood up and raised his left hand high into the air, taking an extremely eye-catching pose. A certain person popped up in his head, and he smiled. His voice contained a special cadence, and also contained a disdainful will that looked down on the 9 heavens. Long Chen's voice rang out loud and clear, and those hidden experts within thousands of miles heard it. "Hee, Mo Nian, don't you like being in the spotlight? Your brother will help you. There's no need to thank me." Long Chen laughed. This time Mo Nian's name would definitely rise to glory. Ignoring how many people heard him, Long Chen continued driving the magical beasts forward. However, Long Chen's luck really was so lacking that it was heaven-defying. Even after 3 days of travel, he hadn't run into anything that dared face off against the barbaric wind beast. Just as he was starting to get anxious, he saw a tranquil lake ahead and celebrated. Abandoning his army of magical beasts, he urged Little Snow over to that lake. Chapter 353 Forest of Darkness. The lake was 3,000 miles wide and flat as a mirror. As soon as he caught sight of it, Long Chen urged Little Snow in its direction. Little Snow was extremely fast, and those thousands of miles were traversed in just a short time. Hide in the spiritual space for a moment. Long Chen activated his spiritual strength to return Little Snow to his spiritual space. Glancing back at the barbaric wind beast, he laughed mischievously. "This little chase of ours is over. I'll definitely remember you, and hopefully we'll meet again." Long Chen cupped his fists in its direction and leapt into the lake, rapidly swimming to the bottom. The lake was extremely deep, almost like an abyss, and just a few dozen meters from the shore, the water level reached a depth of hundreds of meters. Suddenly, the water trembled and Long Chen felt a powerful undercurrent rushing towards him, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. He hastily swam further. He could hear the barbaric wind beast's angry roar. Long Chen knew that it was currently attacking the lake. Long Chen followed the undercurrent all the way to the center of the lake. More and more undercurrents shot out around him, most likely created by wind blades from the barbaric wind beast. However, the lake water was obstructing most of that attacking power. Other than the first few being a bit uncomfortable to Long Chen, the rest weren't able to pose any threat to him once he was deeper. At the center of the lake, the depth had reached a terrifying 3,000 meters. The water pressure was strong, but it didn't pose any danger to Long Chen. Just like that, Long Chen hid in a crack at the bottom of the lake, using his divine sense to keep track of the activity above water. At the beginning, the lake water had been constantly shaking, with countless fish being killed by the impacts. However, those impacts were unable to threaten him. The crazy bombardment continued for 2 hours before gradually pausing. Perhaps the barbaric wind beast had already left. Long Chen bitterly endured for a full day at the bottom of the lake before swimming back up to the surface. When he was about to reach the surface, he saw there were countless fish that were dead, floating on the surface. Many of them were species that Long Chen didn't recognize. Evildoer, killing the innocent, and then shamelessly wasting it all. If only Wild were here. Long Chen stealthily stuck his head out from the crowd of dead fish, when the air suddenly shook. Sheet. Long Chen hastily dived back into the water. A huge wind blade shot through the water. Even though Long Chen had reacted quickly, he had only reached a depth of 30 meters before a terrifying wave of energy struck him. It was as if a hammer had smashed him, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a strange energy struck his head. He became incredibly dizzy, and almost directly fainted. Long Chen was horrified. He endured the intense pain in his head and continued swimming downwards. Continuous explosions rang out and Long Chen's head continued to buzz. He felt like his head might split apart. Fuck, now I know how those fish died. They weren't killed by direct hits, but by the vibrations of the water from its attacks. Long Chen once more reached the bottom of the lake, feeling like his head might split open. This time it had really been too dangerous. If he had lost consciousness, it would have been all too likely for him to have died. This is no solution. The barbaric wind beast wants to kill me and definitely won't leave this place. I have to think of a way to get out of here. He began to swim over to the other shore. The part of the shore he chose to go to was like a steep cliff. It was still extremely deep here, and as long as he didn't swim up, he still wouldn't be noticed. However, Long Chen didn't dare climb ashore. The lake might be 3,000 miles wide, but that distance was nothing to the terrifying barbaric wind beast. With its speed and its control over wind energy, it would easily be able to run across the water. These 3,000 miles were no obstruction to it. I guess I can only use this clumsy method. Long Chen's spiritual strength spread out and a golden page appeared in front of him. He began to cut through the rock. He wanted to cut a tunnel that stretched far away enough from here that it was out of the barbaric wind beast's line of sight. Although this method was a bit clumsy, Long Chen was unable to think of a better solution. It wasn't as if he could try to compete in terms of patience. Magical beasts had shocking lifespans. A year was nothing to them. However, Long Chen would be killed if he waited a whole year. So he didn't dare compete with it in terms of patience. He still needed to go looking for more opportunities for himself. He could sense that the mysterious feeling of something summoning him was growing more intense. That should be the greatest opportunity for him. He had no idea what this golden page was made of. It was thin as paper, but when he used spiritual strength to control it, it was capable of piercing iron like it was mud. Its sharpness was terrifying. The golden page cut through this rock like a sharp blade cutting through tofu. In just a couple of breaths' time, a channel thick enough for him had been cut into the rock. Long Chen did this all very carefully. He replaced the rock behind him as he went. If he made too big of a movement, then it would be noticed by the barbaric wind beast. However, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that after he had excavated just a couple hundred meters, he actually managed to connect to a natural underground cave. And the best thing about it was that he could feel wind within the cave. In other words, this cave had to be connected to the surface. He sensed the wind and began walking with the wind. Generally, it was colder underground than the surface, so the wind would usually blow from underground to the surface. In less than 6 hours of wandering underground, Long Chen finally saw light ahead. He was filled with an incomparable sensation of freedom. He carefully went to the edge of the cave and used his divine sense to scout the surroundings. Only when Long Chen confirmed this wasn't near the lake did he dare walk out. He realized he had come out from halfway up a mountain. He hastily concealed his aura and snuck his way to the top of the mountain. As he had expected, he hadn't gone far. From the top of the mountain, he could see the lake that was now over 200 miles away. The barbaric wind beast was still closely staring into the lake. Hee, just keep guarding here. I'll be leaving first. Although Long Chen knew he no longer needed to be so careful here, he had truly been scared by the barbaric wind beast. He carefully crept away. Only when he was 2 mountains further away did he finally relax. Over these past few days of being chased by the barbaric wind beast, Long Chen might have appeared relaxed, but in truth, his nerves had been constantly stretched taut. Even now that he had shaken off the barbaric wind beast, he still almost felt like its huge head would come up from behind and swallow him at any moment. Being chased by a terrifying 5th-rank magical beast was practically a nightmare. If it had been any other person, then even if they managed to survive after being chased for that long, they probably would have had a mental collapse. Now that he was further away, Long Chen began to increase his speed. When he was finally tens of thousands of miles away, he finally allowed himself to completely relax. He found a hidden area to rest. His mental strain far surpassed the exhaustion of his body. Long Chen found a cave and summoned out Little Snow. With Little Snow guarding him, he slept deeply while lying on Little Snow's side. Even tendon transformation experts needed to sleep. That allowed them to relax in the face of the pressure they were under. Long Chen slept soundly for 3 whole days before finally opening his eyes, feeling completely refreshed. Little Snow, enter the spiritual space. We'll work together to make it bigger. Long Chen needed to increase the size of his spiritual space. Originally, 3,000 meters was more than enough for Little Snow. But with the addition of the wind spirit crystal, there were now terrifying gales surging around in his spiritual space. Although there were no signs that it would cause the spiritual space to collapse for the moment, it was possible that it would pose a threat in the future. So now that he had escaped from the barbaric wind beast's chase, Long Chen was planning on settling this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to put his heart at ease. Once he put Little Snow in his spiritual space, Long Chen used his spiritual strength to communicate with him. I want to increase the size of the spiritual space. I'll be using the wind spirit crystal's energy to evenly expand it. Little Snow, you do your best to try to spread the wind spirit crystal's energy evenly throughout the space. Long Chen nodded. Little Snow was still growing smarter. He was easily on the level of a human, and capable of comprehending such things. I'm starting. Don't be nervous. Long Chen took a deep breath. His mind-sea shook, and his spiritual strength began to circulate. Within Long Chen's boundless mind-sea, there was a small sphere that was practically just a speck of dust in this space. That was his spiritual space. Ordinary cultivators were unable to expand their spiritual space. They would normally have to destroy the original one to create a brand new spiritual space. As a person's spiritual strength grew stronger, it would allow them to create larger and more stable spiritual spaces. However, it would exhaust far more time. It could easily take months. Long Chen didn't have that much time. So Long Chen was planning on loosening the restrictions of his spiritual space, and then borrowing the wind spirit crystal's energy to slowly expand it like slowly blowing a bubble. In order to do this, there were 2 requirements. One was that there needed to be energy inside the spiritual space that was evenly expanding it. The other was that the owner's spiritual strength had to have reached an abnormal level. Otherwise, there was a risk of the spiritual space exploding. However, this wasn't anything difficult for Long Chen and Little Snow. 3 days later, the spiritual space in Long Chen's mind-sea had reached a width of 30,000 meters. Long Chen gave Little Snow a thumbs up. Little Snow's control had been perfect, and there had been no danger the entire time. Long Chen adjusted himself slightly. He finally took off the baby mask and revealed his face. He would reveal his real face to the world. Although that would draw over countless people wanting to kill him, he had already made his decision. In the future, he would not run from those situations. If you want to kill me, then come. I'll welcome you at any time. Looking at the map, he saw that not far from this place was a forest. A red warning marker was drawn over it. The Forest of Darkness. Long Chen smiled. Forests definitely had various kinds of precious medicinal ingredients. He definitely had to take a look. He began to travel in its direction. After just a couple hundred miles, the vegetation started to become increasingly dense. Suddenly, Long Chen's divine sense noticed 3 figures in an open space, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. I thought I'd have to search everywhere for you. But instead, you appear in front of me like this, hee. Chapter 354. I guess I've finally caught you. The Forest of Darkness was marked in red, indicating it was an extremely dangerous area. It spread for millions of miles, and it was extremely gloomy. Adding on the dense vegetation that concealed all kinds of unknown magical beasts, a person might lose their life there at any moment. The Julie secret realm had several well-known danger areas. The Forest of Darkness was said to be even more dangerous than the Misty Mountain Valleys. That was because the Misty Mountain Valleys were simply filled with a terrifyingly thick mist. As long as you didn't enter deeply into that mist, the danger level wasn't necessarily high. However, the Forest of Darkness was different. It looked like just an ordinary forest, but there were countless vicious beasts and poisonous insects hidden within it. Perhaps a single ant would be able to easily kill a tendon transformation expert. All these fatal threats were hidden in places you couldn't even see. Those threats might come out and take your life at any moment. You could defend against dangers you could see. They weren't dangerous, but the unseen dangers were the most frightening. By the time you realized you were in a perilous situation, you would already be dead. However, the Forest of Darkness was extremely vast, and it was said there were countless relics from ancient times, as well as countless medicinal ingredients. In fact, it was said that there had been people who had obtained an unaging medicine. Once someone consumed it, it was said they would never grow older, allowing them to maintain their youthful appearance. Even up to the day you died, you would never age. That was a treasure countless female cultivators would go mad for. There were also legends that people had obtained heaven-defying treasures that were able to promote the level of a person's spirit root. There were also stories of spirit medicines that were capable of roving around the forest. There were even legends that people had obtained immortal grass. Just a single whiff of it was supposed to allow someone to shed their mortal body. In short, there were all kinds of legends and myths. But even though people knew these legends were exaggerated, they still caused people to go a bit crazy. All the various large sects classified this as one of the top important places of the secret realm. So despite its fearful reputation, there were still countless experts who risked their lives to go there. As for Long Chen, he had only just approached the fringes of the Forest of Darkness when he encountered 3 people. One of them was blocking the other 2 from leaving. I'll say it again, hand over your spatial rings and then scram. Long Chen's eyes began to glow. That person was Zhang Yifan. Previously, back when Yin Luo had chased him down and heavily injured him, it was this bastard who had taken advantage and almost taken his life. If it hadn't been for that mysterious woman, he would have died to him. Facing Zhang Yifan were 2 ordinary core disciples. Long Chen didn't recognize their robes, and so they were probably from some unremarkable small sect. These 2 were completely suppressed by Zhang Yifan's aura. We're all members of the righteous path. You're a powerful chosen, but you're making it hard on us 2 ordinary disciples. Are you not afraid of ruining your reputation? Now that you say that, you're absolutely correct. Then for my reputation, I can only sacrifice the 2 of you. Zhang Yifan suddenly icily shouted and his powerful aura exploded out. A palm smashed towards the 2 of them. These 2 were ordinary core disciples. In front of Zhang Yifan, they were unable to do anything. Just that single palm made them unable to move. They could only watch in horror as Zhang Yifan's palm approached. Bastard, you definitely won't have a good death. In front of that absolute power disparity, the 2 of them were filled with despair. One of them used his full strength just to be able to open his mouth and curse Zhang Yifan. Zhang Yifan sneered, and his palm didn't hesitate. He didn't have any misgivings about killing disciples from smaller sects with no power. He had already killed tens of similar disciples. Furthermore, it seemed even ordinary core disciples had been quite lucky here. Their spatial rings had contained quite a few nice surprises for him. So this was already a habit of his. I'll grant your wish. An extremely unremarkable brick came flying over from an odd angle, smashing into Zhang Yifan's face. Zhang Yifan had never imagined someone would sneak attack him at this time. Furthermore, The brick had come silently from his blind spot. There was no chance for him to block it. Half his face caved in and he vomited a mouthful of blood, his teeth flying through the air. Those two disciples, who had thought they were about to die, suddenly saw a figure flash over like a bolt of lightning, catch the brick, and then twist in midair to once more slam it into Zhang Yifan's face. Zhang Yifan had already been spinning through the air from the first blow. Now his spin was completely reversed, and he once more vomited a mouthful of blood. However, this time, because of his high-speed revolving, it was like red fireworks were shooting out of his mouth. It was a bizarre kind of beauty. Long Chen, although he was spinning through the air rapidly, he was still a chosen. He might be the absolute weakest level of chosen, but he was still far stronger than regular favored, and he managed to recognize Long Chen even through the spinning. "Do you think you can say my name?" Long Chen's brick repeatedly struck Zhang Yifan. The first thing Long Chen did was break his elbows and knees so that he couldn't run. It went without saying that this brick was quite effective. Long Chen could use it just as nimbly as his own fists, and when it was used in close-range combat, it was practically unblockable. Crack! The sounds of Zhang Yifan's bones breaking rang out. Even back when Long Chen had been in the blood condensation realm, he had still been able to completely suppress Zhang Yifan. Now that he was at the tendon transformation, killing Zhang Yifan didn't require any effort. However, killing him like this would be letting him off far too lightly. First Long Chen broke all his limbs, and then he pondered how he should handle this scum. As Long Chen attacked Zhang Yifan, no, it should be as Long Chen played with Zhang Yifan, those two disciples who had escaped death didn't even dare to move. From the very first attack, Zhang Yifan's body had still been floating in the air. The only change was whether he spun clockwise or counterclockwise. Long Chen continuously swung out his brick, almost like he was hitting a spinning top. They were completely stunned. "Hey, what are you two still doing here? The scene will get a bit bloody in a bit, and it wouldn't be good for you to see it." Only when Long Chen finally said something did they react. The two of them took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Long Chen. "We'll remember this favor of saving our lives." "What favor? Hurry up and leave," prompted Long Chen. The two of them glanced at each other. Once more bowing to Long Chen, they turned and rushed away. They were filled with appreciation, and Long Chen's name was deeply carved in their hearts. As for Zhang Yifan, he was beaten into a pulp and was constantly letting out miserable shrieks. His heart was filled with terror. As soon as Long Chen had appeared, he had broken his limbs. He had no idea what method Long Chen was using, but he had severed all the meridians in his limbs. The only thing he could feel was pain. "What are you fucking screaming about? Fuck your granny, don't you like being arrogant? Taking advantage of when I was injured, you wanted to take my life. This time I'll let you know who is your grandpa." Long Chen. Thinking of how he had almost died because of this idiot, his fury completely exploded. If he died to an expert, then fine. But if he died to an idiot like this, then that would really be too vexing. Long Chen alternated which side of Zhang Yifan he hit, making him continuously spin through the air. In fact, Zhang Yifan almost seemed like a professional dancer, continuously dancing gracefully through the air. However, if there wasn't so much blood flying through the air and there weren't so many ghost-like wails, it would look more pleasant. Although Long Chen had an urge to kill him instantly just like this, he held himself back. He wouldn't let him off so easily. Long Chen seemed to be striking him extremely hard, but each one of his blows was controlled extremely precisely. He crazily struck Zhang Yifan's pain nerves while not aiming for any vitals. Zhang Yifan continued to spin through the air while letting out his howls. Finally, after 2 hours, the world returned to calm. It wasn't that Long Chen had gotten tired, nor was it that Zhang Yifan had gotten tired of screaming. Instead, it was because he had fainted. Zhang Yifan no longer looked human. Who knew how many of his bones were broken now? He had been turned into a bloody pulp. Being proficient in the pill path, Long Chen's comprehension of the human body had reached complete perfection. He knew this bastard had fainted because he had gone past his pain threshold. This was an instinctive life-preserving reaction of his body so that he wouldn't die from pain. This idiot, he really is soft. With your morality, you wouldn't even be able to endure 3 bone-eroding needles. Long Chen snorted icily. Zhang Yifan really was trash. His pain tolerance was lower than even ordinary disciples. He took out a bucket from his spatial ring and crushed a medicinal pill, dissolving it in the water. The water immediately turned black as ink. He poured it over Zhang Yifan. An incredibly mournful music once more began to fill the air, a music that caused a person's hair to stand on end. A brick smashed across his face. Long Chen's spiritual qi sealed Zhang Yifan's throat. That sound was too ugly to listen to. Zhang Yifan was temporarily turned into a mute. He was in so much pain that even his eyeballs were about to pop out of his head. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Don't worry, I won't kill you like this. Those were all healing medicines. It'll just hurt a bit is all. Long Chen laughed icily. He picked up Zhang Yifan and rushed forward, looking to find a suitable place to sort him out. Suddenly, Long Chen saw a cave in the distance. More accurately, it should be called a well. It was a stone well that was around 3 meters wide and 300 meters deep. Long Chen thought about it for a moment. He took all the spatial rings Zhang Yifan had. A thought popped into his head to take his clothes as well, however the clothes he had been wearing had been torn to pieces already, so he didn't bother with those rags. He left him essentially clad in some torn threads and a pair of boots. Feeding him another healing pill, he threw him into the well. Little fellow, wait patiently for me at the bottom of the well. If you want to live, then don't try shouting. Otherwise, your qi will explode within your meridians and you'll die. After saying that, Long Chen found a large boulder. Picking it up, he found it was a suitable weight. He used it to seal the well. He then examined the well. He confirmed there were a couple cracks that would make it so Zhang Yifan wouldn't suffocate. Only then was he ready to leave him here. In the future, he could come slowly to put him in order if he had the time. If he didn't have time, then Zhang Yifan could just die in there. Long Chen had just been about to leave when he suddenly sensed someone was staring at him. He turned back and was stunned. Did such coincidences really exist in this world? Chapter 355 Seeing Senior Apprentice Brother Qi again. Brat, what are you hiding? If you're smart, you'll hand it over right now, and I'll spare your life. That man looked to be in his 20s. He was tall and had excellently proportioned facial features, but the unconcealable haughtiness that came from him broke that image. His powerful cultivation base had reached the late tendon transformation realm. However, the more amazing thing about him was that by just standing there, he gave off a heavy pressure. It was a pressure that came from the soul. Seeing that man, Long Chen smiled extremely sincerely. It was always nice to run into old acquaintances. Crap Brother Qi, long time no see. That person was precisely the man who had appeared back in Phoenix Cry when he and Meng Qi had parted ways. Lu Fang'er had called him Senior Apprentice Brother Qi. At that time, Long Chen had still been at Qi condensation, while this Senior Apprentice Brother Qi had been an expert capable of controlling a second-rank magical beast. Once Meng Qi had left, he had attacked Long Chen, wanting to destroy his mind and turn him into an imbecile. It was only because Meng Qi had fortunately told Lu Fang'er to stay behind, just in case of anything unexpected happening, that Long Chen had managed to avoid tragedy. Back then, Long Chen had felt he might explode from fury. He had had no enmity with Senior Apprentice Brother Qi at all. But after just meeting, he had wanted to turn him into an imbecile. At that time, Long Chen had sworn that if he one day ran into Senior Apprentice Brother Qi again, he would definitely turn him into crap Brother Qi. And so when he now ran into him here, Long Chen almost couldn't believe his eyes. This was practically a heavenly gift. You know me. Seeing Long Chen looking at him with delight and surprise, Senior Apprentice Brother Qi was a bit flabbergasted. Hee, of course I know you. My impression of you is extremely deep, laughed Long Chen. Then how come I have no memory of you? Don't try to randomly make up friendships, or it'll make your death even uglier, sneered Senior Apprentice Brother Qi. That was because no matter how Senior Apprentice Brother Qi looked at Long Chen, he felt he was extremely unfamiliar. Should I give you a reminder? Phoenix Cry Empire, Sunset Mountain, Sister Meng Qi. Now do you remember? Long Chen excitedly rubbed his hands. So it was you. Senior Apprentice Brother Qi was a bit startled. He finally remembered that youth who had just been an ant in his eyes. Who would have thought that in just over a year, that youth would have reached this level? He had also reached the Tendon Transformation Realm, and had even entered the Julie Secret Realm. You recognize me now? Hee, looks like we really do have destiny together, said Long Chen excitedly. Destiny, HMPH. Yes, we really do have destiny. Last time I wanted to slaughter you, you little bastard, but Lu Fang'er ruined things. This time let's see where you run, said Senior Apprentice Brother Qi icily. Long Chen became a bit horrified, asking with complete confusion, why would you want to kill me? Brat, I don't care if you're acting or if you're really this stupid. Today, the only path left for you is death. No one can save you, and if you're smart, you'll tell me the truth. Are you really Meng Qi's fiancé? I can give you quick death if you tell me. If you don't, you won't even be able to beg for life, and when you beg for death, it'll become a luxury you can't have. Long Chen nodded. So it really was like this. It seemed back when Meng Qi had come to find him to break off the marriage, others must have known. It was very likely this senior apprentice brother Qi had come especially to dispatch him. However, he had been stopped by Lu Fang'er. Long Chen wondered whether senior apprentice brother Qi had gone to kill him voluntarily or because of someone else's orders. Correct, I am Meng Qi's fiancé. In the future, I will be her man. So what? Long Chen said confidently and righteously. Haha, you want marry junior apprentice sister Meng Qi? What a joke, an idiot like you is really a toad trying to eat swan meat. Senior apprentice brother Qi sneered with ridicule. He continued, in our wind spirit pavilion, junior apprentice sister Meng Qi is practically a fairy. Countless geniuses admire her, and who knows how many chosen level experts would prostrate themselves before her. You, someone at the first heaven stage of tendon transformation, want to marry a person who is a fairy in our eyes. You're really trying to make me laugh to death. But since you told the truth, and also since you made me laugh so much, I'll be generous and give you one chance. Hand over your spatial ring and then kill yourself. You better treasure this opportunity. Long Chen had been planning on learning a couple more things from senior apprentice brother Qi's mouth before attacking. That was because he was afraid that once he started attacking, he wouldn't be able to control his emotions, and he didn't have the ability to make a dead man talk. However, he had underestimated senior apprentice brother Qi's ability to provoke him, and overestimated his ability to restrain himself. Despite doing his best to hold back, his hand didn't listen to him and slapped across senior apprentice brother Qi's haughty face. This slap of his was incredibly ruthless. If senior apprentice brother Qi's cultivation base had not reached the late tendon transformation realm, Long Chen's slap could have possibly taken off his head. Although he had only swung out of reflex and hadn't added any extra strength, it still broke senior apprentice brother Qi's jaw, and all his teeth shot out. Before senior apprentice brother Qi even fell to the ground, Long Chen shot forward and grabbed his head. He then ruthlessly slammed his knee into his nose. Crack! The hair-raising sound of bones breaking rang out, accompanied by senior apprentice brother Qi's scream. He flew high into the air from the force of the blow, blood filling the sky. He flew a beautiful arc through the air before tumbling to the ground. Long Chen didn't dare look at his own hands. Only now did he realize he had involuntarily struck him. Was it that his patience was growing thinner, or that the skills of the idiots around him had grown stronger? He had actually struck without even realizing it. You damn bastard! Senior apprentice brother Qi stood up, his face covered in blood. His own face felt foreign to him. He could clearly feel there was something flowing out from his nose and eyes, but he couldn't feel anything from his skin. Being caught off guard, he, a grand beast tamer, had been injured by such a lowly fellow's sneak attack. Furthermore, this injury was the most humiliating kind, causing his fury to burn. Contract summoning. Senior apprentice brother Qi formed a hand seal in front of him. Space twisted and 3 huge magical beasts appeared in front of him. Long Chen was slightly surprised. 2 of his magical beasts were curved-eyed white tigers, and the third was a rock-scale python. The curved-eyed white tigers were at the peak of the 3rd rank. They were over 30 meters long and their auras were extremely powerful. As for the rock-scale python, it was surprisingly a 4th-rank magical beast and was over 300 meters long. Although it was only at the early 4th rank, that powerful pressure coming from it was comparable to a chosen. No wonder it's said that beast tamers are terrifying existences. Although he's only at the tendon transformation realm, he's able to control a 4th-rank magical beast. 4th-rank magical beasts were equivalent to the bone-forging realm for cultivators. Furthermore, magical beasts had powerful bodies that possessed extraordinary strength and abnormal defense. Ordinary human cultivators were not equal matches for magical beasts of the same rank. Senior apprentice brother Qi was just an above-average beast tamer. And yet, he was still surprisingly able to control a 4th-rank magical beast. Bastard, you dare attack me, a grand beast tamer. Don't even think about getting to die today. I'll tear out your soul and burn it for 100 years first. Senior apprentice brother Qi's face had caved in, especially his nose, and it made him appear exceptionally sinister. He wanted to clench his teeth as he said this, but he was unable to. His jaw was broken, and his words were extremely unclear. Hearing him speak, Long Chen's head buzzed, and he almost lost control and involuntarily struck him again. Senior apprentice Brother Qi was really just too strong. With just a couple words, he was almost able to provoke Long Chen into impetuously attacking him without hesitation. Go! Senior apprentice Brother Qi swallowed a healing pill. His unclear voice ordered his magical beasts to attack Long Chen. The three magical beasts immediately roared and charged at him. Little Snow, kill them all. Long Chen didn't say much. He directly summoned out Little Snow. That was because he didn't dare personally attack, as he was afraid of losing control. The instant Little Snow appeared, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. His white hair stood on end, and a powerful pressure shot out. Those third-rank magical beasts instantly turned sluggish from Little Snow's pressure. Fights between magical beasts were extremely direct, and different from fights between cultivators. Other than some poisonous magical beasts, it was mostly whoever possessed a more powerful pressure that would be able to suppress their opponents. That kind of pressure was strictly based on rank. If their rank was lower than their opponent, an uncontrollable terror would well up within them. So as soon as Little Snow released his aura, those third-rank magical beasts were suppressed. Even the fourth-rank python was suppressed. Suddenly, space buzzed as Little Snow spat out a huge wind blade. It was like a divine blade cutting apart the sky, slashing towards the three magical beasts. What was inconceivable to Long Chen was that the two curved-eyed white tigers were clearly filled with terror and despair, but they didn't dodge. Long Chen was unaware of just how strict the ranking suppression was in the magical beast world. A fourth-rank magical beast possessed an absolute suppression towards third-rank magical beasts. For example, back when Long Chen had brought the barbaric wind beast running around, he had run into quite a few magical beasts that were at the peak of the fourth rank. But as soon as they had seen the barbaric wind beast, they had almost pissed themselves and fled for their lives. These two curved-eyes white tigers didn't even have the ability to dodge. They were directly cut in two, their blood filling the sky. As for the python, it coiled around itself and used its powerful defensive ability to block Little Snow's attack. And yet, Little Snow's attack was not so easy to block. It was sent flying by the wind blade, and a huge portion of its scales fell to the ground, its blood spraying everywhere. A mutated magical beast, Senior Apprentice Brother Qi ignored his own injuries to look at Little Snow in shock. As a beast tamer, he could easily recognize Little Snow's status. And it was because he recognized his status that he was so shocked. Other than in legends of mutated magical beasts, he had never heard of a magical beast that was capable of breaking through the restrictions of its bloodline. A mutated magical beast had not appeared in tens of thousands of years. But now, one had appeared in front of him. Greed appeared in his eyes. If he could obtain a mutated magical beast, then with his special techniques to raise it, it would definitely become a terrifying existence in the future. You can die now, you brat. This scarlet flame snow wolf is mine. Senior Apprentice Brother Qi roared. A huge spiritual arrow appeared between his hands and shot out at Long Chen. Chapter 356 Violet Lightning Spear. This scarlet flame snow wolf is mine. Senior Apprentice Brother Qi shot out a huge spiritual arrow at Long Chen. This was something made of spiritual strength, and it appeared like water in the air. This was a soul art that took incorporeal spiritual strength and turned it into a tangible attack. The reason beast tamers were powerful wasn't just because of their powerful housepets. Their spiritual attacks were also terrifying. This spiritual arrow was 3 meters long, appearing like a translucent spear that stabbed at Long Chen. Long Chen punched out. His punch contained his powerful will, and it smashed apart the spiritual arrow. However, although the spiritual arrow's outer form had been destroyed, its spiritual attacking power had not weakened at all. A formless energy surged into Long Chen's forehead. A spiritual attack was specialized in attacking the soul, and outer forces were unable to affect it. It was impossible to use physical strength to block it. That spiritual strength surged into Long Chen, and he immediately felt a burst of intense pain, as if tens of thousands of needles were stabbing into him. He hastily circulated his own spiritual strength to defend. Long Chen had no techniques when it came to how to properly use his powerful soul. He could only use the simplest and crudest defensive method to block the spiritual attack. He involuntarily took a couple steps back, his face slightly pale. Although he had blocked it, he still felt an immense pain. This was the first time Long Chen encountered true spiritual strength attacks. They were extremely terrifying. It was no wonder why senior apprentice Brother Qi, while only being ranked a core disciple in his sect, was still so arrogant. Little Snow was connected to Long Chen's mind and soul, so he immediately roared and attacked senior apprentice Brother Qi when he saw Long Chen was injured. "Come be my housepet." In the face of Little Snow's charge, senior apprentice Brother Qi wasn't the slightest bit afraid. In fact, a fanatical expression appeared on his face and he quickly formed hand seals. "First let me erase your spiritual imprint." Following his hand seals, a bizarre mark appeared in front of him. It shot towards Little Snow and directly landed on his head. However, senior apprentice Brother Qi was shocked to find that there was no reaction at all from Little Snow, and a huge claw smashed down on him. What? There's no spiritual imprint? He had never imagined that Little Snow was a contractless magical beast. His technique was used to erase Long Chen's spiritual imprint. Beast tamers had an understanding of magical beasts that others simply did not possess. If the spiritual imprint of a contracted magical beast was erased, that would be a huge impact on the magical beast's soul, and they would instantly faint. Removing the spiritual imprint in this manner would cause a great deal of harm to a magical beast's soul. A spiritual imprint on a magical beast was like a lock on a door. Only the owner possessed the key. If they wanted to, they could remove their own spiritual imprint and grant a magical beast their freedom. However, the more domineering method to remove that imprint was to use a powerful soul art and barbarically erase it. It was like taking a hatchet and forcibly cutting off the lock of a door. Naturally, that would badly damage the door as well. Senior apprentice Brother Qi had already realized that Long Chen was only a dabbler and not a true beast tamer. He fundamentally didn't understand ways to use spiritual strength. It was unknown just what trick he had used in order to obtain this mutated snow wolf. That was why the first thing he tried was to remove Little Snow's spiritual imprint and make him lose consciousness. Then when he awoke, he would place his own spiritual imprint and make Little Snow his housepet. However, Little Snow didn't have a spiritual imprint, and yet, he had clearly seen Little Snow be summoned out of Long Chen's spiritual space. Before senior apprentice Brother Qi even realized what was going on, Little Snow's claw ruthlessly smashed into him. A shield suddenly appeared in front of senior apprentice Brother Qi's body. That wasn't a physical shield he was holding with his hand, but a shield formed from spiritual strength. It floated in front of his body and blocked Little Snow's attack. Senior apprentice Brother Qi retreated quickly after blocking his attack. He was completely bewildered. "Fine, since you don't have a spiritual imprint, then I'll help you gain one." He once more formed hand seals. This time, his spiritual strength was completely activated, and a strange mark appeared behind him. Long Chen recognized that as a character from ancient times, slave. He wanted to enslave Little Snow. Killing intent surged out of Long Chen. Senior apprentice Brother Qi seemed fanatical as he poured in more spiritual strength. Millions of threads began to shoot out of the slave character, attempting to reach Little Snow. Little Snow instinctively had a bad feeling, and shot backwards. He felt an extremely uneasy sensation when he looked at that character. "Hehe, it's useless. You've been locked onto by my soul so you can't run. Just obediently become my housepet." Senior apprentice Brother Qi smiled sinisterly. Currently, all he was focused on was Little Snow. He didn't even glance at Long Chen. From his previous attack, he could already tell Long Chen's strength. Although Long Chen had a vast spiritual strength, he had no idea how to use it. He could easily kill him whenever. However, he felt that killing Long Chen just like this wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred he had for him, so he was thinking of subduing Little Snow and then using him to kill Long Chen. To die to his own housepet, that was an interesting punishment. And so he chose to ignore Long Chen for now and focus on Little Snow. Now that he was on guard, even if Long Chen wanted to sneak attack him, it would be useless. That was why he was brazen enough to ignore him. Little Snow was panicked. No matter how he dodged, that huge spiritual imprint continued to attempt to trap him. He even tried shooting out a wind blade, but it passed straight through that spiritual imprint as if it were smoke. It was sliced in half, but it quickly reformed. "You can't run." Senior apprentice Brother Qi was watching Little Snow be entrapped by his spiritual imprint with zeal. As a beast tamer, he was an expert at capturing magical beasts. As long as Little Snow was trapped by that spiritual imprint, he would never be able to escape. Just as his spiritual imprint was about to reach Little Snow, a violet bolt of lightning slammed into it. Ah! Senior apprentice Brother Chi immediately screamed mournfully, sounding like a malicious spirit. He clenched his head and crazily rolled on the ground. Long Chen apathetically put down his hand. Just now he had used his thunder force to destroy senior apprentice Brother Chi's spiritual imprint. He had long since heard of the power of beast tamers. If he didn't have his own ways to protect himself, he would have instead instantly killed senior apprentice Brother Chi so that there would have been no way for him to counterattack with his special skills. However, Long Chen had always been curious about the ways beast tamers attacked. That was why he had just been probing senior apprentice Brother Chi's abilities. But that idiot had taken that to mean he was completely helpless and just waiting for death. Long Chen's thunder force was something that came from lightning tribulation. It had an immense suppressive effect against spiritual strength. As for senior apprentice Brother Chi's slave imprint, it was the same as other ordinary spiritual attacks, and it was connected to his soul. That was the only way to use a steady flow of spiritual strength to control the magical beast. That was why Long Chen's attack caused such a heavy backlash to his soul. The amount of pain he was enduring now was 100 times what Long Chen had endured previously. He was feeling so much more pain because he had attacked Long Chen from outside his soul, while Long Chen's attack had destroyed his slave imprint, which immensely impacted his soul from the inside. The pain of the soul was tens of thousands of times greater than physical pain. Senior apprentice Brother Chi was constantly rolling on the floor in suffering. Ow! Little Snow let out an angry roar. Don't bite him. If you kill him in one attack, that'll be letting him off far too lightly. For such a person, you have to play with them with a proper sequence, a good rhythm, and creativity, also you can play them to death. Otherwise, how will you make it up to his parents who raised him while cleaning up his crap and piss? Long Chen shook his head, disagreeing with Little Snow's suggestion. Bastard, what was that? Holding his head, senior apprentice Brother Chi struggled up, doing his best to endure the intense pain coming from his soul. Guess. Long Chen spread out his hands, looking as if it were some secret that couldn't be told to anyone. Just that appearance of his was worthy of needing a spanking. Both of you can die. Senior apprentice Brother Chi roared furiously. He no longer cared about subduing Little Snow as a housepet. The space between his eyebrows split apart and blood flowed out. Blood Soul Spear. A semi-translucent blood-colored spear slowly grew out of his forehead. The instant it appeared, it locked Long Chen and Little Snow in place. Long Chen was shocked. Beast tamers truly were powerful. He had never thought that crap Brother Chi had such a powerful move. Even before it was fully formed, this attack of his had already locked down Long Chen's soul. That powerful spiritual pressure was many times stronger than the previous spiritual arrow. Terror appeared in Little Snow's eyes. Magical beasts had an innate fear of spiritual attacks. That was because magical beasts possessed extremely weak spiritual strength. Although Little Snow had mutated, the kind of suppression that came from the depths of his soul still made him instinctively terrified. Beast tamers were able to control magical beasts not only because of their enormous spiritual strength, but also because of their countless techniques which were specialized against magical beasts. The entire reason that senior apprentice Brother Chi had come to the Forest of Darkness was all because he wanted to see if he could subdue a powerful 4th-rank magical beast or perhaps obtain a young magical beast. Senior apprentice Brother Chi's strength was limited. Those 3 magical beasts he had controlled were his limit. With his current level of spiritual strength, there was no way for him to control more. If one of those magical beasts launched a counterattack while his spiritual strength was stretched to its limit, he would be doomed. That was why he had been planning on finding 2 new powerful 4th-rank magical beasts within the Forest of Darkness to replace his current 3rd-rank magical beasts. That way his strength would greatly increase. And if he could find an extra 4th-rank magical beast, he also wouldn't mind replacing his rock-scale python, as its aptitude was not high. Although it was also a 4th-rank magical beast, in front of Little Snow, it was unable to endure a single blow. Right now, it was still lying powerlessly in the distance. Terrifying spiritual strength reached a pinnacle, and his blood-colored spiritual spear shot out at Long Chen and Little Snow. Don't be afraid, Little Snow. I'm here. Long Chen patted Little Snow gently. Extending his hand, a popping, rumbling sound appeared from the void, and a violet lightning spear appeared in his hand. The instant that lightning spear appeared, heaven and earth changed color, the void began to quiver, and a berserk aura filled the surroundings. Chapter 357 Who Let You Not Wear a Hat? Seeing that spiritual spear piercing towards him, Long Chen's lightning spear streaked across the void and smashed into it. In front of Long Chen's lightning spear, Senior Apprentice Brother Chi's spiritual spear was like an icicle, and was mercilessly pulverized. Senior Apprentice Brother Chi's expression immediately turned ashen. He vomited a mouthful of blood and became listless. Impossible. Looking at that spear made of violet lightning, he was completely horrified. Beast tamers had two extremely powerful aspects. One was their ability to summon out powerful magical beasts to fight for them, while the other was their spiritual attacks that most people were unable to block. Beast tamers were classified as a kind of soul cultivator. They had powerful spiritual attacks that few could block. In fact, even those on the chosen level would have to run far away from beast tamers if they didn't have any spiritual defense treasures. If they were surrounded by powerful magical beasts and also had to deal with powerful spiritual attacks, they would definitely suffer. That was why beast tamers had grand statuses and could not be provoked. However, Senior Apprentice Brother Chi's powerful spiritual strength was completely destroyed by Long Chen's lightning spear. Senior Apprentice Brother Chi's attack had contained all his spiritual strength. Once it was destroyed by Long Chen's spear, it caused a powerful shock to his soul. What kind of energy is that? Senior Apprentice Brother Chi's expression was extremely ugly as he looked at Long Chen's lightning spear. Guess. Long Chen naturally wouldn't tell him. At the same time, he was greatly relieved inside. With his thunder force, he wouldn't need to fear spiritual attacks in the future. He would just need to be careful of sneak attacks. Suddenly, the distant rock-scale python charged over, biting at Long Chen. A bloody stench came from his huge mouth. At the same time, Senior Apprentice Brother Chi took that chance to flee. Senior Apprentice Brother Chi wasn't a fool. Although he didn't know the origin of the lightning in Long Chen's hand, he could tell that it had an immense restrictive effect on his spiritual strength. Of his 3 magical beasts, 2 were dead and 1 was half dead. With his spiritual strength suppressed, there was no chance of him winning. He had ordered this half-dead python to attack Long Chen so he could escape. He had sacrificed this 4th-rank magical beast without hesitation. Unfortunately, his escape didn't go as planned. Long Chen had long since been prepared to stop him from running. As soon as the python attacked him, he saw through Senior Apprentice Brother Chi's intentions. His lightning spear stabbed forward, literally streaking through the air like lightning. It collided with the python's mouth, and the python's head instantly exploded. After killing the python, Long Chen was just about to use the Netherworld Ghost Steps to catch up to Senior Apprentice Brother Chi. But suddenly, Little Snow opened his mouth in preparation to shoot out a wind blade. Long Chen jumped in fright and hastily pushed Little Snow to the side. With his head tilted slightly to the side, his wind blade shot out, instantly flying by Senior Apprentice Brother Chi to land on the ground in front of him. A terrifying wave of earth completely buried Senior Apprentice Brother Chi. Ow! Little Snow was clearly dissatisfied. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I know you didn't want to kill him, and I know you held back. But you don't know that beast tamers have different physical bodies than other cultivators. With your attack, at that distance, just the slightest bit of error would have killed him. Then there'd be nothing to play with. A beast tamer had powerful spiritual strength and was able to control powerful magical beast housepets. However, their fatal weak point was that their physical bodies were too fragile. They couldn't endure a powerful attack. That was why each beast tamer would possess at least 1 defensively powerful magical beast as a guard for themselves. Otherwise, if they were sneak attacked by someone, they would definitely die. Although Little Snow had adjusted his attack, he had only adjusted it to the level that a normal tendon transformation expert wouldn't die from it. However, if Senior Apprentice Brother Chi had been struck by it, then he would have immediately been sent off to his ancestors. Long Chen quickly rushed forward and pulled Senior Apprentice Brother Chi out of the ground. Seeing how he appeared to be on his last breaths, Little Snow rubbed the ground with embarrassment. Hee, don't worry about it. In truth, I don't really care that much about his life or death. I just want to ask him a few questions first. Long Chen fed Senior Apprentice Brother Chi a healing pill, and then like he was a dead dog, he pulled him towards that well. With a crisp-sounding slap in the face, the intense pain awoke Senior Apprentice Brother Chi. He saw in front of him a handsome face that had a smile that looked as if he had just been blessed by the heavens. It was a warm smile, one that could lift up the coldest hearts. And yet Senior Apprentice Brother Chi couldn't feel the slightest warmth from that smile. On the contrary, he felt goosebumps, as if some demon was staring at him, just waiting to devour his life. What are you planning on doing? Senior apprentice Brother Chi's voice trembled with terror. Don't worry, although you wanted to kill me just now, I won't kill you at this time. There are some things I want to ask you, smiled Long Chen. Senior apprentice Brother Chi edged backwards, trying to maintain a distance from that fiendish face. His hand pressed into the ground, but then he suddenly realized something was wrong. He saw his right hand was completely bare, and his expression changed. You stole my spatial ring. A slap in the face was his response. The breaks in his bones, which had only just begun to heal from the medicinal pill, once more broke, and Senior apprentice Brother Chi screamed. Stole? This ring was always mine. Long Chen furiously slapped him in the face continuously. However, he tightly controlled his strength since he was afraid of killing him. Who let you be so high and aloof? Who let you indiscriminately kill the innocent? Who let you have poisonous intentions in your heart? Who let you? In the end, Long Chen didn't even know the reasons he was making up. With a final slap, he said, who let you not wear a hat? His final attack made Senior apprentice Brother Chi faint. However, he didn't faint from the pain, but from anger. Long Chen once more fed him a healing pill and then woke him up with a slap. I'm going to start asking questions, and you answer me. If you refuse to answer or answer beside the point, you'll get a slap in the face as a reward. Senior apprentice Brother Chi was both shocked and infuriated. You're provoking my wind spirit pavilion. You'll regret it, you. Pow. His reply was a slap in the face. Just wait to die. My wind spirit pavilion will never let you off. Even your monastery can't protect you. Raged Senior apprentice Brother Chi. Obviously he had recognized Long Chen's robes. Pow, 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 pow. Long Chen didn't say anything. As long as he talked back, Long Chen would give him a slap in the face. After over 10 slaps, Senior apprentice Brother Chi once more fainted. Ow! Little Snow was getting impatient to the side. Don't be impatient, we'll just wait and mess around a bit. Back in Phoenix Cry, this bastard actually attacked me without even saying anything first. The grudge from back then had to wait until now. Now that I can finally take revenge, just let me play for a bit longer. Let me see just how hard his bones are, laughed Long Chen. Little Snow wanted to directly kill Senior apprentice Brother Chi to get it over with, but Long Chen really would hate to part with him so soon. Beating him wasn't his goal was to beat him until he was convinced. With another slap, Senior apprentice Brother Chi woke up again. This time he was much more obedient. He had finally realized that he had run into a ruthless person. His background was unable to suppress Long Chen. Furthermore, he felt a profound sensation of terror. He was truly afraid Long Chen would kill him and then erase any traces of his actions. Long Chen smiled with ridicule. Even with that level of intelligence, Senior apprentice Brother Chi was still able to live up to now. His luck really had to be heaven-defying. Don't worry, I promise I won't kill you, and I never break my promises. Let me repeat myself. When I ask a question, answer. Otherwise, we'll continue this face-slapping game. In any case, this is just leisure time. I'll just treat it as practice, said Long Chen indifferently. Senior apprentice Brother Chi shivered uncontrollably when he heard that. He didn't resist in the slightest anymore. Whatever Long Chen asked, he would obediently reply. From Senior apprentice Brother Chi, Long Chen learned that the Wind Spirit Pavilion was actually extremely powerful, not at all inferior to the Xuantian Supermonastery. It was no wonder he dared be so arrogant. The Wind Spirit Pavilion's disciples were all soul cultivators, and they were basically all beast tamers. Although they had few disciples, each disciple was extremely powerful. The Wind Spirit Pavilion had the same system as the monasteries. There was a head pavilion, as well as branch pavilions. The branch pavilion that he and Meng Qi were in had over 470 disciples that had entered the Julie secret realm. Hearing that Meng Qi had also entered the Julie secret realm, a fire burned within Long Chen. Although his interaction with Meng Qi had been short, as time had passed, his longing for her had only intensified. Previously, he had thought he had just been attracted by Meng Qi's immortal, fairy-like temperament and beauty, that it was a kind of attraction based on looks. However, later he realized that it was actually a profound love that came from inside his heart. Although Meng Qi had gone to withdraw from the marriage, back then, Long Chen didn't hate her in the slightest. In fact, he found her to be extremely kind-hearted. At that time, he had been an ant-like person, while she had been a heavenly genius. And yet, She had felt so many misgivings about breaking off their engagement, all because she was worried about his honor and reputation. She had used the most tactful and gentlest way to express her wishes. Even Long Chen didn't know just when he had begun to feel such a love for her. However, now he learned an extremely displeasing bit of information. That was that the Wind Spirit Pavilion had a certain disciple with an extremely high status, Feng Xiaozi. Within the Wind Spirit Pavilion, his position was equivalent to the Xuantian monastery's top disciple, Han Tianyu. Feng Xiaozi and Meng Qi were both peak geniuses of their generation, and had been termed the Wind Spirit Pavilion's golden couple. That made Long Chen extremely uncomfortable, especially when he learned that Feng Xiaozi was the Wind Spirit Pavilion's pavilion master's son. His background was extremely powerful, and it gave Long Chen a sensation of crisis. Then he heard from senior apprentice brother Qi that the pavilion master looked very favorably upon Meng Qi, and intended to play matchmaker for the two of them. Meng Qi had constantly been declining and trying to get out of it. However, under the pavilion master's pressure, it seemed there was no way for her to refuse. "Fuck, you want to gang up on my fiancé? Do you think you can place your intentions on my woman?" Long Chen learned that Meng Qi had also entered the Forest of Darkness in search of opportunities. However, the Forest of Darkness was huge, and he had no idea where she was. After asking some more, he realized senior apprentice brother Qi knew nothing more that interested him. A brick beat him unconscious and also broke all 4 of his limbs. This was the same treatment he had given Zhang Yifan. Long Chen tossed a buck-naked senior apprentice brother Qi down the well. As for what those 2 naked men would do down in that well, Long Chen didn't care. He wasn't in the mood to deal with the 2 of them. In any case, he had already fed them medicines, and they didn't dare yell. They should not even think about being able to leave for now. Once more sealing the well, Long Chen patted his hands and began entering deeper into the Forest of Darkness. Chapter 358. Once more running into Lu Fang'er. Within the Forest of Darkness, the countless ancient trees soared high into the sky, completely blocking the sun. Huge vines were like dragons as they coiled all around. As Long Chen progressed deeper, the light within the forest became ever more gloomy. A person would naturally feel uncomfortable with their vision sealed from the darkness. That kind of sensation provoked a natural fear. As soon as he entered the forest, he felt as if he had entered the maw of a giant monster. Unknown dangers could pop up and devour his life at any moment. Crunch! An iron spear in Long Chen's hand shot out. A spider that was around the size of a plate had stealthily appeared behind him and had just been about to attack him when Long Chen's spear stabbed through it. Suddenly, that black spider's mouth opened and a white substance shot out at Long Chen. That white substance was a large net that quickly spread out. Long Chen jumped in fright. Despite the fact that he had stabbed the spider through its vitals, it was still able to release such an attack. He hastily dodged to the side. That net had reached a size of 5 feet, but it just missed Long Chen. However, when the net flew by Long Chen, the air was filled with a disgusting stink, a stink that would make anyone nauseous. Even the spider web is poisonous. Long Chen was slightly surprised. The creatures of the Forest of Darkness were truly too terrifying. All kinds of strange things continued to pop up, so many that it was impossible to defend against them all. Just as he dodged the net, before he could even examine the spider suddenly exploded, and a dark liquid splashed out everywhere. Sheet! Long Chen instinctively summoned out the blue flame of the flame salamander to cover his body. That black liquid was instantly turned to vapor from the flame, but at the same time, an incomparably disgusting stench filled the air. Long Chen immediately held his breath and rushed away. Several miles away, he wasn't able to endure it any longer and began to vomit under a large tree. It was the 5-flower stink spider. Long Chen continuously threw up, his stomach feeling like a churning sea. The 5-flower stink spider's abdomen had 2 poison glands. One was used for releasing a poisonous liquid to capture prey, but the other was used to secrete an incredibly disgusting stench. It was used to block opponents it had no chance of defeating. If a powerful magical beast wanted to eat it, it would release that stench. No magical beast would want to eat something so disgusting. Long Chen was only able to recognize it because of this unendurable stench. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to the 5-colored flower marks on its back. Sheet! I was too careless. Sheet! So unlucky. Long Chen continued to puke. The 5-flower stink spider was a special magical beast, and it was said to have been a rare existence even in ancient times. It didn't have a specific rank, It could even be said to be outside the classification of magical beasts. However, its stench was too powerful, and there was no antidote. Although it wouldn't stink a person to death, it could make someone vomit over and over. Even a powerful cultivation base wasn't able to stop that. Long Chen puked for over 2 hours. He had even puked up his bile, and tears were streaming out of his eyes. He appeared unbearably miserable. Good things can't be kept for oneself. They have to be shared with good friends. Long Chen clenched his teeth and returned to his original location where he had encountered the 5-flower stink spider. Even now, Long Chen couldn't help but have tears streaming down his face. The stink in this area was just too dense. It wasn't just smelly, it even provoked the eyes. Long Chen spread out his divine sense to search through the surrounding vegetation. He saw many corpses of small insects that had all been suffocated to death by that stench. Finally, he found the thing he was looking for. That was a black poison sac around the size of an egg. The 5-flower stink spider had 2 poison sacs. One would erupt along with its self-explosion. The other one was filled with its stinky fluid. That one was split into 2 layers. The outer layer would explode, but the inner layer was much tougher and more supple. Normally, it wouldn't easily be destroyed. And now, Long Chen did end up finding it intact. As soon as he gathered that poison sac, Long Chen immediately fled. He then once more began to retch. Although he had nothing more to vomit up, he still couldn't stop. This poison is way too abnormal. Only after a long time did Long Chen manage to suppress his urge to vomit. He arrived at a river and washed his pale face. Long Chen suddenly frowned. He walked forward 300 meters and arrived at a corpse. This is already the 4th corpse, he couldn't help sighing. From this person's robes, he could tell he was a core disciple of the righteous path. His entire body was a dark purple, and he was swollen like a balloon, as if he had been about to self-detonate. His divine sense swept over the corpse and didn't find any injuries on his body. Once more sweeping his spiritual strength over the corpse, he noticed the color at his neck was quite a bit darker than the other parts of his body. If there was a puncture on his neck, it'd be hard to see after all this swelling. But it seems the most likely scenario is that he was bit by a mosquito-like creature, and from his posture, it seems he collapsed extremely naturally without any struggle. His face isn't warped at all, so even when he was about to die, he didn't sense any danger. The Forest of Darkness really is terrifying, muttered Long Chen. He had been in the Forest of Darkness for only 5 days now. Not only had he gathered various precious medicinal ingredients, but he had also run into all kinds of bizarre magical beasts. They had possessed a myriad of attacking methods. It was possible something as insignificant as a small caterpillar could take his life here. This was the 4th corpse he had run into so far. 2 had been righteous disciples, while 2 had been corrupt disciples. However, they hadn't died from fighting, but to the indigenous inhabitants of the Forest of Darkness. This person's death was especially terrifying. He hadn't sensed even the slightest bit of danger before dying. Long Chen shook his head. As fellow members of the righteous path, he dug a hole for him so his corpse wouldn't rot in the wilderness. It was better for the dead to rest within the earth. It was said that when a person died, their spirit didn't die. This so-called spirit was a kind of hidden consciousness. It was something completely unrelated to the soul or divine sense. It was a kind of vague, almost unreal sort of thing. Once a person died, if they were buried underground, then their spirit would also be buried. It would follow the earth to enter a different world. They would be reborn in that other world. There was also another saying that when the spirit was buried, it would be absorbed by the great earth, similar to how fallen leaves return to the roots. It was a kind of cycle of life. In the end, they would be reincarnated as people. If the corpse was left in the wild, it would cause a person's soul to fly away and their spirit to scatter. They would completely vanish from the world. Long Chen had no idea whether these legends were true or not. However, he didn't care. In any case, he wouldn't just watch as a person was tossed to the side like a dead dog. After burying the person, Long Chen continued forward. Now he was even more cautious than ever. Suddenly, a distant angry roar rang out from the distance. That seemed to be the roar of a magical beast. Long Chen immediately began rushing in that direction. After hundreds of miles, Long Chen slowed down and began to stealthily approach. There was an open space ahead where angry roars were coming from. It seemed it wasn't just one magical beast. As he approached, he felt the ground constantly quivering from a battle. Only when he got even closer did he see that there were 4 magical beasts attacking one corrupt disciple. This corrupt disciple was on the chosen level. His aura was astonishing as he fought against 4 magical beasts. Of those 4 magical beasts, 2 were at the early 3rd rank, while the other 2 were at the early 4th rank. They were working together extremely well as they assaulted the chosen. Of the 2 4th rank magical beasts, one was a golden scaled bull. Those golden scales gave it an extremely high defensive ability. It also had 2 golden horns that were facing off against the chosen. The other 4th rank magical beast looked to be just a leopard, but as he stared at it, Long Chen continued to feel something was off. Only later did he notice that it seemed more like a house cat. Then when he saw that cat's tails, he finally realized it was a 2-tail spirit cat. Although it wasn't specialized in defense, its attack speed was fast like the wind and as rapid as lightning. The golden scaled bull and the 2-tail spirit cat were working together, one on offense and one on defense. As for the 3rd rank magical beasts, they were just assisting from the side. The 4 of them had surrounded the chosen, and loud explosions continuously shook the sky. Seeing all this, Long Chen immediately knew there had to be a beast tamer. He looked around and quickly noticed the master of these magical beasts. But when he clearly saw who that master was, Long Chen couldn't help smiling. It was surprisingly someone he hadn't seen in a long time, Lu Fang'er. She was hiding behind the golden scaled bull. She was continuously forming hand seals in front of her, which were most likely used to control how the magical beasts were attacking. Otherwise, those magical beasts definitely wouldn't understand how to fight with such cooperation. That chosen suddenly let out an angry roar and his aura burst out. It seemed he had seen through their attack patterns, and he punched out at the golden scaled bull's head. This time the chosen had truly found a good opportunity. His fist knocked that 4th rank magical beast tumbling back. After knocking back the golden scaled bull, the chosen then dodged the 2-tail spirit cat's claw, ignored the other 2 magical beasts, and charged straight at Lu Fang'er. Seeing her strongest defense had been forced back, Lu Fang'er panicked for a moment. Extending her hand, her spiritual strength surged out, and a curtain of light shot forward out of her hand. Golden wave. Her golden spiritual strength surged over that chosen. It was impossible to dodge. HMPH, I've already said that your spiritual strength is useless against me. Why don't you just obediently wait to be captured? The corrupt chosen snorted and took out a pearl. The instant the pearl appeared, it emitted a ray of light. Lu Fang'er's spiritual attack was completely blocked by the pearl. Soul-shunning pearl. Lu Fang'er's expression changed when she recognized the item. It was definitely a treasure his sect's elders had bestowed upon him. It was specialized towards blocking soul arts. Although the energy contained within the pearl could only activate for a couple breaths of time, it would be impossible for her to prevent a chosen from approaching her in that time. Just wait to be captured. The corrupt chosen shouted and his aura completely locked Lu Fang'er in place. A palm crashed down, sealing off any of her retreat paths. Lu Fang'er was panicked inside. She was a beast tamer, and also a woman, which made her physical body weaker than average. She was essentially powerless in the face of physical attacks, especially an attack from a chosen. This chosen's attack was coming too quickly. Her magical beasts didn't have the time to come save her. It seemed that chosen's palm would reach her at any moment. Why don't you try capturing me? Another large hand came from an extremely odd angle, firmly smashing into the chosen's face. Chapter 359. A resounding slap in the face. Pow! An extremely crisp sounding and loud slap landed on the corrupt chosen's face. It went without saying that Long Chen's face slapping technique could be rated as practically unrivaled in this world. It was at the level of having its own perfected style. Long Chen had carefully researched this skill in the past. Other than the crafty angle and easy, flowing posture, the reason his face slaps had such high hit rate was because this attack didn't contain any killing intent. If the attack's aim wasn't to kill them, then experts were unable to sense it coming as easily as they would an attack containing killing intent. This was purely an attack used to humiliate others and entertain himself. But due to its special nature, its efficacy was amazingly high. Compared to physical wounds, the wounds that were left on the mind and heart contained much greater destructive power. The corrupt chosen hadn't even realized what was going on when he was sent flying by Long Chen's face slap. He flew through a high arc in the air, his body still rapidly whirling. He was sent flying directly towards the golden scaled bull. The golden scaled bull didn't even need an order. It quickly shot forward, piercing one of its horns at him. That thick golden horn heavily smashed into the corrupt chosen's back, emitting a bang. This had happened so quickly that the Chosen had yet to even react. He hadn't even been circulating his chi to protect himself. The power of that horn made him feel as if all his bones were about to break, and he vomited blood. After vomiting that mouthful of blood, it still wasn't over. He had been thrown into the air once again by that attack, and suddenly a huge figure shot towards him. That was the two-tailed spirit cat. It was extremely fast, and a pair of sharp claws shone with a cold light as they clawed down on him. After being struck by that previous horn, the corrupt Chosen had finally realized the danger he was in. He began to circulate his spiritual chi, and a spear appeared in his hands, which he used to block the two-tailed spirit cat's attacks. Only now did the Chosen have a chance to see who it was that had attacked him at the beginning. But when he saw that it was Long Chen, his pupils shrank, and he didn't even hesitate. He instantly began to flee. Originally, Lu Fang'er had already thought she was out of luck today, when a man had suddenly appeared in front of her, and sent that powerful Chosen flying with a single slap in the face. Then when that Chosen saw who that man was, he had clearly been terrified and immediately fled. Looking at that man's back, Lu Fang'er felt a burst of familiarity. But before seeing his face, there was no way she could recognize him. How rude to leave without even saying goodbye. Little Snow, properly give him a send-off. Little Snow's huge figure appeared in front of him, and he instantly opened his mouth, shooting out a wind blade. At first, that wind blade was only several feet long. However, it quickly spun like a frisbee, and by the time it had flown out hundreds of meters, it had reached a length of 300 meters. As it flew, the vegetation it passed all flew into the air behind it. The corrupt Chosen didn't dare attempt to block Little Snow's attack. He stamped down on the ground and jumped dozens of meters into the air, dodging the wind blade. But he had only just dodged it when the wind whistled behind him. A deathly sensation of crisis filled him. He only had time to turn his head around. Before he could even see what was happening, his body exploded, and blood filled the air. A Chosen had died just like that. Following his death, a transparent Tao mark slowly condensed in the air and flew into the heavens. Lu Fang'er had seen it clearly. Little Snow had only used 2 attacks. The first attack had been dodged by him, but the second attack had been sent out just behind the first attack. Little Snow had let out that second attack even before the corrupt Chosen had jumped. To use 2 attacks to instantly kill a Chosen, that was practically a divine skill. Just as Lu Fang'er was still shocked over having seen a Chosen die just like that, Long Chen slowly turned his head and smiled warmly to her. "Sister Fang'er, I hope you've been well since we last met." "It's you, Long Chen." Lu Fang'er practically couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that it was Long Chen who had appeared and sent that Chosen flying. "That's right, Sister Fang'er, you couldn't have forgotten junior brother, right?" smiled Long Chen. Long Chen still felt grateful to Lu Fang'er. Back then, it had been Lu Fang'er who had traveled thousands of miles to bring Little Snow to him. Although Little Snow was Meng Qi's gift, Lu Fang'er had to fly 3 days without sleep or rest to bring Little Snow over. Long Chen had always remembered that favor. "It really is you. Then this has to be, heavens, how could a scarlet flame snow wolf advance to the 4th rank?" Lu Fang'er finally recognized Little Snow as the little fellow she had brought to Long Chen back then. Currently, Little Snow had already mutated and advanced to the 4th rank. His whole body emitted a powerful pressure. Even her 4th rank magical beasts were being well behaved in front of him. They lay on the ground, not even daring to move in his presence. Hee, Little Snow has also had his own opportunities. "Come Little Snow, greet Sister Fang'er. She was the one who traveled thousands of miles to bring you to me back then." Long Chen patted Little Snow. Little Snow's mutation was something that involved the mysterious expert from the spirit world. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't trust Lu Fang'er, but some things were best left unsaid. "Woo-woo." Little Snow gently sniffed Lu Fang'er's scent, appearing extremely intimate. "Hee, Little Snow says he remembers your scent," explained Long Chen. "It really is him." Seeing that Little Snow really was that scarlet flame snow wolf from back then, she was still filled with disbelief. She was gently rubbing Little Snow's fur when her expression suddenly changed. "You didn't place a spiritual imprint. Magical beasts were all berserk existences. Without a spiritual imprint, they might rebel at any moment. Even with a spiritual imprint, no one could guarantee 100% that the magical beast wouldn't betray its master." She had already noticed that Long Chen had summoned Little Snow out of his spiritual space. That kind of spiritual fluctuation was something she was all too familiar with. And so she instantly realized Long Chen was relying purely on a mental connection with him. He had established a trust with this Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf and could communicate with him through their souls. However, this kind of relationship was far too dangerous. If Little Snow one day rebelled and attacked Long Chen, he would definitely die. That was why Lu Fang'er was so frightened. Long Chen shook his head and patted Little Snow's large head. Little Snow isn't my housepet. He's my partner, a partner I can trust with my life. Woo-woo, Little Snow gently cried out, his eyes filled with warmth. He rubbed his head against Long Chen. Feeling this close trust between Long Chen and Little Snow, Lu Fang'er's eyes involuntarily reddened slightly. Her powerful spiritual strength allowed her to sense the relationship Little Snow had with Long Chen. As a beast tamer, magical beasts were not just her tools for battle, but they were also her comrades. However, magical beasts were just too berserk. There was no way to get along with them. She could only use her powerful spiritual strength to enslave them, or there would be a constant threat of death from keeping them around her. You really are too similar to Meng Qi. Meng Qi is planning on finding some powerful magical beasts from this secret realm, and so while she was still outside, she actually released her original magical beasts, sighed Lu Fang'er. Ah, then without magical beasts to protect her, isn't she in danger? Beast tamers without magical beasts were like snails without shells. They would become far too frail. That was especially dangerous, within the Julie secret realm where dangers popped up left and right. It is very dangerous, but you don't need to be worried. Meng Qi's spiritual strength is incomparably powerful. It's no problem for her to protect herself, comforted Lu Fang'er. Long Chen was relieved to hear her say that. Lu Fang'er and Meng Qi were like sisters, and she wouldn't trick him about this. But you, Long Chen, you really have caused me to see you in a new light. In just over a year, you've actually advanced to the tendon transformation realm. Even chosen are not your match and can be easily killed. You really advanced quickly. Lu Fang'er looked Long Chen up and down, filled with admiration. Hehe, that chosen's death was just Little Snow's achievement, and since you brought Little Snow to me, this is really all Sister Fang'er's achievement, laughed Long Chen. Aiya, this tongue of yours. During this time, you probably once more swindled quite a few women to your side, laughed Lu Fang'er. Of course not, Long Chen laughed awkwardly. In truth, Meng Qi has always been paying close attention to you. Within the Wind Spirit Pavilion, she constantly secretly gathered news of you. Eventually she learned you had joined the Xuantian Monastery. Later on, a couple things happened on our side and we stopped receiving news of you. I really never would have thought that you would grow so much in the Xuantian Monastery during this time, said Lu Fang'er. Back in Phoenix Cry, Long Chen had been but a small rookie at the Qi condensation realm. Comparing to Meng Qi, it really was a case of one being high in the heavens while the other was stuck on the ground. But in just over a year, Long Chen had grown to the level where even Lu Fang'er had to look up to him. Hearing that Meng Qi cared so deeply about him, Long Chen's heart was filled with warmth. So she had always been thinking about him. However, Long Chen, it seems you've offended someone powerful. There's people who are constantly spreading a photographic jade of you, said Lu Fang'er. Long Chen's expression darkened. Those idiots really had too much energy. They wanted him to be completely defamed, making it impossible for him to ever clear his name. They're all just a bunch of idiots playing a shameless game. Long Chen told Lu Fang'er about what had happened and what he had learned. In truth, considering how the photographic jades had cut off the beginning and ending of what had happened, anyone with half a mind would be able to tell that there was some secret behind the scenes. But the righteous path was filled with too many idiots. There were a few idiots who were even stupider than the rest and who were secretly adding fuel to the fire. The problem was only getting bigger. Nowadays, the entire righteous path had learned that Long Chen was a brazen sex fiend and that they were to capture or kill him. How could that Yin Wushuang be so vicious? She's trying to make your reputation sink and then kill you as a stepping stone for someone else. Lu Fang'er was filled with rage when she learned the truth. A stepping stone, hehe, then maybe I'll try being a stepping stone once. Who will dare come try to step on me? A ruthless light shone in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen, you're in an unresolvable trap. You're being too passive about it. Lu Fang'er was worried. Long Chen had already stepped into someone else's scheme. He would be chased by the entire righteous path, and he wouldn't even be able to retaliate, or that would sink him even deeper into their trap. He wouldn't even have a chance to clear his name. I've already found a way to resolve my matters, so don't worry. Sister Fang can you tell me a bit about Feng Xiaozi? Chapter 360 Meng Qi's situation. You know Feng Xiaozi? Lu Fang'er was startled. Of course, I made some inquiries, replied Long Chen. Who did you ask? Senior apprentice brother Qi. You ended up running into him. Ah, did you end up killing him? Long Chen hurriedly shook his head. How could a kind-hearted person like me so easily take a life? No matter what, he is from the same sect as Sister Fang'er. How could I have the heart to kill him? Not only did I not kill him, I also gave him an unforgettable experience. Hee, two naked men in close quarters like that, who knows what kind of story will unfold. If the two end up igniting a spark of passion in that space, then that would at least be a bit interesting. However, Long Chen had already broken their limbs. Because of his special methods, and because they didn't have any medicinal pills, it would require at least 3 months for them to recover. He had also fed them special medicinal pills. If they tried to open their mouths, then the vibration of their vocal cords would cause their qi and blood to flow in reverse. In less than 2 hours, their bodies would explode. He had already warned them about that, and they were also experts who were capable of sensing the truth. They definitely wouldn't dare yell for others to come save them. They could only obediently wait there. Long Chen was planning on going back to properly sort them out once his matters were finished. That was because he felt that killing those two dregs so easily would be too regretful. Then that really is unfortunate. Why wouldn't you kill such a revolting fellow? I feel like vomiting whenever I look at him, said Lu Fang'er regretfully. Does he have enmity with you? It can't be said to be enmity. It's just that he's a loyal lapdog of Feng Xiaozi. He's always been monitoring my and Meng Qi's actions. Long Chen, back when Meng Qi went to break off her engagement to you, she lied when she said she was resentful towards her parents' orders. In truth, she wanted to help your Long family. Ever since she joined the Wind Spirit Pavilion, the Pavilion Master took extra care of her due to her talent. He took her in as an apprentice and went all out to raise her. Furthermore, the Pavilion Master's son, Feng Xiaozi, also possesses an incredibly rare talent. His soul root has reached the high earth class. His soul root is even slightly stronger than Meng Qi's soul root. Long Chen knew this so-called soul root was just a way to evaluate the talent of soul cultivators. It was an evaluation based on the purest soul energy within their mind. Back in Phoenix Cry, Grandmaster Yun Qi had personally appraised Long Chen, but the testing instrument had been extremely crude, and Long Chen had also hidden his skills. Back then, Grandmaster Yun Qi had thought that Long Chen's soul aptitude had reached the Zan class. However, as for what level his soul had truly reached, Long Chen didn't know, as he had never had a chance to test it. Lu Fang'er continued, so Feng Xiaozi and Meng Qi are the strongest members of their generation in our Wind Spirit Pavilion, and they've been called, well, they're the ones our Wind Spirit Pavilion goes all out to groom. One day, the Pavilion Master got drunk and told Meng Qi that he hoped for her and Feng Xiaozi to become partners once they reached the Shantian realm. Meng Qi replied that she wasn't planning on becoming partners with anyone, which was the first time she had ever refused her master's wishes. The Pavilion Master was displeased to say the least. Although he never displayed it, Meng Qi could clearly sense it. Later, Feng Xiaozi repeatedly came to express his goodwill to her, but he was refused by Meng Qi every time. After being nagged for so long, Meng Qi finally said she was already engaged and hoped for them to drop the matter. But who would have thought, Feng Xiaozi didn't give up, and instead stealthily sent people to Meng Qi's family to investigate that engagement. One day, Meng Qi heard that there was someone secretly reporting on every single one of your movements within Phoenix Cry. In fact, Feng Xiaozi was even planning on secretly eliminating you, along with your entire Long family, also that Meng Qi would no longer have an excuse to refuse him. That bastard! Long Chen couldn't hold back any longer, and dense killing intent surged out of him, instantly chilling the air. Lu Fang'er sighed. I didn't know about this back then. Meng Qi only told me the whole story afterwards. She said she was truly sorry towards you, feeling as if she had deeply wounded you. However, she couldn't tell you her own difficulties for fear of implicating your entire Long family. The fact that you actually straightforwardly handed over the marriage contract, and instead of blaming her, you actually consoled her, taking pity on her, made Meng Qi cry several times after she returned. Later, When I brought back that medicinal pill you gave her, she didn't hesitate at all to consume it. When I asked her why she would just directly consume it without investigating what it was first, why she wasn't afraid of the results, do you know what she said? She said she trusted you completely. Now Long Chen truly felt ashamed of himself. He had never dreamed that there were so many secrets revolving around why Meng Qi had withdrawn from their engagement. Previously, he had been greatly impacted by Meng Qi's beauty, infatuated with her immortal, fairy-like temperament, and adored that perfect charm of hers. But it seemed he had forgotten that no matter how beautiful the woman, she still needed to be cherished. Now that he learned how much Meng Qi was carrying on her shoulders, he was filled with pity and self-blame. Compared to Meng Qi, he had been far too selfish. In truth, I shouldn't have said so much. I know you would give up anything for Meng Qi. The only thing I wanted you to know is that even Meng Qi is in a pitiful situation. Within the entire Wind Spirit Pavilion, she has no one she can rely on. All her grievances and helplessness can only be hidden inside her heart. Only I know all her sufferings, but I also don't have the power to help her. But I know that Meng Qi does love you. I've seen her secretly staring at that comic of you in Phoenix cry several times. Sometimes she would be both crying and smiling all by herself. Although I don't know exactly what happened between the two of you when you were alone, I know that you are in Meng Qi's heart. However, it is precisely because she loves you that she is in even greater pain. She is helpless. She likes you, but she doesn't dare accept you. Do you understand? Lu Fang'er couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Thank you, Sister Fang'er. I will definitely get stronger so I can help resolve Meng Qi's predicaments. I swear, I will let Meng Qi become a free woman who won't suffer from any restrictions, swore Long Chen. Lu Fang'er wiped away her tears and nodded. Originally, I shouldn't have said these things to you. But seeing your combat ability as well as your rate of growth, I can finally feel some hope for her. Perhaps in this world, you're the only one who can change Meng Qi's fate. Perhaps this was all set up by the will of the heavens. Meng Qi went to withdraw from your engagement, but you didn't resent her at all and instead consoled her. What kind of fool would do something like that? I suppose I'll take that as praise. Long Chen forced a smile. Lu Fang'er laughed, of course it's praise. If you hadn't done that, how could you have left such a deep impression on Meng Qi? Although she is considered a heavenly genius in the Wind Spirit Pavilion, everyone in that nasty living environment is selfish. You were the first person who was so kind to her. If it were me, I think I'd also be emotionally moved by you. Although Long Chen did his best to control his face, he still felt as if his cheeks were burning so hotly he could easily fry an egg on them. He had simply put on a miserable act back then because he hadn't been able to control himself in the face of Meng Qi's beauty. And yet, even Lu Fang'er had been moved by it. Long Chen truly felt as if he were becoming more and more reprehensible. Is it because I'm getting infected by Guo Ran? But it seems that at that time, I didn't know him yet. Was I contaminated through the air? Long Chen, I know this will put a lot of pressure on you, but Meng Qi is truly too pitiful. I hope you can help save her. Lu Fang'er pulled on Long Chen's arm. Even if I have to give up my life, I will definitely save Meng Qi. My woman definitely can't be bullied by anyone. Although such words were a bit vulgar, and a bit domineering, they were an extremely trustworthy promise in Lu Fang'er's ears. It gave her a strong sense of security. Is that crazy brat one very powerful? Will he go crazy and start biting people? Asked Long Chen. Crazy brat, Feng Xiaozi. Hearing that, Lu Fang'er laughed and winked at Long Chen. You really are good at coming up with nicknames. If he heard that, he would definitely die from fury. But after laughing, Lu Fang'er once more became serious. Feng Xiaozi is the Pavilion Master's son, and his cultivation base has reached the 9th heaven stage of tendon transformation. As for his spiritual strength, it is as vast as a sea, and he has opened 6 spiritual spaces for 6 powerful 4th-rank magical beasts. Furthermore, he himself is proficient in soul arts. Although he is the son of the Pavilion Master, he actually went through even harsher training than others, and he has never tasted defeat against someone in the same realm. Sometime before entering the secret realm, he compared notes with your Xuantian Supermonastery's top expert's brother, Han Tianfeng. However, the two of them were clearly holding back, and they ended up in a draw. However, it was said that Feng Xiaozi had already forced Han Tianfeng into a disadvantage. He only stopped to give face. I don't know the exact details, but I am sure that at that time, neither of them went all out, and yet their auras were so powerful that they made it so even other chosen had difficulty breathing. Long Chen, if you want to pursue Meng Qi, then you'll definitely have to face off against Feng Shaozi one day. You can't be careless, as he really is terrifyingly powerful. Long Chen nodded. The fact that he could fight to a tie with Han Tianfeng was enough to prove that he was truly powerful. Long Chen had been shocked by Han Tianfeng's skills back when he had fought the barbaric wind beast. But if he was only on the same level as Han Tianfeng, Long Chen wouldn't fear him. As long as he wasn't on the same level as his brother Han Tianyu or Yin Luo, he wouldn't be a problem. That was because Long Chen hadn't felt the mountain-like pressure from Han Tianfeng that he had felt from Han Tianyu and Yin Luo. Although he had advanced to the tendon transformation realm, he still had no assurance in being able to match Yin Luo and Han Tianyu. Yin Luo was able to control natural energy, a power that could destroy the world. He wasn't someone an ordinary person could block. As for Han Tianyu, since he was as equally famous as Yin Luo, he also had to have his own shocking trump cards. Although he didn't know what they were, Long Chen was sure that Han Tianyu was not weaker than Yin Luo. Currently, Long Chen was most worried about Yin Luo's ability to control natural energy. That was especially true since Yin Luo's cultivation base was so powerful. Fighting head-on with him was definitely a bad idea. Up to now, other than those two, Long Chen was sure he could defeat anyone else here. That's right, a couple days ago, I ran into a heaven-shaking battle, suddenly brought up Lu Feng. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.